Good morning and welcome to the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. The sun is shining here in Las Vegas and it's a beautiful day to go racing. Joining me in the booth today, next to me on my left, I've got Jim Beaver. Next to him is the legend that is Ricky Johnson, and next to him is George Hamill. How are we doing, gentlemen?
I'm excited. We had it in December last year, unbelievable, and now today, everything is perfect. Yesterday we had winds of 50 miles an hour. It was crazy, total mayhem down on Fremont Street. But today it's beautiful, a little bit of wind. I'm ready for some racing.
Yeah, it certainly looks like we've got perfect race conditions. Jim, what are you looking forward to?
Well, I think, as Ricky said, the race conditions are absolutely perfect out here. I mean, you've got the cool temps, slight breeze. That means race cars are going to run at just perfect temperatures. We've got some heavy hitters. We've got the best in the business here in Las Vegas. We're going to be crowning some winners today, crowning some winners tomorrow, and ultimately making some new legends.
Absolutely. Now, George, today's all about the limited classes, and in particular, there's going to be eyes on the UTVs. That's where you shine. Who are you looking forward to seeing today?
Honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing everybody. But, man, the hype yesterday at Tech and Contingency was off the charts. It was everybody's so hyped up from last year. Dustin Jones is really looking forward to coming back and, doing better this year. And, there's a bunch of new guys that are just getting out there in their first UTV races at the Mint 400.
And, Jim, one of the great things that I see is a husband and wife in the unlimited Polaris vehicle, starting off 1 and 2. So that's going to be a pretty interesting dinner tomorrow night after this race.
Well, I think Wayne's quite used to seeing the back of Kirsten's truck, if I'm honest. But that's a great story in itself. I mean, Kristen Matlock there, she only picked up her brand new Razor vehicle less than a week ago. So they've only had a week to race prep it to get it here for this race. So that's incredible.
Well, but she's listened to her husband, and they work so well together down in racing in Baja, and watching how well they do down there and in the other races and stuff. So, Jim, what's your thoughts on that? I mean, are they going to work as a team, or is it, all the gloves are off?
Well, you know what? I know Wayne and Kristen pretty well personally, and, gloves are always off of those two. There's bragging rights at home, trust me. But, I think we're going to see them work together. I mean, to Kristen's advantage, she has a new car. But Wayne has had his car done for 3 or 4 months, so it's a very similar car to Wayne. So, all the development Wayne's been doing with Polaris engineers and with suspension and things like that, they've applied that to Kristen's car. So I'm looking at it as a new car, but maybe not quite as much. I think it's going to be pretty dialed right from the get-go. I think they're going to have the settings and the suspension pretty on point. And I think watching Kristen in a high-horsepower vehicle, we didn't see that very often. She was in naturally aspirated classes before.
But I also think in this race, and George, you could talk about that, is she is always, you can set your watch by her. Like I remember watching her down in Baja and everything that she's done. She's the person to beat. I really think.
The consistency is off the charts, but the problem is she told me in Tech and Contingency, she's only got 20 minutes in it. So has she driven Wayne's vehicle? Doesn't sound like it. So we'll see what happens, right?
I feel like this is the perfect race for that, though. The Mint 400, this is a long one. This is a grueling, brutal race. And I think for Kristen, you hate to say you want to debut a car at the Mint, but I think she's got a little bit of room to ease into things because normally, as we've seen, people who lead the first lap generally aren't leading at the end.
Well, and when I've raced it in the past for Clyde Stacy, how fast you went lap 1 versus 2 versus 3. There are sections that I could go 100 miles an hour first lap, 80 miles an hour the second lap. The last lap, I'm going 60, and I was in the bushes like 5 or 6 times and damn near knocking me and my co-driver out. And it gets that rough. How bad it wears down the car. And then also the cars are getting hot. The shocks everything's getting worn in and beaten and stuff like that. And also the drivers are getting tired. So, as you said, I think it's a perfect storm for Kristen.
And the track's going to be different this year.
Yes.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see, man.
Definitely an equalizer.
Okay, but we've got so much happening today. We're going to have a look at the schedule. So today, this is the schedule. At 9 a.m., we are live on racetrack with the start of our limited race. We've got a huge number of vehicles starting out there today and a huge number of classes. I'll come to you with the full details on that. But at 12:20, it's the Class 10 and Unlimited Spec classes. We're going to be qualifying at the Method Race Wheels qualifying course. Then at 2 p.m., it's the big guns. It's the Class 1s and the Unlimited trucks who are going to be out there qualifying. And I know that we're all very much looking forward to that.
Well, this is something that's great because after they start the race, they go out and then everything starts to settle down. The drivers, the dust and everything. Some of the guys are going to be falling out. Unfortunately, I've seen it so many times. But Then we come back and we get to see the qualifying and how hard they're going to be pushing for that. And now it's not just the unlimited, it's all the classes. So that should set us up for great racing tomorrow, because the reason we qualify in off-road is so that we're not having a really fast guy starting behind a bunch of slow guys.
How important is qualifying for the overall positioning of the race today?
I think it's key. If you talk to anybody, and we're going to talk about the guy that is the defending champion, and he is so Rob McCachran. He is so into his radio communication back and forth, and he says, "What is my back door?" Yep. He wants to know how many minutes the guy is behind him, and I think the cushions that he's looking for, if he gets a flat, he can still maintain that lead. Because I've been behind Rob. You pick it up, he picks it up. So you slow down, he slows down.
So you want to qualify first to manage the race from the front.
Absolutely. That's the way I would do it. It worked out to his advantage last year, but I think the reason it worked out so well for him last year, Jim Beaver, is because he knows this desert better than anybody.
Yep. Well, and I think, hometown advantage, definitely. I mean, Rob has spent when he's a kid, he was out here on dirt bikes. He knows every trail around this Nevada desert probably better than anybody. I think Rob is definitely going to be a force here. And, this track being a little bit different layout, Rob, one, he's going to have an advantage because he's seen most of it before. But two, I think, if you qualify up front and it's a new course, a lot of these guys, you don't want to be running on new ground and, in the dust. And I think, if you're up front and there's some new stuff, at least you can set your truck up or your vehicle up, you can adapt, you can overcome. But, if you're running in the dust and in new territory, new course that you've never seen before raced on, that's going to be really tough.
Well, and I've had so many people come to me and go, but you have GPS and you have a co-driver. It doesn't matter. When you're in the dust, you can't see anything, and you're just staring very short off to the left, because if you're 1 foot to the left or to the right in a lot of this Nevada desert, there's a rock the size of a Volkswagen that's going to peel your car apart. So just because you're on course, it's not that finite that you know that you need to be 6 inches to the left or to the right. It does help if you're chasing another vehicle and you have that light that you can focus on and keep that right in your sight. But when you're out there and it's just dust and you're in that no man's land, it's GPS just make sure that you're not lost.
Well, let's also mention, Ricky, that there's 80 UTVs that are going to be lining up today. That means one almost every single mile, plus the guys that are going to be grouped up together.
So let's talk about that for a second, Jim Marsden. So now here, unlike some of the races, they start side by side. So everybody is going off 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. How hard are you going to fight for that position?
It's all about position when you're out there, you know that. And it's also, as soon as that flag drops, you're not thinking about, I'll just sit behind this guy and sit in his roost. You want to get in front of him. You want to get clear air. You want to make sure that he's eating your dirt and you're not eating his dirt.
So
it's as simple as that.
One of the things that we've seen in the past is that it's a short course out there and they water it. So a lot of the guys don't use tear-offs and stuff. Some of the guys have it, which is a really cool thing called cruise armor. It's a shield that if you get on there, it doesn't scratch and you can wipe it off. But if you get going, as you start, you see how wet and groomed it is? Those little puddles, if you start getting sprayed right off the bat, that's a bad way to start your race. So I think you're going to fight for the first couple deals. Then if you need to back off, stay back. Don't fill your car full of mud, because if I'm in front of you and I know you're right there, I'm going to try to splash you.
Yeah.
I'm that guy.
Yep.
Well, an interesting thing about also with the limited classes that are starting today, there isn't actually a qualifying for this race. So you actually qualify in the order that you actually enter this race.
Yeah.
So Christian and Wayne, they entered first, so therefore they're going to be off the line first. It's as simple as that. So if you're looking at this race and you're thinking about coming here next year, get your pound notes or get your dollar signs down as quickly as possible so you can be closer to the front of the grid.
Yeah, well, and I think one of the key things that I'm looking at, being that I've raced this in a UTV quite a few times, when we run the direction we're running today, you go right out of the box, and it's an uphill wash for the first 7-8 miles. And in a trophy truck, an unlimited truck, it doesn't really matter. But in a UTV, the chatter bumps set in. Your temps go really high, really quick. Belt temps, engine temps. So it's really brutal. We're going to see in the first 7-8 miles of this, we're going to see a lot of UTVs parked because it is absolutely the worst conditions to start in, directly in an uphill sand wash with a lot of chatter bumps and rocks.
Yeah, and nobody lets up on the first lap.
No.
So, George, who are some of the standouts? I have a couple highlights that I'd like to talk about, but obviously we cannot go without talking about Dustin Jones, who is always right there.
Yeah, so there's going to be different classes that are on course today. There's going to be normally aspirated vehicles. There's going to be turbo vehicles. There's going to be unlimited vehicles like you guys talked about with the Matlocks. There's also going to be some rally vehicles and different guys, but The Turbo class, I think, is probably the highest level class that we're going to be talking about today. Like we said, Dustin Jones, Brandon Sims, he's out for some vengeance. He wants to get out there and win the race. There's a bunch of other guys in the unlimited class that would like to get ahead of those guys just because of the battles that they want to have on course that they've been talking about in the pits.
Well, and if we look at it, Brandon Sims starts right behind the Matlocks. He's the third off the line. So we have him, and then we have Dustin Jones starting all the way down there. But right behind him is the Serapis brothers, Brett Serapis, and they're going to be definitely somebody to look at.
100%. Joe Torreira actually had a really good race as well last race.
Okay, so now here are some of the notable names that we're going to be seeing racing today in UTV and in the limited classes. Now, we've already spoken about Dustin Jones, Brandon Sims. Let's talk about this guy. Now, Brandon is a seasoned professional. He has won this race before. Been talking to him all week. Actually saw him changing out clutch packs last night, which must be mildly worrying for him. But he is going to be somebody who's going to be right at the front of this race. Can he win it again?
I think so.
Anybody can win this race. I mean, what we watched last year and how the track gets seasoned and how the vehicles start to go and everything. I think there's a potential 5 guys that I see, but some of these guys are normally aspirated. Carson Wernemont is in the factory Kawasaki. His dad, Russ Wernemont, is an engineer that built so many different trophy trucks and things like that. And as we go on down the line, we have Donald Cerrone, the cowboy, the UFC standout. And we also saw Davy Jones, one of the only Americans to win Le Mans in the 24-hour, and he's a normally aspirated. That's a Carson City Motorsports McDonald's sponsored livery.
Hey, Jim, since you've raced a UTV out here, Jim Beaver, you've raced a UTV out here a few times. What is the difference in the actual speed that you can do with the unlimited vehicles compared to a normally aspirated vehicle?
Well, I think, here, and we're going to see Carson, he's pushed the limits in that Kawasaki for naturally aspirated vehicles. He's running times on par with the turbos a lot of times. But, I think out here, off the start, obviously I talked about that uphill wash, and you've got the dry lake beds and things like that. So there's a little advantage to a turbo car. But really, I think this is an equalizer. You're going to see a guy like Adrian Orlena who has a solid, rock-solid, NA car. And I think you're going to see him and Carson pushing turbo times. I really don't think at this race having a naturally aspirated car is going to be that big of a deal. There's certain tracks where absolutely having a turbo car is an advantage. I think here, I don't know.
So give me top speeds between an NA car across the dry lake bed and a turbo car.
Probably both right aroround 100 miles an hour. I just think the NA car.
An NA car going 100 miles an hour.
I think it just takes a little bit longer to get there.
I'll agree to disagree on that one. I think it's going to be a 15 to 20 mile an hour difference.
Really?
Yeah.
So we went down and did some clutch testing 2 days ago with Chris from KWI, and I could only get 65 out of my NA, but that's a Yamaha Wildcat XX, and it's not. I would say it's not the strongest motor in the category, but I could get like 67 to 70 on some of the flatter areas. But that, like as I said, I'm still learning this whole clutching business and what's here. Do I have weight here, in the middle, in the top? So there's a lot of science behind that, which they don't have with the Hondas.
Some of those turbo cars will get over 100 miles an hour plus, and obviously the 4 cylinders that the Matlocks are going to be driving, maybe even more. But I think some of the NA cars are pretty close to that. I think they're between 85 and 90.
I've seen low 90s for the NA cars.
Yeah.
The top NA cars are low 90s. Wernemont, I think, has got a little more in there than anybody knows about, so he might push upper 90s with the Cowie. But
well, when you say he's got a little bit more in there, you mean motor modifications, clutch modifications, or all of the above?
I just think they're dialed. That car's just that dialed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting point, talking about Christian and Wayne Matlock once again, and with the Turbo X, of course. Now, we saw that debut here last year with Mitch Guthrie Jr., but let's just take a look at our course, and we'll come back to that thought in a minute. This is our course for this weekend, and it's the Mint 400, so there are no easy miles on this course. Now, Jim Beaver, you've raced this course on many occasions. What are the key areas here that we're going to be looking at as a driver? You've already spoken about the wash as you're leaving town.
Yeah.
What are the other notables?
Yeah, obviously you've got the wash leaving town all the way up. You go through that pass and you get around, I think they call it Joshua Tree on the backside there, Joshua Tree Highway. Joshua Tree Highway is really exciting. It's a lot of rally type roads. Really, really fast for not only an unlimited truck but a UTV. Biggest thing is there's no runoff. There are Joshua trees lining that. So you make a mistake, it can end your day really, really fast.
A lot of big rocks, too,
Yeah.
and they get knocked out during the race. So what you did the first lap is going to be completely different the second lap. Now Jim Beaver, let's talk about beer bottle pass. That's going to be something unique here. Not going to be a challenge for all-wheel drive UTVs.
No, it's not necessarily a challenge. Biggest thing is I've seen a lot of bottlenecks, beer bottle pass. There's a lot of bottlenecks. Somebody gets messed up in there, it can back up the race. And I've seen, I've raced stock fulls here years ago, and I've seen 5, 6, 7, 8 cars, almost something like you'd see in Baja, backed up in beer bottle pass. So not necessarily the hardest thing to race through, but if you have somebody go down in beer bottle pass, you might have a problem.
So the total distance is just under 100 miles, and they're going to do, depending on what class, they're going to do 2 to 4 laps. It'll be pretty cool. Some of the limited classes are going to do 2, like the Class 11s. The UTVs, I think, are going to do 3, and then our Unlimiteds tomorrow are going to do 4 laps.
And honestly, I'm predicting, on the UTV and on the Unlimited truck side, I'm predicting probably one of the fastest Mint 400s we've ever had. I'm looking at this course layout and things like that. I think we're going to see some ridiculous times we haven't seen at the Mint in a long time.
Well, and all of these, this is open desert, so people can come out here. If you're watching this and you want to take a look, obviously not today, you cannot come out and drive this course, but if you want to come out next week, this is an open area for OHV. A lot of the Vegas guys come and test here. You can see the big Jean dry lake area, which is kind of notable, but it's a little different than a lot of the other dry lake beds. It's very soft and chalky, and it actually bogs the cars down just a little bit. But we go all the way up north by Jean, past Jean, up by the gun range, which it gets very tight and technical.
A lot of rocks.
But this is a very, I feel this is going to be one of the fastest Mint courses that we've ever seen.
I completely agree with that, and I don't know what kind of weather they've got out here, but I think obviously this was run on a few months ago, so a lot of lines going to be burned in, things like that. So, depending on rain and stuff that they've had out, which I don't think they've had a lot of rain out here. I think they've had just a little bit, but yeah, I think this is shaping up to be a very, very high-speed race.
And as we look at it, we have remote pits in the different places, and strategy is going to go that way because with it being about 100 miles, we can get further distance. So you might have somebody do a lap and a half, a lap and a quarter, stop every lap. I think the majority of the teams are set up to stop every lap, take that fuel, and go. But if you guys have any insight, George, on is there any other strategies as far as the remote pits 1, 2, and 3?
Not very many people wanted to spill their strategies yesterday. I think they want to keep them in their pocket, but we got some people that are going to be giving us some inside information today during the races, so it'll be pretty cool to see all that.
Well, and I think one of the big things to note is we've seen a shift in the UTVs from the 4-seat chassis to the 2-seat chassis now. My 4-seat chassis car that we've been running, it's almost got a 40-gallon cell in it.
Right.
The 2-seat cars, and we've got it's a chassis that can, that you can do that in, but the 2-seaters, they can't put a fuel cell that big in there. So
right.
Now these guys traditionally who were able to stretch out 2 laps without pitting, now they're going to have to pit before then just because their car simply won't go that distance on mileage.
Well, and it's also 8 pounds a gallon for fuel. So do you really want that? Because what it takes is probably, let's say, 15, 20 seconds to do a fuel. I think I would rather go light and fuel each lap because that bouncing back and forth and that weight per pounds per horsepower, I don't want to bog me down. I do agree. Sometimes like down in Baja and stuff where you're doing that, track position is key. But here, as fast as we're going, I think some splashes in the different areas is going to be key. And if you do get a flat and you have to make a change, I think it's going to completely change the strategy because they'll take the tire on and then they'll take a splash and then that completely changes their pitch strategy.
I definitely agree with that strategy. That's how I would do it if I was going to be racing this event, Ricky. But I do know that what Jim was saying, that some of those Can-Am X3s are putting 36-plus gallon tanks underneath their seats and behind the firewall. It's pretty insane what these UTVs are doing these days.
Yeah, it's certainly lifting the game, that's for sure. Now, if you're watching at home, welcome to the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. There are many ways of enjoying this race today, but one of them is to head on down to the mint400.com, where you can find live timing and also live scoring and enjoy the race in many different ways. So you won't just be joining us here in the booth and watching all the live action. You can also watch it there on your computers at home and pick up all the information that you need about your favorite racers. Right, today's schedule, we're going to be starting the race at 9 a.m. today. And then later on, it'll be the Method Race Wheels qualifying at 12:20, starting with the Class 10s and the Unlimited truck specs. Then at 2 p.m, it's the big boys. It's the Class 1s and the Unlimited trucks. So very shortly, we're going to be getting back here. We're going to be live for the race and getting going here at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. I'm joined in the studio by Jim, by Ricky and George, and we will see you very soon.
Many people preach that growth happens when you reach the edge of your comfort zone. We disagree. We think growth happens much further out than that. Introducing BFGoodrich On Trail, an app that integrates exploration into everyday living. It features continuously updated trail data from a network of other off-roaders that includes missions, rewards, and more. Find trails you never knew existed and discover a community you never thought you'd meet. All by seizing the opportunity to see what lies beyond the next bend. Because the only true way to test yourself is to push the map past its furthest edge. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, we know how important it is for your car to look sharp and run well. And we're here to make that as simple as possible. Get all the parts, accessories, and tools you'll need for your next project delivered right to your doorstep. Just place your order online and leave the rest to us. You'll have everything you need at your door with free shipping the very next day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, for the glory.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Hey everyone, we're here at the 6th annual Mint 400 Desert Cleanup presented by Republic Services. Despite howling winds, dust devils, really cold temperatures, scattered showers, and even some snow, nearly 200 volunteers showed up today to make a difference in the Mojave Desert.
Every year, the weekend before the Mint, we come out and do this event with a few hundred volunteers. We're all coming out to this lower area of our race course to help clean the area from illegal dumping and trash created by shooters. It's important for us to come out and show the world that off-roaders are responsible land users.
To date, we have removed nearly 250,000 pounds of trash from this very valley. Our volunteers show up and make a difference. They truly are a testament to how much the off-road community cares about keeping public lands clean and open. So if you want more information on the Mint 400 itself, Head over to themint400.com, or if you're interested in volunteering for this event next year, we do this annually, you can check out themint400.com/don't-trash-the-desert.
And welcome back to the 2022 Mint 400 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's a beautiful day to be out here racing, and joining me in the booth today, I've got George Hamill, the legend that is Ricky Johnson, and Jim Beaver. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
Honestly, I couldn't be more excited. As you looked outside, it is a perfect day. So, Jim, talk about the weather and how important that is for when it comes to desert racing, spectators, safety crew, as well as racers.
Well, I think, one of the key things on the race side of things is right now we're at 45 degrees. I think highs low 60s, right around 62 today out here. So that means these race cars are going to be able to push, especially the UTV is going to watch today. They're not going to have to worry about belt temps, engine temps. They're going to be able to just flog it and go as fast as they absolutely can. So that's one of the key points, and I think we're rolling into tomorrow, the trucks, things like that, trans temps, engine temps, everything's going to run lower. So that's shaping up. But we've also, as you can see here, a slight breeze. You don't want full-on winds, but a slight breeze is great, Ricky, because as you know as well as I do, that means unless you've got the headwind coming at you and the dust is blowing right at you, it blows off the course, so you can push a lot harder when there's a breeze than when there's not.
Absolutely, because you're always cheating that right or the left. But if you're a typical racer, what you're going to do, if you see the wind blowing from the right to the left, you make sure that you stay as far to the right as you can to try to fill up that other line. So there is some race strategy going back and forth, but as we talked about, we have an unbelievable cast of guys that are out here racing today. So George, once again, give me a couple of your picks.
Well, actually, I got a dark horse too that's
All
not
right.
on the list, and that's RJ and Ronnie Anderson. They're going to be sharing driving duties in their Polaris Razor. That's going to be a good battle to watch because they're going to be coming from the back, and it'll be neat to see those guys. I know that they're pumped because they haven't been here in a long time. Obviously, we have the notables that are here on the screen. Dustin Jones, Brandon Sims, always a force to be reckoned with. Brett Serapis is not going to be running the whole time. He's going to split driving duties with his brother, Christian, and they're always fast. And they got a new trophy truck that they're pretty excited to debut, a spec truck tomorrow.
And then the next one down there is Carson Wernemont. We talked about how much him and his father, Russ Wernemont, have built that Kawasaki to run. You said runs up in the 90s. So let's look at that. That is a dark horse. He could come from the back and really shock some people.
There is also another dark horse, an absolute desert legend that's going to be out there racing with us today, and that is, of course, Cameron Steele. So it's going to be great to see him out there. What can he do out there, Ricky?
Well, Cameron, he went to King of the Hammers. He raced everything. He did have motorcycles this year, so he didn't race motorcycles. But he raced side-by-side, the trophy truck, the limited truck. He does everything. But he's out here on 35 BFGoodriches. So he's got a side-by-side, or UTV, that he's running with the new experimental 35-inch tire, which kind of blows my mind that these cars are all the way up to 35s now, because for a long time, Class 10 was even below that. So now we're seeing that kind of durability out of the CVs, the axles, and the drivetrain that they can run a 35-inch tire. And Jim, you know a little bit about that.
Well, I think, we've seen the technology in the UTV industry just push. I mean, just in the last 3-4 years alone, we've gone from 31s to now, we're talking 33s are the standard and 35s are now what we're looking at. So I think, it's amazing. You look at the speeds of these cars, they're pushing, lap times a lot of times, just as good as the Class 10s and, sometimes even a hair faster.
So look at some of these awesome aerial shots that we got with our drones on the infield there. Jim, you could see exactly what you were talking about, these UTVs. They've developed so much in the past few years. I mean, remember when we were driving Yamaha Rhinos, and now look at it, it's almost a Class 10 car.
Well, and as we're looking at the husband and wife of Kristen Matlock and Wayne Matlock. Wayne Matlock is in the white car, Kristen in the black car. These are the new four-cylinder, correct?
Yep.
Four-cylinder Polaris.
Pro R.
This is not a golf cart anymore. We joke about that these are a bunch of golf carts, but the level of equipment and speed and how fast they drive these, it blows my mind.
So we see a lot of four-seaters still down there, Jim. What do you think?
I think the four-seaters are still very, very fast. I mean, my four-seater, we got second in the championship last year, took a bunch of podiums and a win. I think they're very competitive still. I think, in a lot of ways, they still have an advantage over these newer two-seats because they're so dialed in. So that would not surprise me. I got to key in on one guy, though, that we've kind of skipped over. And I coined the term dark horse 2 years ago, and he ended up winning the UTV World Championship that day. He's a Las Vegas local, won won everything there is to win last year, Ryan Piplik. We got to talk about Ryan.
100%.
Ryan, we haven't mentioned this guy yet. He's a Las Vegas local. He's starting to ways down. Won 2 championships last year, ton of wins. This guy is going to be on point here at the Mint.
Saw him yesterday a little bit, and he's always so calm and cool and collected, right? And then when he puts on his helmet, it's like a flame just gets ignited in there. He's always fast. But one of the cool shots that we just saw there was some of the fans and family members and teams and stuff watching the races. So if you can't obviously watch the race on the mint400.com, but get your butt out here, man. It's so cool to watch these guys live.
It is indeed. And let's not forget that you can also join the action at the mint400.com. Go over, you can pick up the live scoring, and you can also pick up the tracker feeds as well, and follow your heroes and follow your favourite drivers live on there. Now, we've been talking about the UTV classes, but we've actually got 31 limited classes racing today, which is quite extraordinary. One of my favourite classes that's going to be racing today is the Trophy Lights. There's 9 vehicles in this class, and these boys, they really rock on, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, I drove them out here when they first came out with those a long time ago with the Scaronis, and you drive those things 180%. I mean, I'm being a little overzealous, but like 100% all day long, and I thought I'm going to break this thing. Nah, no, it broke me. So, all right, here we go, Jim. So, here we go. We got the husband and wife.
Here we go, Ricky. This is the big one. It is the start of the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. The sun is shining. We've got a light wind. It is perfect race conditions here. And any minute now, we're going to see that checkered flag drop.
Nope,
Or the green flag, should I say. Here we go. Racing is live here in Las Vegas.
Look at how evenly matched they are. I mean, Jim Beaver, you were mentioning they're going to be the same. They're literally the same cars.
Yeah, you've got twins right here, and it's going to be interesting to see there. Kristen with looks like she's got the inside line pushing.
She didn't want to poke him.
Easy there, easy. So now we see Wayne Matlock looking back to the inside. But as you said, how even these vehicles are. They're twins, just with different paint jobs.
I tell you what, they're going to have a content dream coming through these first corners, getting both of their cars on the same picture.
How awesome is that? Look at that. I mean, they're so evenly matched. This is crazy. We've swapped the lead here 5 times in the first half mile.
Ricky, this is exactly what you were talking about, though, with getting a little bit of roost. Now, you see right when Kristen dropped in behind, she kind of backed off a little bit to get it out for visor.
I can't imagine. I wonder if they're on the same radio channel, and he's going, Wayne's yelling at her, back off, give me the opening. But now you can see the puddles, you can see how they're splashing back and forth. Obviously, you have to throw a lot of water down on the sandy course, and it's going to get worse. We're going to see a lot of guys and gals rolling and flipping as the ruts get bigger and bigger. But those two our cars are out in front, and they got quite a lead so far.
Okay, so the next off the line now, it is Brandon Sims and Tim Fields. Brandon Sims there in the Tensor Tires vehicle.
Oh, look at that.
Talk about sending it.
Whoa!
Oh,
man.
He must have right into the light generator.
He must have broke something when he came down on the nose. Yep,
yeah,
look
like that. Yeah.
Blew the tire off. Tim Fields sent it, and when he landed, it landed on the left front. Starting out with a flat, not a good way to start your Mint 400.
Wow, that's a tough break.
So that goes exactly to what you guys were saying. People are going to come out firing.
Yeah, well, when you're lining up next to Brandon Sims, you've really got 2 chances, haven't you? You've got to absolutely send it, or you've got to back off.
Now take a look, like it bottoms a little bit. Now, when you're in there, nothing you can do, and he lands. It goes over to the left, and then boom, pops the bead. Now he's trying to stop, hanging on to it. It's veering left and right, and luckily, it's like we'll call Auto Club and get that fixed up. Throws his insurance card.
Unfortunate part for Tim Fields now is he's got to make a tire change, and he's going to drop all the way back and lose that time.
Looks like Holden Hightrader right there in the X-Travel car. They have a pretty cool technology in the front suspension in that car, so it's going to be cool to see how he does. He's from Temecula, California.
Expand on that. What is different about the front of that car?
They call it mechanical drag. It's got different access points on the spindle, and it's just a little bit different. It gives you less feedback in the steering wheel when you're driving, so it's a pretty cool technology.
Well, and as you know, with these all-wheel drive and the electric power steering and stuff, you do get a lot of feedback. Yeah. So you got to have some arm strength to be able to hold on to these UTVs. Also, we're seeing him with Mikey Kelly in 877. So we're getting ready for the next group of guys, and that is Randy Romo and Joe Torreira.
Yeah,
Randy Romo, he pushes. You know, he's a Las Vegas local, but Randy, he is always on the gas. He's exciting to watch.
And Torreira was kind of like a new gun that showed up. I think he got second at the Laughlin race last time, and so he's out there really, really with a good motivation and momentum in his program.
Well, and I think, Jim, Marsden, you said it best, that you definitely want to be out in front, but you don't want to do what happened in that second group is push too hard, and now you're starting way behind. So it's a fine line.
Did both these guys call each other in the morning and say, we're going to run gold next to each other?
Exactly. Just like you and me on our Vans shoes.
Yep.
I called you, what are we wearing today, George? Yep. Vans shoes. I'm on it.
Now, Brandon will be... you saw the experience from Brandon there. He didn't go absolutely flat out for that first jump. He knew he had to hold it back, just settle himself in for that first corner. Whereas on the other hand, we saw Tim Fields. He knew he had to make the pace if he was going to get in front of Brandon on that first corner.
Jones and
it makes such a difference.
Dustin Jones and Brett Serapis in the KMC car here. Both of these guys are not going to give an inch, man. These guys are really, really hungry.
Well, but they also know that it's 400 miles. So yes, you want to get out in front of that. But if you're Brett Serapis, you'd know that you have a guy like Justin Jones that is going to run a strong pace and knows how to win this race. I might sit back and just follow him. I'll be honest with you.
Especially this early?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Because the Serapis brothers come from trophy trucks, and so you have a tendency to overdrive the smaller vehicle when you come from that because you're so used to reading terrain at higher speeds. But I think Brett's doing a great job. Let Justin go chase everybody down and just kind of walk down and get them all, so to speak.
But when you look at the Serapis vehicle, it looks like a Class 10.
Yes, it does.
It really does. It's absolutely remarkable. But yeah, I mean, that's those two guys. It's going to be interesting to watch the trackers and see how they start reeling in the field in front of them.
We got looks here, Sierra Romo and Bernie Gomez. Sierra, oh man, what can you say about this girl? She just flat sends. It's an amazingly talented driver, and she's looking for her breakthrough win. You know, Sierra's had a lot of top fives. She's been right around the podium a lot in the Pro Turbo class, but she hasn't got that marquee victory. And, you know, you want to talk about dark horses, man, you got to talk about Sierra Romo. This girl, she could put it all together here and walk away as a big winner at the Mid-400 today.
Well, she's got a pace going right now. It looks like Gomez looks a little bit soft on everything. Maybe it's just got the big fuel cell and full of fuel, because for those that don't know, it changes so much. As we said earlier in the broadcast, it's 8 pounds per gallon of fuel. So when you start off, the vehicle feels heavy, feels lethargic, and as it gets lighter, that's where you want it, is in that sweet spot when you're about half a tank. So you don't adjust it for the heavy part, because then it goes terrible when it's light. Then you don't adjust it for the light because it's terrible when it's heavy. So you got to work around that.
Does that mean that you would start with less fuel and then maybe change your strategy during the laps?
That's what I was saying before, is that I think I would try to run to where a medium tank, so I'm not completely going out, and then plan on doing my fueling unless I get a flat or something like that.
So Rob McCachran, and I actually learned this from Rob, but you know, Rob's a mastermind when it comes to anything desert racing. So Rob, traditionally on any of his pits, he has full... Oh!
Already got our first casualty doing the turtle in the first turn here.
And I think, is that Jack Olagus?
Yeah, Jack Olagus. Braden Baker was on the line with him. Braden's actually... Man,
that's a tough break for a guy we thought might be pushing for the victory today.
And Braden Baker, he's been winning a lot in the last few races that he's done. So he's a young kid.
Jackie comes in, you see he gets us sideways as he rolls in, starts to accelerate, and then it just jumps on him, bites on him. So a lot of people, if you're new to the side-by-side, I do military training and stuff like that, this happens all the time, because watch, his wheels are turned in, and the front wheels pull to the left, and the back wheels are in momentum's trying to pull yourself out. If you are new to this, do not do donuts in a side-by-side. That is a guaranteed way to put yourself on your lid. So once again, no donuts.
Thank you very much to the Race Safely crew as well to get us off and going, get the drivers protected, and make sure that they're good. One of the things that I noticed about that car, Ricky and Jim, is that it looked heavy when he was working it.
Probably had it could have had a big fuel load in, like Ricky was talking. And going back to what I was saying, so Rob, you know, talking about strategy, Rob is one of those where sometimes he doesn't pick his pits beforehand. He has full fuel at all pits. And as the race progresses, Rob will run a staggered pit stop, or he'll take a dump can here or there, you know, and change things up a bit. So you know, might see that in the UTV's ranks too.
So this is going to be great for they're holding the race, but now they pause the time so that the guys don't need to worry about. They're not losing time, because at the end of the race, this is how you finish. So there's physical time, and then there's corrected time. Jim,
if you're the next guy sitting on the line now, it starts to play with your mind, but this is an advantage.
Absolutely.
This is clear air.
Oh, yes.
And this is absolutely fantastic for those next two guys off the line. And we've got to say this about poor old Jack here. If you're going to roll anywhere, roll on the short course, because there's safety assets right there who can get you back on their wheels. So these guys are having a bit of fun and games with him at the moment. So hopefully they can have him back up and running very shortly.
So taking another look at it, what happens is you'll see Jackie lands, comes in, starts to rotate the vehicle. Now the berm kind of comes in, he gets on the gas, and then it bites up. Now what he did is he dabbed the brake.
He unloaded the car.
Well, when it goes up, you gas towards the roll. So what he did is he gassed it, caught it, but then he went back to the brake, and that dabbed and threw him over. So if you find yourself in a situation, you get up on two wheels, turn towards the roll, and accelerate as hard as you can to drive the vehicle back underneath it. And what Jack saw the end of the course coming, he dabbed the brakes, and that's what bit him.
So it looks like we have Ryan Piplik and Robert Gott that are going to take off next year. I think that that Ryan Piplik's going to have a good advantage because, like you guys said, he's going to have a clear course somewhat if he gets by these two guys quickly.
Yeah, and that's the Michael Manley Jr. there making his way out. And here we go. This is what you were just talking about, George.
There's Piplik there in the 815, and he screams. I mean, Ryan Piplik, this guy, he came from racing ATVs. He was a factory ATV racer, transitioned into the side-by-sides, and man, I got to tell you, this guy has put it all together, that program, the last 18 months, and he's on fire.
Well, and a lot of people look at these like they're small and toys and stuff like that. And I did the UTV Worlds with Carson City Motorsports last year, and I drove as hard as I could the whole time. Like I was trying to kill the thing, and I was still they were leaving me. So the level of driver and commitment that we have in side-by-side now or UTV is unbelievable. George?
So, Jim Beaver, I guarantee you can attest to this. We, as race drivers, can't drive these UTVs as fast as they can go.
Oh, no, especially not here at the Mint. I mean, there's some point where you've got to lift up. I mean, and I think it's interesting. Here you got to pace themselves. I find it really interesting in some of the short course stuff and things like the Work Series where those things, you're running a 30-minute moto and you got to completely push them. You really get to see the limits of these things.
So
here's Benquist, and you want to talk about pushing the envelope of technology. Guys are brothers on this one. This is another level of crazy.
Well, we were out doing some clutch testing with KWI the other day, and Bruce was out there. And as you said, the level of commitment, that's an all carbon fiber body. He does a lot of composite stuff. He works with Elon Musk and stuff. And so he gets the scraps from Elon Musk. He goes, hey, send that stuff down.
I'll take Musk scraps any day.
And he no, I'm not joking. I'm not exaggerating. He says he does stuff with SpaceX, and he says, hey, you have excess stuff. Let me get that carbon fiber, and I can lay it with the Enclave and build in his complete carbon fiber body, which he says he wants to build a complete lower chassis. Go ahead, Jim. Marston?
Well, this is one of the Andersons out there on course. Do we know, George, which one it is, whether it's RJ or whether it's Ronnie?
I don't know who started the race here. It doesn't look like they're out on course just yet. It looks like this is Justin Lambert.
Oh, sorry, I do apologize.
From Cognito. But yeah.
Very similar looking car.
Yeah, Monster Energy and Nas might be a little bit mad. But yeah,
company.
Justin is like no slouch either, man. He has won a lot of races. Fantastic driver.
Well, we go back a few years. Justin Lambert had an undefeated season. I mean, he's only a few years removed from an undefeated season. Here's a guy who's won pretty much everything. He's been kind of quiet the last 2 years and not had the results he wants. But I've driven plenty of times head-to-head with Lambert. He's one of the best in the business. I mean, he knows how to drive a UTV.
So now look in the distance, okay? This looks great. Oh, it's all watered and groomed, but look at the dust and the haze up the canyon. Now, let's talk about Ronnie Anderson.
There we go.
There we go.
So I don't know who's actually taking driving duties first, but I will tell you that both of the Andersons are insane fast. I mean, the driving skills that these guys have is just bar none. So it's going to be really interesting to see how far they can make it up. That's a new car that they had built for King of the Hammers. I think they did a couple switches to it to get it out here to the Mint 400. But man, it's going to be cool to see those guys. They were pumped.
Well, and RJ knew nothing about the hammer stuff, and then he jumped in there and he did phenomenal. And Ronnie actually had a problem in hammers. So the two of them together, if you're new to this, go on YouTube and look up RJ Anderson Polaris, and you're going to see some videos that Mad Media put together that will blow your mind what that guy has done.
The XP1K stuff is what you're talking about.
Yep.
That stuff was phenomenal. You wouldn't think a side-by-side would be able to do some of those moves.
And both of them. I mean, Ronnie, I've always said, arguably, I think in side-by-sides, he actually might be a hair better than RJ, and I don't mean that as any slight to RJ, but Ronnie, I've raced against him in some short course stuff, and he sees things differently than so many different people do. His eyes and his and his knowledge of how a UTV reacts in certain situations, it's crazy. And RJ is very much the same way. It's just I think RJ spent so much time racing short course that maybe Ronnie spent some more time behind the wheel of a side by side.
Yeah, in different spots. Looks like we got Brooke Jensen, or no, that's Maddie Wedeking here.
So back to finish the thought about the Anderson brothers is that RJ did a lot of the highlight videos, something like the Gymkhana stuff and throwing them around, but he does come from the short course racing Pro 2, Pro 4, also Pro Light, that it's more of a hammer checkers or records kind of racing where Ronnie has come a little bit more and knows how to save the vehicle. So both phenomenal talents, but if I had to pick one over the other in a desert race, I'd probably go with Ronnie.
Yeah, I mean, well, it'd be a toss-up in my book. I've shared track time with both those guys too. They're nice, good, clean racers as well.
Oh, absolutely. Maddie.
You haven't raced Pro 4 against RJ.
I've seen RJ race Pro 4.
Exactly. Clean my ass. Yeah, clean my ass out. Yeah. All right.
Oh, Caffro. We got to talk about Mike Caffro here. I mean, Mike, he's won a ton of races. This guy, his knowledge of UTV racing as well. I mean, he's got to be one of those, he's not quote-unquote one of the big names, but Caffro, this guy can wheel.
And going back to Maddie Wedeking, like you were going to say, Jim Beaver, is that this is actually her first race in a turbo car. So she's a normally aspirated car veteran now. She's a champion, and she's really excited to get out there in a turbo car.
Yeah, well, and a lot of people, when they hear turbo, they think of the old school, like the turbo Porsches and stuff, where it was all top in, where the turbo would come in like at $4,000 to like $8,000. Now the turbo technology that we've seen with these, it gives you so much torque, so it really doesn't feel like a turbo car. It just feels like a bigger displacement, like instead of going from a 250 to a 500.
Yeah, definitely. Brandon Schuler, another guy,
OG.
I mean, day one, these guys are UTV, and the Jagged X team, they have won countless races. They've given so much back to the sport. Just a great family who have done a lot for the sport of UTV racing.
And then we got Cody Bradberry and Corbin Leverton. They just made the switch from Polaris to Can-Am. This is one of the old Miller Brothers cars that they're driving here. Those guys are really excited to get out there and test it. I think they're going to they're giving Schuler a battle here, but they're probably going to go out a little bit.
What?
Give it too much pressure, man.
Well, but watch. He catches it. Then I think I got it. Nope. Back off.
Yeah, it looked like there was a jump there, and he's like, I don't want to go half, so he just went all the way out and, and gave the position away, but kept the car together.
Go ahead, George.
I think that they're running pretty heavy cars right now. All of these guys look like they're loading the cars really, really a lot when they're going into these turns.
Speaking of loading the cars.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's talk about how many, by a show of hands, who has been a co-driver in this crew?
Yeah, all of us.
All right, so mad respect for the co-driver. So if you're new and you're just tuning into the BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Prim, Nevada, you have a co-rider. Co-rider has multiple jobs. One, try to keep that nut behind the wheel calm. Try to keep him or her from crashing into stuff. The other thing is they're a navigator, so they're reading the GPS, letting them know if you go by rally notes, R1, L2, or whatever it might be. Also, there's preloaded notes because there is no pre-running on this course. So a lot of people, this is the first time they're going to see this. So as they're coming up to it, they can give for instance, they go L6 into L5. And so that means it's pretty fast in that. The other thing, that if there's a flat, the driver has to get out and change it. But the biggest thing is that they're the eyes and ears for when the driver knows what's coming up ahead of time.
Okay, right, while we're watching the action here, I'm actually looking at the live scoring and at our live tracking on the website. So head on over to the mint400.com. But we're getting interesting news. Out in the front at the moment, it's Wayne Matlock. Now, when you're watching the tracker, you'll see all your drivers, they'll pop up and they'll have different colours around their number. But if we see a ring arrive around their number, it means that they're actually stationary. Now, it looks like Wayne Matlock could be stationary on Joshua Highway.
Oh, man.
Are we looking at a puncher? Are we looking at something else? Or maybe a blip on the tracker? I'll be watching that story and coming back to it later on.
Well, and I've got some breaking news popping through. Steveologist just sent me a text message. Jack's dad was not Jack behind the wheel. It was his co-driver. He was letting his co-driver, Mike, drive the first lap, then Jack was going to get in and finish the race because it's so long. So that was not Jack behind the wheel. That was his co-driver, Mike. So making a little bit of a mistake early on, but didn't look like
not
any
what you want
damage
to do
the
in your
car.
debut.
No.
Now it looks like we have the naturally aspirated cars. Adrian Orellana, who we talked about earlier, he's really put a lot of effort into getting this his Polaris Razor out front for the for the Mint 400.
Yeah.
So Jim, talk about Jim Beaver. Talk about the difference between the two-seater and the four-seater. I know that when you have a stock configuration and you're pre-running, the longer wheelbase helps you gap the distance between the bumps. So, but also it handles a little bit tighter or a little bit sloppy in the tight stuff.
Yeah, I think, truthfully, I think here at the Mint, the four-seater is going to be an advantage. I think certain ones like the UTV Worlds, the tight, twisty, technical stuff, the two-seaters are definitely an advantage. I think now we've got that hybrid going on, though, with the new Polaris platforms, Kawasaki's platform, obviously Can-Am's platform, where it's like a stretch two-seater.
Yes.
That seems to be the hot ticket. So, seeing the four-seaters come just a little bit short, like you said, there's some drawbacks to the four-seater, Ricky. I think what we're seeing now with these hybrids, it's a mix between a two and a four, is almost like the perfect storm.
Exactly. It gives you that wheelbase to stretch the vehicle out, because I remember when I first started in a two-seater, it scared me, like just the way the back end wanted to pass the front end. But now it seems like it's done a lot of different shock testing and got them to where they handle and they're not scary anymore.
Yeah.
Looks
let's
like we
be
got
honest,
Corbin Wells just getting out there as well.
The evolution in these vehicles, when these vehicles first arrived on the market, they were just a sports utility vehicle. Now they've actually transferred into race vehicles, and that's a big difference. And this has all happened in literally under 10 years, which is remarkable when you think about it.
Well, and as you can see, the vehicle's just a little heavy, a little lethargic, and I think that goes back to what Jim Beaver was saying, is that they're starting off with a full load of fuel. Also, the shocks aren't warmed up and stuff, so a lot of the cars kind of got to get in the mode. It's not that cold, and here we're seeing one of the McDonald's cars taking off. That's either Davy Jones or Lucas Cassidy. We're not sure. I'll let you know in just a minute, but pretty exciting to have a guy like Davy Jones out here racing, George.
One of my good friends, Ethan Ebert from Tucson, Arizona, racing for Jeff Proctor's Honda program there on the right hand of your screen. This is his first Mint 400. Kid barely got his driver's license. He's already a factory Honda driver.
That's pretty dang cool. Oh, but we see a net coming open, so we got a problem with the Honda on the inside. They're looking into check something. Maybe it's a GoPro camera or something like that, but they are waving them off. Jim
Beaver, I know you're a big fan of the Kawasaki platform, but how would you feel about driving a shaft drive sequential box like a Honda or a Yamaha out here?
Biggest thing is, with the Yamaha, it's just the way the chassis is. We don't see a lot of them in desert. They've been a phenomenal short course vehicle, but we're just not seeing a lot of them in the desert. They just don't seem to do well here. But with the Hondas, I mean, as we've seen with Jamie Campbell and what he's been able to accomplish, with their program and things like that. I mean, Hondas are here to play. They're winning some races.
Well, and I used one of the Honda Talents for pre-running, and unbelievable. I double gas mileage on what everybody else did, and I like it that I can get to a certain point on the downhills and stuff. I can short shift it to carry that momentum, and I'm not just screaming the vehicle out. Like with the belt, you have to do all your adjusting, and here when we go up in elevation, it pulls it down. We get down to sea level. It's kind of a mystery, but when you have that ability to shift, it's pretty cool.
And they also have the ability to run in automatic as well. So I know that a lot of the guys like to run automatic on some of these longer courses, and then you can switch it to be able to shift up some of the short shoots.
Well, and when you say automatic, it doesn't pull like a clutch. It still shifts the gears, but it kind of short shifts. Here we see Lucas Cassidy, Lucas Johnson on the right-hand side, and I think next to them is Nolan.
Ethan Ebert.
Ethan Ebert, okay.
Great family out there, too.
So as we're seeing, once again, that McDonald's livery right there, 1910. That's Luke Johnson in the co-dog seat. He actually built and fabricated these with a little bit of help from Neil Mason. A little bit plugged there for my kid, but also Lucas Cassidy from Carson City. This is his third race, and so he did the Mint a couple years back, and so getting him some more seat time, you're going to see him in a trophy truck later this year.
How'd the kid feel this morning?
He felt awesome. He got a good night's sleep. We all had a great dinner, got everything up and loaded, so he knows that he's in for the long haul. He's doing the whole race. Those two are doing it. When it comes to Davy Jones and Louis Franco, they're splitting the race half and half, but Lucas is learning. He's going to run the whole race all by himself.
Yeah, it looks like we got Joe Bolton and Davy Jones. Both of these guys, Jim Beaver, are running pretty big cars, pretty big tires. You can see the stance on those four-seaters.
Yeah, this is not Davy Jones. He's got the exact same, looks like the identical vehicle. There's just a number difference and then the stripe difference. One's yellow, one's red. So we don't know where Davy Jones is yet.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You mentioned these cars, and these are both, four-seat platforms, and and seeing some of the, I call them almost like a 2.5-seat platform that you're seeing, out of Can-Am, Polaris, and Kawasaki now. But it's almost like we've got a mix of generations, but one isn't any better than the other. It's just a mix of generations of UTV race cars at this point. Kind of like we're seeing Unlimited truck. You got the two-wheel drives, you got the four-wheel drives, and nobody's been able to say this one is better yet. We know where things are trending at some point, but I feel like, there's not a right answer to the solution quite yet.
We got a driver coming up that's kind of taking his own route with that too. Travis Zollinger from ZRP. He's kind of taking his the whole side-by-side thing and erasing the side-by-side, single side.
Yeah, Zollinger, they come out with some crazy stuff. I mean, those guys, first off, their parts that they build are just absolutely beautiful. But
and finally, we're seeing two Wildcat double X's take off together, and that is Davy Jones on the inside. He's going to run half of the race, then he's going to hand it off to Louis Franco, has won multiple times on bikes down in Mexico, big stunt driver. So it's pretty interesting to bring these two guys from a completely different world. Davy Jones obviously winning the 24-hour Le Mans for Jaguar, and now he's out there, and he's got Joe Kirsch, who, if you follow jet skis in the 80s, Davy a little bit wide there. Joe Kirsch is the co-dog. He's in there all day long.
I like that transition, Ricky. It really makes me happy to see all these guys that have different motorsports careers coming over and racing side-by-sides.
Yeah, and we've done, Wayne from Alltech did a great job dialing these in. We did have an issue with these cars with snapping the sway bar, so we tried going back and forth. So actually, they're going to race this whole race, no rear sway bar. A little spooky.
No rear sway bar.
No rear sway bar,
wow.
because we kept snapping them. And coming off, I think we have Elias Hanna, who's going to be taken off. Is that?
This is Zach Seislevitt in this Honda platform.
Alrighty, when we come back, we are coming back to the BFGoodrich Mint 400. It is an awesome day. We're going to step away to a commercial break. We'll be right back. We are halfway through all the UTVs, so go grab yourself something to drink, freshen up your coffee. We'll see you back here in just a moment.
The 2022 Mint 400 live stream is brought to you by Dirt Design, clothing design for the off-road enthusiast. Dirt Design is focused on helping the sport grow and prosper. Toyota, uncompromising quality, reliability, comfort and safety. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel provider for the Mint 400. VP Racing Fuels has been the world leader in racing fuel for over 45 years. King Shocks. King Shocks is a manufacturer and servicer of custom-made adjustable and readable automotive shock absorbers and performance racing products for utility vehicles, OME replacement and professional racing use. Vision Wheels, since 1976, one of the nation's leading providers of custom wheels for cars, trucks, and of course one of the first manufacturers of custom wheels and tyres for ATVs, UTVs and golf cars. 5 seconds. Okay, and welcome back to the 2022 Mint 400. It's a beautiful day here at Prim Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're really enjoying the racing. But on track at the moment, seeing all the action, is Tiffany Stone, our race reporter, and she's got a report for us right now.
Max, 3 months later, we're back here at the Mint 400, a little bit different. I know things have changed for you throughout the last couple months. Walk me through that.
Yeah, a lot of things have changed in the last 3 months. I mean, we had a couple rough times at the Laughlin, Parker, and the Mint last year, but this time I think we came ready and I think we're winning something.
Well, as you can tell by my hair, it's a little windy out there. That should help keep the dust down. Best of luck to you, buddy. Good seeing you out here.
So that was Max Gordon, the son of Robbie Gordon, and they don't call him Mad Max for nothing. I've had the opportunity to race with him in the stadium super trucks, and he is a hammer on the throttle. So the apple and the tree did not fall far. George?
So we had Elias Hanna and Tim Hall, a warfighter actually, double leg amputee, just take off from the starting line. That kind of brings up a good point that maybe we should mention, Jim Marsden, is that we also have the military vehicles that are going to take off today.
Yeah, we've got 31 classes out there live on track. It's going to be so much action. One of the classes I also want to talk about is the Class 11s, which of course is the VW Beetles, a firm crowd favourite, and we're watching them leaving the line later. But while this is all going on, all these cars are leaving, we have got a race live on track, and at the moment, it's the man that we thought might be stopped, Wayne Matlock, who is leading the pack. Behind him is his wife, Kristen, and then behind him, it's Brandon Sims. So they're holding race position as they make their way out into the deserts now, and they're pushing hard.
Well, I have a feeling that they're figuring out the track. Both of them are going to run the whole race. They're not splitting with anybody else. And then as we're watching taking off, that is Max Gordon on our left. And you watch, he is not afraid to send it, and Robbie has done a great job setting that vehicle up.
Yeah, Robbie's got he's got their cars dialed in. They spend a ton of time testing them in all different kinds of conditions. I know Robbie, he's got a house in Parker. Spent a ton of time in the summer doing warm weather testing when it's 120 out. These cars are on point.
Caden Wells on the inside right there battling with Max Gordon. Caden actually had an injury at one of the last races, scrambled his head a little bit, said he wasn't feeling very well, but he really wanted to come out and race some M400s, show his sponsors some love, and have some fun.
Did you just say scrambled his head a little bit?
Yeah, that's the way he explained it to me. So
I hope your head's obviously his head's unscrambled right now because he's driving away from one of the fastest young racers in the world.
Okay, as we watch Max Gordon there making his way out into the desert, Tiffany Stone is back down in the pits with her next interview.
So this is the car that we were talking about, Jim Beaver. This is Travis Zollinger in the single seat. That's actually, it looks kind of like an RS1, but it's a Can-Am platform.
Which those things are so fast out of the hole. I mean, they just squirt. You can see how quick they are. When I raced against them at the UTV Worlds in the NA class, I was behind one of the guys. By the time I got to the top of the sand wash, I was literally out of his dust and I couldn't see him. I mean, they rocket so quick, and those Polarises have such great torque. And now let's say your average co-rider is 180 pounds. That's 180 pounds less that you have, not counting the rest of the chassis and everything that you have around. So I think that's a very strong platform here.
They're cool, man. It's like a little bit more like Moto.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is, with the single seat platforms is there's a lot of advantages, but at the same point, I'm a guy who raced a single seat unlimited truck. So it's one of those where it's great to an extent, but when you have problems or something like that, then all of a sudden it's like, oh man, I wish I had that extra hand to help me change a tire, a belt, or whatever it may be.
Well, in talking with Bryce Benzie, Larry Jobe was was his mentor early on, and then when they put Bryce in the single seat 10 car, he would talk about how slow he would go through the rocky sections because he goes, I am not going to change a tire.
Okay, and here are some live images now at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and that is our current race leader.
Brandon Sims.
That's Brandon Sims. I do apologize.
Third spot, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, and Brandon, that's an all-new car. This is, I believe, its second race. Correct me if I'm wrong, George. Second, maybe third race. It was new this season, though. That's that new Turbo R platform. So same chassis as Matlock's, but just with the smaller engine.
Yeah, and you see it's chasing the Pro R here.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see the design on these new vehicles, the way that Lone Star has built these cars. It really gives a lot more visibility. They built them for King of the Hammers, but I think they're transitioning them to be like a standard now.
And here we're watching Kristen Matlock. You can see she's just outside of Wayne Matlock's dust. So I think, as Jim Beaver, you pointed out that she's so patient, so calculated. I think she is running the absolute perfect race right now, letting her husband go out and set the pace, and then also keeping an eye on how far Brandon Sims is behind her, because you can see Brandon Sims has made up that gap, and he is now in Kristen Matlock's dust. So Sims is on a tear right now.
So did we know, Jim Marsden, if Wayne Matlock is still moving?
Yeah, no, Wayne Matlock is showing as the current race leader.
Okay, cool.
So he's doing ever so well. And also, very interestingly, we've got Dustin Jones, who's absolutely on a charge. And I do wonder if that's who we're looking at maybe down here right now.
Look at this. There's 4 cars there lined up.
We'll keep this action coming to you all day long here at the 2022 Mint 400, as we still have more starters leaving the line.
Here, that's Trey Gibbs there, along with McFadden, a couple of guys I raced all last year against. This McFadden kid, 15 years old. He is an amazingly talented kid. You talk about Trey Gibbs. He comes from short course. He's done everything he could in a super buggy and short course. Now he's making the transition to desert racing. He's coming on as strong. So, I'm looking at this deal with McFadden and Trey Gibbs. Here's 2 kids that are the future of off-road racing.
Yeah, and this, it's crazy. This is the biggest class in racing, in off-road racing right now. We've had stuff that's been going on for generations and decades after decades, and this is relatively new, and you can see it is the biggest class because people can go down, finance a car, and start driving and having fun.
That's a really good point that you bring up, Ricky, is that a lot of people that may be watching the live feed is that
Anderson
Anderson there. He could be watching it for the first time, trying to get into side-by-side racing. We hear that question all the time, and you're right. You can put some safety equipment on something that you can buy from a dealership, unlike you can with a trophy truck.
Well, and they have the rally class here, which some of the guys have done that I know. That's how they got started. They came out and they're like, oh, I can put the safety stuff in there and keep, put a better cage in it, but I don't have to go full tilt. And here's, as we see,
Beer bottle pass.
Beer bottle pass, and that you talked about that. When there's a problem, you see Anderson kind of come up, give a little bump, like, "Hey, I'm coming over. Let me through."
This is a great shot to understand the terrain differences. You see everybody taking off on the nice chocolate cake dirt in the short course, and then obviously they go back out into the beer bottle pass. It's so cool to see the different layouts that you do on the whole course.
There's a lot of diversity here in just 100 miles.
Well, and that's the thing that people got to remember. If you're new to this, and I'm going to be redundant, the people that know, but this is on corrected time. So these guys that are leaving now, depends on how they do lap after lap. This guy right here could win the race if he's got the right time. So it doesn't matter how you cross the line, it's how your total time is at the end of the day.
Some pretty cool looking vehicles out here. This one obviously looks different than most. We actually just saw Donald Cowboy Cerrone off in the previous screen. Cool to see that he's bringing a non-endemic sponsor into the world of side-by-side racing with Budweiser. This car is crazy looking though.
It looks like almost like a Class 5.
Everybody's got their own spin on it.
Yeah, it is quite interesting with the big fenders and things like that. Almost looks like Blake Wilkie's trophy bug.
I was going to say exactly that, but I question it because you can't see over those fenders. So it's kind of cool to stop the roost and stuff, but then, the vision when you're going through Beer Bottle Pass, it makes it kind of difficult when you're crawling through rocks.
Well, that's it. That's one of the key things I love about side-by-sides is with that open fender, and Class 1s would be, the same thing, but you get into those tight technical sections, you can look down at your left front tire, see where it's placed, things like that. With those big fenders, it actually takes that visibility away.
Mikey DeLay and Brooke Jensen just taking off on the line. Mikey actually had a pretty good run.
Parker.
Parker. I think he came home with a podium spot, man. One of the OGs just out there. He's a wheelman.
Yeah. DeLay, it's funny because he and I raced each other for a year or two now. And he's one of those guys where he's always fast. He's just never put it together. For whatever reason, he's had a problem here, a problem there. Everybody knew he was fast, and at some point he was going to break through, and he had that breakthrough race at Parker. I mean, he was on rails. It was down to him and Phil Blurton at the finish. And that car's got a lot of horsepower. I don't know what's under the hood of that thing, but he got way more horsepower than anybody else in the class. So when he gets it out there and he's able to stretch the legs, watch out because that car's coming.
And he's an independent guy. I mean, he does most of the work himself, just has his buddies come out on the weekends. Super cool to see.
I just want to throw it out because there was a license found of Sierra Wells from Pendleton, Oregon. If somebody knows her, and that's a tough deal to lose your license, but we have a friend that found it. So if anybody that knows a Sierra Wells from Pendleton, Oregon, we do have your driver's license.
I feel like if you're going to lose your license, you got to be doing something fun, like 130 miles an hour or something.
Exactly. And we didn't find it on the dry lake bed.
Okay, as we continue to watch the races here, live in the line, let's look back at the race leaders. Our current race leader is still Wayne Matlock. Just behind him, his wife, Kristen, and then, of course, and just behind them, it's Brandon Sims. But we're also seeing Dustin Jones is on a charge, and a young lady that you were talking about earlier, Sierra Romo. She's really pushing on hard. She's made up at least 3 or 4 places already.
Well, and I think the one that we need to watch right now was Brandon Sims. We saw in that coverage that he had caught up to Christian Matlock, so he's right in the mix.
Interesting, though, he's in a different class. So let's not forget, he's actually leading his class, whereas the Matlocks are in a different class.
Right, but if he can get those cars in between them, then that puts him in a very, very strong position. So he's in a smaller displacement car, and he's catching them. So how hard is he pushing right now? So will that car withstand 400 miles?
One of the OGs, Lucretia Burrier, Trevor Burrier, I think is going to be sharing some driving duties out of Lake Havasu, man. I've learned a lot from this good family in UTV racing.
Amazing family. They're good people, been around for a long time, help everybody out. One of those awesome people that are, that are the backbone of the UTV industry.
100%. They've spent so much time in the desert too. I think they're going to move up to the front as fast as possible. Going on what you guys were talking about Brandon Sims, I can guarantee him and Skylar Howe are not going to wait to pass the Matlocks. They're going to go as fast as they can, put some cars in front of them and get clear air.
Yeah, but it's always one of those things, is that, like the old story about being chased by the tiger.
Yep.
You don't want to run too fast so you gas out, but you don't want to run too slow that the tiger catches you. And it's hindsight is always, after you smash a wheel, you're like, gosh, why didn't I just slow down a little bit? And if I could just reverse time 10 seconds, please, I would do it. But at the end of the race, if you come up a couple minutes short, which we've seen this race come down to seconds.
Yep.
So that's why I tell people, seconds at the beginning is the same as seconds at the end.
You guys have probably seen the kid that jumped over the canal.
Yep.
Ruslan.
That's Ruslan right here. He's got Brooke Demon co-driving for her this race. It's going to be pretty cool to see how he does. He's been really fired up to go out racing lately.
Yeah, Ruslan, the kid can wheel. And I know that car James Hill and IMG built, and he put a lot of time and effort into that thing, and it's really, really quick.
That's got to hurt.
Different styles of driving for different guys.
Says, I'm going to come in and send it. Now I'm just going to roll that one.
That didn't work out so well. Let's not do that again.
I think he's picking his teeth back out of the dashboard at the moment.
Remember we're talking about that co-driver? I can't imagine how much he's yelling at him right now. What are you thinking? It's the first jump of the race.
Talking about that, co-drivers, we talked a lot about, co-drivers day and things like that. One of the ones we haven't keyed in on, we're going to see them coming up in one of the other UTV classes. This is one, Ricky, you know the family really well, but Jeremy McGrath is co-driving for his daughter, Rowan.
Yeah.
I caught up with him yesterday, but this is an interesting thing. Mr. Showtime said this is the first time he's ever co-driven in anything, and he's doing it with his daughter. So it's going to be quite the interesting story to watch.
Well, but Rowan's been doing a lot of the short course trophy carts and stuff like that, so she's familiar with it. And I talked with Jeremy, and he just loves the motivation because he doesn't have a son. He has 2 girls and he's got 2 daughters and no son.
Here's Cameron Steele on those 35s we were talking about. So that's his his King of the Hammers car. Alsip, who's a great builder, built that car for King of the Hammers. Cameron's adapted it to come here in the desert and run in the Unlimited class. He's got that new 35-inch prototype BFG on it.
Yeah, and I think one of the pioneers of doing those big cars those big tires and King of the Hammers cars transitioning into the desert stuff was Phil Blurton, who's not here with us this weekend, but winner last year, and now. Well, I guess he kind of opened the door for the guys in 2nd and 3rd last year, right? But it's cool to see that those UTVs are so versatile. They can race so many different races.
Well, and you gotta tip your hat to BFGoodrich on their development. They never rest. They don't come out with it. An engineer doesn't design it in a laboratory and they go, that's our tire. We've done so much testing with them, and bigger knobs, smaller knobs, compounds, sidewall flex, all the different things. As we're looking at the map, and you can go on there and you can check for yourself. Now remember that when you do look at the map, I'm changing subjects here. When you do look at the map, you got to make sure that you check when the timestamp is, because right here we see Wayne Matlock out in front, but you got to look and see how fast she's going, 59 miles an hour, and then we go back down to Kristen Matlock and we'll see where she's at and the speed that she's going, 49 miles an hour. but also the time is at 9:44. So it's not. So sometimes you might think your driver has passed somebody, but make sure that you check that timestamp.
Yeah, these trackers update at different times. So when you're watching the live tracker at home, and you can do that by heading down to the mint400.com and then go to live tracking, as we're looking now.
Dustin Jones.
That is Dustin Jones. Look at this guy fly.
Dustin is a big-time course reader. It's like, I've always told everybody this, Jim Beaver, it's like he has X-ray vision out there.
Well, what I love, Jim, is that he's not as a Vegas, Phoenix, or SoCal guy. And for him to do that well, and he's a Louisiana guy, but he comes out here and he completely rips.
Yeah. And now we got a glimpse here, our first trophy lights. And as you said, Ricky, this class, spec class, everyone is completely identical. This is truly a driver's class.
Absolutely, because of your momentum, you can see they're kind of narrow how they want a bicycle. They don't have huge tires. It's a very affordable class, and what's great about it, you can get it, you drive it. If you take care of it and prep it, more than likely you're either going to make money or not lose any money when you sell it, but a great vehicle to drive. George?
What engines do they have in this platform?
Little 4-cylinder crate motor, so it's great.
Everybody I think it's an Ecotec, correct?
Yeah, little Ecotec 4-banger, and so that you run it. It's got a little 3-speed transmission, so it's an automatic, and as I said, it's all about momentum. So for you to learn how to drive, if you're going to drive trophy trucks, you still got to carry the momentum. You watch guys like Rob McCacker, which we'll see him qualifying later today. He spent so much time in a Class 16 car, and that taught him how to not lose speed in the corners.
A lot of rolling speed.
Exactly. You want to keep it rolling forward, not side to side.
Man, those drone shots are so cool.
I'd like to take a moment right now and give my sentiments to Ronnie Lachine and the whole Lachine family. Dick Lachine, who started Maxima Oil, passed away yesterday. I grew up with Ronnie Lachine, and Dick was like a second father to me. Was a great man, an innovator, did drag racing, drag boats. As I said, he was one that started Maxima Racing Oil, so our hearts go out to the Lachine family and to an icon in motorsports, Dick Lachine. Rest in peace.
And still the action keys coming here at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Our current race leader out there in the front is Wayne Matlock in that brand new Polaris platform. 4-cylinder, closely followed by his wife, Christine. Good, where am I going today? Good
I don't know.
Grief.
Come on.
You haven't had your tea yet, Jim.
I haven't had my tea. That's the problem. We'll be fine.
We're going to switch him over to coffee over here. We're going to spice him up just a little bit. But here I think we're watching Josh Cobb as he starts to roll his way into the desert. And as I said, these things, you watch them. The finishing rate is almost 100%. I think the highest finishing rate has to be with the trophy lights. Wouldn't you say that, Jim Beaver?
Yeah, and they've got great pit support. And the whole trophy light program, it's funny because they're all racing against each other, but it's like one big family. They all help each other out. It's actually a really unique platform. As you said, you want to get into off-road racing, I'd say UTV and Trophy Light are probably two of the entry points that are phenomenal. I know Jason Cobb, who is now the owner of Trophy Light's done a phenomenal job. Son Josh, we've got a glimpse at. Here's a kid that's a wheelman. I mean, Josh has won a lot of races in various different classes, and somebody I'm really impressed with. And, at some point, he's going to springboard from Trophy Light into one of the bigger truck classes. I think he's going to be highly successful.
Well, and if you learn with this, we're going to talk about Bernard Steinman, who actually did the opposite, just jumped right into trophy trucks, but he's doing a phenomenal job. He's got the Herbst vehicle. We'll be talking about him when it comes to qualifying, but I think that a driver needs to learn how to drive with momentum and not a lot of horsepower to try to pull him out of trouble, because that, at the end of the day, that's going to make you a much better driver. The Trophy Light is a very, very good platform for you to get your teeth wet. But don't think we're cruising. You are racing 100% as we go out, and we're looking at, and there we see Bruce as he works his way through there. That's that geyser platform that you're talking about.
Look at it just dance. And I do want to correct what I said earlier. This is a Geyser Inc. car. There is actually a big difference between Geyser Brothers, who designed the Unlimited trucks and things like that, and then there's Geyser Inc. So it was my mistake. I can call it Geyser Brothers. This is Geyser Inc. Still same family. It's just a different division. But Bruce, I mean, look at that car just dance through those whoops. I mean, Those are big whoops. I mean, you and I have both been through this area,
Yeah.
Ricky. I mean, those are, good 3-foot whoops. To see a UTV do that, 5 years ago, there was no chance a UTV be doing
This is
that.
trophy truck stuff. And as we're watching Bruce, I think that was Bruce, but his son is going to be racing with him as well. So that's cool to see. I love so much about desert racing is the families. It's multiple generations, goes on and on, including we talked about the GOAT. Rob McCackman, his son is running last year when he won this championship.
What's the vibe like in the cab when you're with your son?
I have co-rode with Luke, and Luke has co-rode with me. And if you have good respect for each other, and that's the thing, when you get in that position, it's no longer father-son, it's teammate, best friend, coach. Because I listen to what Luke tells me, and he goes back and forth. So you have to respect the right seat.
One of my good friends, Adam Fitza, sounds like he's down with Tiffany.
Adam, how are you doing this morning, and what's the game plan?
We're doing great, man. Beautiful day out here in Las Vegas. A lot of updates to the car, so we're just gonna, cruise the first lap, see where we're at, step it up from there, and hopefully come home with the win.
And talking about this, the Mint 400 is all about attrition. What got you prepared for today? Was there any pre-running, not here obviously, but just to make sure things were dialed?
Yeah, obviously the race starts in the shop, so I think we got everything dialed, and we're gonna put it to the test here at the Mint 400.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. See you at the finish.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, I'm noticing one thing. Either he's getting out part way, or he's a very confident man that he's going to finish before dark because he's got that 10-inch shield. A little bit of a, I wouldn't be that pessimistic. I'm more of a clear shield guy in case something bad happens.
I talked to him yesterday. He is going to share driving duties.
Okay.
So it will be cool, though. That's a rally car that they're going to be driving. Fantastic team, fantastic operation. Used to be in Temecula, California, and now he's in Colorado.
Yeah, and he's spent a lot of time around off-road. Also races a unlimited spec truck, the OTSFF unlimited truck, spec truck. So he's been around and raced in a bunch of different classes. Does a lot of prep on vehicles. He's really knowledgeable, great driver.
Michael Mamelli in the UTV Pro Turbo here. He was cruising too, not quite as fast as Binquist, but cruising pretty good there. It's just amazing to me every time I see those shots to see how good the UTVs handle.
I like the way these guys are starting out. They're like, I don't know exactly what's on the other side of that jump, so I'm going to take her easy the first lap. So they've been probably watching some of the UTVs coming in there hot. Like, you know what, I want to make sure that I get around here. So here we're into the limited trucks, which they are, when I say limited, they're not racing tomorrow, but very strong, very fast, and that weight I think is going to help them, Jim Beaver, once we get into the big bumps like we talked about earlier.
100%. Good looking KMC truck there. It looks like some of the NA cars are already passing the 18-20 mile mark, so they're getting into the different sections of the course back there.
Looks like we've got Bynum Lovell standing by with Tiffany Stone.
We've come full circle. I've known you since you were a little one during short course racing, and obviously your dad was out there, but now you're here in the driver's seat. A little birdie told me that you pretty much built all of this. You've got your Uncle Roger right next to you. It's so good to see the Lovell family back out here.
Yeah, it's great. My dad had a little mishap in the desert. He destroyed the entire car, and got it back together, and we're out here having some fun.
And talking about that, obviously the Lovell family is deep into AMSOIL, of course, and then racing in general. What made you want to do this one in particular, obviously knowing your dad's done many forms of racing?
Well, I just love the desert, and it just seems like a great race. It's 3 laps, so the 3 of us can get in, my brother and my cousin, so we can have some equal time in the car, and it's a great race to fit in.
And talking about that, we all know that the desert is very unforgiving, but you got a great co-driver over there. It's always a blast to talk to you guys. Best of luck. See you at the finish. I know your dad's going to be super proud of you today. Best of luck. Back up to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiffany. Always good to hear from people on the grid just before they get starting. Now we've had the leaders now leaving the lot, or the cars leaving the line for nearly an hour. It's amazing how many vehicles we have racing here this weekend.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at these corners. Look at the ruts starting to form here, and as the more limited classes go off and then drivers start hitting lap 2 and lap 3, you're going to have to start watching this infield because it's going to be really easy to tip a car up on its side with these ruts.
And this is the easy part of the track, right? It's cool to see that that the whole family vibe, man. I love seeing that because that's what the racing is all about, right? We want to go out there and win, but that's what most of these people are coming out to do with their family and spend time with their friends, and everybody comes out, man. Even saw grandma, grandpa, everybody yesterday.
Well, and I think Kurt LeDuc said it best, even at the top level of Trophy, is that he called us frenemies.
Yep. Well, and you and I both know we're all enemies on course, but then, you know, as soon as it's over, we're all having a beer together and having a good time and sharing war stories.
Exactly. Well, it's one of those things like a sibling rivalry. You know, I can mess with them, but if you mess with them, you're messing with me too, and that's the way that this family is. We look out for each other when we're down in Mexico. We look out for each other here, but when we're on the track, we'll hit you as hard as we can, as long as it's legal. George?
One of my good friends, Pleasant Cook, is down there with Tiffany, aka 4x4 Barbie.
Short course girl coming out, showing the desert kind of what's up. The Mint was just a short amount of time ago because we pushed it back to December. In those few short weeks, what have you learned?
I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about this car. We, of course, finished it in the last couple weeks, and pretty excited to come out here and see how it does, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun day.
And talking about that, obviously you've got a great co-driver with you. It's a communications type of thing. And talking about that, Rugged Radios has hooked you guys up to make sure that everything is dialed. For you as a driver, how important is it to have great communication with your co-driver?
Oh, it's extremely important. Just talking, just to kind of keep the nerves down and stuff. And of course, I'm kind of tunnel vision watching the track and stuff. And so he can tell me, hey, there's a turn coming up, you need to be hitting the brakes, or you can go a little faster around this corner. It's probably one of the most important things about racing is just making sure you can hear the person with you at all times.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. I'll see you at the finish. So good to see you out here.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiffany. It's always good to hear from these people. Now, here we are, live out on the race course. Just look at these images. Aren't they absolutely fantastic?
Look at what we were talking about. Ricky and I were talking about the breeze. See how the dust is blowing off? These drivers are running a lot quicker than they normally would be. The guy behind the leader there, they'd be stuck in the dust. They wouldn't be able to see anything. Right now, they're actually able to push.
And they can get up to roughly about 5 seconds right behind the guy in front of them. So if you start every minute, or if you're 30 seconds behind, you can see this driver, how he or she is in complete clear air, and that's going to make a very, very fast race. So I was projecting for some of the NA cars, about a 35-mile-an-hour average. I think we're going to see a way, way, way faster than that, honestly.
Absolutely, and I'm watching my live tracker here, and I can see that Wayne and Christian are still out there out in front, and then it's Brandon Sims behind. But the man who's charging at the moment is Dustin Battleaxe Jones. He's made his way from 9th to 4th position.
Oh man, anybody that plays with alligators in his free time, I think he's a little off, right? And I mean that in the best way. Dustin Jones, there is absolutely no fear in this guy. He's going to push, he's going to push, he's going to push. He's one of those guys. He's here to win. Second place is a loser for him. He wants to take it all home.
Yeah, and we're just seeing here, these are our race leaders on our tracker. You can pick this tracker up if you go over to the www.mint400.com. Go to live scoring, then live tracking. And you can see this all yourself. On the left-hand side, you can also find tabs, so you can put your driver's name and find the driver that you're following. So we're here at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We're going to fly out to a short commercial break, and we'll be back with the action very soon.
Many people preach that growth happens when you reach the edge of your comfort zone. We disagree. We think growth happens much further out than that. Introducing BFGoodrich On Trail, an app that integrates exploration into everyday living. It features continuously updated trail data from a network of other off-roaders that includes missions, rewards, and more. Find trails you never knew existed and discover a community you never thought you'd meet. All by seizing the opportunity to see what lies beyond the next bend. Because the only true way to test yourself is to push the map past its furthest edge. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, we know how important it is for your car to look sharp and run well. And we're here to make that as simple as possible. Get all the parts, accessories, and tools you'll need for your next project delivered right to your doorstep. Just place your order online and leave the rest to us. You'll have everything you need at your door with free shipping the very next day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory,
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Good lad. No, nor do I.
And see,
Okay, and welcome back to the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. The action still keeps on coming. For over an hour now, we've been having cars leaving the line, and there's more still to come.
Well, let's talk about the classes. We have 35 unlimited UTVs, 21 normally aspirated, 2 Class 5 vehicles, which we're going to talk about them in a little bit. Troy Grabowski, that Grabowski family has been on a tear when it comes to Class 5, as well as his older brother has been doing great in the trophy truck spec class, or the limited trophy truck class. But yeah, so many vehicles here today. We got 10, 14, 50 vehicles. We got 11 rally vehicles. So a lot of different classes. So we don't see, not everybody's racing against each other. There's races inside the race. George?
I just got to take a step outside of the booth for a second, and I heard about, 10 or 15 Class 11 cars just winding it up out there on the starting line, man. Those guys are fired up, ready to go.
So give me a definition. I know, but I want the people to know, what is a Class 11?
A Class 11 is, well, and I can be educated on this too, but a Class 11 is a Volkswagen Bug.
Yep.
And,
Herbie the Love Bug, man.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the, or if not the most fun class to watch out there.
Well, they can do chassis supports and stuff like that, but it's single shock per corner. It's not their travel is very limited and stuff. It's not like we're watching this UTV as it rolls through the suspension. It is not going to be going. I'm saying not even a third of that speed. Would you say, Jim Beaver?
Yeah, not even a third of that speed. They got to do 3 laps. That's what's crazy. They're gonna have to pace themselves.
That's some pretty good timing through there. I can't see the number on the side of that car. It looks like it might be that Holden Heightrider or somebody like that. But that was a really good rhythm and a really good speed to be taking that car.
But look at the course. Yesterday we had 50-mile-an-hour winds, and you see a lot of the whoops. You see the light sand inside the dark sand. So it has actually evened out the whoops quite a bit, making the course a lot smoother. But as the guys go, they're going to start pushing dirt, and those whoops are going to get bigger and bigger as we go on.
So it looks like now we got the UTV Rally Class. This is one of the YXEs that just took off here. Again, Jim, this is one of the platforms that's not as good in the desert, but still, they're going to have a good time. A really reliable vehicle.
This is Razor Dobbs here in the Yamaha, and I know Razor a little bit. He's quite an entertaining character if you've ever had the chance to meet him. Does some stuff on YouTube, things like that, but great to see him out here.
This is one of my favorite classes, the Rally Class. I think it's so cool because it's an entry-level class. Like Ricky was saying earlier, you can go out and you can finance a side-by-side, run some safety equipment, get out there. But these guys still, some of the top dogs haul the mail.
Well, and even though it's a rally class, you still have to do a certified cage.
Yep.
You have to make it safe, okay? But they still don't spend, because some of these vehicles, as we were watching, the Geyser, Bruce's vehicle and the Geyser, they're up into a couple $100,000 into these side by sides. So just because they look like what you buy off the showroom floor, there's a lot of money that's put into these vehicles.
Yeah, and I know the rally class. I mean, we talked about Jackologist earlier. I mean, he's been ridiculously fast. James Hill. I mean, we've seen some cars in the rally class push into the overall picture at times. So you know what I mean? They're no slouches.
100%. James Hill is a good friend of mine. It's really cool to see that drivers can actually do that. Some of the guys that have lower budgets or less sponsors will actually take themselves from the Pro Turbo class and move into the rally class because it evens the playing field a little bit.
Well, and one of the things that people don't realize, they think that you watch a lot of the Instagram and the different stuff. People go to Barstow, and then you see them hammering through Barstow, Maine, and how fast can I go through these whoops and stuff like that. Back when I was a teammate with Bryce Menzies, the big jump that he made in trophy truck racing was when he took it down to one of the events down in Glamis on Thanksgiving, put paddles on the car, and went and played in his vehicle. So if you're going to race, you don't just always want to hammer it. You need to have the vehicle dynamics, know its awareness and all the different stuff. And when Bryce took that vehicle down there, all of a sudden it wasn't a big intimidating trophy truck. It was more of a toy, and that's one of the things that you see with this rally class. You can go out and play with it, take it to the dunes, put some paddles on it, go rock crawling, go have fun with it. It's a multi-dimensional vehicle, but it also creates a better driver at the end of the day, because you're not just one-dimensional. As we go through Beer Bottle Pass, if there's a bottleneck, you might have to do some rock crawling.
Yeah, 100%. That actually brings up a good point, Ricky, is there's a lot of the guys out there that are learning to be slower behind the wheel, have less gesture on the steering wheel, use their feet more, different driving capabilities just coming from UTVs, even if they do want to make it up to a trophy truck.
Exactly, because it's all the same. You're a wheelman, and that's the thing that, like I said, we were talking about Davey Jones, who's out here. You got guys from all different backgrounds and stuff. And as we watching on the thing, we see Wayne Matlock, and we see Kristen Matlock is right, and then Brandon Sims is right behind them. So we could throw a blanket over the top three vehicles when it comes to the physical lead. But once again, remember, we have to go by corrected time, and so if we go by corrected time, there's a good chance that Brandon Sims is leading on corrected time.
Right.
But Wayne Matlock is definitely ahead of Kristen because they started side by side.
And we're just at the beginning of the races. We've been getting text messages coming in from Maddie Wedeking has actually started 25th, and now she's already up to 15th, so she's passed 10 drivers. So a lot of these drivers that are starting from the back, I think, are going to be working their way to the front, and guys other than that are still going to be just kind of biding their time. Maybe they're going to come into it a little bit further into the race and hammer down a little bit more. Cool to see that these drivers are giving us information too.
Yeah, it's awesome. It looks like Adam Fitza there, who Tiffany Stone spoke with earlier. Now he's going off the line. It's a very well put together vehicle. I think he's going to be competing for the win in this class at the end of the day.
I can agree with that for sure. And some of the things that we were talking about people just getting into racing, Adam operates his own race program and also helps with a trophy truck spec program. Does it all out of his garage in Colorado. It's really cool to see that he can get out there racing and help out with his team.
Oh, and it's great to see companies like Motul, who's known for a lot of other stuff and over in Europe, and also big in the motorcycle industry, also throwing some support here. So it's great to see the other brands coming from other racing series to see how important off-road racing is, because the UTVs and the 4x and the Jeeps and all that different stuff, that is such a huge market right now. If you look at Ford and Chevy and Chrysler, everybody, that's their focus is more off-road in that kind of stuff, trucks and Jeeps, than it is street cars.
Well, I think, you hate to bring this up, but the pandemic, when that happened, everybody shifted to going to outdoors.
Yep.
And I think, recreational vehicles, UTVs and Jeeps, the new Bronco, Raptors, things like that, RVs, dirt bikes. Everybody wanted to get out and go and adventure. And I think now that we've kind of come out of the pandemic, people are still enjoying that. It kind of reignited something in people that they forgot was there, and I think now you're seeing all these off-road vehicles. People just want to get out and have some fun.
And we talked to him earlier. This is Bayman level. You can see he's got the four-seater like you talked about. Now you can take out the back seat, put in a big fuel cell, and let him go. So Bayman is going to be running in that, and is once again another generation of levels. They've been short course champions, King of the Hammers champions, Pro 2 champions. It goes on and on. So it's great to see multiple generations coming out here and having a good time. So we have Tiffany with Jake Williams down there letting us know what's happening on the start line. Tiff?
John, it's so good to see you out here. You are actually doing a lot of R&D for this new thing that BFGoodrich is putting out called Active Air. Walk me through all of that.
Yes, we are. So BFGoodrich has a new company out called Active Air. It's central tire inflation. If you look over here, I've got the ability to have pre-programmed up to 12 different PSIs, front and rear independent. I can just hit a button based off the terrain and get a better contact patch, have the right air pressure to give me the performance that I'm looking for out here.
And talking about that, how quickly does something like that work? Say you're looking at the terrain, maybe 100 yards in front of you, and something's going to change. When you push that button, how much time does it take to actually activate?
It starts activating as soon as I push the button. It'll drop about 23 pounds of air in all four tires in 45 seconds. So subtle changes out here happen very fast. Air up and air down.
Well, as somebody who also has a Jeep that goes rock crawling, being able to air down in 45 seconds saves you a lot of time, as anybody knows, when you're out on the trailhead. So best of luck. Good to see you out there. I want to pick your brain, though, after this and see how all of those components work so well out here. The Mint 400 is unforgiving. You're doing some great research out here. Best of luck to you. Back up to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiff. It's always good to get information from the start line. I love all of this innovation that comes through with the off-road racing and how people are building new ideas and putting things together. But let's cut back to our map here and have a look at our current race leaders. Right, so still leading, and he's been leading right from the very start. We're just going to highlight him here any moment, and there is Wayne Matlock. And just behind him, it is, of course, his wife, Kirsten Matlock, who's doing ever so well out there. Both of those in the Turbo Pro R. Just behind them is Brandon Sims, who's putting together an incredible race. But then it gets really quite exciting as we just drop back a little bit further.
Well, looks like we got Joe Torreira there, making his presence known, sitting there in the 4th spot. But, we got both the Matlocks and Sims. One of the key areas on this course is going to be the spectator area up there. Spectator area number 2. It's called the Quarry. It's very tight, twisty, technical, gets very dusty in there. But the biggest thing is massive boulders all over the quarry. You're going to see a lot of drivers cut tires in there. This is going to be one of the key focal points here on lap number 1.
We're going to have to pay attention to Brandon Sims and Dustin Jones' gap for the next probably, I think, 30 or 40 miles here, because he's going to want to close that up and make sure that he gets as close as possible.
Yeah, another good story that's coming through there is Sierra Romo. She's absolutely flying, has made her way right up into the sort of top 6. So we'll be keeping an eye on that story as it breaks as well, as we get more live action.
Well, one of the cool things about this course is the way it loops back and forth. If you're out of someone's dust, when you do that turn, you can look across because it's less than a mile and the drivers can see over there, and then that way they can see themselves around.
Looks like we got Rowan McGrath with Jeremy McGrath co-driving there, going off the line. See her work her way through these ruts, and I know, talking with McGrath yesterday, and Rowan said, this is a long race, my first desert race. I'm going to learn a lot. I just want to settle in and kind of find our pace and find our way, and and just work our way through.
Yes.
And if you're wondering, that's not a remote control. Rowan is that small. She can barely see over the dash. So Jeremy's definitely giving her a right to the left, but it's an unbelievable time to be out there racing with your daughter.
So some of the viewers that might not know anything about dirt bike racing, Jeremy McGrath is a 7-time Supercross racing champion. It's pretty cool to see him I don't know, passing the torch, so to speak?
Well, and Jeremy, obviously the king of Supercross. He won 7 championships and just annihilated the win record. But he also came back and he was very successful in short course, a short course champion in Pro 2. And that's where the love of off-road for Rowan got introduced, because she was doing trophy karts, and so she's been around. She's been driving go-karts, short course, and so now she's branching off into the desert. And I'm really interested to see what kind of emotion she has after this long race, because there's so much that's going on out there. You can't express it all.
Yeah, and talking with her yesterday, there was a little bit of nerves. I mean, this is her first desert race. The girls raced a ton of stuff in short course, but first real desert race. And I think Jeremy, there's some nerves from him too, and you don't see Jeremy nervous very often. But he goes, at least with short course and Supercross, he goes, things were controlled. I knew what the corners looked like. He goes, desert racing's something new for me. Yeah. And he goes, I've never done it. And he goes, it's kind of nerve-wracking to go into something and not know what to expect.
Well, but to me, because I came from a Supercross, motocross background as well, but I think what used to scare me and what scares Jeremy is the unknown, and because you know what you're going to jump, you know what you're not going to jump. The race is the worry. But when it comes to desert racing, and Walker Evans said it best in Dust to Glory, you're racing against time itself, and you're out there being just to be the best that you can be, and you don't know how fast you need to go or how slow you need to go until the race is over. You either went too fast or you went too slow and you got beat.
So that actually brings up a good point, Ricky. Is like I grew up doing dirt bikes and short course as well. There's a massive difference in the platform, the racing things that you can do with any of these vehicles. You can do short course racing or desert racing. Today we're doing desert racing. Yep. What's the biggest difference?
Well, the vehicles are higher. They got more what they call up travel. If you go to a short course, they have the vehicle squatted down, roughly 9 inches of ground travel, smaller tires. You need to have very high corner speeds, where here in the desert with the big bumps that we've seen back and forth, you got to make sure you have that up travel so that you can carry the speed down the straightaways and not be on the chassis the whole time. So you set your vehicles up completely different. This one you wanted to have it stretched out, not quite as much like a rock crawler,
right?
But you do want to make sure that you have some up travel, but you got to make sure that it's just low enough to where you can get through the corners as well.
Well, since I'm a big UTV guy, what classes do we have on course now, Jim?
Well, right now it looks like we got some of our door slammers, right?
It looks that way. That's I think that's Charger Jones.
Yeah, that was 71.
Yep.
71 class.
Well, and we want to talk about that because Dirt Designs is putting up over $5,000 in both the 1450 and Class 2000.
Serapis Brothers, it looks like, I think Brett is the one that's wheeling right now in the KMC car. Man, this car is insanely fast going down some of these straightaways.
Well, and they've...
I mean, look at that picture.
Well, we got to talk a little bit about this car. This isn't just a Can-Am. This is a Doug Fortin built Can-Am.
Right.
Anybody that knows off-road knows Fortin. I mean, they're legendary in Baja. I mean, Doug's done some short course stuff in Pro 4. I mean, he looked at this platform. He goes, you know what? I think I can perfect the Can-Am platform, and that's what Doug Fortin did. So, I think, knowing what this car is, it's got some tech and some stuff, underneath the skin that's pretty next level.
Yeah.
Well, and Fortin Transmissions, if you don't know, they build sequential boxes, and they do a lot of some of the transaxles and everything. And Doug Sr. is he's like a mad scientist when it comes to this. So Doug Jr. is going to get more throughout the car, not just chassis design, but also how the gears are run, how everything is done through the transactions and all that.
And let's talk about the drivers as well, because you talked about family. Steve Serapis, very, very good driver, passing the torch to his boys.
Well, yeah, and I had the fortunate, I don't know if it's as good or bad, but I got second to Steve Serapis in the Mint 400 a long time ago. I ran a Class 10 car, and we went back and forth, and he edged me out. But Steve at that time was so dominant in Class 10, so I was actually I was honored to be racing with him. So that was when it was on the north side of town. It had 400-mile loops, and Steve was one of the tears in 10.
I was going to say, I think Steve Serapis, correct me if I'm wrong, Ricky, but I think he's the only driver to ever overhaul the Baja 1000 in the Class 10.
Yes, I mean they had such a good program, and they were running so strong. So
looks like the wife passed the husband now. Kristen Matlock just looks like she moved by Wayne Matlock. What section of the track are we in here?
So we're in the quarry, what I talked about. So we're getting into this spectator area number 2. It's also called the quarry. You wind your way around, and it's actually really tight. It's about 4 or 5 miles of trails, but it's all just back to back. There's boulders, rocks, all kinds of stuff all over.
But I think something is up with Wayne Matlock because he was pulled off to the side and waited for Kristen to go by. So hopefully there's not a problem with that. We'll see when he comes in through the remote pits if he stops. But it looked like Wayne Matlock has pulled over to let Kristen get out in front.
Yeah, you can see Wayne's just falling off the pace there. There's something going on, and I really don't know. Maybe he's letting it breathe. Maybe he's got some heating problems, something like that. I don't know.
Well, these cars are still a pretty new platform. I mean, you got to give them credit for being able to go out there and do this. Wayne completed the Baja 1000 already in that vehicle, and it's still really important for them to develop these vehicles.
Okay, now this is interesting. We see the Matlocks there, but who's this just behind them? Is that Brandon Sims?
Yes.
I think it is.
Closing the gap. Completely different platform too, with the Turbo R and the Pro R. The Pro R has a 4-cylinder, and the Turbo R is a 2-cylinder with the turbo, obviously.
Yeah, and also somewhere just behind Brandon is Joe Torreira, who's having an absolutely fantastic race. Now, I've been looking for the Serapis brothers on our tracker, and I cannot find them. So it looks like they might have a tracker issue. It looks like we just saw them on live footage, so it looks like they're going strong. If we can get their tracker sorted out, we will come back with you with more info as soon as we can. But look at this young lady go.
As we're watching Kristen Matlock as she navigates her way down, you can see how well the suspension works on that. With the shocks, with the compression, the rebound, everything is balanced just right. But we have Tiffany down in the pits with, I'm sorry. All right, so I apologize with that. Tiffany's with Brady McDonald as we're watching Kristen Matlock and Wayne Matlock right behind her, and just in their dust is Brandon Sims. So a very, very tight race here at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. But Tiffany, what do we have?
Now, this is an amazing off-road vehicle. I just had a chance to talk to you about it. Give me a little bit of rundown on this.
My dad built it in 1975, raced it up till the mid to late 90s, and me and my little brother got it out of the junkyard and rebuilt it a few years back. I think this is our 5th or 6th Mint 400. This is the only race we race a year, but we have a lot of fun with it.
And talking about that, sir, how tall are you? I can see, I mean, this is a very, very tiny little area in here.
Yeah, I'm about 6'5". It's not the most room, but it's a lot of fun.
Not the most room, but a lot of fun. So what brings you back every single year, and what made you want to bring this out of, like you said, out of storage, get it back together, do your dad proud?
Yeah, you know, it's just a family thing. We all come out here, enjoy the week. We don't take it too serious. We just have a lot of fun. We switch out drivers every pit, and just make it fun. It's something our family does together every year and brings back a lot of good memories.
Well, sir, if you're looking to adopt another person to join this and swap out at the pits, let me know, okay?
All right, thanks a lot.
Awesome. This is an amazing vehicle, a lot of history. It's great to see some families, generation after generation, coming through for the Mint 400. Back up to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiff. It's always great to get the news from that, from the starting line. And the Mint 400 has so much history. You look back over the years, you see how many wonderful people have raced it, the cars that have raced it, the innovation, and the innovation still continues today. I mean, looking at these vehicles, we're focusing very much so on the UTVs, but they really do deserve their place right at the front of this race.
I think we're going to see a lot of that same lineage come through the next probably 10 years with the UTV class. It's really cool to see. I mean, there's absolutely no way that some of these cars or some of these UTVs could have gone as fast as we just saw Chris and Matlock going 5 years ago. I mean, the vehicles are insanely good now.
So next year we'll sign up Jim Beaver and George with a stock Rhino from 1995.
I'll do it when they have a vintage class for UTVs.
There you go. There you go.
Vintage UTV. They'll have the Honda Odysseys out there and some Rhinos. And
can you schedule me and Jim a kidney transplant afterwards too?
Exactly. But watching these vehicles and how the innovation is just year after year, they're getting faster and faster. If we're watching Brandon Sims as he works his way. Now that's not the new vehicle, but that's the old school turbo. I'm going to say old school turbo.
Completely different sections of the course, but you can see the difference in vehicle. Right?
That's Brady McDonnell, who has just been talking to Tiffany there, picking his way out on the course, and he's in for a long day at the office.
But Tiffany did sound like she wanted to jump in there, man, have some fun.
Until you're in.
Yeah. That's a car you go and you have fun for a mile in. I don't want to go and have fun for 400 miles in it.
Well, that's like watching a UFC fight or big wave surfing. Like, that would be fun if I knew I wasn't going to die.
One of the things that I just noticed on course watching Brandon Sims in the race portion of your screen here is that those whoops look like they're, I don't want to say really uneven, I don't know what, but there's like the 10th one that he hit was I don't know, 3 times the size of the ones that he hit before. What's the terrain like out there that the drivers are approaching?
Well, right now, those bumps, as we're watching Brandon Sims on the screen on the right, those bumps are roughly 3, in some cases, to 4 feet high. Where you watch, he'll get a rhythm going and they're about 2 foot. They can handle it, but once they get over that, then they max out their travel and they try to skip from bump to bump to bump. So it's a lot. Sometimes it's a little bit short course. With these vehicles, the bumps are so big, you jump a couple, you skip across the top, you're mixing your driving up. You're not just like a trophy truck where you're just hammered down with 40-inch tires.
I'd definitely like to see some of the differences throughout the day. Brandon Sims is an insanely smooth driver. You can see his car control. You can see the way he goes through the corners, like you said, Ricky, earlier, with rolling speed. He's obviously even got really good momentum and rolling speed through the straightaways as well, and he's not really smashing the car.
Well, when you say that, that's a good point, is watch the nose. Notice how you rarely ever see it hammer down and just slam it from using the brakes. Now, as we're going through the Fox Proving Ground, you saw the flags there, but watch how he keeps the vehicle very neutral, very floaty. He rolls on the gas. He's on the gas very hard, quite a bit, to be that far up and that fast, but you notice that he's looking far enough ahead, and so he's not slamming on the brakes, being surprised all the time. One of the guys that works with us has a saying, with distance comes comfort. The further out you look, the more comfortable you are.
Yeah, and pedaling the car, managing it, right?
Exactly.
You can see the guys that have done their homework too. A guy like Sims, as you talked about, every 10th one is staggered. You can anybody can get on top of the whoops. But the thing is you want a car that when it gets up on top of the whoops and that one random bump is thrown in and it upsets the car comes back and collects itself. And that's where you get into trouble as a driver, is when you're in a car that doesn't work, it gets upset, and then that's when you see somebody get into trouble.
Now, speaking of legends, this is Dan Hendo Henderson. And if you've ever watched him, this guy's got a right hand on him, so evidently he's got a right foot too, because he wants to go driving. But Dan Hendo Henderson is out there racing, and it's awesome to see him come out and jump into a cage.
A lot of MMA guys liking this off-road action.
Yep. So as we said, we saw Cowboy Cerrone out there. I want to throw a shout out to my buddy Chris Brennan, West Side Strangler, who's like, what the heck? I've been doing, he used to race quads and stuff like that. He wants to get out here as well. So it's great to see cross-pollination from the different sports. And with us being in Vegas and obviously the home of the UFC, it's good to see these guys coming out and driving.
We're in the Fox Proving Grounds now, getting a glimpse there. It's a really rough technical area. And the biggest thing is, it's going to be interesting to see, Ricky, is, all the bumps now, we raced here 3 months ago. Obviously, I haven't had a lot of weather in the area. Back here for this iteration of the Mint 400. And, all the bumps now, we're going the opposite way over them, like Fox Proving Grounds. Right. Everything's the different direction. So that changes how the cars react over those same whoops.
Because it's like going upstairs or going downstairs. When we used to race at Carlsbad and they would run the track backwards, you could kind of step down because they're not cupped out. Here we see one of the Hall brothers out there in that Chevy. That's a complete production vehicle. It has done, I don't know, countless races, and they prep it each time, obviously. But this vehicle, the ZR2, has been such a workhorse for them, and it's great to see manufacturer like Chevrolet. But to get back and finish your thought, Jim, is that once you race on it, each time a tire hits and it's spinning, it does that bop, bop, like that. It's chipping away, and it makes the face much, much steeper. You know, and I know, if you go towards San Felipe from Zoo Road, it's a completely different way as you're heading to Zoo Road outside of San Felipe. So it's a much more pleasant racetrack if you're running on it backwards. As I said, we're watching Sean Berryman, but also you see Austin Hall and Nick Holmer, and a lot of it's great, once again, to see manufacturer participation. Bronco came out very strong at King of the Hammers. Obviously, this vehicle has been raced so many different races. As we're watching the Hall brothers in the ZR2, Robert Johnson is down with Tiffany down on the starting line. Tiff?
Robert, it's so good to finally chat with you. I've heard some great things. You've got Jaden as your co-driver over here. How's it feel to be in this, racing the Mint 400?
Oh, no, it's awesome. Just everything here, Martelli's, the Mint, the legacy of the race, Class 11. I got Jaden on board. He's brought a lot of energy to the team, so we're looking for a podium. We're looking for a win.
And talking about that, obviously you're in the Rugged Radio's bug right now, which means you guys are all about communication and being able to have great communication between you and Jaden. What have you guys learned to be able to make sure that you guys both stay calm and finish this race?
Just working together as a team. Communications are the biggest part, and nobody does it better than Rugged.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. It's exciting to see you guys out here. Can't wait to see where you guys finish and see those checkered flags at the end. Yep. Back up to you guys.
Okay, and thank you very much, Tiffany. Robert Johnson there in the Class 11s. The Class 11s are one of our favourite classes here, and we're getting close now to the last of our 182 runners and riders getting out on course at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We're going to cut out for a short commercial break, but we'll be back with more action very soon. The 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400 live stream is brought to you by JL Audio, subwoofers, amps, home theatre, and a pioneer of the car audio industry. Raceline Wheels, a market leader in the design and manufacture of off-road racing wheels. Jimco, the best in racing and fabrication parts for the off-road race vehicles. Craft House, the official craft beer of the Mint 400. Assault Industries, the official trophy manufacturer of the Mint 400. Okay, and welcome back to the 2022 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. And check this out, ladies and gentlemen, on the start line right now, it's the buggies. It is the bugs themselves, the Class 11s. I love this class so much.
14 Class 11s. The resurgence from this has been unbelievable, and the pace, because it used to be, well, we'll just try to finish, and as you just heard that last driver talk about, he's looking for a podium, he's looking for a win. These guys are serious, and they hammer down. The guys from Baja Beef Jerky are going to have multiple cars. They've kind of threatened me with Larry Rosser says you need to come run a race with us. So watch how hard these guys will go. Now imagine it is a stock bug. You can see the bumpers doing a little bit of
does that mean you got the cojones to go out in a Class 11?
I'll do it. I'll give it a go because it's technique. You got to be smooth. You got to know how not to overdrive it, but also you better be willing to take a beating because it is going to hammer you all day long because the up travel is about, what would you say, Jim Beaver, 5 inches?
Yeah, maybe 6 on a good day.
Well, anybody here who watches King of the Hammers will know these guys. This is Josh Atterbury. We're used to seeing him in the stock class vehicles at King of the Hammers, and it's great to see him here in a Class 11. Decided to pick it up. Sponsored, of course, by Falcon, and it's great to see him out here.
So I got this idea. You know, you're talking about, you just said, hey, I'd run a Class 11. Well, Larry Rosser ran one at King of the Hammers. So I'm thinking we need to get you, Rossler, McGrath, you know, Johnny Campbell, get all the old bike guys and throw you guys in Class 11s and just watch you guys have chaos.
Well, then, because so the Baja Beef Jerky guys want to do the different colors. You got the yellow, you got the picante, you got, talk about holy cow.
With he got an extra half inch of travel there, Ricky.
And he's still running. He's still running, but now the second guy's gonna set it.
So I do have a Class 11 story. So my dad raced Class 8 for years back in the day, and he says one of the funniest Class 11 stories is they were running Mexicali, and he says there was this big sand dune, and he goes, all the Class 8s were stuck on the sand dune. He says this Class 11 guy got to the sand dune.
Oh my God!
He goes, turns around, reverses up the sand dune in his Class 11, gets to the top, toots hits his horn and drives off the other side. He goes, now we got all these 800 horsepower trucks buried. Class 11 does the sand dune in reverse.
Well, now, but check out the lights. They were facing forward. All of them are facing down. I don't know why he has so much light on that vehicle. He's got 5 lights. You think he's going to be going 120 miles an hour.
The best part about it is that all these guys are out there to have fun.
But that's who we talked to. That is 11:10 of Robert Johnston. Remember, he said, I'm going for a podium, so let's watch everybody else. See, they're afraid
Another
to
sender.
So this is, do you want the whole shot or do you want to bury the front end of your car? It's one of those things.
Well, my dad used to tell me there's 3 things that's going to get your picture in the thing. First is winning the race. Second is the whole shot and the biggest crash. So try to focus on the first one.
Blake Wilkie sliding up the inside.
Yeah, now Blake's not going to be running every race. In fact, I don't think he's in the car. I think he's actually getting in for the 2nd or the 3rd lap.
Oh, that's right, because he has to do qualifying in the trophy bug.
Yeah.
Which when you guys see that, so if you ever get a chance to watch Wilkie, he's quite shreddy. So now we're going to take another look and watch. The first thing to hit is the bumper.
Closely followed by your teeth on the dashboard.
Ouch.
Now, Blake Wilkie's this vehicle actually won the Class 11 showdown at King of the Hammers only a few short weeks ago.
You know, watch the driver. We got that footage. You watch the steering wheel. Look at them seesawing on that wheel. I mean, they are driving these cars. There is not an easy finesse about this. These guys are really wheeling these things.
Well, and you have to focus on so much because you have that small, narrow tire. So if there's a 10-inch rock, you don't have that much clearance. You got to go around it. So not like a trophy truck where I'm just going to straddle that and keep moving forward. You're constantly micromanaging and then trying to find the least amount of resistance. As we talked about the guys from Baja Beef Jerky, here's one of their entries. That is Josh Felix in the 1145. We are up to 170 cars are off the line at this point. We have 182 but when we're all done, but right there, that is Josh Felix in the Class 11 Baja Jerky. If you guys have not had Baja Beef Jerky, check it out. Very, very good stuff. Great protein. If you're pre-running, I always have a couple bags in the car with me. I don't know about you, Jim, but sometimes it's nice to have something that'll sustain with you because you might get stuck in the desert.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you got to talk about these Baja Jerky guys. I mean, they've been really blowing up. Last year I had to go to Sturgis, and all of a sudden I go around the corner, here's a Baja Jerky, stand at Sturgis, and I go, these guys are really countrywide, really expanding the brand. And the cool thing is that they've used off-road to do it, and I think that's something that's really awesome to see a brand grow like they have, but using the off-road is kind of their footprint.
The same thing with the guys from Heat Wave Sunglasses and stuff. They've done a great job with promoting, George, that's a brand that a lot of the people in off-road have been looking at.
100%. I think the Class 11 guys and the UTV guys give a whole different outlook to the sport of off-road as well. So there's a lot of non-endemics that have been coming in, like we talked about, with sponsorships from like Budweiser and things like that. So it's pretty cool to be able to see.
Well, I just got a text that in Class 11, Tim Morton looks like he might be in, or his wife might be in there as well. But this Class 11 has got, you're talking about bringing in legends from the past. Tim Morton, who's done so much in off-road. He's also got Baja Bound Tours down there. So another off-road legend out in Class 11.
Indeed, and while the Class 11s are leaving the line, there is news from the front of this race. Kristen Matlock, of course, we saw take the race earlier. And now Brandon Sims has made his way up to 2nd place, overtaking Wayne.
So there's got to be something going on with Wayne because for him, for one, it's his teammate and his wife, but didn't want to just like hold her up in the dust. He pulled over to the side, let her get by, and so something is not right when it comes to Wayne Matlock.
Yeah, it looks like Wayne's about to be passed by Joe Torreira as well now, and then just behind them is Dustin Jones.
There we see Kristen Matlock, and right behind her is Sims. And once again, the Brandon Sims, that you could throw a blanket over them. But remember, you have to look at when the time frame was. And there we see Joe Torreira back a little ways, but this race is a long way. George, one lap at the mid-400 does not constitute a race.
No, not at all. I mean, these guys are gonna have to at least think about the end of the race for a little bit. I know everybody wants to come out firing. This is pretty much the biggest race of the year for these guys to start out. A lot of these guys are, doing best in the desert and stuff, but this one holds a lot of weight in their whole 2022 program. So what did they say, Ricky? To finish first you must finish?
First must finish. And here we got Troy Grabowski. Now this, I hold this near and dear to my heart because with another company that I work with Jeff Benrud, is American Off-Road, and we wrote the training program. This is the General Dynamics Flyer. It's the GMV 1.1. So there's 3 people in the front, 2 in the back, twin turbo diesel, and these vehicles, that's what's over supporting our troops. So these vehicles, as you can see, they got them set up. Got to take it easy off of there, guys. That they're coming in a little bit hot there. We got to make it to the finish line. But these General Dynamics Flyers are definitely tough vehicles.
I can see they've certainly been taking lessons from you there, Ricky.
Yeah, that one we would stop the vehicle. We would be talking a little bit about what just went down. But you can see the vehicle is set up as we're taking another look as it comes off. Right into the skid plate. It takes a good hit, but you can see they got the draped over the top for the gun turret up top. But the way they're set up, the driver's in the middle. You got 2 shooters on both sides. Then you got 2 people that are sitting behind the motors in the back. And then they also have the armored vehicles, a lot of different stuff. So they've gone to a couple different iterations on the tire. A 37-inch tire. They have air suspension, so you can bump them up or lower them down, because they do need to get those on the different air platforms to get them into combat. The other great thing about that with the air ride, the airbags, is that what you can do is when you start getting the long chatter bumps, you can soften them up a little bit. So here, that is the very, very first Flyer, the very first generation of it.
Flyer 22 is what that one's called.
Yep, that's the Flyer 22. So that was the very first one they ever made. Odette and Amit, they're out of, as I said, from Flyer.
The Warfighter made.
Well, this is the Warfighter made, but Odette and Amit that own when it comes to Flyer, and they're part of General Dynamics. That's the manufacturing platform behind that. But it's great to see Warfighter made and all these different guys coming out here and supporting our troops, because these guys are the true heroes, not the drivers.
100%. Flyer 22 is a vintage light strike vehicle. This one is actually a 2-time champion in the vintage military class.
Yeah, and it's also, I think it's won the NORA multiple times, so a very, very strong and light platform vehicle.
Yep. And so the Warfighter guys have Rob Blanton, Pete Rouse, Jacob Fletcher, and Rob Perez all going to navigate that one. And then look at this guy.
But this is Jim York.
This is my buddy Jim York. Yeah.
Now, we're all taking bets. How many laps or how far is this vehicle going to get, gentlemen?
So
I just want to know how many people are sitting in the back.
So it's actually full limo in the back. So I've been kind of a part of the build. So actually the guy who built this is Terry Madden. So Terry,
I was going to say, isn't this John Cagalero's old car?
Yeah,
Isn't it?
So Terry Madden did most of the fab work to get this thing here. I mean, Jim York, he's done distance records in a limo. He's tied in with Pastrana, whole Nitro Circus crew. He's a marketing guy for Pit Viper. But no, York can drive. Now, is this car going to make it all these laps? I don't quite know, but he's got some good tech. I mean, anything Terry Madden puts his name involved with, it's probably pretty decent.
Well, the good news is he has actually got room to carry plenty of spares.
So I got a couple things. First of all, I think the Motul guys would say, yeah, it'll last the whole time. We got some good oil in there.
There you go.
But yeah, so we were actually making jokes in
He's got the moonroof open. I love
it. Perfect. We were going to say, let the girls drive. We'll all sit in the back, have some refreshments, and see who can actually finish their refreshment.
So they're actually, I think when the Mint's over, they're actually going to use this in Nitro Rally Cross this year, and he's actually going to take fan rides. So
no way.
They're putting like 6 seats in the back, and they're actually going to jump it at Nitro Rally Cross and take people on fan rides around the track.
Well, we also saw the people out there from Power Plus, so these guys come in and help people in situations where they need generators and stuff like that. I got to race a boat with them. I just met them. They're from SoCal. It's pretty cool. But now as we're going back to our map, we see Kristen Matlock has kind of pulled away from Brandon Sims a little bit. But once again, we have to go by the tracker and see if Brandon's tracker has been up. George?
So I just got a message from Skylar House sitting in the passenger seat with Brandon Sims, and he said, we just actually passed Kristen, but we lost radio communication between each other in the car.
Oh, so that's interesting. Driver, co-driver can't talk.
But they can text message us.
Yeah, but they can text us. So Sims is now overall leading, Kristen in second. Keep in mind they're in different classes, so they're not competing against each other. Yeah, so that is an interesting update.
Well,
that's the thing with the trackers. Sometimes they update differently.
We're definitely getting a big punch up, and certainly back into sort of like the third, fourth, and fifth positions. With Dustin Jones is there, Wayne Matlock, and Joe Torreira. This is a really fantastic race. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens when they head out onto lap 2. Okay, so as we continue to watch the action here at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400, we're going to cut out to a short commercial break, and we'll be back with more live action very soon.
Okay, we get guys.
Many people preach that growth happens when you reach the edge of your comfort zone. We disagree. We think growth happens much further out than that. Introducing BFGoodrich On Trail, an app that integrates exploration into everyday living. It features continuously updated trail data from a network of other off-roaders that includes missions, rewards, and more. Find trails you never knew existed and discover a community you never thought you'd meet. All by seizing the opportunity to see what lies beyond the next bend. Because the only true way to test yourself is to push the map past its furthest edge. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, we know how important it is for your car to look sharp and run well. And we're here to make that as simple as possible. Get all the parts, accessories, and tools you'll need for your next project delivered right to your doorstep. Just place your order online and leave the rest to us. You'll have everything you need at your door with free shipping the very next day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, for the
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
In April of 1968, at a time when NASCAR was barely out of its teenage years, the Mint Hotel executives greenlit the first ever Del Webb Mint 400 rally. And what started as a fundraiser for the Las Vegas Gun Club quickly became an annual off-road festival. With promotional help from racing legends Mel Larson and Parnelli Jones, the Mint began attracting top drivers and celebrities from around the world. Legends like Al Unser, Rick Mears, Roger Ward, and off-road champions Mickey Thompson, Ivan Stewart, Jack Flannery, Walker Evans, and Rod Hall. Powerboat champion Bill Munsey, film and television stars James Garner, Steve McQueen, Larry Wilcox, Chuck Norris, and Ted Nugent all raced the Mint in the 70s and 80s. They helped create a mystique around the event that still exists today. At the height of its popularity, the Mint featured multiple days of festivities complete with a Miss Mint beauty pageant and a parade down Fremont Street. The racers were treated like royalty. It was an unofficial city holiday, and race fans came from all over the country to watch the outrageous vehicles compete for huge cash purses. In 1971, Gonzo author Hunter S. Thompson covered the Mint for Sports Illustrated, writing, "It's the richest off-road race for motorcycles and dune buggies in the history of organized sport. A fantastic spectacle in honor of some fatback racero named Del Webb, who owns the luxurious Mint Hotel in the heart of downtown Las Vegas." Hunter's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas articles were eventually published in Rolling Stone magazine before being made into a best-selling novel, which propelled the Mint to even greater popularity. But in 1988, the Mint Hotel was sold, and within a few years the race disappeared. It lay dormant like a sleeping giant for 20 years. In 2008, the once famous competition was unearthed, and like an old race car, it was slowly brought back to life. In 2010, the Martelli brothers, owners of the motorsports powerhouse production group Mad Media, produced a one-hour television special on the race. It was so well received that they returned in 2011 with their second Mint 400 program. Then in 2012, they purchased the famous event and have spent the last 8 years working side by side with a growing legion of racers, volunteers, and off-road luminaries to make the Mint the crown jewel of the sport. What started as a one-day fundraiser back in the golden age of Las Vegas has now grown into a week-long festival with multiple events throughout the city and the surrounding areas. Over 500 race teams in 80-plus classes compete on a 100-mile course for 2 days in front of crowds that top 25,000, all while being streamed live via the internet to nearly 1 million viewers. Tens of thousands of off-road enthusiasts descend upon Las Vegas each March to party, race, and spectate, making the Mint 400 the great American off-road race.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. What a day of racing we've had so far. It's the limited classes today. All 182 vehicles are now live on course, and we've got some fantastic action out there. But I love the history. When you look at that piece we were just watching a minute ago, and you see where this all came from all those years ago, and you see the development, the names that are involved, it's just so cool to be here, isn't it?
Well, and all the celebrities were here. You got James Garner, you had them all, Steve McQueen. Everybody wanted to be involved with the Mint 400, and it is what made this kind of racing cool. We had a movie by Bruce Brown called On Any Sunday, which really kicked the motorcycle side. But before that, this is what those guys came to see. They watched flat track, they watched the beginning of motocross, was scrambles back in the day, but that's when desert racing started. You had the legends like Parnelli Jones and Mickey Thompson, and the list goes on and on.
But I think, what the Mint 400 did is, you had events, obviously Baja 100,000, Baja 500, was huge. At that point, Park 400 was a really big race, here in the States. Things like they called it the Nevada 500 back then. But you know what I mean? And this moves into the 70s, 80s. But back when the Mint was first in its infancy in the, in the 60s and that, Baja was inaccessible to most people, but Mint 400 made off-road racing accessible. People could come out, they could experience it, they could have a good time, and it's Vegas. It's a destination race. People want to come to Las Vegas, so it's an easy sell.
Well, and that's, the fear and loathing, which all of that, the mystique to come out here. And, but what's great is the Martelli brothers have brought that back. There's so much. There's the collectible moonshine bottles. There's, the Fremont Street yesterday was unbelievable. The wind was atrocious, but it did not hold back the people. Fremont Street was packed. Vendors were great. Participants are up. Everything is going, and the Mint 400 is in full effect.
Yeah, the evolution of it is just crazy, right? Like you guys talk about the lineage, but I've barely seen it for the last few years, and it's fantastic to see.
Well, and as we see now, the leaders, we're going to see our leaders coming in for the first time. As we see Kristen Matlock, she has probably about 15 minutes. We're going to see her through the main pit. So Kristen Matlock in that new Pro R is doing a great job, and right behind her is Brandon Sims. So we see that we got a text that he passed, but it's not looking like that way now.
Hey, but it's racing. You don't stay in one position for too long out there. So this is going to be a great race when we get to see what's happening. Now, let's not forget, we are in the middle of a desert, just outside of Las Vegas, in a place called Primm, bringing you these fantastic images. And our trackers are bringing us the information, but there is nothing quite like watching the cars crossing the line to know exactly where we are on course. So it'll be interesting to see if Kristen can be leading this race as she comes in to finish her first lap.
Well, and as we said, and Jim Beaver said it earlier, that we haven't seen a lot of rain, but the wind changes the desert. It takes the soft sand, it blows it across, and it settles in the low spots. So it does fill the bumps up a little bit, and as these drivers drive on it, they're going to start pushing more and more sand out.
Yeah, and look at this. The weather conditions are absolutely perfect. We're looking at 50 degrees. We're looking at 13 mile-an-hour winds and a humidity of 11 degrees. Does it get any better than that?
Well, maybe if you do it in your English version.
it would be raining if it was in England, I can assure you, and it would be freezing. Oh, look at this. This is our current race leader. That is Kristen Matlock making her way across the line now.
What a statement for Kristen Matlock. Mint 400, the biggest, baddest UTV drivers. Kristen, first to the end of lap one, statement right there.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Is this the first time a female driver has crossed the line in first position in this race?
Well, overall.
Overall.
I would have to say yes.
In the UTV class, I think, yeah.
But this just is a testament to her professionalism. As Jim Beaver says, she got maybe 20 minutes in the vehicle, but she's done so well winning the Baja 500, the Baja 1000, all of her stuff. She's basically having a good time because she can go faster through the big bumps, so she's loving this.
Look at her just send it. I mean, she is on it.
Yeah, one of the things that you notice is like she's really comfortable already.
Yeah.
Like the way that she's driving the vehicle seems like she's already won with it.
Yeah, the way she drives it, and if you watched even some of the interviews early on, is that Sims?
That looks like Brandon.
Sims going through the speed zone.
Well, so yeah, he's not broken. That when you go through the pits, they do check the speed. You have to tone it down. So he should be coming up behind her pretty quick.
What a fantastic helicopter shot to get the Razor semi in the Razor picture as well.
Pit strategy. Because we didn't see Kristen stop and we didn't see Brandon Sims stop. So that means that they've got to go at least out to the Gonzo pit, I believe.
Yeah, so if we're about right, they can get over 100 miles for a fuel load. So they went for track position, they went with a heavy load. And
it's really close, though.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we're going to see. Looks like, is he
coming
over?
in? No,
yeah,
he is coming in.
Nope,
Sims
he's coming in.
We're going to see how quick they can get this thing filled up.
Has he got a right rear left flat?
It looked down a little bit. I agree with you, but look at them fueling. They've got the dry brake tower.
It could be just the angle of where they were at on the terrain as well.
But look at this. This is a UTV team using the latest refuel technologies here. It's absolutely fantastic to see.
Yeah,
they're talking with Sims, so they're relaying info with the driver.
Well, they're trying to fix the radio communication of the intercom inside the car. There we go. That was actually a really quick pit stop. Nice, calm, cool, collected. There wasn't any freaking out in the pits. Everybody was nice and calm.
Very professional team.
Yeah.
My redneck counting, because I didn't have my second hand ready, it was about 30 seconds. So fuel, take some hydration, take some nutrition for the drivers, and now they can shove as much as they can.
What would you guys consider a fast or a slow average pit stop?
Fast pit stop under 20 seconds. because depending on what they have for fuel intake, the tanks aren't that big. Some of them, they're not using pressure pros. They'll use gravity feed and stuff like that. But you're also not putting in 150 gallons.
We can fuel our race car and do a driver swap in under 30 seconds.
Really?
But we actually practice. I mean, it's synchronization. The guys come in, my brother and I, when we switch driving, we actually practice. I'm going to put my hand here, you're going to put your hand here. I'm going to hook this up. You know, so the top teams, they're doing that. They're practicing pit stops. Sim's watching what they did there. They've done that at home in Prescott, you know, half a dozen or a dozen times, you know, prepping for this.
Here we go. We're looking at Sims. He's heading back out, or excuse me,
this is
the
it.
infield.
This is Brandon Sims completing his first lap.
So he's lost quite a bit of ground on Kristen Matlock.
Now, I didn't see them change a tyre in the back, but it does beg the question, did they actually have something happen to them out on course? As you know, you were saying earlier, Jim, you received a message saying that they actually passed Christian. So, you know, you just don't know what's going to happen out on course.
Well, George, you're our UTV expert. Who is running tire blocks and who is not running tire blocks?
That actually, I can't answer.
Come on, you're the expert. You gotta give me an answer. Just lie.
I wish I could, but I would say that most of these guys don't run tire blocks anymore. It's a very, very I don't know, rare commodity now these days.
The tires are so good. I've never run tire blocks, and I think most of the. You hate to say the teams with good tires don't, but you know there's some tires that you know may get punctures more prone than say a BFG, or you know I run General on mine, or you know there's Tensor, there's some high-end UTV tires. They're not running tire blocks.
Yeah. Well, but the thing that I found when I ran Worlds, I didn't run them either, but I bent a wheel. Like there was a rock that I tried to remember, and on the third lap, it was so sharp, it went up and it bent my inside rim, and then I lost some ground.
Just for the ladies and gentlemen at home who are watching, what are tire blocks?
So tire blocks are a foam block. In motorcycles, they call it a mousse, which is French for foam. All right, so that's like a styrofoam deal in there. So if you lose air, it actually compensates for that. Tire blocks are the same thing. They're made out of foam. You put them in there, you squeeze them in there, and you get going. So if you get a puncture or anything like that, you can still run. You still have basically the equivalent of having air in the tire.
It changes the way that the vehicle handles, though, because it makes the tire feel like it's got too much air pressure, and also no flex in the sidewall, so it's difficult to predict.
Yep.
And that is Dustin Jones coming across the line now in 4th position. So Dustin's made his way up from 9th place.
Look at him move. I mean, he's just through this infield. He's aggressive. I mean, he's attacking these corners.
Yeah.
You know, everybody else, it seemed like, you know, even Kristen was kind of settling in, taking it easy. I mean, Dustin, he is on attack mode right now.
Well, and he is our defending champion. So he's as I said, a lot of times the people that do well in the Mint are from Vegas or from Arizona or California because they've been out here driving and stuff like that. But I'm so impressed with him because it doesn't matter if it's short course, if it's King of the Hammers, or if it's out here in the desert. He is a fierce competitor. You cannot count him out on any account.
And he spends a lot of time out here because he'll use my shop. He's come a couple times. He'll stay out a week and he'll keep his stuff at our shop and go out and test and then re-prep and things like that. So he's obviously he's remote in Louisiana, but he actually spends a ton of time here in the Southwest testing and dialing his stuff in.
One of the things that I always tell Dustin is I see him more than I see a lot of my friends. He lives halfway across the country, right? Pretty cool to see. He is really tearing it up, though. Doing a great job.
Oh, man, and we're going to get graced with the presence of Mr. Mint 400 himself, Matt Martelli. Matt, what you got to have some kind of news for us, buddy.
Well, I'm certainly not graceful, so let's just get straight to it. No, we just got the start off, and they already just came through. I mean, what a race. It's just battles in every class. Really, really good racing.
Yeah, I mean, we talked earlier, and we were all comparing notes, and I think unanimously across the board, we thought this might be one of the fastest Mint 400s in history. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, if you see the lap times and how fast Kristen came around, I think you're right.
Here we have Sierra Romo coming through. Or no, is that Randy Romo?
It looks like Randy, I believe.
Yeah, that's Randy.
Yeah, with a gold. Because doesn't Sierra, she's got the leopard, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Awesome.
That's cool that he's supporting his daughter with the Sierra sticker on the side, though.
I don't know if he has much. I think knowing Sierra, she just comes and slaps a sticker on there and says, Dad, you're running this.
This is what you get.
But, I mean, how cool is it to see all the daughters and fathers and, the dads and the sons out here racing.
You got the husband and wife with Wayne and Kristen. You got obviously Randy and Sierra. You got you got Jeremy and Rowan McGrath. Like, it's just very much a family atmosphere.
So it looks like in the Pro Turbo class, it looks like Jones and Torreira are only 3 seconds apart. Brandon Sims still out in the lead, so those guys are tightening it up pretty good.
Wow. 3 seconds after an entire lap.
Dude, it's crazy, right? And Sims already coming up and, giving Kristen some fits, too.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's interesting as the platforms evolve in the Pro R, we opted to start it in that position, just to make things fair. But, the turbos certainly are the fastest out there right now.
Just because they probably got so many miles and so many years under their belt already?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the platform's figured out. Everybody knows how to build their cars. They know what's going to last. And the Pro R is a new class, which I think is going to be really, really successful. I think we're going to see a lot of drivers migrate to that class. And those cars are going to get faster and faster.
Right, as we cut to our map. And you can see this map if you go to the www.themint400.com. Pick up live tracking and you'll be able to follow our leaders. And there is our current race leader, Kristen Matlock, there. And she's leading the charge with Brandon Sims just behind her.
I mean, how cool is that we have a woman leading the Mint currently, and she's a badass.
She's amazing. She's an incredible driver. Let's be honest. We've seen what she's done at Baja.
Yes.
She's not scared of anything. She's not scared of terrain. She's not scared of racing. She just gets out there, lays it down.
One of the things that I know about Kristen, or that I'm so impressed by her always, is the smoothness that she drives and the ability that she has to control the car, control the pace, control her mindset, all of that stuff inside the car. Rarely ever gets super excited.
Okay, we've now got up our leaderboard here, and let's forget that this race is on adjusted time. So in first position is Kirsten Matlock. And then in second place, it's Joe Tirana. In third, it's Dustin Jones. Then in fourth, it's Brandon Sims. And then it's Randy Romo. So look at that for a top five. But our physical position on track at the moment is Kirsten, followed by Brandon Sims.
Looks like we got Wayne Matlock coming in the infield. He must have had some issues, Jim Beaver, during that first lap, but it looks like they got him rectified and now back on course.
Yeah, Wayne, he's had a few issues. Obviously, we know Wayne's fast. He's won a ton of races, and this new Pro R is going to be ridiculously fast. But, it's still new. He's going through a few teething issues. Nothing major, just enough that it's cost him a few minutes here and there in some of these races.
Well, maybe one thing that we should talk about, because you guys know it a little bit better than I do, is the development of new cars. They get developed on the racetrack.
Yes. I mean, anything that's going to go wrong will be exposed in this style of off-road racing. Whether the vehicle isn't strong enough, the combination of the clutching and the engine isn't right. There's a multitude of things that can go wrong and do go wrong in this style of racing, and that's part of teething a new platform.
And the UTVs, unlike, a lot of the unlimited trucks, I mean, I know, I've talked with Jesse Jones before, and Jesse, when he gets a new unlimited truck, he will not race it until he has 1,000 trouble-free miles straight in that truck.
Really?
And if he goes and he drives it and he has some kind of issue, all right, we're going to go back. So he puts in the development work, things like that, and UTVs, just don't have the opportunity to go out and do that.
Yeah, pretty clear that Kristen Matlock doesn't operate the same way, because she only has 20 miles on her car before she started the race. You can look at these fantastic helicopter shots. Really shows the depth of the track. A lot of the hills that you see in the background there are where the drivers have to go through for some of the sections of their race.
Yeah, it's a good overhead shot of the course that we've built here. It's a little tight, a little challenging, some jumps, and then get everybody out into the desert.
Okay, so we're just looking here right now. This is Vendor Row at the back of the Mint 400. And let's not forget that you can join us here out at Prim. Come on out and see some of the most amazing racing. Today it is the limited race. We've got the unlimited qualifying later today, and then of course the unlimited race tomorrow. But joining us now in the booth, Matt, who have we got next to us?
This is Mike Kim. This is actually a really cool story. Mike and I are good friends. He's one of the engineers at Fox, and he's actually going to be riding with Justin Lofton today, working on the new live valve system that you guys created. Tell us a little bit about that system.
Yeah, so live valve, obviously we've been playing around with it for a little while now, and it's really starting to come along, and we're really excited about what the capabilities of it are for this year. You know, it's a computer-controlled shock basically, and we're applying it to trophy trucks. And so normally when we're tuning trophy trucks, you're either looking for some compliance so that you can make it through like a long race, like a Baja 1000, or you're trying to get, you know, all-out speed, you know, be able to hit the biggest holes out there. And so you're usually kind of going back and forth between, you know, the big bumps or the compliance. And with live valve, we're really starting to bridge that gap.
So Mike, with the live valve, so some of the people that don't know, you have an external bypass shock on these vehicles and stuff, and you can click them in and click them out, and it either lets some oil bypass the piston. That's what they call a bypass. What is to dummy it down, what is the range that I will get with a live valve on, say, clickers? Will it come out 10 and in 10 when it goes back and forth? And talk a little bit about that.
So basically, it's we're getting the full range, so we can have it full stiff, just like if you were to adjust that bypass.
So 20 sweeps, so 20 clicks. Give me a number.
Let's say it's 10 turns in.
Yes.
We'll get full 10 turns in.
Right.
Or we could get full 10 turns out.
Right. And now when is it pre-programmed, or is it reading the terrain as we go?
So there's an algorithm that's working, and there's a sensor, an IMU, that it's looking for, like it knows when you're cornering, it knows when you're in the air, it knows when you're on the brakes. And so then within that algorithm we have programs, let's say 3 programs, and in those programs we have parameters. And so we basically say, you know, for whatever event we want this much.
Yep.
Or this little.
Right. Because now does the driver dictate that? It's like, that 10 sweeps is a little too much when it's adjusting back and forth. I want to keep it, like, say, down to 6 or that. So you can narrow it down, but the computer takes over when it comes to the terrain that you're driving on.
Yeah, so basically, let's say, you know, you want it nice and compliant at ride height.
Yep.
Or on a smooth road.
Yep.
And then you jump and you want, you know, basically full stiff, so it'll help catch you. And so we can set those parameters in the programs.
So you need to put that on a couple of those Class 11s and military vehicles, because when they went off the jump, they forgot what they had. So they needed that full stiff at that moment. But now, how is it as you as a co-driver, and with a driver like Justin Lofton, who is just so quick with his hands, and I would call a very dynamic driver, does it calm him down as a driver a little bit and trust the vehicle a little bit more?
It definitely gives him more confidence, so that, you know, he knows that he can push this truck even further than he had before. So, you know, knowing that, hey, you know what, I want some compliance in the truck so I can make it 1,000 miles.
Yep.
But, you know, it's then be able to hit a big hole or a big jump, and the truck catches you.
Yep. Now, is there any adjustability for you as the co-driver? You're over there doing a lot of different things. Can you do anything to adjust that up or down during the race, or once you're in, you're in?
Yeah, so we have, like I said, we have multiple programs.
Yep.
And so we can pick those programs on the fly.
Got it.
So
That's
we
so
can
cool.
have, you know, basically a nice compliant ride, and then we have basically a kill mode that we can go to.
I want that. I want the kill mode button, right? That needs to be integrated. I really love, you know, I've been using live valve on my UTV. You know, you guys have some street applications for it already. But what's really cool to me here is that you guys are developing technology at the race, during the race, and it's part of the technology that's going to help Justin do better.
Yeah, for sure, and that's one of the big reasons why I'm riding with him this year, is I can feel what the algorithm, the parameters in the algorithm are doing, and I've even made changes while we're, you know, just kind of sitting there waiting for something. You know, I'll pop in real quick, make a couple adjustments, and then off we go.
And now, are you, at the end of the race, are you going to have all of that data that you can go back and go, you know what? It was a little bit too much second lap, not enough the third lap.
Yeah.
So how much of that are you taking after the race?
So we're recording the entire race.
Got it.
So after like this race, we'll look at all the data and see how the algorithm, how it affected the valve activity on the truck, and then we'll be able to narrow it down and make it more efficient.
Okay, so now I'm a fan. I'm watching this. I'm seeing trophy trucks and Justin Lofton and all-wheel drive Mason and all this. How is this going to make my truck, my Ford F-150, better in the future?
So we're obviously pushing the envelope here. You know, I've talked about, you know, it's always been that compromise. You know, do you get a nice comfortable ride, or do you set it up so stiff that you can go jump it, you know, 20 feet in the air? You know, and it's bridging that gap. So now in your F-150, you can have that nice street ride, and even have that nice ride going down the trail.
Yep.
And then as soon as you hit some big event, the shocks save you.
Shock's going to read that. So that's the great thing that I've noticed in the past, because and I'm not joking, I had a Ford F-150 that we put some Foxes on it, and it picked up my time down Bessemer My Road by twice the speed. I used to go at 20, and I could go at 40 without tearing my vehicle apart, because the shocks would absorb the energy and it wouldn't go back to the chassis and tear my stuff up. So it's great to see a company like Fox and also BFGoodrich that are taking the racing technology and turning it into our daily drivers and making them safer. Because you think about that, you have a truck that has a lift kit on it, now it senses the roll, it can stiffen that up and save drivers as they're driving up a country road.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really pushing the envelope of tuning too, because before, you know, we'd be out testing with the race trucks, and I'd either have to get out and make the adjustment or have somebody help me make the adjustment from the outside. Now we just pull over, I go into the menu real quick, make a couple adjustments, and off we go.
And then, so how many trucks are running that currently? Just Justin?
Currently, off the top of my head, I believe we have 4 or 5 out there.
All right. So the technology is here. It's not just one-off. It's in multiple vehicles. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and we're obviously expanding that a little bit this year, and so, you know, we're really focusing on developing this technology.
Now, you already offered the live valve on the production UTVs, but I mean, I think Brandon Sims is actually using a version of this as well, isn't he, while he's out racing?
Yeah, so obviously the Polaris Razors have live valve included in some of their packages as well. But with the system that we're running on the trophy trucks, you know, we're just developing it even further.
So it's a more advanced system than what we have currently.
Right.
Awesome.
Well, and here's where we're watching Ronnie Anderson as he starts to work his way around. After lap 1, we can see a lot of the guys. Now, you see that the trackers have changed to red. Those are the vehicles that have started their second lap. If we get the rest of them on there, you'll see them in green. If there is the rainbow around them, that means that they're set. So Mike Kim is going to be heading off. Good luck in qualifying. Let's see it. Are you guys going to send it off that first jump and let the Fox Shock save it? 100%. All right, I'm going to be looking for it. Mike Kim, thank you for your time. Good luck.
That's going to be the testament right there, right?
So Matt, you're not a professional driver. You are a race promoter, a fighter, a lot of different things. But you know,
don't forget about that.
You what?
A lover.
A lover, and you're a handsome man. But how do you, as a driver, I'm going to say a recreational driver, feel the difference between an active valve shock and just regular stuff?
I really like the live valve shocks, and predominantly because most of the driving that I do off-road is just for fun. And a lot of times when I'm doing that, I'm changing weight radically. So I'm putting 2 of my friends in the back of the Razor, and now you've got 400 pounds of man, right? And now your shock setup is completely different. And so that's one of the cool things about live valve. It just has those preset settings, you know, hard, soft, you know, and medium. And it just allows you to push a button and adjust your shocks.
Well, Jim Beaver, we talked about this. Guys starting with a full load of fuel. Imagine and he said it can go sweep as far as 10 stiff, 10 soft. Having that ability throughout the race is going to make your race car that much more consistent.
Well, and I think, too, like, you know, you start talking about things like, say, Baja, where you have these drastic changes. You can speak to this, Ricky, but you're going through the whoops at Zoo Road versus, you know, you're going through some tight, twisty, technical mountain roads. Big difference in the way you'd want your truck set up.
Well, and then it's that slow movement side to side as it wants to tip on you. And as we saw the driver that was in for Jack Olagus get up on 2 wheels and go over. It happens that quick. And if you have active suspension or live valve suspension that is going to catch you, it's going to save a driver that much more. And the thing is on off-road stuff, you kind of typically pick a middle ground. I want it to be good in the bumps. I don't want it to be good here, good, not great in any one area. Because if it's great in one area, more than likely it's going to be not so great in another. So you got to have that vehicle that carries the way around. But Matt, how stoked are you with the weather, the turnout, everything? Give us from the promoter, 2,000 foot view.
It's awesome. I mean, ton of people out, thousands and thousands of people out today. Weather's beautiful. We got a nice light breeze, which helps with clearing the track. We had some weather challenges yesterday at Tech and Contingency in the morning, but hey, this is off-road. We powered through it and, got 30,000 people down there out in, at Fremont. So it was great.
Well, and we had 182 vehicles for the limited class today. I mean, it was hours and hours, of people starting. And then some of these vehicles are just getting their way. As we can see here, the safety crew pulling these guys out of the way. How important is the safety crew to you guys out here?
Oh, it's monumental. I mean, we say it jokingly, but it is true. You get hurt on our race course, you're to the hospital in Vegas faster than if you get hurt in Vegas. But fortunately, last year we had a clean race. We had 0 injuries, and we've had a very good run, very few injuries, and the whole crew of Motorsport Safety Solutions is awesome. They do safety and retrieval for us, and there you can see pulling somebody out of the desert. And you see what went by him there? That's one of the 01 cars.
That's what I was going to talk about. And you have Dan Henderson. I mean,
yeah, how cool is
what
that?
a legend, and also Cowboy Cerrone. I've also been hit up by a bunch of the other fighters going, how do I get into a car? Chris Brennan wants to know what he needs to do to get in there. But getting a legend, obviously not hard to just, hey, do you want to do it? And they're like, yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a promoter, so part of my job is to blow off-road racing up to the masses, right? And we're big MMA fans. Yeah. We have a lot of friends who are fighters, and we reached out and put this together with a special charity, Special Forces charity, and 01. So we have this celebrity car that we always put people in. It's how we got Cowboy in, and now we've got riding with Hendo, or driving is Ryan Bader.
Yep.
He's the current heavyweight champion of Bellator, and he knocked out Fedor Emelianenko, right?
Yes.
That's amazing. Like if that's all you did, I could be like, cool, I'm done.
Yeah, I did one and done.
Yeah, you can retire after that, and you're good.
So I mean, it's pretty wild that both Dan Henderson, UFC Hall of Famer, he's in there, and man, he's grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah.
He lives up by us in Temecula, and I know that he's already, been in UTVs quite a bit around his ranch and stuff, but he's just stoked right now. So it's our way of getting them to help us spread the gospel of off-road racing.
Well, so Jim, obviously we've been doing this for years, and Jim Marsden, coming over here, obviously you got your sweatshirt on, or what would you call that?
It's a hoodie.
It's a hoodie. Okay, so actually it's a similar word that we use. But how great is it to be over here at this time of the year with this beautiful weather and everything?
It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's freezing cold back home in the UK at the moment. It's probably raining and disgusting, if I'm honest. So to be over here at the Mint 400 is always awesome. But we're off-road racing, and that, to me, it doesn't get any more exciting than this. What I just can't get my head around is the growth in these classes. We just keep talking about it time and time again. The golf carts have come of age. I mean, just look at this.
Well, and as we talked about, we talked earlier, we lost an icon of the sport, Dick Lachine, that started Maxima.
Yes.
And we're seeing like Motul. This is not just the local endemic sponsors. We're starting to see people from outside get into this. And what does that mean for you, Matt?
I mean, look, UTVs have changed the game in off-road racing entirely. Now we have a production-based vehicle that you can go into a dealership and purchase, and with a few $1,000s of upgrades, of safety upgrades, you can come race with us.
Exactly, in the rally class, and that's what we talked about. You got to make it safe, but we've seen how fast, like using Jack Olgas is one of the guys, one of the kids that started in the rally class, but next thing you know, he's up in the Pro NA. He starts working his way further forward, so a great place to start. But I love the factory participation because it reminds me back when we had Chevrolet, Ford, Dodge, Jeep, Nissan, Toyota. We had all the factory participation, and now you're seeing so much from Polaris, Can-Am, Yamaha, Honda is back out here. Wildcat is out here. So we have the Kawasaki. We got the major brands that are coming out here and supporting those drivers again, just like they did with Chevy Thunder and Ford Rough Riders.
What I really love about the growth of the UTV is a few years ago, what they used to do is they used to take drivers from the unlimited classes, whether they be King of the Hammer style drivers, whether they be desert racers, pop them into a UTV, send them out in the desert and say, go win. Doesn't work like that anymore. We're now seeing professional UTV drivers coming through, the likes of Brandon Sims, Phil Blurton, Dustin Batlax-Jones, Cody Hunter, and Hunter Miller as well. So all of these people, and Carl Shaney, I can't forget him, of course, and they are professional athletes at the very top of their game.
Yeah.
And just being a great driver and being put into one of these vehicles doesn't mean you're going to win anymore.
Well, because the talent pool is thick. As I said, you know, I raced the UTV Worlds, and I drove as hard as I could, and I was still getting my butt kicked. And I've been racing trophy trucks for years. So these aren't just guys that are hobbyists and they're hanging out. They're doing their work. They're doing their stuff. And if you watch Dustin Jones and you watch his Instagram, he's always doing something. He's always driving. He's always out there making things happen. So if you think you're going to come in here and go, I'm going to go buy a UTV and kick these guys' butt, ain't going to happen.
Oh, and look at this on our screen now. We're seeing a flip on the infield. Back on his wheels. Does he get back on the power? Yes, of course he does.
Oof. Big hit.
What a scrapper. That's awesome. Who is that?
I think that's Dustin Robbins.
Oh, nice.
He's out of Alabama, I believe.
Well, he's putting on a show like the Rock Bouncers do.
Let me just tell you, when you hit like that, did you say scramble? No, that was George.
George's head got scrambled.
His head got scrambled because that is a hard hit when you come in and all that energy and your body goes forward because it's strapped in. So it definitely takes the wind out of you, and you have to. It's going to take him probably about 10 minutes before he's like, okay, back to normal. Then the adrenaline will come in and then it'll go.
It rattles you. You got to reset yourself. I mean, it's a full reset. Like, okay, all right, and then you got to work your way back up to running that 100% pace because it shakes you.
Yep. And once again, these are the drivers that are starting their second lap. If you're just joining us, this is Ricky Johnson, Jim Beaver, and also Jim Marsden. We are here at the BFGoodrich Mint 400. We also have the Grand Poobah of the Mint, Matt Martelli. As we said before, you got to be happy the way everything is rolling out.
Oh, I'm absolutely stoked. I mean, there's an army of people that put a lot into this. And so when everything starts gelling and coming together and you start seeing the smiles on everybody's face, that's what it's all about.
And I think this could be your man, either Ryan Bader or Dan Hendo.
That looks like them.
That looks like them. And so awesome to see them out there. They're gonna have a different respect for, you know what, these off-road racers are tougher than I thought.
You know what happens is this is just breaking the ice. So they're driving that, but then they're seeing all these UTVs and things go by them faster.
Yeah.
So next time they're going to be like, Matt, I appreciate the offer, but we want to step it up. We want to go faster. Be the whole thing like Donald Cerrone, where they step up, and that's what you want. That's what I love about off-road is you get a guy like them in, and it gets his hooks in them, and then all of a sudden they're here. They're lifers.
Yeah, they're ambassadors for our sport and our culture. Cowboy's gone, headlong into it, bought vehicles, raced multiple races, and he told me the other day, he's like, look, I'm going to be doing this my whole life.
That's awesome.
This is one of the sections I absolutely hate about this course. I'm just being honest with you. These sand whoops that are, now they're going uphill. In previous years we've raced downhill, but they're not evenly spaced. They're really deep, and it's actually a really tough section for about 3 or 4 miles.
Even in a trophy truck, you're hanging on because it's off camber. They're going uphill now, but downhill you're trying to hold on, and there's a fence out there, so you can't venture off.
Yeah, and that was one of our 2000 trucks that's part of the Dirt Designs Steel Cab series. So trying to get more vehicles out racing with us regardless of the class.
That's Jeff Barder there making his way around. And it's amazing how many of these vehicles are so close. But let's not forget our leaders are now out on their second lap, and they're going to be coming across lap traffic. I mean, who would have thought that we would have just started all our starters before the leaders come back round to start their second lap? incredible pace.
In Jeff Bader, this car was actually built in like a week. You know him, Jeff Bader and Dan Fresh. They run a spec truck, an unlimited spec truck normally, and they weren't able to make it to this race, so they had a UTV sitting in the garage. And go, you know what? We want to go run the Mint. We don't want to miss this one. They threw that build together in a week, and they're out here having fun.
Well, that's great. I saw Dan Fresh yesterday at Contingency, and I was thinking to myself, I haven't got you down as a driver of record, so what are you in?
I don't know if Dan is splitting driving with Bader in that one, or if it's all Bader, but yeah, that's their program, and that car was thrown together in like literally a week.
Well, hey, Matt, I want to talk to you a little bit about the 1450 and the Class 2000 and what you guys did. You guys obviously stepped up with Dirt Design, putting up over $5,000 for both the 1450 and the 5000. So a lot to get the door slammers coming out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rad class of vehicles, or two rad classes of vehicles, and they typically race shorter races. But the guys from Dirt Designs talk to us, and they're like, "Hey, man, we really want to do this." And it's part of an ongoing series that will race at other races, including our new race, the California 300.
That is going to be in Barstow, California, correct?
Yep, we're going to take over Barstow for a week and have the biggest, baddest race in California.
So you're going to have both UTV Worlds and the 300 all put into one.
Yep. So the UTV World Championship will be one day of the California 300. UTVs will all race together and on a 75-mile loop and slug it out.
Wow, because then Barstow is very similar to this desert, very rough, very unforgiving, as we're watching some of the trucks start to work their way through the side-by-sides.
Yeah, and this is really interesting what we're seeing here. Lap traffic is a big part of this race,
Well, and these guys actually aren't lapped, because a lot of the door bangers, the 1450s and the 2000s started behind, and they got to work their way through. So you got to be ginger, because you don't want an 8,000-pound truck hitting a 2,000-pound or 1,000-pound side-by-side.
No, absolutely.
It's your favorite part of the course here, Jim?
Yeah,
back in. This is Adam Fitza. I believe he's in the Rally Class, correct? You can see, and that car actually, these are big whoofs. And as Ricky said, it's almost like they're going uphill, so they're going to be going a little bit slower. But in years past, when you're running a limited truck or a turbo UTV and it's downhill, it's like a runaway freight train.
Well, this part of the course is one of my favorite parts, because it produced one of the most awesome moments. I think it was last year where we had a Class 11 overtaking a UTV going through there. It was absolutely magic to watch. You can imagine the guys in the Class 11 absolutely whooping through the doors.
But interesting, look how much separation there is already. We saw the leaders go by, now we have these huge gaps. And I remember when we used to come out here before with the Mint, you go race a UTV because you could get to see the course before the race.
Yeah.
And it was like parking lots. There was cars smashed all over the place, and we're seeing that now. So the attrition is monumental.
And our physical race leader at the moment is still Kirsten Matlock. She's out there in the front in the Pro Turbo R. Then just behind her is Brandon Sims, who's physically second. But in third place, physically, it is Dustin Battlex-Jones, who is on adjusted time, our second place car. But where's Joe Torano gone? Oh, no, there he is. He's just hiding underneath. So, in fact, Joe Torano is actually going to be our second place vehicle, and Dustin Jones on adjusted time will be our third place vehicle.
All three of those same class, too. We're going to have a battle there real quick.
That's going to be a really good battle later on.
Well, and also now we see Wayne Matlock is starting to work his way back. So he's kind of going to be, I think, checkers or wreckers. Matt?
So you look on the map there where they cut through the mountain. That's actually Beer Bottle Pass. And everybody was like, "Oh, wow, don't run that. It's crazy."
I love that.
You might get you might get a bottleneck, and I'm like, that's part of off-road racing.
But see, with the UTVs, I've run this and done it in a truck, and I've seen, with a UTV with the all-wheel drive, there's some alternate. You can do some sketchy stuff and get around, but if you're in a two-wheel drive truck, it's pretty tough right there.
Okay, as the action continues here at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400, we're going to be back with some more live action very soon, but we're going to pop out to a short commercial break, and we will see you on the other side. The 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400 live stream is brought to you by Weird Water. It's weird, but fortunately for you, it's amazing. Refreshing spring water. Get weird now. PCI, the original communications company, manufacturing and trackside support of intercoms, radios, headsets, GPS, navigation, helmets, race air and safety. Republic Services, find waste and recycling services for you and your small business or residents, serving small businesses and committed to serve. KMC Wheels, individually styled and unmistakably bold wheels. Find your perfect KMC wheel today. KC Highlights, makers of lights, light bars, rock lights and adventure products. For Jeeps, Toyotas, trucks, SUVs, UTVs and ATVs. Adventure further and explore off-road with KC Highlights.
When we first started, my dad and my uncle had sold a medical product business that they'd run for a lot of years, and my dad wasn't ready to fully retire. We've both been gearheads forever, and it was kind of during the sand car craze. 2004, 5, everybody had a lot of equity in their houses, everybody was buying a lot of sand cars. Rhinos had just come out, and we were one of the first people to build long travel kits and turn them into little race cars and race them over here at Lake Elsinore motocross track and that sort of thing. When the economy went down, the Rhino stuff got a lot more popular than the sand car stuff, so we were building tons and tons of Rhinos, and we were racing our own. At one point, we totaled it up and not including our labor. We'd done everything ourselves and kind of built this thing. I was like, man, we got $50,000 into this car that won't do 55 miles an hour hardly. There's got to be a better way. And so that's when we built our first truck. And we were winning like 9 out of 10 races a year between Score and Best in the Desert. And so we really kind of got that class pretty dialed. Then came the 6100 class. And so we took what we had learned on the 7200s and kind of adapted and built our first 6100. Jason Ruane went out with the first one and won the championship the first year. Went 9th overall at the Mint in a spec truck. So had a lot of success with the 6100s. Larry Connor asked me one day, he said, why don't you build trophy trucks? Seems like there's probably a lot better margins than that. And I told him we had always decided that we weren't going to build the next level class until we felt like we had this level class perfected. And he said, well, you're winning all these races, don't you have it perfected? And I said, well, if I could find somebody that would have the faith in us to give us the money that it took to build a competitive vehicle, then we build one. And he said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you the money to build it, and when it's done, we'll sell it, and if there's a profit, we'll split the profit, and if there's a loss, we'll split the loss. So we did that, and we sold the truck, and the Space Monkey guys ended up buying it. Little did I know, the reason he really wanted to do that is in 2 years, he was planning that he wanted to move up to trophy truck, and he didn't want us to have the first one. He wanted some development time in there. So then we built 2 for him, and then after we started building those, we really were focusing on how do we make ourselves stand out in a group of people that all build trophy trucks that haven't changed a lot in the last 10 to 15 years. It all came down to we got to figure out how to make all-wheel drive work.
Well, everybody's been trying to do four-wheel drive for ages. Rod Hall was back in the day, and that's when they had Class 4. Or, you know what I mean? So they had a four-wheel drive, then they had Class 8, which was two-wheel drive, frame rails and stuff like that, and then they had Class 1. Then all of a sudden, trophy trucks came out, and that evolved. And so then it was like a straight axle rear end, and trophy truck was kind of open. You could do whatever you want. But everybody's always known, if we can get four wheels digging, we're going to win. So what do they do in rally? when they used to be two-wheel drive, and they had the Renaults with the wide rear tires because they're trying to get more traction. They had more horsepower than they could get to the ground. Then all of a sudden the cars evolved, all-wheel drive, Subaru, Renault, Peugeot, all these different companies, Toyota, Nissan, all of them came out with all-wheel drive cars, and that has changed rally racing. Now we've evolved into desert trucks. A lot of people have tried it. Nissan, some of the different people, Chevrolet tried it with the McPhersons, but still, there was a lot of Achilles heels. We're breaking T-cases, we're breaking transmissions, there's too much load, there's too much traction, we're putting that energy through the chassis and everything, and so we're starting to break parts.
We've never been able to get four-wheel drive to live with the same amount of suspension that the two-wheel drive trucks have.
3-4 years ago, Neil came to me with this idea. We just sold a 6100 truck, and he goes, I want to build an all-wheel drive truck. And I go, you're nuts. It's way too big of a task. Nobody's been able to do it successfully, consistently. He had a lot of cool ideas that I really liked. Most all-wheel drive trucks have limited front suspension. His wasn't going to have it. It was going to have as much as a two-wheel drive. And his passion to build whatever part he needed to make it work, if he couldn't buy it from somebody else, he was willing to design it and build it himself.
Forever, trophy trucks have used a transmission that's been initially designed for something else. The Turbo 400, which is kind of the staple and what 90% of trophy trucks use, was a transmission that was designed in the 60s for street cars and street trucks. Now the racing world has taken that and developed it and designed it and beefed it up and done things to performance enhance it, but it still has kind of filled that box. I feel like there's not a lot of room left to make that more than what it is without a total design change. So we decided that we were gonna, went blank sheet of paper. What does a transmission need to be in a trophy truck? We decided it needed to be one, bulletproof strong. Let's not make it to where it's the edge and we're almost breaking it at the end of every race. Let's make it so that it could run it for 2 seasons, arguably. And also we wanted to make it to where there was no ignition cut. We could put it in any gear that we wanted at any time. And we wanted more than 3 speeds. We wanted 5 speeds. And we wanted each gear adjustable different ratios easily so you could change it. And so what we came up with was a spur gear transmission like a gearbox, but each gear is applied with a hydraulic clutch pack like an automatic. So it's full power shifts, big and strong.
Four-wheel drive is such a huge advantage in off-road racing. The 0 to 60 acceleration of this truck is just totally bonkers. It's a total game changer. I mean, this truck kills everything corner to corner.
So for instance, coming through a corner in a two-wheel drive, it's bop, 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 rolling it on. With the all-wheel drive, it's set, but bop, it's just right to it. And you're giving it all you got.
Neil Mason and his family didn't just build a new truck, they built a new platform. This is the engine, the transmission, the suspension, the electronics, everything working together.
The biggest thing you fight in the desert is traction. You're in soft stuff all the time. And so tire companies get better, bigger, better, they grip more. We got to the point where we couldn't put more power to them because we were just burning the tires off of them. You get to the point where what's limiting you in the corner is how much the rear is going to slide. So what better way to be faster than to put more traction to the ground?
Neil's the perfect guy. Why? Because he's a genius. This wasn't his first truck. He built some trucks that weren't so cherry. Him and his brother Robert and their father come together as Mason Motorsports to design this unbelievable dream truck. And that's the beauty of it is that he uses me to the best of my ability. He doesn't tell me what to say, doesn't tell me what to do, doesn't tell me how to drive it. And then when we're in the truck, we're constantly talking. So every race that we got to race together, we're like, feel that, I like that, or I feel that, I don't like that, feel this shift, I want it to be a little smoother here, feel how it bogs, we need a little closer range on when it comes to from second to third or third to fourth or whatever it might be, or feel that delay, or feel this kick, or feel how it's getting light with the fuel cell. So when you have the engineer and the designer of the truck sitting next to you for 500 miles, how does it get any better than that?
People say that the weakness is going to be that you can't keep it together. Where you absolutely need to prove it is the Mint, where it's big, it's square, there's rocks, there's ditches. That's what needs to happen.
If this truck wins the Mint 400, it changes everything. I mean, the Mint is the roughest race in off-road racing.
Will the all-wheel drive have an advantage? Absolutely, because you don't have to keep that momentum up and keep it going. You know, with the two-wheel drive, you gotta come into the corners hard. You gotta bank through the corners and really get a good exit. Now you can have some different line selection with the all-wheel drive, avoid some of the bumps, but still get that pace up and save the driver, save the tires, and also save the vehicle.
We're super excited about the Mason all-wheel drive truck. We're ready to take the next step. Consistently a top 3 runner all the time. We're pretty close all the time, but we just gotta step it up just slightly. Some learning curves with it, but other than that, that thing is a missile. I'm looking forward to 2020 and see what happens.
Pay attention, this is history about to be made. We're on that pivotal moment in which four-wheel drive could very well become the new weapon of choice in off-road racing.
Welcome back to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Mint 400 Limited Race. We're going to look into qualifying here in a little bit. We got Method Race Wheels qualifying, some notables. George, I'd like Rob McCachran and Justin Lofton. And so, Matt Martell, I'm going to throw this to you. The Mint 400 is the only race that a Mason all-wheel drive has not won, and Justin Lofton is second to go out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is where it's going to, come down to the wire. No all-wheel drive has ever won the Mint. It's the only race, and it favors a two-wheel drive here because of how rough it is. So we're going to see, really what happens.
Well, if you look at everybody, you're going to bet all on red, or you got multiple blacks out there. You got Ryan Arciero, also a champion here. You also got B.J. Baldwin, Kyle Jurgensen. But George, who do you like?
Yeah, I like B.J. Baldwin right now. He hasn't raced the Mint 400 in a little while now. He's coming back. It's going to be really cool to see him out there. He's fired up to really, really do well.
All right, we're at BFGoodrich. Let's take a jump over there and listen to what they have to say. BFGoodrich, obviously a huge supporter here, multi-time champ, multiple champions everywhere, all around the world. What do we have from BFGoodrich?
Let's kick it over to TPQ.
What's up, party people? TPQ here, standing in front of the BFGoodrich tent. And this is a BFGoodrich 40-inch tire that is on the limited trucks that are out there racing the Mint 400. BFG and the Mint 400 has been synonymous together for many, many years. I am thrilled to be here, and of course, BFGoodrich is a huge part of it, and the Mint 400 is where you need to be. So come on down here. We're in Primm, Nevada, and out there mashing the desert, and you need BFGs to get you through.
Well, we're going to be watching TPQ. If you happen to be live, he is the guy always in shorts and wacky socks. But, George, we have a lot of change-up. So let's get back to the races. We're watching some of the limited cars as they work their way around. But up in the front of the UTVs, we've had some changes.
Yeah, we definitely have. So Joe Torreira, he really was capitalizing on his doing well at the Laughlin Desert race. He's out front now in his Pro Turbo car. Wayne Matlock actually passed Kristen on course. So he's back up into the second overall position. Kristen third. Dustin Jones looks like he's running fourth overall, and Brandon Sims is, well, I don't want to say falling behind because that's a rude comment, but they're pulling away a little bit.
Off pace a little bit.
Yeah, off pace. There you go.
Well, I think one of the big stories here is Kristen had a huge lead over everybody, and if Wayne got around Kristen, that means Kristen spent some downtime.
Yeah, it could. Who knows? It could have been flat. It could have been anything. But Jim, you've done this in the side-by-sides. I've never done a race of this magnitude in a side-by-side. I've done Vegas to Reno, but with the loops and all the different stuff, give the audience a reference on pace, first lap, second lap, third lap. Then I'm going to give you what I think the drivers are doing, but I want to hear your perspective.
Well, I think, seeing what we're seeing, there was a push early on. Normally you push the first 15, 20 miles. You want to settle in. You don't want to lose any spots. But then they settle in and they run a pace that's maybe not as fast as they can, and you're really saving your car for that third and fourth lap when things matter. If you go out and you push it that early, you're not going to have much car left. So I think you're seeing these drivers that they're settling in now. We're going to have a few lead changes, but I think they're conserving their car for that push for the last 100, 150 miles.
I agree.
And it looks like I made a mistake. It looks like like that maybe my timing wasn't updated, but it looks like Kristen is still out in front of Wayne.
So with that, I agree with you 100%, Jim, is that a race strategy is you want to create some dominance at the beginning when the track is the smoothest. Even though you're learning the track, it's a much smoother race course. So run hard because it's not as hard on your vehicle, and then set back the second and third lap before the fourth push. Matt?
Yeah, and I love this shot right here. That looks like one of our trophy lights.
Yep.
Which is an amazing class. You can rent these vehicles and come race them, or you can purchase one and race within the spec vehicle class.
Well, and they're tough. That's the thing. You're like, oh, it's a spec truck, blah, blah, blah. I got in this vehicle when they first started this with the Scaroni family, and I went out the first lap. I'm just going to smash it and just shut them up. I came out dang near crying. And so this, once again, this is the GMV 1.1. This is one of the flyer vehicles that are out there with the special ops guys. And so we at American Off-Road do the training for this. It's great to see them out there. George?
Have you ever driven one of these bad boys?
I've had probably almost more time in it than anybody else. I was up at the Nevada Automotive Training Center, and then between doing the classes and doing the different stuff, I've had hours and hours and hours. And like I said, it's got airbag suspension, 3 abreast in the front, driver in the middle, 2 shooters on the outside. And then they got the twin turbo motor that sits in the back, and then two people on the outside. Then you also got a gunner up top, and you can also put a gunner out the back, or they do a different configuration so that they can put wounded people in there as well. But the idea about the center drive and having the 2 drivers on the outside, if something happens, someone gets injured or anything like that, the drivers can lean over either right or left.
The only thing I heard was you're going to take all of us for a ride next time you go.
I am ready. Let's put it in there. I'll talk to Odette in a bit and see if they'll let one go for the weekend. We'll go out and do a little running.
Sweet, man.
I just want to get that gunner up there and get the 50 cal upstairs.
Hey, Matt,
we're just going to put paintballs in it, drive by, and just start paintballing people.
Start lobbing.
Matt will volunteer for that position.
No, I will not.
But Matt, how cool is it to have all the different warriors out here? You know, the military guys.
You know, a lot of people don't know that this form of racing was started by military veterans. So this is our way of showing respect to our active duty military and veterans by including these classes of vehicles in, and also as a bit of a proving ground to share technology with all the armed forces, so that when we do go into combat, we're giving them the best vehicles that they can have.
Well, in the training that we do at American Off-Road, we teach them how to be safe and smooth and stuff like that, but then we show them the short burst, because there might be a time you have to drive like somebody's shooting at you, and these guys live in that environment, so they have to know how to be performance drivers as well as just crossing terrain. George?
100%. You guys were talking a little bit earlier. We saw Matty Wedeking go by on the screen quite a bit ago, but you guys were talking about race strategy and all that stuff. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, but I think one thing that we need to make sure we mention is how much fun these guys are having. So we got some messages coming from her crew saying that they're having a great time out there. They're moving to the front of the pack, but they're already thinking about getting some ribeyes.
Well, we just saw a really cool shot there. That was one of our vintage class vehicles going through a pretty rough section right there. And you can see the differences between how the vehicles perform. That is literally a vintage vehicle, and it has a limited amount of suspension, and it's going to perform much differently than a UTV, a Trophy Light, or a lot of even the Jeeps.
How much difference in prep is that stuff? Is it all kind of the same, Jim Beaver?
Well, I think, honestly, and I've told this to a lot of people, a UTV, they're pretty reliable. So there's a lot of drivers out here with a UTV that are just prepping what broke, kind of giving it the once-over, things like that. I think the elite level teams, I mean, like us, we tear it down to the frame every race, everything gets replaced. So, you've got different stages of that, but I think, a lot of these, like, Trophy Lights, some of these limited classes, a lot of the drivetrain, the powertrain will last the season, so they're not having to go through everything. Obviously you've got your top level unlimited truck teams where it's pretty much everything is new every single race, but a lot of these, some of the door slammer classes, the Trophy Lights, it's really affordable to re-prep these and get to a race just because they are so reliable.
That's super cool to hear, because that means that anybody that's looking at the live broadcast today, they don't necessarily have to get a UTV if they prefer something else. I know a lot of guys, bag on UTVs. They're a fantastic platform, in my opinion. I would love to see everybody get a UTV and be out there, but there's options.
Well, and that's where I'm kind of bummed that the Class 16 is not as big as it used to be. Very, very small. But that is a race car that, over the years, Rob McCacker would go back to it time and time again. It's a very simple platform. It's a very light platform, a very easy vehicle to work on. It's an air-cooled Volkswagen, and there's a lot of parts because they've been racing that for decades.
And it's a driver's class.
And it's a driver's class. So if you can get in that, as I said, you can drive that for years. We're not trying to take people away from UTVs, but you can get into a lot of the vehicles and go out and race and really get your high from racing for sure.
That's a really important point. Like, we really don't care what platform you're running out here. We just want people to come out and race and have a good time. So that could be a Class 11. It could be Jeep Speed. It could be Trophy Light. It could be a UTV. It doesn't matter to us. We just want to get people off the couch.
It could be a Harley Davidson. It could be a Harley Davidson.
It could definitely be a Harley Davidson. Those
Well,
guys
that's
will
the
be
thing.
racing.
Tomorrow we're going to see the gamut, and today we are getting close. The guys are getting ready to go out and do some qualifying, which is going to be pretty awesome. But right now we have our man Bob Bauer with his little gnome out there with some people from the Fox Shocks group. So Bob, what do you got for us?
Awesome.
All righty, yeah. So we're going to be going down to Bob Bauer right now. He's down with the guys from Fox Shocks, and because we got to be pretty quick here, Bob, because we are going to be going to qualifying very shortly. So Bob, take it away.
Here with Dane from Fox, events manager, and there's more going on here at the Mint 400 for Fox than just that race. There you have a demonstration going here. Dane, I see Jeeps driving around with Fox written all over them. What's happening here?
Yeah, so we're doing the Fox experience out here at the 2021 or 2022 Mint 400, and so we're giving people a back-to-back-to-back-to-back experience of what a stock vehicle performs like, and then what a vehicle with a performance elite, and a factory race suspension setup has. So as you'll see behind us, this is a performance elite Jeep. We can use Jeeps, we can use Broncos, we can use trucks. The chassis is irrelevant, but we want to show what a bone stock vehicle is like from the manufacturer, and then what an upgraded aftermarket suspension solution with a lift kit and a shock absorber offers you.
Well, now wait a minute. There's no instrumentation in there, so how do these people know?
So the butt dyno, the butt dyno, Bob, is what we have. Is the person can come in here knowing exactly what a shock absorber does, or have absolutely no clue what it does. And as they come through, that was the butt dyno. And as they get out of it, they can go, you know what? I understand that felt different than that. I can't explain it, but I know that that was not as good as this, and I understand it from a feeling and from a price point.
So it's open to everybody.
Absolutely. Anyone here can come down, sign a simple waiver, and come ride back-to-back-to-back-to-back vehicles and get a better understanding of what a shock does down here at the Fox Experience.
Never trust somebody else's opinion when you can get your own experience. And at Fox Mint 400, you can get that experience.
Forgot to ask Mike Kim about that. Ultimately, it's a guy with the butt dyno, pushing the buttons on all the Fox technology.
As we're watching the Class 11s as they work their way through the whoops. And you know what? It happened in the dating game a long time ago, and I got to say it's got to be the butt, Bob. So that's how you know. But I love what Fox is doing. They're giving you stock, a good, better, best. And that's the thing. How fast do you want to go? Obviously, things cost more money and as you want to go, but a lot of times you just want a little bit of an advantage. And as we're watching Bruce as he rolls through, and that guy's gearing car, this thing is basically a trophy UTV, right, Jim?
Yeah, this thing is it's a full build. This is I don't even know how to put it into comparison. I mean, it's crazy. And there's actually been a lot of talk about that, which class should it be in and this and that. And, I'm not going to chime in on that. But that car, you want to talk about pushing the envelope as far as UTV technology goes. What they have done with that car definitely has pushed the sport forward.
But if you know Bruce, you know that he's always trying to push the limits. He's a fast qualifier. He really wants to push the car as much as possible and make sure that he elevates the sport.
Well, I was talking to him. As I said, we're out with KWI doing belt testing and stuff, and he said he wants to build a complete carbon fiber tub. Because Unlimited is not illegal if you keep the same pivot points and stuff. So he wants to get rid of all the metal holding the bottom chassis together and make a bottom tub like a GTP car or an Indy car or Formula One car. And I'm interested in what, because they say it's lighter than aluminum and stronger than steel.
Here's Ruslan.
Yep, Ruslan Grease Hands. And Brooke Demon is also in the passenger seat with him. cool to see that that they're still out there cruising.
Oh, right,
They're not
right,
cruising.
right rear he's got a problem there.
looks
He's
like
past the pit. That's the problem.
An upper link is broke on that, so it's.
Oh, just a mile past the pit too.
Oh,
That's a tough one for him.
So he's going to have to limp it into the next pit there.
Yeah, it's a long limp too.
Man, that kid cannot catch a break.
Great car build by the guys over at IMG Motorsports. Hey, so I wanted to make a quick mention of Ronnie Anderson's already moved up 15 positions. I don't know who was driving the car, but already moved up 15 positions. Looks like he's running 10th or 11th now.
I think RJ was in the car
to take off. Okay.
Yeah, when I was at the starting grid.
What worries me about the Anderson boys, we knew they were going to push. We know they're ridiculously fast. Wow, that was a sin there. Man, but can they sustain that for an entire mid-400 running that pace?
Sure. They definitely, there's no doubt that they're fast, but it's continuing that pace. So you just saw that that Trophy Light launch it. It gives you an idea of the capabilities of these little cars. I mean, they're really, really fun.
Well, as I said, as a driver, I thought, you think it's going to break before it hurts you. This thing, you can run it so hard that it starts to tell you, you know what? You're about to hurt yourself, back her down a little bit. Not saying that the suspension is not awesome, but it is limited. It has the small tires, but it will bite you back.
Yeah, well, and we're getting a glimpse here. This is a 6031 of Jeremy Crandall, and that truck, as trophy lights go, that one's got a little bit of pedigree. That one Steve Hengeveld owned. Steve won a ton of races in that truck. Then it was owned by Corey Winter, who we know Corey's just kills it in short course. So that's a good truck, man. It's got some pedigree behind it.
And as we're watching this is basically a trophy truck. you watch the level and how hard he's running.
Got the old Rough Rider scheme on there.
Juggernaut. That's cool. Great build, great working truck.
You guys want to go through the running order?
Yes.
Yeah, if you've got a running order for them.
So our timing and scoring, we're just going to go the overall UTV guys. We got Kristen Matlock, Joe Torreira, Dustin Jones, Brandon Sims, Randy Romo. That's cool to see him up there. And I was mistaken. Ronnie Anderson's actually running 6th place now. So, or RJ's running 6th place. Roy Tompkins, Bruce Binquist. Hey, just like you guys were talking about. Mike Caffro, Braden Baker in 10th. Sierra Romo just on the outside of the top 10. Yeah, it looks like those guys are actually really shredding this first lap. Or second lap now.
So, Matt, what are you looking at? What's your prediction on finishing time for the winner?
For the winner today, I think we're be around just before sunset.
Yeah.
You know, that was about the pace they were on a couple of years ago when we ran this loop. But they're moving pretty fast, so it feels to me like they're faster than usual, which happens more and more as the vehicles get better and better.
Well, two things change the desert: wind and rain.
Yeah.
Okay. But so the wind is filling up some of the whoops. It's filling up some of the deep square edges, and also we're going backwards than the way we went last year. Correct.
Correct.
So now, as Jim was saying, that completely changes the cadence of the bump and stuff. They're gonna get worse as the day goes on, but right now the track is at its best.
Jim, does that mean that it's easier on the vehicles, or it's more difficult on the vehicles when you have less sharp edges?
Oh, less sharp edges is definitely better. You definitely want the rolling whoops. When you have those sharp square edge, it just beats the cars to death. So, the thing is you like to alternate every year, every 2 years, every other year. So this is going to be a really quick mid-400 with the way they're shaped up. But then when we come back next year, if we run the same direction, they're going to be a little more, it's going to be a little more square edge and stuff like that. So it's just one of those where it's nice when you have the opportunity, like we do here at the mid-400, to reverse the direction, and because it really does make it a little bit easier on the cars, but in a good way. You don't want to go, oh, look, we just lost a spare tire off the back. That's not a good thing.
Does that change your driving style then?
No, I think those same whoops, you're pinned it, but I think you're just able to go a little bit quicker. The capabilities of the car just allow you to go a little bit faster when you've got the instead of the square edge, the rounded edges.
So when you have to add to Jim's thought is you change the angle as we take another look at how that tire. So it looked like that was a brand new tire. They probably got a flat. They didn't quite get it strapped on right, so you can see it was loose as it goes. So it broke it off.
It broke the mount there.
It broke the mount off. Yeah. So they have a spinner on top, and what happened? That hit so hard that broke that. I'm gonna imagine that it had a crack in it. That wasn't that hard of it. So going back live, we see the concrete truck out there running around.
Yeah, this truck is affectionately known as Chuck.
Chuck.
And I believe that's Kevin Thompson in there getting a pre-run in.
And it looks like they did have to change a tire as well.
So to finish the thought on square edge versus rounded, when you have that, when it hits the bump, it has to shoot the energy straight up. The more square it is, the more angled it is, it deflects the chassis and keeps you going. So it's much easier on the driver, the chassis, the shocks, the wheels, the tires, everything. So as Jim was saying, right now the track is at its best. The bumps are the roundest that they're going to be.
Yeah, and I guess the easiest way to put it for those at home, what we're talking about is look at a curb, and you've got a curb that's square, and then in front of your house is you've kind of got that rolled curb up to the sidewalk.
Yep.
It's the easiest way to put it. It's a square curb versus the rolled curb, on the sidewalk.
Looks like the 902 has a little bit of cosmetic damage, but he's going to keep going.
Alrighty, as we are watching the safety crew get out there and grab that spare wheel, it's not finders keepers. They will make sure that they put that in the lost and found for that Class 5 Unlimited car. As you can see, that Method race wheels, we are going to be coming back in just a little bit. We're going to be watching the Method race wheels qualifying for the limited trucks and the unlimited trucks. So it's going to be great to see who's going to start on the poles. Is it going to be two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive? Is it going to be the legend Robin Cochran that is our defending champion? We will see shortly right after this break. We'll be right here.
Many people preach that growth happens when you reach the edge of your comfort zone. We disagree. We think growth happens much further out than that. Introducing BFGoodrich On Trail, an app that integrates exploration into everyday living. It features continuously updated trail data from a network of other off-roaders that includes missions, rewards, and more. Find trails you never knew existed and discover a community you never thought you'd meet. All by seizing the opportunity to see what lies beyond the next bend. Because the only true way to test yourself is to push the map past its furthest edge. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, we know how important it is for your car to look sharp and run well. And we're here to make that as simple as possible. Get all the parts, accessories, and tools you'll need for your next project delivered right to your doorstep. Just place your order online and leave the rest to us. You'll have everything you need at your door with free shipping the very next day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, for the
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Alrighty, welcome back to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Mint 400 Limited Race, and you see these guys lining up right now, Matt. This is the Method Race Wheels qualifying. Now, a lot of cars, a lot of trucks, a lot of energy going out right now, and these guys got to be stoked because how they finish this qualifying is how they're going to start the race tomorrow.
Yeah, and as we've seen the history of the Mint, it's super important to qualify well. It really determines, what your race is going to be. So these guys are going to throw down. It's going to be really cool. What you have in front of you too is a spectator-friendly qualifying that we created 2 years ago to bring all the action to the spectators and to the live stream. So this is really cool.
And how long have you been prepping? Because you have this short course built in the middle of the desert that you're going to put back. You're going to put it all back to stock after the race is over. But how much time of preparation, water, and tractors has it taken to make this short course for qualifying for the spectators?
Well, our crew's been out here for basically 2 weeks doing dirt work to get everything perfect. And my cousin Killian plotted this course himself. We ran it last year. The course this year is slightly different. There's a few little surprises we threw in there, and we're going to send the guys out in a sight lap here in a minute for them to look at everything, and then we're going to start qualifying.
Let's go down, Jim Beaver, let's go down some of the classes that we have that we're going to see out there, because obviously the people that don't know, you're going to see some trucks are two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, limited, unlimited, and also we got the buggies. But Jim, let them know what they're going to be seeing.
Well, I think the biggest thing out here right now, I guess in this first group, we're going to have basically the Class 10 cars. We're going to have unlimited truck spec, which the unlimited truck specs have been really interesting to watch the evolution of this class over the years, because I remember back coming to the Mint 400 7-8 years ago when there was 1-2 trucks in class, and now all of a sudden it's become one of the biggest classes. We've also seen when a guy like Jurgensen's behind the wheel of unlimited truck spec, they're pushing for the overall victory. So, unlimited truck spec is going to be interesting with the qualifying. They're actually going to have a little bit of course than the unlimited truck. So I think we're going to see them push the envelope. Their times are going to be not far off the unlimited trucks once things are all said and done.
Yeah, I listen, I totally agree. What I really like about the class is nobody's dominating in it. There's change-ups every race, and even at the Mint, there's different winners every year. It's not the same people winning year after year.
Well, and right now we have some of the guys down there. Adam Householder, one of the standouts. We'll see them in limited and unlimited. Not Adam, but the whole Householder family. But Tiffany's going to start bringing us some interviews. So, Tiffany, what does Adam have to say?
Adam, you just got a chance to do your sight lap. How's it out there for you right now?
It's the same course that we did in December. It's very fast. We did very good. Last race we ended up 5th, but we're hoping for that #1 spot. I want to start first off the line in Baja Track.
Well, we always talk about this, for the time trials. It's very crucial to get that spot like you were talking about. You want that clean air out front. For you, sir, do you like being out front, or do you like to be, second, third, and being chased a little bit?
Either way, being out front is nice because then you can kind of set the pace. You can kind of put some other classes in between you to gap, but being top 3 is still a good starting spot. You need to have the position.
Awesome. Well, you guys heard it here. Adam wants to get that top spot. He wants that clean air. Back up to you guys.
So I am going to throw it out to the two gyms. Now, what we've seen in the past is I think it's good to lead early, but with the lappers and everything that we've seen in the past, last year's race was dictated because of the dust and the passing the slower vehicles. These first 2 laps, the Matlocks are out in front. They're doing their thing because there's no one chasing them. But third and fourth lap, all of a sudden those other people come into play. So Jim Beaver, would you rather be second and chasing that guy down, or would you rather be the guy out front?
I've always liked to be the guy out front. Mainly, one, you have the clean air, then you get into the dust, things like that. But I've always felt from the lead position you can control the pace of the race. You get to a really rough section, I can check up if I'm in the lead if I need to, and I watch the rearview mirror and see what the guy behind me, if he starts narrowing that gap, then I can push. But I'm saving the truck knowing he's having to push trying to catch me, and so I can play that cat and mouse game, and you can't do that from the second spot. The leader dictates what you're doing.
You have to just go. Marsden?
It's got to be out the front. Why on earth would you want to sit in somebody else's dust? Why on earth do you want to be playing catch-up to somebody? It's all about this qualifying course now. I know what you're going to say, but come on, let's be honest. If I gave you the choice, first or second place, you're always going to take first.
Yes, if it's first or second place, but Rob McCachran last year started way down. And so
Rob McCachran in recent years has been doing that consistently.
Yeah, well, and I don't think it's by choice. I think with the
agree.
two-wheel drive, he's not qualifying as hard as he might. I see a lot of the guys running with spare tires on the back. They're not going for that super light qualifying, or they just want to transfer more weight to the back, Matt.
Well, let's talk about, too, Rob McCachran in particular. He's running a Geyser platform truck, which is the tried and true, but it's old. It's an old truck, man. And he just won the Mint last year with it. So everybody's got new Wazoo trucks, and he's still winning with that truck.
Well, you know, it's funny. I talked with Russ Warnemont a week or two ago on the phone, and obviously we know Carson's out there racing and what he's done to help develop the Kawasaki UTV platform. But Russ Warnemont's a legend.
Definitely.
I mean, he has had his hands in some of the best trucks ever built.
Yeah.
And what Russ was telling me, he goes, it's interesting to watch now with the all-wheel drive. He goes, because this is the first time in decades that things have really changed. He goes, now, the truck I built back in the early 90s, he goes, that truck has been
You remember anything from then, or how are you feeling, and what do you think is going to be the most difficult part for today's qualifying?
I actually did not come out in December, so I'm excited to get to experience it.
Awesome. Well, best to you. Good to see you out here.
So we're seeing Johnny Gould as he's waiting. We see the lights are on, the power is on. We might have had a situation out on the track that is blocking it. We're not exactly sure. We're going to report as much as we can, as quick as we can. But as we said, we're off course, and as it doesn't look. If there was a problem with Johnny Gould's car, they would push him to the side and bring the next vehicle up. So something tells me something has happened on the course. There it is. Now that's exactly what we're talking about. So this driver was either first or second off the line. This is either Clayton Etchison or Bryce Patrick. I'm not sure. I think that's Bryce Patrick. Looks like he lost a wheel, and he was probably right in the middle of the course. Now you can see the safety crew has pulled him off. He's safe. He's sound. But that is why we see Johnny Gould stopped on the starting line, waiting to start. So back to finish my point. Would I want to be first or last? So if I would rather be 10 minutes when it comes to corrected time, 10 minutes behind, chase that guy down the last lap. But once again, if it was 1 and 2, if we started side by side, most definitely I'm always going to go out in front. I'm going to take the Dale Earnhardt. Good thing, bad things. When something bad happens, if you're the front car, you don't know. It doesn't happen to you.
Well, it has to be said, in the last few years that we've been watching this race, that number 1 spot has been a poison chalice.
Yes.
I mean, we only have to watch the Harley Letner. I mean, oh my word. What does that guy have to do to win this race?
Well, we
probably start from the back.
You're probably not wrong.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It's, there's most racers, although sure, starting with clean air is great, you like to hunt.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you're gauging yourself based on the people in front of you and their pace, not just your own pace.
It's more of an emotional thing that I have everything to lose when I'm in front. It took me a long time to be comfortable up front. I think that's a mature racer that goes, you know what? No, I'll take that spot. I'm gonna charge and run with it. Where before, I used to like when I was younger, get a bad start because then I'm always passing people and I look good. I'm not thinking about getting tired at the end of the race. I want to keep pushing forward. But you said two things that never line up. Harley Letner starting in the back. He is the most dynamic racer between him and Kyle Jurgensen. Those two guys, and I've made jokes about it, they could take a school bus and still qualify top 5.
100%.
And so I don't see Harley starting in the back.
Well, let's talk about Harley's car, because this is where the dynamics of the different vehicles come into play. He's, in the concrete truck. He's racing on the Herbst Smith package, which is a 2-wheel drive, but it has a big block in it.
Yep.
I was fortunate to ride in one of those cars with him, also with Ryan Arciero's, another one running that package. And these things go to 160 like that.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And they're still going.
Yeah. So, faster top speeds than the 4-wheel drive. And a lot of suspension on these vehicles. It's a really, really good package. So what we're looking at today is it going to be that dominates?
Yep.
Or is it going to be the Mason 4-wheel drive that dominates? Or will it be the tried and true Geyser package? We don't know. We're going to find out.
Well, one of the great things is that we have so many different, as we said, we saw Dan Henderson, Ryan Bader, Cerrone. We have Amanda Sorensen, which is a drift star. I mean, this woman can throw a car sideways like nobody's business, and she is down with Tiff. Let's see what her mental state is before qualifying.
Amanda, it's so good to see you out here. We've got a lot of dirt, but we've got some wind, and that's going to keep it down. You've got a great co-driver over here. He's done Baja before, so this is a little crazy. That the trials out there, they're unforgiving. Talk me through that.
Yeah, Jax and I just went out for our sight lap, and get this, so I accidentally messed up with my radio. We had no radio communication the whole time, but I just swapped out my helmet, so we're good for our qualifying. We're going to go out there, take it turn for turn, basically just some mental notes on the sight lap, and from there you just gotta go through it. Jax is going to help me walk me through it, so I'm excited.
Well, coming from, pavement and asphalt and being the drifter that you are, obviously, you can drift a little bit out here when you're hitting some of the sections, but did Jax give you any updates or, little suggestions on what you do when you hit that section?
He says, the faster you go, the smoother it is, and the faster we're going to be. I'm like, okay, Jax, right pedal, let's go. Great advice.
Well, Amanda's getting ready. She's got her communication. Jax is in the right side. They're ready to go. The faster you go, the faster to the finish line for you, Amanda. And I'm excited to see that. Best of luck to you. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, all right, if you're just joining us, this is the O'Reilly Auto Parts Mint 400 limited race, and we are now watching Method Race Wheels qualifying. We have the top 3 off. We had a situation on the course that had to stop. We had to stop qualifying for a little bit, but now we saw Johnny Gould back on the line and going. But as we're watching, Matt, Amanda Sorensen, a star in drifting, and she's looking at these bumps going, there's no way this vehicle's going to handle this. But it's going to be interesting how much faster she goes every lap.
Well, don't forget, she's a trophy card kid, so she has a lot of off-road experience, you know. Not so much in this vehicle. She's only got a few races in this vehicle, but she can drive.
She did do a lot of UTV racing too.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah, but when you get into a truck with 40-inch tires and that much suspension, it kind of blows your mind at first. So she's got an educational process, but obviously she knows how to handle a car like nobody's business.
I think her car control, getting it sideways, sliding through the turns, she's going to be on point. You know, it's just, as you know, Ricky, it's a big difference between short course and what she knows in desert. It's reading the terrain, those whoops, when to check up, when you know you can flog it.
Well, and I just love the attitude. She's got the mentality of a sweet little girl out there going, well, I just kind of had fun and I didn't have radios and the guys next to me is telling me to stand on it and stuff like that. So she's just so relaxed and so composed. Well, Jim?
What I love about the fact is that she's got Jack's Redline sat next to her, who's been racing for probably all of 3 years, 4 years, and he's the experienced hand in there. That just tells you how far Jack's has come in his own career as well.
Well, and he's now going to be racing down in Mexico with Mike Walser in that all-wheel drive Mason. So look for big things. Look for big things out of him, Matt.
Yeah, I think both of them have very bright future in off-road racing.
Yeah. You know, and the funny thing about it is combined, they're maybe 35 years old in the car.
Exactly. No, it's awesome. Back to the Class 10 qualifying right here. We have our fourth racer, I believe.
No, I think this is fifth. I think this is Cade Garcia as he starts to go, because we saw Preston Brinkman as he went off the jump, got a little sideways, and that's the thing you got to watch out for. Slide to the left or to the right. The further you send it. We've seen a lot of these guys rip these tires off.
Yeah, but here's a question for you, Ricky, because I truly don't know. I know with the unlimited trucks when we qualify, I mean, a lot of us are changing rear end ratios. We're, tire pressures. We're running different tires, different, softer compounds. We're getting rid of spares, getting rid of tool bags, jacks, stuff like that. With a Class 10 and a Class 1, are these guys changing for their qualifying setup much, and what can they change?
Well, some of the guys will take the tire out, but a lot of these are 99.9% of them are mid-fuel cells, so it really doesn't help you much. But as you're watching this vehicle, it's got the spare. He's pretty much race ready, and that's the way he's going. Now, he might be light on fuel. Like, I wouldn't run a full tank of fuel, because with that 4-cylinder, the weight is very, very important. Once again, 8 pounds per gallon. So if I could take 10 gallons out of it and run a lighter fuel load, it's going to help me off the corner. But pretty much, they're in race dressing.
Yeah, it's really cool. Cade's come up through the ranks racing and recently moved up to Class 10, and that's a relatively new car he's racing.
You look at throughout time, some of the best racers we've seen. I mean, Harley Lentner came through Class 10. Bryce Menzies spent some time in a Class 10. I mean, you look at the ladder system we have in off-road, and the McMillan kids started in 1600 and then went to Class 1. But
yeah, and if you look at this shot right here, these things go fast, and it's a great platform, super competitive class.
Look at that with the train going under the train bridge.
Yeah. Don't hit the train.
Yeah.
All right, here's where we're watching Timothy Craig as he pulls off in the 10.22, watching the different strategies, because this little jump has gotten a hold of a couple people, but this is the one you got to watch, because it's loaded to the right and then it bounces back and drops the wheel down. But Timothy looked like he pretty much scrubbed it to get it back on the ground.
I was watching the turns there. That's a driver that's smart and knows how to qualify. When he was approaching the corners, I mean, he's got those, and he's hanging it all the way to the inside, as they would say in drifting, the inside clip.
Yep.
I mean, he's got that tire within an inch of where it needs to be. And a lot of drivers that just follow the ruts. He was changing his line. He was setting the car up. He was every single inch when your qualifying matters.
Well, and that's where I was talking to somebody about this the other day when I raced against a kid named John Michelle Bale, who was very smooth and stuff. And I grew up in Southern California, where I would use the berms to my advantage. I would use it to kind of spring me off the next thing. But we went back to a place called Unadilla, where it's soft, and this will make sense in a minute, guys. It's like a sand berm. If you bank off a sand berm like you would a hard wall, it takes your energy away. And as you said, Jim, that driver Timothy was nice and smooth in the berm, not scrubbing speed and stuff like that. But as a driver, it's hard not to just want to go 100% all the time, hit everything as hard as I can, because it doesn't always equate to speed.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
it doesn't.
Well, and I know, like, going back to kind of that point, my dad, who was fortunate enough, Mickey Thompson and him were pre-running partners, and Mickey teach my dad things, and they were going, and Mickey says, how come you're not over here? And my dad goes, well, he goes, does it matter? And Mickey goes, that's a foot. And he goes, how many feet are in an off-road race? He goes, how many corners? He goes, you gain 1 foot on 10,000 corners. He goes, that's 10,000 feet at the end of the race.
Exactly. With that tenth of a second per corner is going to make it. Now we're watching Mark Lewis as he sets out into the qualifying, and as you're going to see a lot of different cars. I mean, they have the same wheelbase, the same stance and length, but some are smaller in size, some are wider, some 2-seat, some one single seat. Jim?
Well, Class 10, I mean, how long have Class 10 been racing now? Over 25? Well, it's way over 30 years, isn't it?
Yeah. I was racing them, and they were very established in 1992. So, I mean, they've been going a lot longer than that.
80s, I mean, they were around.
Yeah.
It used to be beam cars, and then that became, what they call them, lights cars now.
Yep.
But
12 car.
12 car, yeah.
So there were most everybody at that time was in a air cooled, is a bigger motor with button beam, and then it started with the A arms and changing things around. But it's always been a very, very fast and very competitive class.
Yeah, and there you can see that the car that lost its corner there. So, again, pointing out that this isn't as easy as it looks. These guys are pros, and they're really good drivers, and they make it look easy. There's some tricky stuff out on this course.
Awesome shot there with Prim in the background.
And here we go. That is Terry Householder. This is our first limited. So as you can see, it's the number 224. That's what's going to give you that indication. But watch as he comes through here. If he sends it, which he scrubbed it pretty much, didn't want to send it too much because the guy's loading to the right, and what it's going to do, it's going to bounce it back the other direction. And as we see some of the unlimited trucks go through, it's going to be pretty crazy.
I think these trucks are really going to have to start watching the ruts, though. Ruts are starting to get deep, and in qualifying, you don't want to check up, but you almost have to at times so you don't put the truck up on its side.
Well, as we're watching this, I want to we're going to keep watching Adam Householder as he goes around, but Kristen Matlock is still our physical leader. Joe Torreira, second. Dustin Jones, Brandon Sims, Randy Romo, Ronnie Anderson, Roy Tompkins, and then Bruce Benquist. Right there, that is your top 8 that's out there.
And here we go with Andre Lauren about to take off here. Andre's been doing really well. I'm excited to see how he does at this race.
Well, and he's in our Canadian entry.
That's right.
And so as he comes down, a good friend of ours, Matt Chassier, works with them, and I love the big mow tool. I'm loving to see that more and more, that they're getting into this off-road.
Yeah, we really want brands to come and get involved in off-road racing, whether that's direct sponsorship of the event or sponsoring teams. It's a great bang for your buck, and really marketing to get your brand out there and introduced to this culture.
And Andre's teammate is Adam Fitza. Adam preps that truck. He's currently running in the UTV race, so I believe he'll be in that truck at some point tomorrow as well.
That shot on the right you just saw, though, of Householder really getting after it. It's like we have this start that's a little technical. You've got to get around this stuff, and then they're on the gas, of course. When we designed this course, we wanted to showcase the speeds of the vehicles and not have them just be stuck in the infield going back and forth.
Question to you, Matt, as the organizer, is how they finish this, how they start. So if they start without spares, can they put them back on, or do they have that option to take the spares off?
No, we allow, they can specifically set up for qualifying.
Right, but they don't have that much time, so we're not going to see gear changes and that kind of stuff. But if you want to run a low fuel load, you get the fuel after. If you want to add spares, you can.
Absolutely.
Which is, so honestly, it's kind of shocking to me that we're seeing that many guys with spares on. I would generally go with a little lighter myself. Jim?
we've spoken about this before, but if you set your car up to race with the spare tyres, you set your car up to race with a full tank of fuel, if you strip all of that off, are you not actually reducing your car's ability to cover the terrain?
Well, and that's where you go testing, and we just talked to all the guys from Fox Shocks that you can dial your stuff in or dial it down a little bit one way or the other. But I've always liked to have a medium fuel load with no spares. That's if I have a rear fuel cell. Now, if I have a mid-fuel cell, that you take the spares off, it could completely change the dynamics of the vehicle, and you lose that forward traction, which in the early Brenthel vehicles, they had the front fuel cell.
Well, and here's great shots of Kirk Harkey going off, and I believe that's Chuck Dempsey riding with him as well. So great teacher, good friend of ours.
Chuck's been around for a long time. Guy knows his stuff.
Yep, definitely. So driving smart, not throwing it away in that corner, and getting into the faster stuff.
Well, the guys from Brenthal, they are so involved in so many ways. We'll see a ton of spec trucks, limited, and then we'll see a lot of the other stuff. Alrighty, and we also do want to talk about that Haley Deegan is going to be raffling off one of her helmets, and no purchase necessary. All you need to do is go to methodracewheels.com/Haley. methodracewheels.com/Haley. One more time. And sign up. It is a custom Troy Lead Designs painted helmet. Haley's going to wear it one time, and then it's going to go to some lucky winner. So all you got to do is remember, one more time, run over to methodracewheels.com/Haley and sign yourself up.
Yeah, super stoked she's out here racing with us. Been bringing a lot of attention to the sport, and obviously she comes from off-road racing. Here we have Carrie Chrisman.
See Todd LeDuc on the entry list. Todd going to get behind the wheel of that at some point this weekend, Matt?
Yeah, I believe so. He raced with us last year, and super excited to have the LeDuc family back out in the desert with us.
And Todd's one of those guys that, obviously if you watch Monster Truck, he's in the monster truck that sends it. I mean, what he does in the stadiums in that vehicle is unbelievable. But he was also an established short course racer and desert racer as well as his brother Kyle and his dad Kurt. But Todd is one of those guys that's always sort of lingering back there. He's driven for a lot of the great teams, but he's not the driver of record. So we're going to see him out there doing a great job.
Definitely. Here we got a nice shot of our VIP viewing area as we show the lineup of vehicles. You notice those little hops, those little berms that we had to put in there. There's actually a gas pipeline that runs through this course. Yeah, and when they contacted us and explained to us what was in it, we're like, yeah, we'll add some more dirt. That is jet fuel for the military base.
Look at that! Look at threading the needle there, taking a little shortcut.
Yeah,
well, I like it. Trying to gain some time.
Well, and there's certain things where guys can shave corners, but the rules are you get so far off and you get pinned, you're disqualified. Correct? Because
yeah, but
a lot of people think, oh, they're just out tearing up the desert. We're on established roads out here.
Oh yeah, I mean we tried to measure it a couple of years ago, and it was not even a percentage of the Mojave that we were using. It's not less than 1%. So, yeah, we're on 10-foot roads and on specific courses and all the off-road racing that we do out here.
As we're watching Brent Fox as he takes off in number 275, Brent definitely was not holding back as he crossed the highway as he works his way around. Now that is one of the Herbst built trucks, very clean, very established. Obviously the Herbst family, not just the terrible Herbst fuel and all the different stuff, but they're also building trucks for other drivers.
Yeah, with obviously the guidance of Mike Smith, one of the OG builders of off-road race vehicles. Yeah, it's a little tricky hopping into a corner, right?
Don't want to dig into the jet fuel pipe.
Yeah, so, I really like the way these trucks work. It's one thing I don't like about the all-wheel drives is the dynamics of the truck. It doesn't move a lot, doesn't slide a lot. I know you're losing time there, and you don't necessarily want to do that as a racer, but the two-wheel drives look quick.
All right. Now we have Baron Nunley as he starts to take off. Another of the Brenthal entries. But you can see the fuel cells in the back. Now he took his spares off, no spare tires in the back, so he went for the lighter package.
Yep, lighten it up a bit. And, and a lot of it is dictated, going back to, Jim had mentioned earlier, about having the suspension set up, things like that. I think a lot of it dictates the qualifying course, depending on if it's whooped out, if it's sandy, how deep do you anticipate the ruts getting, that's the package you bring to qualifying. It all determines tire pressures, everything, is determined on the qualifying track. So what they're running here might not be something they would run, say, qualifying at Baja.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's definitely specific, so it's good. I mean, I think you're right, and I think this is the right setup. I think you want to be a little bit lighter on this course because of how sandy it is,
And correction, that is James Scully. So I jumped ahead a number that is not there. Not only that is James Scully in 246. And Matt, how long is this qualifying course?
It's about a 5-mile course.
So we should be seeing the guys from the start. They should be done here pretty quick.
Yeah, they finish on the other side of the road. Yeah, it looks like.
Bear Dunley, this is 215.
This is Bear Dunley.
While this qualifying is all going on, let's not forget we still have a race out there. It's the O'Reilly Auto Parts limited race here for the BFG 2022 Mint 400. And leading our race currently, looking at our trackers, it looks like physical race leader might well be Brandon Sims.
Wow.
Wow, nice change-up.
So we've got a lot of changes going on at the lead pack.
Yeah, we have now. I'm looking at our tracker. We're getting some mixed information here, but it does look like we might be seeing Wayne and Kristen Matlock both stopped at the same location.
So one helping the other out?
Yeah, it looks that way. But I'll keep an eye on that story and I'll come back to it as soon as I've got more. But at the moment, it looks like we've got Brandon Sims leading Dustin Battleaxe Jones.
But that wouldn't surprise me if Wayne pulled over to help Kristen or vice versa.
Oh, that's exactly what you would expect.
Now he's getting after it. He's getting after it.
Okay, here we go. This is our map now. We're just bringing this up live. You can go to the mint400.com to see this, and we can see there is our physical race leader, we believe, at the moment, which is Brandon Sims. It looks like he's hauling there at 74 mile an hour.
Yes.
And then just behind him is Dustin Jones.
Yeah, don't take the mile per hour because it's a completely different section of the track.
Yeah.
And that, so don't think, wow, Dustin Jones is slow. Well, where he's at, he's flying.
Pay attention to that when it goes to zero.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. We have to remember this is a tiny point in time when that tracker blips.
Man, I really love the POV shots, or the FPV shots that we're getting here. It just puts you in the driver's seat. Another Brenthal truck.
So you gotta educate people. POV, point of view.
Yeah. FPV are the high-speed drones that we're using to capture all the action here.
Okay.
So we have two different types of drones on track, isn't that right?
Yeah. So your standard drone that has a limitation of how fast it can go, right? You're seeing some of the high and wide shots that we're getting with those, and then we have a variety of FPV drones, the high-speed shots that you see where they're up close next to the trucks.
Those are more the drones would be associated more to racing and things like that are now being brought into this to be able to do media coverage.
Absolutely.
Changing the world up, and here we look at this. That's the number 280 there of Glenn Towers in the Brenthal truck.
Should have Thor Herbst coming up. Yeah, it looks like
indeed.
Thor Herbst there. This group of kids, obviously, you have the dad, and then you've got, Tim, Ed, and Troy who accomplished a ton. And now it's kind of interesting to see these kids like Thor coming up. You got Riley Herbst, who was doing NASCAR, and seeing them spread their wings and how they've expanded, and all of them, they can all wheel. There hasn't been a Herbst yet that hasn't been a driver.
No, definitely not.
But what a family, what a legacy. I mean, absolutely remarkable what they give back to the sport.
Well, and that's the thing, they've, the industry supports them. Anybody that, goes to a gas station, you traditionally go to a Herbst, you want to support them, but they've given so much back, not only in
rear gears, but now it's pretty figured out.
Yeah, we've got Mason with their 10-inch, and of course we've got Tube Works who are doing that incredible third member as well.
Yeah, and I don't know.
I'm looking down and I see that Dondell is back, and wasn't he something like 1,200 horsepower 3 years ago?
Yeah, and that's another twin turbo car that he's got.
Dale's an animal too. Like if I had to pick anybody that's going to qualify on the pole, I'm going to go out. I don't even want to say go out on a limb, but Dale Dondell, he's probably got more pole positions in off-road than anybody.
Well, it's funny because I was talking to him, and this truck that he's racing is brand new, and it's his answer to the all-wheel drives. It's a two-wheel drive truck, and it's a little bit lower and a little bit wider, and it's aptly named Big Booty Judy. So, you know, he thinks that he has some theories, or that you know, he can beat those four-wheel drive trucks.
Now, we saw something last year with Luke McMillan. I don't know if we're going to be seeing it on any of the cars here this year. That's where Luke stepped over from a 17-inch rim over to a 20-inch rim, so he could get bigger brakes in there and also take away some of that shake out the tyres on those 40-inch tyres by having a slightly smaller sidewall. Have we got any guys who are running that technology this year, do we know?
You know, that's brand new tech that BFGoodrich is developing. It's actually 18-inch wheel, right?
Yes, sorry.
And Vision Wheel is one of those people that are putting that out. So I don't think anybody's running it here.
I know. I honestly, I don't know. I should because of what I've done with Vision Wheel. But I know Rob McCachran's got a full set of the 18s. I don't know that he's running them here because I've been kind of out of the loop for the last 2 days. But I think if you don't see anybody on the 18s here, I think in the next race you're gonna see across the board a lot of the top teams running them, which is, you know, obviously, as you said, you know, now they're able to expand the brake package, go to bigger rotors. It's gonna be a big thing for off-road.
Dude, it's so crazy for me to see how hard these guys push these spec trucks in qualifying. Like, there's no way that you could have this in a race pace.
Well, these are durable trucks. I mean, you got to realize that, you know, these have a slightly smaller engine package than the Unlimited trucks, so you can still hurt them, but, you know, it's basically an Unlimited truck with a smaller engine in it.
Well, it used to be a few years ago that people built these limited class trucks, or should I say the spec class, and they were built down to a spec. Now they're not. They're now built up to a spec, and they are, as you say, just Class 1, they are the top dogs, but with a smaller engine package.
Yeah, this is a real interesting truck, too, because Chad Hall built this truck, and there's some real interesting tech that he has throughout the truck that's different than in every other vehicle. We are up shooting with him. He's one of our Road to the Mint features, and obviously driving the Mobile One truck.
Yeah, you want to talk, you know, family legacy. Obviously, you've got, you know, a huge legacy with the Hall family. But Chad alone, I mean, obviously, his dad, Rod, obviously, we know what he accomplished. But if you look at resumes, Chad Hall's got a pretty extensive resume, Matt.
Definitely, and one of the things I really like about him is he's crafted his whole career around the idea of racing stock vehicles mostly, right? So vehicles that, you know, are derived from stock vehicles. He's been head of the Chevy program now for 4 years. Their vehicle has raced every single, or finished every single mile of every race that it's entered in, the ZR2, and really robust vehicle platform.
As we keep watching all the qualifying go down, we're already 3 hours, 48 minutes into the limited limited races. Chris and Matlock still out front in the UTVs. Joe Torreira out front in the turbo class. Dustin Jones and Brandon Sims. It looks like kind of shaping up like last year, Matt. All three drivers really close on time the whole race. Let's see here. Randy Romo, Ronnie Anderson, Roy Tompkins, Bruce Beanquist, Mike Caffro, and Braden Baker rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, George, I'm just going to pick up on that story there you said about Kirsten Matlock. I believe Kirsten Matlock is actually stationary at the moment.
Oh, is she? Okay, so it hasn't updated.
Yeah,
okay.
No, it's not updating. If you actually go to, and you can do this at home, if you go to the mint400.com live, and you can actually go to the live scoring, and you actually look there, you're seeing Kirsten at the top, but you'll see that we're not seeing the green flash coming across for the third section. So it does look like she is actually stopped on course at the moment.
This qualifying course looks really cool, man. Like, just for these guys having so many switchbacks and just upsetting the trucks.
And here we look at this. The Dirt Princess Haley Deegan on the line, getting ready to go off. And A lot of hype around this one, Matt. I mean, this is a big deal. You know, big first really foray into desert racing. We've seen what she's done in NASCAR. We know what she's done in short course. This is going to be kind of an interesting story to watch throughout the weekend.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, make no qualms about it. Haley Deegan can wheel. And she came from short course, and so she knows dirt. So she's, you know, we talked about it. I said, just go out there and let the race come to you. But she's also one of those people who's like, no, I would like to win, you know?
You're sending it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is no second places when Haley Deegan's around, that is for sure.
Does anybody know how much time she's had in the truck before she got here?
Not a lot. Method put this whole program together with her, and they have had a test, but I think that's really it.
Just goes to show how good of a wheel woman she is, right?
Look at how she's setting up her corners. She was very smooth, very quick. You know, because she's had some experience in off-road racing, she knows the vehicle dynamics of suspension, you know, and where the limit is. So really cool to see her out here.
She's looking pretty solid right now. Yeah, definitely charging, you know, and obviously she's run Pro Light. She's done some UTV racing, spent a lot of time, you know, in the karts and things like that growing up. Obviously a ton of time running stock cars here recently. So I don't know. I'm expecting big things. I think she's going to be a player in this race.
Yeah, and you know what I'm hoping for, what we always hope for, is she likes it so much she wants to do it more.
Right.
I also, if I'm adding things to my wish list, I want her dad out racing with us as well. We've been talking to Brian Deegan for years about getting him out here. Now we see Justin Blauer. He did really well with us last year. And that is another Herb Smith built truck.
Look at that. Nice. Wow, that was a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
He's on it.
And I've got to say, that is one of the smoothest we have seen over that jump so far. Didn't dip that right-hand corner. He nailed that line completely.
Look at the way he's keeping his momentum in and out of these corners. He's taking a little bit different line, going wide and trying that outside, inside. I mean, this is going to be a strong run if he can keep this up.
Yeah, this is impressive stuff here from Justin Blauer. But the people sitting at home, so many people, they'll go, well, all these cars look the same, but they are so totally different when we take the clothes off. When we start looking at the frames, we're looking at the construction, the way that the A-arms are constructed, the way that the rear arms are constructed. Subtle differences that make big differences on the track.
And 63 total drivers for qualifying today, man. It's super cool to see all these guys coming out.
Definitely. And it's a great way to, you know, get the fast guys up front and gals and let them battle.
And how awesome is that? I mean, we're talking about that. Obviously, we talked with Amanda Sorensen earlier. We got Haley Deegan. I mean, Kristen Matlock, you know, has been leading today. And I think it's so amazing that the sport of off-road really, truly has embraced female talent. You have this amazing crop of female drivers coming up through the UTV ranks. We've seen it in short course through the karts and things like that. I mean, we truly are in a groundbreaking position. I mean, you on the Ultra 4 side, I mean, we talk about Bailey Campbell, and I mean, it's pretty amazing, guys, to see what we're seeing.
It is, but I think one of the things that's really, really cool is that nobody thinks it's out of the ordinary. It's expected because these girls
it's normal now.
It's normal, and that's what makes it so wonderful from everybody watching. And you can come in and you can have a go. I mean, when we look at the youth racing that we're seeing now as well, that you're supporting, Matt, here at the Mint 400, the amount of young ladies we see in those ranks is wonderful to see, and we're going to see them powering through. And some of those kids that we have racing here this weekend, they could be here qualifying in a couple of years' time in the big trucks.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd love to qualify everybody, but the kids racing, I want to give those guys a lot of love this weekend because we have over 50 of them out here racing with us, and it's super cool to see. You know, that's the future of the sport. And, you know, we already have the first wave of trophy car kids and young kids who race UTVs, you know, hitting the maturity and getting into the bigger vehicles. So it's just awesome. I'm really excited for the future of off-road racing. You know, we've got a big, bright future ahead of us with all these kids racing.
You know,
we should also give a shout out to the state of Nevada. I mean, the world is still turning. You see the train in the background, and the BLM and everybody for letting us stay out here and do all this stuff that we love.
Oh, Nevada's great. Las Vegas is a fantastic town to do this in.
It's got to be my favorite truck in the entire race.
I was going to say something that, like the Nick Eisenhower and the Heat Wave truck. That's a method truck as well. Really cool vintage style truck.
It looks so cool. What did they do? Did they just wrap the headers differently for it to get such a banshee type sound, man? It's so
It almost
cool.
sounds Robbie Gordon.
Oh man, I love that sound.
Yeah, they've got to. I wonder if they're doing like an 8-into-1 or something like that. They've got to have something crazy going on with the exhaust on that.
Well,
okay, right now this is our times that we can see coming up now, and our leader at the moment is it's Chrisman, Carrie Chrisman, and with a 4:23. Then it looks like it is Adam Householder with a 4:25. He said he was going to send it, and it looks like he has. In third position, it's Brent Fox with a 4:26, and then in fourth is that man Scully, James Scully, of course, there coming in tight with a 4:35. Now, Nicky Eisenhower, how's he going to qualify here? He's not. Is he one of the stronger qualifiers?
He's pushing it, that's for sure.
Well, the one I want to see too is Blauer. His time hasn't registered yet, so I've got a few heavy hitters. Amanda Sorensen, who Tiffany Stone caught up with earlier on the line, Jack's Red Line, the co-driver there. So her brother Brandon Sorensen, he's a drift kid too, came from the UTV ranks. Both of them can wheel, so great family.
And I think they're going to share driving duties, aren't they?
I believe so.
Yeah, so it'll be cool to see those guys out there. It's neat they're coming back to enjoy some dirt.
Yeah, they're an off-road family here from Vegas, so we expect them to do a lot in off-road. Really cool that Jack's Redline's riding with her too, showing her some support.
Do you think she's got her hand out looking for that cut and brake?
I think she's got a pretty good grasp of what's going on here.
I don't know. I wonder how many of these spec trucks run a cutting brake. I had one in my unlimited truck, so it made honestly qualifying specifically, it was nice to be able to grab that and just whip the rear end around when you needed it.
But that would mean you'd have to run an open rear diff.
No, it was tied to both rear tires.
Oh, okay.
So you'd kind of lead it into a corner and then grab it, and then the whole rear end would rotate.
Yeah.
So it just fully locked up both rear tires at the same time.
It didn't split. So
yeah, it didn't split. Yeah. You just lead it just a little bit, grab the handle, and the whole truck would rotate.
We have another Brenthal truck lined up. These guys are fielding quite a few trucks. Really cool to see.
Yeah, they've got an interesting business model. I mean, they're the ones, if you want to go off-roading, we'll figure out how to get you into a truck.
Sure, which is great. We love it.
And the Brenthal trucks are being ever so successful at the moment. And you're going to see that man, Carl Jorgensen, qualifying later today, fresh off the back of his big win at the King of the Hammers only a few weeks ago.
And Kyle, he's a guy that, 4 or 5 years ago really kind of burst onto the scene, and he's been just bat fast.
Oh, and this is really cool. This is Akira Mura. He's, over from Japan, off-road racer from Japan, who came over and has been getting coached by Brandon Arthur, and he's out here racing with us. I mean,
up on two, he saved it though.
Yep, good. He pulled that off.
Yeah, good driving. So Matt, I also saw a Toyota Hilux that was cruising through Tech and Contingency.
Yep, we have 2 Japanese racers with us. It's really cool. We've got some racers from Mexico here with us as well, racing UTVs. But, every year we get racers from all over the world coming to race.
Right, and they've also raced in other series like Dakar.
Yeah, some Australians as well.
Exactly. It's great to see because it means that the world is opening up after 2 years of being locked down. And I was chatting to some friends in France a few short weeks ago, and they're trying to put a package together right now so they can come over to race next year's Mint 400.
Awesome.
So as we still see qualifying go down, we got a message from Skylar and Brandon Sims. It looks like Brandon is, I think it keeps updating, but he's fighting for the lead. Him and Dustin Jones are battling. But unfortunately, they don't have any communication inside the car. They're still giving hand signals.
Nice.
It's tough.
You see Patrick Witt right here.
As we watch Patrick Witt come off the line, I'm just looking now at my race tracker, and it's not going to be very long until we see our race leaders actually crossing the line to complete lap 2.
And we have a ton of racing action going on here. I don't know if you guys saw that off to the left, but that left line that you saw was our race line. So that was a UTV racer coming through, probably on his second lap, and right next to our qualifiers. So everywhere you look, there's some off-road racing action here.
Yeah, honestly, I love this format with running the qualifiers during one of the races. You know, I'm sure the drivers love it because, you know, it's one less day they have to, you know, spend hotels, things like that. But I think this really, it makes the day that much more exciting.
Well, we've got a lot of people, and we're trying to keep them together. It's, you know, we learned from a couple of years ago that, like, we were playing this game where we were breaking everybody up and sending them to other locations, and it was hard on everybody. I think this is much better. It puts all the qualifying in front of spectators. Yeah, it's really cool. So I'm looking forward to it. But it's been interesting already in qualifying as to who's in what spot.
So if you're one of the, we'll call them big dogs, if you're in an unlimited truck, as we see Jeff Proctor in his twin turbo V6 Honda Ridgeline, I actually got to ride in that truck, Jim. That's the first time I've been in a big truck, so it was pretty cool for me to see.
They've got some crazy tech going on. Honda's done some amazing stuff with that truck.
Yeah, and just as in the layman's terms, we were going 117 over some of those whoops, and that's the first time I've gone that fast in the desert, so it was pretty cool for me to get that experience. You guys have had a little bit more experience than I have, but is it something like the big dogs, like BJ Baldwin, let's say, who's going to qualify later? Are they looking at the qualifying times and the drivers that are going out now on course to be able to get an advantage on where they're picking lines and different things like that?
Oh, for sure. I talked to BJ the other day, and he was complimenting us on how we do our live timing. So you can see everything that's going down here live on our website, both with timing and with tracking. And here's the top guys for Class 10. Jim, you want to run those down for us?
Yeah, in first place we've got Brigman with a 4:43. In second is Garcia with a 4:52. In third is Craig with a 4:55. In fourth, Gould with a 4:59. In fifth it's Lewis with a 5:22. And in sixth is Etchison with a 5:25. So there's less than a minute there between the top 6 vehicles, which is quite incredible really for your Class 10s. And it's going to be one of the most competitive fields out there tomorrow for sure. Just trying to see a number here, trying to work out who this might be.
I think that's Akira. We were talking about it earlier. I think we got mixed up there.
Yeah.
Working his way through.
Yeah, being a little conservative, it looks like.
Yeah, which would explain it. If that's a 2:42, I think it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, so that is Akira. And I think the gentleman that we saw earlier was Connor McMullen.
Right, Connor's fast.
Which would explain why he was fast.
Yeah, okay, so we got our wires crossed there. I was like...
Well, we can't get it 100% right all the time. There's 182 people racing today, plus this lot.
Yeah, so that is the gentleman we spoke of earlier, racer from Japan, Akira Mura.
Okay, while we're watching more action here, Tiffany Stone, she's been down in the pits and she's getting loads of interviews and bits and pieces, and she's with the man himself, BJ Baldwin.
BJ, it's so good to see you back out here. It's been a few years, and I was just saying, hey, this is kind of like your hometown, your backyard. You're like, actually, Tiffany, that's a disadvantage. What do you mean by that?
Well, it's a disadvantage because I know it really, really well. So I'll think that I'm having like a very controlled pace, and I'm taking my time with stuff. And you really have to do that out here. You have to be patient and kind of wait for the race to come to you. And then if you have to really drive hard at the end, that's kind of how it's won. But I know everything out here because I test out here. I spent a lot of time out here throughout my racing career. So I really got to be careful as it relates to not pushing too hard. On a normal race, like a conservative pace will be, at a certain rate. But out here, a conservative pace for me tends to be, I feel more comfortable running a little bit harder out here because I know it so well.
Well, and talking about that, you just said something that many drivers may not know. Sometimes you have to wait for the race to come to you, because if you race the race, you're not going to finish, and you got to wait for that to come to you. And with that being said, you guys are about to head out for that site lab, a quick little qualifying after. How important is it for you to get, obviously, that first spot to get clean air? Or you seem like the type of person who likes to be chased out a little bit and be like, hey, I'm going to take that fresh spot back from you.
Yeah, qualifying first is cool, but, I kind of feel, all alone out there. I kind of like to, it's better for me if there's blood in the water. To chase somebody down, it kind of has an adrenal response in me, activates my aggression and stuff like that. It's more fun to battle, like second, third, fourth, or fifth, and I'll be honest with you, I don't really qualify that well. It takes me like 10 or 15 miles to warm up and get comfortable in the truck. But yeah, this race, you got to be really patient, especially with these things. They go so fast, and if I drive it like I want to drive it, it'll break in 5 minutes. So that's the case with a lot of high-level drivers. So you really got to take care of the equipment. Only use as much as needed to get out front and win the race.
Well, it's so good to talk to you, and like I just said, I've got some Black Rifle stock now, so I'm pretty pumped about that. I might have to come, try some out pretty soon. I've had some. It's delicious, and I love everything, so it's good to see you out here. BJ, thank you so much for your time. And like BJ has said before, sometimes you just got to wait for the race to come to you. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Tiffany. Now, BJ Baldwin, famously, after winning the Baja, someone on stage said to him, how do you feel? You've only won it by a couple of seconds. Why would I want to win the Baja by more than a couple of seconds? And this is a guy who really understands his racing, who really understands what it's all about. He's overdue a win. Can he do it?
I definitely think he can.
I definitely think he can. I mean, he's coming off, I believe he won the race at Parker.
Yes, you're right. I say he's overdue. He burst that bubble, didn't he?
Yeah,
yes.
I think that was a big thing for BJ. He's had some struggles. We know the guy can wheel. I mean, he's one of the best in the business. And for whatever reason, he's just had a couple years worth of struggles. And it happens to race car drivers. And he burst through at Parker. He got the win. And I think the monkey's off his back now. And now he can concentrate on going out and chasing more victories.
Well, one of the other big race stories, looking at BJ Baldwin, I was watching him go through tech and contingency yesterday, and I was looking at those big round things on his car, and I noticed there's a different name on them this year, BFGoodrich. So that'll be very interesting as well, and that could be a telling story out here.
Definitely.
Of course, at the BFGoodrich Mint 400.
Definitely. Well, it looks like we've got our top list of competitors here.
It looks like, what do we have? Chrisman there, Householder, Fox, Blauer, we talked about, snuck into the top 5 there. Scully, McMullen, Miller, Thor Herbst there in the 8th spot. Eisenhower, Gentry, our top 10.
Yeah, it's just interesting to look at the times there. So we've got 4:23 for Chrisman, but right down the bottom there is Towers with a 4:53. So we're not talking about, and there's our Japanese friend there just crossing the line at a 5:17. So that just shows you the pace of these vehicles when the whole field of vehicles there has less than a minute between them over a 5-mile course.
Yeah, and Haley Deegan actually did pretty well too. I mean, she's in 20th, which doesn't look good on the scoreboard, but I mean, she's only 20 seconds behind the leaders. It's pretty good to see that she's out there already putting it down.
Absolutely, and against professional drivers. Let's
100%, yeah.
Welcome back to the booth. It's Ricky Johnson. How are we doing?
Yeah, well, I'd like to see how well these guys would go do if they win a Busch Grand National or Busch race.
There you go.
or Xfinity race. But no, Haley is quite a gamer. We watched her in Trophy Cars, watched her in Pro Light, and now we're seeing her in Craftsman Truck, which is not Craftsman Truck anymore. It's Camping World Truck. It was Craftsman Truck when I started. But no, she is quite a competitor. But looking at these top guys, very, very tight spread.
Okie dokie, right, okay, as the racing continues here at the O'Reilly Parts Limited Race at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400, we're going to be right back at the action for the Method Race Wheels qualifying session for the unlimited trucks, and we will see you very soon. Okay, and welcome back to the Method Race Wheels qualifying zone for the unlimited classes here at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Now, Ricky, we've already seen some fantastic qualifying today. We've seen Chrisman putting it on the top spot, but we've got another group of incredible racers just about to start.
What we just saw right before it came off, we saw Doug Matag put it in the top spot. So when we go back to seeing that, Doug Matag has done so much when it came to R1 racing, also in Pro Light, Pro 2, Pro 4. So he's done a lot of it. So another short course racer that is working his way into the desert field. So Matt, what does that mean to the Mint?
I mean, look, he's fast. We're really glad to have him here. You know, short course racer mostly, but you know, he's fast in the desert. So it's exciting to see him here, young racer.
Yep.
I think he has a big career ahead of him. And you know, as you know, short course has had a little bit of problems over the last few years, but hopefully that it'll
decades.
Well, it'll continue to build up, right? We love short course, going all the way back to the Mickey Thompson era. We grew up on that. You raced it, you know. So it's cool. It's great to see him out here. We want guys to race short course. We want guys to race desert. Off-road racing is a big family.
Well, RJ and Doug and also my son Luke Johnson, they all kind of grew up together. They were around kicking tires and stuff when Randy Anderson was working on Walker Evans stuff. Chad Matag was the first Polaris racer and also doing all the different stuff. He had, I think, the longest jump for the longest time. And then also, so watching these young guys turn into men and racers across the board. And off-road is off-road is off-road, but the mentality of how you line up for a Pro 4 race is completely different than how you line up for the Mint 400.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I mean, it's interesting, though, but I think, and you can really answer this question, you know, I think guys who have experience racing short course, as long as they can calm it down a little bit, they do really well here.
Well, and we've seen
especially in qualifying.
But we've seen, yeah, they obviously all qualify well. But the guys that like the Rob McCackern, he drives according to whatever he's racing. If he's racing a 16 car, if he's racing a Pro 4, a Pro 2, a trophy truck, unlimited truck, a limited, whatever it is, he adapts to that immediately. But we have seen a lot of guys at times like Carl Reynolds that started in the desert, started racing short course, that he would never gain back his confidence in the desert because I think he drives too hard. And when a driver drives a Pro 4, you're on hyperspeed. I mean, when you talk about hitting the nitro button, because they accelerate so hard, they brake so hard, you can throw it. I mean, it expands your mind of how hard I'm throwing it into a corner and it's not rolling. Now, when your body's used to that, now you go back to 40-inch tires and all this ground clearance and all this up travel. You have to set and wait for it. Even with the Mason Pro 4, it's like what I call a bigger version, the big brother of a Pro 4.
Definitely.
You have to run a little different pace.
When you're on these big off-road cars, I think the best way of describing it is almost like you're sailing a boat. You're guiding it into the corners. You're suggesting a direction rather than demanding. When you're racing on tarmac, you demand a direction. When you're off-road, you suggest a direction and you hold with it. You've got to race with light hands.
I don't really know about that because he gave me a ride. He gave me a ride in one of the Mason trucks down at Barstow one time, and I swear to God we were in a Pro 4, right? and I know he was showing off to scare me a little bit and show me what the vehicle could do. But it was simply amazing. So we're back with some shots of the door slammers here of the 2000 class. This is really cool. It's a part of the Dirt Life Steel Cab series. Love these guys out racing with us. A lot of home-built vehicles, you know, stuff that's built in their garages and stuff, and that's a part of off-road racing that we love.
Well, and as we're seeing them, the race is still, there's so much of a race going on out there. Yes, the Martelli brothers have done a great job of, I'm going to say, glorifying off-road and desert racing. But when the guys that are out there, this could be Dan Henderson as he beats his way through the desert, learning about, you know, sometimes no one's going to see your greatest feat when you're driving out there. Sometimes no one's going to see it.
Definitely.
That was Shane Lewis there, making his way through in the Class 5 car.
And it looks like we had some other drivers walking back on course over there to the left.
So with qualifying for the unlimited stuff, we've made it through. I would say what?
We're over halfway now.
Yeah.
And we're just waiting at the moment for the second group to start. We'll be joining them out on course very soon.
Well, and actually, I take that back because Doug Matag was the first driver off in a Class 1 car. So he was the first one to take off, and we have him first.
Okay, in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Limited race, currently leading, it is that man, Dustin Jones. In second, it is Brandon Sims. Then in third, it is the Anderson. The Andersons are coming up through. Look at that. Then Joe Terriano, and of course, it is, I believe that's Randy Romo and not Sierra.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy to see that the Anderson brothers, Ronnie and RJ, have moved up that fast because they started way down. I think it was in 25th or so. So it's cool to see that they're pushing it. That new car is working well.
Yeah, this is on adjusted time, obviously, but they're doing an absolutely great job. And as you were saying, the traffic that they've had to come through to get to there is quite amazing.
And they're not even halfway yet.
26th position they started the line this morning.
Woo, that's fast. And you know what? It doesn't surprise me. You know, RJ's fast. His brother Ronnie is, I think, even faster. You know?
Let's talk about some of the videos that you've done with RJ. I mean, you guys pushed the envelope. I mean, they scared me to watch. Some of the stuff that he was jumping and the way he was driving that.
They scared me to make.
Exactly, I can imagine.
I don't want to kill anybody, and we were pushing the limits. No, it was a lot of fun doing the XP1K series with RJ, and we plan on doing some more of that stuff with you know, some other athletes as well. We just love showcasing these vehicles and what they're capable of. Looks like we have, I'm not sure who that is, but they're
limping along a little bit.
There's some stuff hanging down.
Well, as we're talking about that, what you guys did with coming out and cleaning up the desert, how many tons of trash did you guys pick up to get ready for this race? I mean,
we pulled.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, we pulled 18 tons out this time.
Whoa.
Usually we break 20. You know, with the support of Republic Services, we couldn't do it without them. And then it's, you know, the event's also supported by Fox Shocks and BFGoodrich Tires, Tread Lightly, and Orba.
Well, and as I was watching, they're saying because of COVID and the different stuff, a lot of people were just. It's not just stuff left over from campers and stuff like that, but people were actually coming out here and dumping their trash.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Yeah, it is. It's completely sad. But I want to thank you and everybody involved, because it's because of those kind of efforts we're able to come out here and still enjoy and play in the desert.
Yeah, none of us want to see the desert trash, so just remember that. Don't trash the desert.
This looks like Ronnie Anderson right there, or RJ.
I'm assuming it's probably still RJ if he started the race.
Yep.
Ronnie will probably get in there. Good to see this car. They qualified really fast in that same car at the King of the Hammers, so it's good to see that car is still out there pulling double duty.
Yeah, and it's funny because that build, I think, suits this race course.
Looks like Corbin Wells probably coming through. This is one of the sections of the track that I enjoy watching the most, because you can really see how controlled the drivers are going through this stuff with their feet, not necessarily the steering wheel, but with their feet, to be able to skip over some of these bumps.
Yeah, they're big. This is the King Shocks whoop section, Sandy whoop section, and those are big holes. You can see people trying to find a line through there. There is no good line through there. It's all rough. Well, yeah, it looks like we have a little mechanical with one of the trophy lights. Hopefully they can get that fixed quickly and back going.
I think this is one of the qualifiers.
Is that a number 2 truck?
No. It's looking like that.
Just trying to see. Okay, while we continue watching the action here at the O'Reilly Parts Unlimited race here at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400, we'll come back very shortly to the Method Race Wheels qualifying, and we'll see you very soon.
Many people preach that growth happens when you reach the edge of your comfort zone. We disagree. We think growth happens much further out than that. Introducing BFGoodrich On Trail, an app that integrates exploration into everyday living. It features continuously updated trail data from a network of other off-roaders that includes missions, rewards, and more. Find trails you never knew existed and discover a community you never thought you'd meet. All by seizing the opportunity to see what lies beyond the next bend. Because the only true way to test yourself is to push the map past its furthest edge. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, we know how important it is for your car to look sharp and run well. And we're here to make that as simple as possible. Get all the parts, accessories, and tools you'll need for your next project delivered right to your doorstep. Just place your order online and leave the rest to us. You'll have everything you need at your door with free shipping the very next day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We're celebrating with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. I'm Jim Marsden, and we're enjoying a fantastic day of racing here at the O'Reilly Four-Wheel Parts. What do I get that from? Good grief, I've been doing too many of those.
That was the other race.
Yeah, exactly.
Do they still use the same jingle? O'Reilly? Do they still use that one?
They still got it.
I don't know, I think I'm going to have to sing that. No, I don't, you see. There we go. Anyway, welcome back. We've had a fantastic day of racing so far in the limited class, the limited class racing, and we're going to be cracking back on with the qualifying in about 20 minutes' time, and the big guns are coming out to play.
Well, as we're watching these limited cars go around, remember, we are auctioning off one of the Haley Deegan's helmets. All you need to do is go to methodracewheels.com. That is methodracewheels.com/Haley. No purchase necessary. Sign up, and we will. I'm not sure if we're going to announce the winner today or if it's going to be tomorrow at the main race, but we will be auctioning off Haley Deegan's Troy Lee custom painted helmet for this race. Once again, go to methodracewheels.com/Haley, HAILEY, and sign up for that. As we're getting ready, as we're watching some of the door slammers, guys in the 4200 class, as they roll themselves around. Is that 4200? Did I get that right, or 4000?
It's 4,000 class.
4,000, my bad. So with that, we are getting ready to start our unlimited trucks with we got 2-wheel drives, 4-wheel drives, and we also have some of the buggies as well, man.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be exciting. These guys are the king of the hill, right?
The big guns, yep.
Big guns.
And there are some big names in there, and with some massive horsepower as well. And we were talking earlier to Mike Kim, of course, from Fox, who's going to be riding with Justin Lofton. Now, Justin's a 2-time winner of this event, but he's had no luck in the last couple of years. He had problems with his 2-wheel drive truck. He then moved across to the Mason. He had some issues with the Mason. Is this his time?
Well, he's got, I mean, everything is falling in place for him right now. He's the only Mason truck that's out there. Matt?
You know what this is? This is, oh, no, I thought it was, sorry, I thought
That
it was
was
the
a limo.
limo. I was like, the limo made a lap.
I wonder where our limo is out on track.
I would like a report on where the limo's at if it's moving
I'm on it.
still.
So let's talk about the unlimited buggies, okay? And obviously we saw Doug Matag go out. We have Ronnie Wilson. We have a lot of different people. But Jim, talk about Lauren Healy. Some people are a little bit maybe not stoked with it, I might say.
Well, Lauren Healy, to those who follow King of the Hammers, Lauren Healy is a name that's very well known. He's a 2-times winner at King of the Hammers, and he's a man that came from absolutely nowhere a few years ago. Move on through his career, and he is now the man to be. He's teamed up with Vaughn Gins Jr. to create a team called Funhaver, and they are fully factory backed by Ford. Now, recently they've just built a new car. It's a 4-wheel drive, but it has IFS, so independent front suspension, and also IRS, so independent rear suspension. It has a rear engine, and what does all that mean? It means it falls into the Class 1 category.
Yeah.
Correct.
But there is a catch. It's a 4-wheel drive vehicle. Not only is it a 4-wheel drive vehicle, it has portable hubs as well, which means it has exceptional ground clearance, and it is also using the live valve tuning, the live valve shock absorbers supplied by Fox. This thing is an absolute weapon.
It's got every gadget known to man. Does it have? It probably has air conditioning for the driver and fluid logic, so he's getting a squirt of water at the same time. Matt?
Well, it does. It's the kind of car that looks like it's been built by NASA.
Real quick, guys, I want to give a big shout out. That was Lucretia Beret. She's one of our female racers out there, just charging through the desert. Great to see her on pace.
Well, you know, going back to the Lauren Healy thing, there was a few years ago, though, I think Shannon Campbell showed up here to the Mint with his Ultra 4 car, and he did really, really well. So
He did, yeah. I mean, we've seen quite a few Ultra 4 cars racing here over the years. We've seen Paul Herschel, of course, who took the win in the Hammers class.
Yeah, and Casey Curry raced with us last year.
Well, Casey Curry actually won his class last year as well. So, it's going to be very interesting, but I think this is the first time we've actually seen a 4400 class car, what we consider a true 4400 class car, racing in with the Class 1s.
So did Shannon, because I don't know, because he did race Class 1, but
Yes,
did he have his own Class 1 car?
Correct.
Okay.
So, yeah, he built his own Class 1 car for racing Baja, and in fact, last year it was his daughter, Bailey Campbell, that brought it across the line.
Yep. Absolutely. Here we have a nice shot of the back section.
Oh, we're going to have traffic lights. Hearing the siren go off. See a love tap coming up.
Coming in hot. there's about a 2,000-pound weight difference, so that trophy light wants to get out of the way.
See a trophy light disintegrate in a
Gonna
moment.
get squirrely here.
And
you got him, hit him.
He's being patient. I give the guy in second patient. I don't know that I would have been that patient, Ricky.
Yeah, I don't know if he could see. I don't know if he could see there, but here we come.
Oh, here we go.
And with this up and down, there's a good chance he's going to send that spare tire flying through the desert.
Yeah. Now
you get on
you know,
cameras.
for those of you who don't know, nerfing is legal here. It's part of our style of racing. There's only a couple classes that are no touch. Like we don't allow anybody to nerf the Class 11s and the vintage cars. So
we did see some pit maneuvers last year as well. So anything can happen here at the Mint 400.
Definitely. I mean, look, this is an aggressive style of racing, and we encourage that.
Yeah.
You know, we don't want to turn it into some, watered down form of holding your pinky up on pavement. You know, that's not what this is.
Oh no, we're headed that way because Jim's got us all drinking tea now. So I don't have a saucer yet, but I think next year I could have a teacup and a saucer.
Here's the question: what is a crumpet? I feel like tea.
What is a crumpet?
Yeah.
Really? Good grief! I will educate you. I'll bring you some crumpets next time. You'll enjoy them, I can assure you.
It's a cookie, right?
No. No, it's not a cookie. A cookie is an American thing. A crumpet is a British thing.
It's like fish and chips.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm gonna bring my best cookie and challenge your crumpet. I bet my cookie.
We're getting cultured by Jim Marston here.
How am I going to get cookies as sponsors, guys?
That's right.
Let's talk
come
about
on.
the sponsors.
Right. While we're talking about all this stuff, let's look here, because this is important. What we're seeing now is the qualifying cars. They're just going out for their sighting lap. So just to make everything absolutely fair and safe, the cars are all allowed to go out for a sighting lap. Now, do they have a speed limit for this, Matt?
Yeah, we asked them to keep it down to about 25 miles an hour and just really cruise it, you know?
Well, and with that, as a driver, I know that what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out and where everyone can see me, and I'm not really, watching the course is something I need to learn. I'm going to find a place where I'm going to pick up the pace. I'm going to gas it hard because I want to get my adrenaline and my eyes adjusted to going fast. So it's really important that I know the lap, which a lot of the guys will have GoPros on the front of their car. They'll record it, and then when they come back and they're sitting and staging, they'll watch that lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, I'm just looking here now as we just watched another car leave the line. The next car lining up, though, has got a real chance of winning. Oh, look at this.
Alrighty, so we're on board for the sight lap. This is what the drivers are seeing as they're going through. We can see the battery's at 53%.
He's been on course for 3 minutes 23.
And it's a GoPro camera, and it's at 53%, and the time frame is at 15 minutes and 18 seconds. But now the drivers, what they're doing is like slowing down. They're talking back and forth, and I'm noticing there he's just starting to note something. So what he did is he saw a big G out. The co-driver is going back, going to scan down. He's going to put a danger in there so that he'll call out that mark. So he's going, scans up, puts a danger in, either a red dot or something like that, letting him know where it's at. Now he's saying, okay, now let's move on. So this is why it's important, Matt, that they do drive around most of the time at 25 miles an hour.
And we're in car with the herps right here, right?
Yeah.
So this is one of the packages that we put together of a new technology that we've been helping develop with a group, and it's going to bring you live in car from what do you have, like 4 cameras here, 5 cameras, 5 different vehicles here?
Yeah, now we're going to see a bit more of this as the race goes on, particularly tomorrow. But let's just talk about the inside of this car here, Ricky. We can see right next to the driver's hand there is the gear shifter. It'll have a 3-speed gearbox, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, correct. Turbo 400s with the 3-speed.
That's correct, and then we can see all of the buttons and controls there. Now, most of these vehicles will be using some form of Motec control system for their engine ECU and for the rest of the electrics on these vehicles. And the switches there are usually controlled not by fuses, not by relays, but by what are called PDMs, power distribution modules. So there are no actual hardwire electrical parts.
So what I'm watching, what I don't like, what I'm seeing is the shuffling of the hands and losing. So you see there, the left hand stays right at 9 o'clock.
Yep.
So as you adjust back and forth, so when he gets out of control, he gets right back to neutral. But if you start to shuffle your hands, and you can see he's got that MPI Max Pappas Industries steering wheel with that orange band, that lets you know when you're straight. But what I like to teach, what we like to teach at American Off-Road and also at Johnson Off-Road, is that pay attention to 9 or 3 at all times. So when you get sideways, you come back to knowing what straight is.
I'm just looking at one of the interesting pickups here. So the transmission, he's running a standard valve body transmission.
Yes.
I always like the reverse valve body. So you want 1, 2, 3. He's going from the bottom at 1 to 2 into third gear. If you're a driver with a reverse valve body like me and you go into a standard valve body, it's backwards.
It is. Now, I personally don't like a reverse valve body. The reason for that is usually when I need reverse, it's usually after I've just been in a third gear incident. So I like to be able to get straight from my top gear to reverse gear as quickly as possible.
Well, I'm going to lead, which, like I said, opinions are what they say. Everyone's got one. But I agree with Jim, because what I've done before,
Which Jim?
Beaver, is that when I go to third, sometimes if I bounce a little bit and I push it to the left, I miss the gate, I throw it up into neutral. And I've done that before. I like to come back and go boom into a stop into a third, and then when I'm braking, I'm shifting forward. So a lot of the sequential boxes are up, back, and forward. So it's very similar. So now we're looking at Jim Marsden.
We are indeed. Look at this. This is the unlimited truck spec results. In first, it's Carrie Chrisman. In second, it was Terry Householder, but Adam Householder driving. In third, it was Brent Fox. In fourth, it was Justin Blower. In fifth, James Scully. In sixth, Conor McMullen. In seventh, Miles Miller. In 8th, Thor Herbst, a great run from him. In 9th is Nick Eisenhower, and in 10th is Garrett Gentry. That's an awfully good lineup.
Look at
there.
how close they are, though. I mean, those top qualifiers within a couple of seconds of each other.
You beat me to it. But now we've seen these results. What are we expecting from the big guns? Are we going to see these guys getting down to 410?
Well, absolutely. I think definitely we're going to see that in the all-wheel drive. As we talked before about Mike Kim is going to be in there. So watch. The all-wheel drive has such an advantage with the squirt out of the corner. In this section, not because you designed it that way, but that part of the desert is very soft, and now it's getting rutted up. We've seen the water start to come up, so there's not real bad dust, but the berms are getting bigger and bigger, and I think that's going to be an advantage, as always, to the all-wheel drive.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're right. I think this particular course favors an all-wheel drive, but it also favors, some aggression. So we'll see, if Lettner goes out and qualifies for concrete, he could beat the all-wheel drive.
Which I think he is, because we saw his partner out there running the limited race, getting more track time.
Yep.
And the
Kevin
driver that
Thompson.
qualifies has to start, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
So you can't
Absolutely.
put one guy in for a shoe and then bring somebody else.
Yeah, we don't want the ringers in,
But we're
it's like,
saying
hey, I have this guy from IndyCar here. He's going to qualify, and I'll do the rest.
No. See, what would happen is you would have lost one of your commentators.
I
Somebody
know,
would have had
yeah.
Ricky just qualify, and then he'd be back in the booth for tomorrow.
I know Ricky. He'd be out there going for $5,000. I'll qualify you.
No,
at first.
I'd just be poaching. I'm rocking up and down with my helmet.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Take single.
You pay more, right? That's the auction. Forget about the Haley Deegan helmet auction, right?
Yeah.
It'd be the Ricky Johnson qualifying auction.
But yeah, so I think that's great, because then that sets the pace for how the driver's got to go out. I think you're making a good scene here. But once we get going, Jim, we're going to be shooting out to some sponsors here in just a minute.
Yeah, we're going to shoot out some sponsors, and then we're going to be coming back live for the Method Race Wheels qualifying here at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We'll see you in a bit. 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400 live stream is brought to you by 01, the official Arrive and Drive partner. It's Las Vegas tours led by professional guides, more actual ATV ride time in the latest off-road vehicles. Heatwave Visual, the official sunglasses of the Mint 400. Makers of fully customizable and highly visual sunglasses, designed and built in California. Get your pair at dirtcode.com today. Golden Nugget Las Vegas Hotel and Casino, the official host hotel of the Mint 400. Tread lightly, promoting responsible recreation through stewardship, education, and communication. Orba, the Off-Road Business Association. United, we are stronger. Sight Solar, sustainable innovation powered by the sun. Get power and light instantly, wherever you need it. Yep. Okay, welcome back to the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. It is the Method Race Wheels qualifying, and we've seen some fantastic action already today. Earlier on, we saw the Class 10s, and here is the top 7. In first position is Preston Brickman with a 4:43. In second, it was Cade Garcia with a 4:52. In third, it was Timothy Craig with a 4:55. In fourth, Johnny Gould with a 4:59. In fifth, it was Mark Lewis with a 5:22. In sixth, it was Clay Etchison with a 5:25.
Preston Brinkman with, that's blistering. 9 seconds faster than the field. That is. They're going to be chasing him. If he keeps that pace going up the first lap, there's going to definitely be, some catching up to do. But I also say a lot of these guys just want to be safe and have a good car for the beginning of the race.
Well, this is what I love about desert racing, and especially the Mint 400, is, okay, there's going to be a battle in Class 10. There's going to be a battle in Class 1. There's going to be a battle in the Unlimiteds, the Limiteds, and so on, all the way through the field. So it's just an incredible amount of action and just battling in every field.
And we're back on track now for the O'Reilly Auto Parts limited class racing here. Just look at these. I love these cars. Aren't they fantastic? Now, that's not Kevin Thompson, is it?
No, earlier when we saw Kevin Thompson, it looked like he pulled off. So what I think he did is he did a lap, got his, what were we calling the butt meter?
Yeah.
Figured everything out and then pulled off. And that's proper etiquette if you're out here and entered in the sportsman classes. Let them
run for their win.
Yeah, do your lap, get your pre-run in, and let the racers race that are racing in that class.
But you got to have a very sharp guy on your GPS putting marks that quick. Boom, boom, boom. And that's what I like about using the lead nav. You can go a lot quicker. So, Jim, looking at the limited class?
Yeah, we're looking at the limited class map now, and there is Dustin Jones. He is physically second on course at the moment behind Brandon Sims, but Dustin Jones is our race leader on a just-in-time. Now, we have to talk about Kirsten Matlock and, of course, Wayne Matlock, who were leading the race earlier today. They've been pulled over on course, and, in fact, our race leaders are going to be passing them fairly soon.
Oh, what a bummer. And, by the way, it's Kristen.
Yeah, Kristen, I know.
I
apologize, Kristen. I keep saying it.
That's the British translation. But,
What?
I do it to someone every year. It's usually Ryan Arciero.
Right, exactly.
And we're going to be seeing Ryan. Now, if you want to catch up with these maps and you want to see the live scoring, dive on down to the mint400.com. You'll be able to find live scoring and more information there about all your favourite drivers and find out how they're getting on in this race. And just check out this action here.
That was the Class 16 car, which is an awesome race car. It's kind of old school, not a lot of horsepower, but it definitely teaches you how to drive. It was the craze a couple years back, but a lot of people have been switching over to the UTV class, especially with this much factory participation. And now we're seeing the Class 11s. Jim, you just want to be out there, Beaver. I can just see it in your eyes. You just like, yeah, I should be out there driving one of these.
It's funny. No, totally. If the right one came up for sale or something, I don't want to go through building one, but if the right car came up for sale, I'd definitely buy one right now.
I'm in, so maybe we form a team here, right?
Well, there was a race winner for sale the other day for $35,000.
Yeah, see, and that's a little out of my price range.
Yeah.
I do have a vintage Bronco though that we're gonna bring out and race. So.
Wait, Class 11 for $35,000?
Yes.
I know of one that just sold recently for about 17 grand, but 35. That's
top end.
Pretty steep.
They're proud of that. Was that Shreddy?
No. Well, we just saw the Shreddy car go past.
Yeah. Here's one of our, I believe that's a 1450 truck. You can see by the suspension. Getting after it. Awesome.
Got the I-beams. There's no bump steering in those I-beams.
No.
Just
it's literally half a turn lock to lock, isn't it?
Left and right.
Awesome shot. Another UTV racing through. Looks like chokers.
Yeah, the one thing you don't see when you're on these drone shots is just how deep these whoops actually are. They're huge. There's another Class 11 makes its way through.
No, that's a Class 5.
No, that's a Class 5, sorry. So as soon as I said it, I realised.
No, it's okay. The difference is, for the people out there, this is a modified vehicle. It's got upgraded suspension, so can go quite a bit faster than Class 11s.
Now, the Class 5s, you often see them with those front shocks actually facing forwards, don't you?
Yeah.
That's the 5 Unlimited.
Yeah.
That's the 5 Unlimited.
So you can go the longer arms, and the way they change the angle of it, the ratio is much better with the shocks going forward.
Yeah, and for those people watching at home, let's not forget there is 31 classes racing today in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Unlimited race.
Yeah, really cool of O'Reilly to come support.
Yeah, we'll be cutting back soon. We're just waiting for qualifying to start again at the Method Race Wheels qualifying zone. Just look at these cars. Don't they look fantastic?
A nice shot of the Method wheels on that vehicle.
So yeah, as we look, we see a lot of guys. Some running spares, some without spares, some running one. I'm curious to see how Rob Mack lines up for qualifying. I think this is our last
This
year
is
champion right there.
yeah, this is Dustin Jones. So he's second on course, but first on adjusted time, and he is absolutely hauling.
You know, I love the way his car looks. It just looks like a race car. It looks fast, and it looks on the start line. It looked a little bit lower than some of the cars out there. So I'm curious to talk to him about his setup after he gets finished.
Did he have those active valve that's low for the start and high for the bumps?
Yeah. Oh wow.
Okay, look at this. This on lap 3 of our O'Reilly Auto Parts limited race in first position on adjusted times. It is that man, Batlax Jones. Then in second place, Brandon Sims. Then it's the Andersons. Then of course it's Joe Torreira. And then, oh, look at this. There's a change in fifth place. Binquist in your amazing car.
Yes, that thing is quite an animal. But he's 10 minutes down. That is quite if something has to happen to Dustin Jones for him to try to make up that much time. But he will be running very fast. Now, is that Carson Warnemont?
There's Carson. It looks like the end of the second lap. He was about 10 minutes back from the leaders.
Where's he at in the NA lineup? That's what I want to know.
Oh, he's leading NA by quite a bit.
Nice.
Let's see. Carson was 2:07. Oh, that was his last lap.
He's just starting his third now.
He's 4:13. Just trying to see.
And remember, if you're at home, you can get on these maps yourself. You don't have to wait for us to upload it. You can get on there, go to the mint400.com, look for live tracking, and you can go on. As you look up, we see our leader, Dustin Jones, on corrected time. And you look down and you see the timestamp when he went through, and then you can also see the mile per hour and everything. But remember, everyone doesn't load at the same exact time. So here we see Joe Torreira as he's working around, but notice the gaps, Jim. I mean, on third lap, the attrition here is really starting to take its toll.
Yeah, it always does in this race. Let's not forget there are no easy miles at the Mint 400. So looking at the tracker now and just confirming that Carson Warnemont is actually 12th place at the moment overall and currently first in his class. But it's all about that man, Dustin Batlax Jones, out there, out in the front at the moment. In fact, he's actually physically second behind Brandon Sims. Now, you're Brandon Sims. You're getting the information from the pits. You're told that you're 45 seconds down on the guy behind you. What do you do?
Well, you just got to run. I mean, once he comes in, especially because they'll have radio contact when they come through the pit, and then they'll tell him because they're going to let him know because more than likely you can get cell service from the last pit, so they're getting information kind of live, and they're also watching the feed here. So it's his point. He's got to hope something happens.
Yeah. Now he's about halfway around his third lap now.
So
does he?
Sorry, I'm going to jump on right now. That is Doug Matag as he's starting the run. So this is Doug Matag, an ace in short course, and now he is starting in Class 1 vehicle, the Unlimited Buggy, which is independent front, independent rear, with the transaction with some are mid-engine. This is a rear engine. You see that hanging off the back, but an open wheel format. So once again, that is Doug Matag. But tomorrow, you see he's got Carson Warnemont as a navigator. So we were just talking about Carson Warnemont and everything that he's been doing as we're watching Ronnie Wilson get ready to take off the line. How much of an advantage is that going to be?
It's going to be a lot of help. I want to talk about Ronnie Wilson.
Legendary.
Yeah, legendary. And this car. This is one of it actually predates the Jimco Champion chassis. So this car has won a lot of races, and it's going to be swan song. They're actually selling this car after this event. I think it's going to Australia. So really cool Jimco Class 1 car. Great family.
Look at that. Sending
You think Ronnie's comfortable in it?
You'd think. He wears it like a comfortable pair of shoes.
Exactly. No, it's really cool. 3 generations of Wilsons racing with us, and great to see him out here racing with us at the Mint 400.
Yeah, I got to spend some time with him down in Baja. We were pre-running together, sharing notes, sending stuff back and forth on lead nav. Check this out. I just found something over here and over there. So a great family, and anytime you see the Wilson, the pits or anything like that, they're always right there to help.
Yeah, it's interesting too because again, this is 3 generations ago of Jimco chassis. So they've since done the I believe it's called the Champion chassis, and now the big one that's basically using unlimited truck front suspension. and rear, the Hammerhead.
Wasn't there one called, like, at one point, Marking and McCachran raced at the Jimco Dominator or something like that? It was like the first big car Jimco they built, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm referencing, is the Dominator chassis.
Remember when that debuted and it was with Marking and McCachran and everyone was like, what is this? What are we looking at? And they just went and just walked away from everybody.
Here we've got Nicholas Carlon going up the line. Well, he's clearly from Arizona.
I love it.
You think?
Yep.
There's some small clues.
I'm all good with that pride, right?
I am all good with Arizona pride. We're a horrible state. Stay away.
It's too bad because of COVID, everybody's discovered
Arizona and Utah.
It's like a free country. I think you guys are screwed now.
It's all right. We'll share it with you, Matt.
Yeah, wait for June, July, and August.
That's okay. That's what the river.
We've got the river.
That's what the river's for.
You're either in the water or in the air conditioning, one of the two.
That's right.
Now, Ricky, what is the difference between driving one of these and one of the unlimited trucks?
Well, because you have an open rear diff, it's not locked. I mean, so with the solid rear axle, you can drive around. And when you get onto that one tire, you can kind of drive out of it. With these, you have to come through the corner. And if you preload, say if it's a right-hand turn, you preload the left like he's going through here. If he gets on the gas at that point, that inside tire is going to go to where there's the least amount of traction. They say, why doesn't it go to the one with the most? Because if it gets locked up, all that pressure goes to that one axle, and it's going to break. So with that, you have to be a little more patient, but having independent rear and independent front, it gets a little bit more squirrely. It seems like that solid rear end keeps you a little bit more settled.
Well, and here's James Dean, son of Patrick Dean, who's a legend in off-road racing. Pat will be actually racing with the Herbs. And James is fast, man, and he's getting faster.
Kid's really quick. You know, I've always said it. I said, Pat Dean, he's not a flashy guy.
No.
You know, and he's very humble. And I'm like, he is one of the most underrated drivers of all time in off-road. And I think anybody who knows he's one of the who's had his hands on the wheel of some of the best race cars ever built. That guy is an animal.
Yeah, and one thing I like to talk about this car in particular because it's a different build. It's a lighter car. It's old. But, man, as you can see.
Look at him just.
He's wheeling it.
So as we're watching this, the difference about it is it's got that motor hanging off the back. So it's like a tail on a kite. It helps keep it straight, and it's unbelievable in that. But James is unbelievable. I had the opportunity to work with him. As we see Lauren Healy as he's getting ready to go, we're going to go to a commercial. We'll be right back with Lauren Healy in qualifying with the Method Race Wheels qualifying session. We'll be right back.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and this is the Method Racing Wheels qualifying session, and on the line now and kicking is Lauren Healy.
Now you said there's some controversy here, Jim, but go back to people who didn't listen. You can see independent rear suspended, independent front suspension.
Look at that.
All-wheel drive, and the motor is in the back as well.
Yeah, this car has been discussed and been nicknamed the Space Shuttle. It has so much technology in it. So it's independent front suspension, independent rear suspension. It has a rear-mounted engine, but most importantly, it has four-wheel drive.
But so Matt, clarify. It doesn't matter what class you're in. If you qualify first, you start first. It's not all the trophy trucks, then Class 1, then Unlimited. If he qualifies as fast as qualifier, he's number one.
No, we keep it by class.
Oh, you're keeping it by class.
I don't even know I don't know what the issue is here. All I see is a Ford Bronco.
Right. That's right.
Right. This is some Ford Bronco. This is running the Fox live valve. So the suspension is actually talking to the brakes and talking to the engine as well. So it'll be. We had Mike Kim in here talking about it earlier. So when he hits the brakes, it's actually going to solid up the suspension so he doesn't dive the front end down. It's going to be very interesting indeed to see where Lauren can put this afternoon.
Well, what was really interesting to me about those shots right there is you saw the roost from the front wheels and from the rear wheels really laying the power down.
Yep. Next on the line is Bradberry. Notice the difference, how much lower it is and squatted, traditional Class 1 car versus what we saw with Lauren Healy.
Yeah, now Lauren Healy would normally run a 42-inch Nitto grappler tyre. For this race, he's actually switched down to a 40-inch tyre as he thinks it's going to give him a better performance in the desert.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there's a point of diminishing return with tire size as it relates to the size of the vehicle and the weight.
Well, I had the opportunity to run a long time ago with Zach from Cops Racing, and when he had the 42 BFGs for a while, and they were just a little too much. It's too hard to slow down, too hard to gas it.
It's a lot of rolling mass.
You still get sidewall cuts with a big tire, so it does help you with the direct impact. But that's why everyone's gone up and gone down, and that's why I think everybody's settling on a 40. Would you not agree, Jim?
No, I agree. I mean, they push the envelope there, and like you said, there's a point of diminishing returns where too big is just too big, and I think we've settled on 40. And I'm not saying we won't ever push the envelope to 42s, but I just don't see it happening anytime soon.
Okay, so what if we start building a 42 but on an 18-inch rim?
Well, there's that, and then as well as you're noticing that when they went from 39s to 40s, they went narrower. So that they're not as much contact patch, because everybody thinks, oh, just more traction, more traction, more traction. What happens is you start tearing out rear gears, ring and pinions, transmissions, all different stuff. So you have to have the right amount of traction versus give and take for the transmission and rear end.
Yeah, here we have Robert Archibald, Charlie Townsley navigating for him. Really, really cool. Been in off-road racing for quite a time.
And as soon as we have some times, we'll be bringing them to you here at the Method Race Wheels, qualifying at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
There's some fast cars, but just by eyesight, I'm going to say Lauren Healy's got them probably by 10 to 15 seconds. I mean, just the squirt that he had from corner to corner. You normally don't see a visual that much. And I'm pretty sure he's got it set up. He had it set up pretty high in the rough rocker sections. I think he's going to be just as fast. So I'm looking, if I had to bet right now, I'm going to put my money on Lauren Healy for the Unlimited cars.
Yeah, I know that Lauren is very excited to be here. He's got that great big Ford engine powering his vehicle. But let's not forget, these Class 1 cars here, they are exceptional vehicles. And once they get out in the desert, they'll be really able to show what they can do. And this is another one of these older classes. I mean, how old is Class 1 now? Again, it's another one over 30 years, isn't it?
No, it's since the beginning.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, this
Mickey Thompson.
Yeah, but this. Here we have Adam Lunn.
RJ will be racing with him tomorrow.
Yeah.
RJ Anderson.
So I wonder if RJ's qualifying for him.
It looked like a blue and orange suit there.
Yeah,
so maybe he's going to get in for the last lap with Ronnie, or he got out early.
I think you're right. I think that's RJ qualifying for him, and. Yeah.
And Lund's a great driver.
No, he is.
But he's very consistent. But it's, RJ's kind of the ringer you bring in when you really want to get that extra second or two in qualifying,
Yeah, definitely.
But it shows the talent of RJ that you can go from car to car to car and deliver.
Well, I mean, this is a mini or a large UTV. It's just not all-wheel drive, right? It's interesting because when they developed the first sport UTVs and I first got in them, that's what it felt like to me, was a mini Class 1 car.
With all-wheel drive.
With all-wheel drive.
There you go.
And financing.
There we go. You too could have this in your garage.
And I did.
There we go.
I went and swiped the card.
That's
I'm
right.
in. It's actually a really funny story. The first one I got to drive was a Wildcat, and I was so pumped in Barstow. I looked at the guy and said, "Do you have a dealership in El Cajon?" And he goes, "Where's El Cajon?" And I said, just give it to me and I'll take it. But luckily that didn't happen, because Polaris came out with a far superior car pretty quickly out of it, standing there with an Arctic Cat going, But now, after Robbie was involved with their company, they got a lot better. Here's Greg Adler.
Yes.
Awesome to see him out here racing.
Well, and then also Thomas Fitcher, who had Infab, So they're partners on this truck, and they work together. Obviously, Greg Adler losing a jack right there.
Fender, a jack or something?
Yeah, that looked like a.
It's okay. He lost a jack. He's got some more at Off-Road Warehouse.
That's right.
One of our sponsors.
He knows the guy.
Yep. So it looks like he made a jack donation to us.
Yeah, that's right. I know a guy and get him a discount there. But no, it's great to see Greg Adler and Thomas. Those are two of the students that I have when they got this truck. So we went out and drove with it, and even was great because Greg Adler and I had some pretty severe battles, and I'm going to say arguments after the races. So I didn't know how that was going to work on me teaching him. But it was great because he was such a quick study, and he's driven everything. So it just all it was like two little things, and he's on point.
You know, I really love this because, you know, my favorite thing about this sport, or one of my favorite things, is that we have the CEO of Off-Road Warehouse racing with us, right?
Yep.
So Adler's the real deal. So, you know, if you can, go support the people who support us. Off-Road Warehouse is a sponsor of ours, and they've got everything you need for all your off-road needs.
Well, and that's my go-to. That's my jam. We need tabs. We need bolts. We need whatever you need. It's not just a tire shop. A lot of people think, oh, it's just for a lift kit and a set of tires.
Look at how aggressively he's driving. You know, we were talking earlier all the short course experience he has, and then of course Steve Olagus.
He's been around for a long time. I mean, he goes back to stock full days with Ford and things like that. But Steve does a lot for the sport. He's a super smooth driver. You never see Steve parked on the side of the road. He gets a truck to the finish line every single race.
No, definitely.
I had the opportunity to work with him and his son Jack. Both they're a pleasure. But he's one of those guys that supports racing. He Team Ford.
Yes.
He's got the Chevrolet dealership as well. So he's uses win on Sunday, sell on Monday, and he does a great job with that.
Yeah, Steve totally supports us at the Mint. Good friend of ours, always helps us out with course marking, really whatever he can get involved in. And yeah, Team Ford, definitely, if you're in the market for a Ford, give them a call here in Las Vegas.
One of the best looking cars on course.
You're just saying that because he's got the same sticker on the side as your hat.
Yeah.
Fox livery.
To be honest, no. When you go around through tech and contingency,
look at him
it
get
looks
after
absolutely
it.
wonderful.
Steve's on it.
Oh, he's absolutely flying, isn't he?
Well, and this is Bernard Steinman, who was unbelievable last year at the Mint. He's very new. He's only been racing about 2 years, and now he's got that new Herbst truck with that Gibbs motor. Just listen to him.
Yeah, he did great last year. It was funny because I think it was him that we thought his partner was driving a couple times, and he corrected me afterwards. Said, "No, man, that was me."
Yep, that was me.
Yeah.
Because that was Ryan Millen who rode with him. But last year they got stuck in second gear. They had no third gear, and it was still going like 130 miles an hour in second.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wrapped out, I'm sure.
Well, that motor, I mean, and I'm not taking anything away from Dugan or anybody else that builds great motors, but when I drove this in Ryan Arciero's truck, I got to the dry lake bed, and I got up to 150, and it was still going. It's still pulling, and the linear power that the Gibbs motor has was very impressive. And kind of spooky, to be honest.
Well, now I know that both Courier and Dugan's have moved up to those big blocks.
Yeah.
As well. So.
Well, that's what I said. I'm not taking anything away from Kevin Courier or the guys over at Dugan and stuff, but that motor definitely they have something there. But I'm mostly impressed is that this is Bernard Steinman and his buddy Cruffy, that they grew up together. I mean, they're just like literally like Sandlot, and now they're having a good time. And to be out and running at this pace at the top of the field is pretty incredible for these guys.
Definitely.
And he's absolutely standing on it. I've got a feeling this could be a pole position moment.
What do we have here? Ruben Ledsma.
His family's been around the sport off-road for a long time.
Yeah. Not afraid.
No, not from that view. Good. Way across that.
Don't hit the camera, guys, please.
Well, we already hit a light tower this morning.
I heard about it. I'm like, I wonder what that's going to cost us.
You might want to call the rental place and let them know, might have a dent in one of the light towers.
Hope that somebody ticked the waiver free box.
That's right. Ledesma's running hard. He had that one overcorrection in the one turn, but you can see that truck's definitely got as they say, it handles down the straightaway. Big power. He's second guessing his braking. Yeah.
Missed the brake point there a little bit.
Yeah, for race day, there's going to be a camera in the people's truck as well.
So that's going to be awesome to get the in-car from the different drivers as they go through.
He's getting down.
Yeah.
Great shot.
So Ruben definitely on the gas.
Kevin Adler, brother to Greg Adler. I believe Aaron's in the car right now.
It's great to see him out racing again.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. Kevin's also a good friend of ours and a big supporter.
Yeah, Kevin had an illness a couple of years ago.
That's what
he's
I was
come
just gonna
past that.
say.
He's just come past that now, and it's just awesome to see him back out here racing. He's another one of those who gives so much back to the sport.
Well, and to see the smile on his face, how much he enjoys the off-road environment and racing. And I mean, that's one of the things that you go, well, if I could, would I? You know what I mean? And through him making it past his health stuff and getting back out there, it's an awesome, because I just love watching the look on his face when he gets out of the truck.
Yeah. He'll openly admit he's not one of the fastest guys on the track, but what he has got is one of the biggest smiles on the track.
Absolutely.
Now we're just waiting to get some times on the cars that have already gone before. And as soon as we have those, we will bring them to you. But right now it's Kevin Adler. And sitting on the start line now is Eric Harding.
So I'm getting a report on our limousine.
Yeah.
So the driver, Jim York's a good friend of mine. He says, just made it to pit 1. We're having cooling issues, but I'm going to get it fixed and I'm going to finish this beep. So the limo, he says, we're going to make it to the finish line. They're only at pit 1, but we're going to watch this and see what happens.
So you're one of the lead cars, you're coming around the race course and you meet the limo. Bear in mind that our leaders will have now met it twice.
And you know, the thing is it's so big you don't want to nerf it because you're going to hurt your car worse than you're going to hurt that.
Yeah, it's just going to smash. That's like running it tail end. You're running it back into the back of a train.
So
they're not even going to know you're there.
I'll keep us updated on the limousine's progress here at the Mint 400.
As we're watching Eric Hardin, he's putting down a very good lap. Nice on the berms, good traction coming off. So far, a very, very smooth line.
Yeah. Here's the question, going back to that. The one place on the course I was wondering, the limousine in Beer Bottle Pass.
Oh.
I'd like to see helicopter footage of that.
That'll be great. The funny thing about that car is I looked at it yesterday at Tech, and it still has the limo back interior.
Yeah.
So he was asking me, he's like, you want to put anybody in here? No, absolutely not.
Just sit back there.
All right, here we go.
Kyle Jorgensen, this is the guy that is the King of the Hammers champion.
Here's the one to watch.
He is so spectacular to watch, and he's done a great job in this Parenthal Industries. I think this is Gen 6, I think it is.
Yeah.
Gen 6.
Equipped vehicle.
Oh, we had a
Yeah,
little
now Kyle, of course, he started in the Unlimited specs, and he was a dominating force in that. Moved up to the Unlimited trucks, and he just hasn't looked back.
Yeah, Kyle's one of these guys who just really hasn't quite got his break. But in this truck package, you know, I think he's going to do really well. He definitely could win this race.
Well, and he's there constantly.
Look at just on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, I'm going to draw a lot of well, he made a little mistake there. Honestly, his driving style and the way he attacks, it reminds me of Harley Letner.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was saying. You watch him and Harley, both of those guys, I think they could take a school bus and qualify top 5.
Yeah.
I mean, they drive very, but what they do is that they capitalize on their mistakes. So right there, Kyle came in, hit the berm too hard, pushed him up over the top. He doesn't waste time like, oh darn it, I made a mistake, and fight his way back. He just keeps it moving forward as hard as he can.
He keeps the flow.
Yep.
Now this is an interesting corner. It's how they come around here and look at that.
Nice.
There's
Oh,
no time
that was probably
lost.
the smoothest we've seen anybody take that.
Yeah. And look at how he's not scared of the ruts. He's putting the car on the bike on 2 wheels. But he knows where the edge is. He knows what's too much. Little brake check there. Saw the nose dive. Really, really cool.
Okay, next on the line now is Alex Wacker, Twisted Monkey Racing.
This is another guy who showed up really well last year. Another method-equipped vehicle. But he did great last year.
I had to apologise to him afterwards because I was actually said, I can't believe this is Alex driving.
Right.
But he really did. He actually turned up and he raced. It was incredible to see. So fair play to Alex. Looking forward to this year, and I know he wants to put it on the podium if he can.
This was the Camberg chassis, correct?
Yeah, it's got
this
big
is correct.
Stickers on the back.
Yes.
Now, Alex used to race with us in 4400 at King of the Hammers. Then he moved over to an unlimited spec when they were called 6100 class. And now he's moved over to the full unlimited truck. He's a great guy. Takes his friends with him wherever he goes. Very generous racer. And he just lives for off-road. He won't be our fastest qualifier today, but he's going to be improving every single race. It's great to see.
Well, you were just full of the compliments, aren't you?
No. He won't mind me saying that because he knows it.
Busting his balls pretty hard here, man. That guy's driving the crap out of that thing, and you just keep putting him down.
Hey, I didn't get a Christmas card this year. That's all I'm saying.
Might get smacked by a twisted monkey. Here we're watching Paul wheel as he's getting ready to go in the unlimited truck.
Not at all. I've got some Twisted Monkey beer koozies at home.
They're phenomenal. They got the
got the
magnet.
magnets on
They
them,
stick to the refrigerator. That is a great deal.
Okay, so it's going to be Paul Wheel going off the line at the moment. The Method Race Wheels qualifying. Here we go. Love to see these trucks as they just line up for the corners. Squirt of the power as they make it over the jumps.
I feel like, this is done by how people registered. I'm looking at who we've got. Seems like most of I don't want to say most, but a lot of the heavy hitters must have been really late to register or something. So I'm looking at this next lineup. We got Tim Herbst, we got Harley Lettner, we've got Ryan Arciero, Rob McCachran, Blake Wilkie, Dale Dondell, Justin Lofton, BJ Baldwin. We got a stacked group of qualifiers yet to come.
Yep. As we're watching the replay of Paul Wheel as he takes off, as you come around here, you want to get yourself straight before you get there, because watch how it kicks. Oh, it didn't show it. It pitches it off to the one side. But now notice there, he rolled over. Kyle Jurgensen cleared that bump perfectly and squared down the backside. So that's where a little bit of probably motorcycle experience in this now, where I'm going to jump that bump instead of just driving through each one. So Kyle Jurgensen was definitely on a good rip.
Yeah, now it's Tim Herbst. Well, what can you say about this guy? He's been there, seen it, done it.
Yes.
Yeah, you see Pat Dean there, gonna be splitting some of the driving with Tim. So one thing, look at that roost. I'll say the Herbsts have always brought the horsepower to off-road.
So what engine package are we looking at in this vehicle?
Gibbs.
One word answer.
Yep.
These were the first guys, and I'm going to go back 20 years here, but they started putting Shaver sprint car engines in their trucks.
Yep.
We go back they were bringing 850 horse when everybody else was at 657.
Yeah.
Now they're over 1,000.
Yeah.
And when people go, why would you do that? Because honestly, the more horsepower you have makes the truck feel lighter, because it's more agile and it responds that much quicker because when you throw it, but then creates another problem. Now they're up to Mason's big and making bigger, like almost 11-inch rear gears. And so you have to go bigger axles, bigger drive shafts, and all that to keep them alive.
But that's something that's worth talking about on the Mason, is because they're running those portal hubs. Also, they're getting that protection from the portal hub on the rear differential.
Yes. Well, and then they can be underdriven or overdriven. So you can, when you have that portal in the front, it doesn't have to be 1-to-1. So a lot of the traditional four-wheel drives are a little bit more front drive, like the rally cars and stuff like that, to pull them around. But on the Mason, it's slightly under, so it protects that front, and the rear is solid rear axle. It can take a little bit more of a beating, as well as it doesn't engage the front completely until you break the back tires loose just a little bit. As we watch Robert Johnston as he takes off in the Chattanooga Whiskey and Tree.
Kellen Walsh, the co-driver there. You want to talk about an accomplished co-driver.
Yes.
He's gone to Dakar, and he's been with some of the best in the business.
Now, we were talking about this earlier. This is a guy who stripped his rig. No spares in the rack.
Well, but in that, more than you see, the fuel cell is down low, so he could go run a little bit more fuel, and that's now a lower CG, and it's going to help him not going to want to bicycle as much through the corners.
Yeah, I think this is the car that we saw Sarah Price racing at King of the Hammers this year.
You're absolutely right.
I do like the livery on this car.
Ricky and Jim, you guys could lend a little bit of information to me. When you guys have that much horsepower,
so hold on a second, guys.
Okay.
Now I think we got a problem here. I think he broke a left rear axle
Yeah.
because look, he's only got roost on the right
Yep.
side, so he gasses it. He's letting off. He's like, what happened? So I think when he landed off the jump, he had the throttle on and snapped a left rear axle. So sorry, George, I didn't mean to interrupt, but you can see how much slower he's going into that section.
No, that's actually a great interlude right there, is because I was going to ask, with that much horsepower, first of all, does it have an effect on axles and drivetrain? But what does it feel like when you're driving the car? Do you go that much faster?
With what? With the motor?
Instead of having 850 horsepower and having 1,200 horsepower.
Which, speaking of, and we're going to get back to that, is Kevin Thompson, a.k.a. Harley Lettner. Watch somebody that uses every inch and every ounce of horsepower. Harley, as he rips through.
And every inch of the track
See
as
how
well.
he gets to the inside.
Look at how he's had it squared up, just like
Yeah.
you called Ricky. Him and Kyle have been the only two to really get it squared up like that.
We need to kind of just sit back and imagine being in this driver's seat. I mean, watching this I think this is one of the most dynamic racers that we've ever seen in off-road racing is Harley Lettner.
Well, going back to what you were saying, George, I got to kind of defer to Ricky because I've run unlimited trucks, but I've tapped out at about 850 horsepower. So I haven't been in this new gen with the 1,200 horsepower big engines. Ricky has. I haven't been able to drive one, so I don't know the difference.
So, and then with James Lynn, he has, and you guys just keep watching Harley. He's doing a phenomenal job. But with James Lynn, in some of the different stuff, you can program it to where it takes away a little horsepower. They call it traction control, but it's really not traction control. It just softens up the beginning. And so what I typically don't run it. Black is the ultimate power, but then it goes green. I think it goes green. Blue, yellow, blue, pink, green, yellow, and red is the lowest. And typically, when I was in a two-wheel drive going up the coast of Baja, I would put it in yellow so I wouldn't break the tires loose as much. But once you get up into the higher gears, in the third gear, when you get wide open, you're ultimate horsepower. But it's that initial tip where they have to soften it up. Because when I would run it on black on wide open, I felt it was just a little too much to hang on to. And as you know, Jim, when you have that much horsepower, you have to be very, very ginger with the throttle. And I thought, well, I can always find it, but it had to break loose for me to catch it.
Especially if you're in a two-wheel drive truck, and that's one of the big things with the all-wheel drive. They can apply all that horsepower to four wheels, but when you're in a two-wheel drive with that much horsepower, it can get rowdy real quick.
I'll be honest with you, even in the all-wheel drive, I tone it down just a little bit unless I'm in the backside of San Felipe or in some of these rockers. I'd want to make sure that I can shoot and jump. So we are going to jump to a commercial break. We will be right back with the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We'll be right back.
Okay, and welcome back to the Method Race Wheels qualifying here at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Been fantastic action so far. We just saw Harley Lettner leaving the line, and there, that man here leaving the line right now is Ryan Arciero in the Dragonfly car. So easily identifiable. Now we've seen Ryan. He's been so close to winning this.
Yeah,
So close.
multiple again.
You can see the difference in setup on how people prepare for stuff, or people that just hold it wide.
Well, Ryan's wide open right now. I mean, Ryan's a very smooth and collected driver. This is a version of Ryan I don't think we've seen very often.
Well, he's very active. Like, I've ridden with Ryan. I was a teammate of Ryan's back when we did the Nitto Tires deal a long time ago. Very active, a lot like Mark Miller. Very active with the throttle and brake and back and forth. And he's impeccable. Like, he's brought in when he does rally notes. He had Benny Metcalf, who was like just page after page after page after page of reading the notes, just like a rally driver. And so, very much a student of the game, and that was very clean. Clear the bump coming out, and notice how quick that Gibbs motor squirts off the corner, Jim.
Did you see the double brake?
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful.
How he set that jump up. I mean, he nosed it and then got on the gas and it corrected it. That was beautiful.
That was a masterclass.
Almost like a Bubba Scrub, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. If you don't know what we're talking about, rewind and have a look, because that was beautiful.
Well, and that's the thing is, like a motorcycle, you can lean back, you can do different things.
Here we go, Blake Wilkie.
Yeah, Blake Wilkie. Shreddy himself in the trophy bug.
One of the things that you gotta... Go ahead, Jim.
No, go on, George.
One of the things you got to appreciate about this is he's built this thing in his garage.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been, saving up his whole life kind of deal, and to see him out there, I guarantee you the smile on his face is probably trying to rip through his helmet.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. I have... when I first came across Blake Wilkie, I was a little bit, obviously he did his, look at this, it's fantastic, but he did those social media videos and they were a little bit like Marmite. You either kind of loved them or you hated them.
Yep.
But as I've got to know him, and I've really become to respect what he's actually doing and how he's doing it, this is great to see.
Well, and because he's a lot like a Brian Deegan. Brian Deegan came across with the Metal Militia, this hard guy, all this different stuff. It was a marketing thing, and so Blake kind of comes across as the Jeff Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High, but he's very calculated in what he does and with his moves, with his shreddy stuff, and now with his buggy. So you got to respect him. And I think I love that he's polarizing. People love him or hate him. You know you're doing something right.
Exactly. Now, we were talking about those fenders earlier on another truck. Look at the fenders on this.
Exactly. But and he's a driver too. That's the thing. It's like, well, he's not just some kook, and he's also method equipped. So he's definitely got the right wheels underneath that truck. And now here is the go. The guy they call the man, our defending champion.
Oh, right off the gate.
Oh no.
Oh.
Looks like he might have jumped the gun a little bit there, having him come back.
Well, is this like a drag start? He's just burning out.
Yeah, he's just checking it out.
Warming up the tires.
So how does this work?
I was going to say, he's hit the timing loop, isn't he?
Just when you compliment a guy so much, you go and do that to me.
Iceman here, I feel like we did little jitters, maybe jumped it a little. I mean,
we'll have to hit rewind and see if somebody flinched.
No, I think Jim Beaver's right. He's doing it. He's warming up his tires.
Okay. Now he's got no tires in the rack. He's been listening to Ricky again. Here we go. This is Blake.
Watch Wilkie. Let's check out his mile
when you're
per
watching,
hour.
when you're watching the mile per hour and the tack and stuff like this, Ricky, what are you thinking?
Well, right, he's not looking at this. Guy's telling him, go straight, go straight. He's up to 77, 78, 80. He's like, I can't see all the tires. Says, we hear Rob Mack, our defending champion, is off the line.
Well, let's watch Rob set up this first corner. We've seen Jurgensen and Harley.
Turns out wide, turns in early, and hits it straight. There you go. That's the way a master does it.
And it was just a flick, just a small flick.
Well, and because if you continue the corner around, you've loaded the right side, but when it comes undone, it like double bounces the right side and the left side, then it pitches it back the other direction. So Rob got his turn done early and was as straight as he could be. It doesn't worry so much about the angle of the jump, but the chassis, the way it's set. So master class with Rob McCaffrey. Taking another look, watch as he comes down here. He's all the way over to the right, opening up the corner as much as he can. When he turns in, he gets turned and then goes straight off, and look, lands perfect.
Now, going back to something that Jim was saying earlier on, and we could just see that on the course there, these corners are getting badly
Watch
cut up now.
Jumps it, clears it, lands on the downside,
Beautiful.
Just like Jurgensen. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on
you.
No,
you're good. All good. But no, Jim mentioned it earlier about how the course is going to cut up as it's going on, and that's exactly what we can see. But is it going to be enough to slow these guys down? I don't think it is at this stage.
Yeah, Rob is, and he also trimmed that corner just a little bit of an alternate line. And so as we go back to Blake Wilkie, as he's running down in the trophy buggy, we can see he's up to 80. Now down, rolling down, starts to slow down, gets down to 25 miles an hour.
Oh, that hood, it makes it tough to see, Ricky.
I know, I'm lifting my head as I'm sitting here in the announcer's booth trying to look over the hood.
We'll just have to pretend like the in-car camera is lower than his head.
70, 80, gets up to 90, 91, 95.
Some good pace.
Very strong pace.
You see him chuck it down a gear there as he comes into the corner. Now let's just have a look. There he goes, holds that gear. That's the change from second to third.
That's a sequential box in there, correct?
I don't think so. Just looking at the way he was changing gear, it looked like it was still an auto to me.
So it's just a 3-speed?
Oh, he's pumped. Look, he's crossed the line. He's absolutely pumped.
No, you guys were saying you think he's going to just kind of pre-run and cruise, but he was on the gas as hard as
he's a racer. He wants to do the very best he can. He wants to win this thing so bad.
Cole Potts, we've seen some unbelievable stuff out of this young driver. He's done a lot. He's also gone over and raced in the Robbie Gordon Super Trucks, so keep an eye on him. He's in one of the Mason two-wheel drives. Definitely somebody to keep an eye on.
Cole Potts had a big crash in qualifying about 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, or was it 3 years ago?
What is it with you and bringing up bad stuff, bro?
It's not at all. Spectacular failure and dismal success and all of that. But no, he's come back with a fully rebuilt car, and last year he was absolutely phenomenal. Very talented young man.
So see, he's in early, and then as he sweeps, and as he's still turning, but he gets it straight.
That's beautiful.
Completely different driving styles, though. One doesn't let off and just uses a little bit of brake and a flick with the steering wheel, and then the other one actually lets off and turns the steering wheel.
Yeah. And that's the thing, everyone wants to think about Rob as being this cool, calm, and collected, but when he goes into full kill mode, there's really nobody better. And we saw that last year, the last lap, how much time he made on Luke McMillan. And same thing with qualifying here. He's going to put it down as hard as he can because he loves to control the race. He loves to get out in front and then know what his back door is. What he means by the back door is how much time he has between him and the driver behind him. And if he can control that, then he's going to dictate the pace of the race. So very similar to what you said earlier, Jim Beaver, that you want to be out in front and control what's happening.
So I had some information come in that said that B.J. Baldwin actually sat in the trophy bug of Blake Wilkie's and was saying that the vision or the viewable area outside the front is really, really good compared to what it looks like on the outside.
And now we see Kevin Thompson
Here we go.
was first with Ryan Arciero second. So those are our two current 1 and 2 when it comes to qualifying unlimited truck.
So Dale Dondell here, the one we want to watch. He's put a ton of trucks on poles. He's a builder, a fabricator, and he's always really, really quick. So gonna be interesting to watch his qualifying run.
But look at how low this truck is. So this is probably one of his new racer chassis, and notice how low the spares are in the back to get that CG down. Most of the time you have the fuel cell back there and then the tires up on top, but Dale is very innovative, builds a lot of sand cars and stuff like that, so I kind of like this. I'm curious to how it works and see how much traction it throws down. Look at the roost. That's an indicator right there.
Yeah, well, we saw the power he had coming out that corner then, the way he just checked out. Unbelievable.
Driving away from the helicopter.
What did Matt Martelli say? This truck is codenamed Big Booty Judy?
There you go. And clears the jump. Perfect.
Nice and smooth. Now, I believe this has got a twin turbo block in there. Someone was saying earlier. So what are we looking at? Big block with twin turbos, 1,200 horsepower?
Yeah, I'm going to say 12, just around 12. But then right there, the Dale's got the thing. As we're looking at Justin Lofton, the other four-wheel drive, other than Lauren Healy, also method-equipped vehicle as he gets ready to take off. Watch the difference in acceleration on the start and out of the corners.
That's crazy, man, just to see that. And you guys had spoken before that he was using some special shocks in this truck, right?
Yeah, he's got that active valve in there where it makes some corrections on the fly. Now right there is where he's going to get them. The squirt from there into this turn, Now watch when he comes through here, leans into the berm and on the gas hard. He's at 100% throttle, where the guys in two-wheel drive are backpedaling back and forth between 80, 90, 100, back to 70, back and forth trying to find traction. And that, you notice it's not digging deep because the front's pulling as well. It's not shooting, it's not digging in as deep in the back, George.
And you could even see him change a little bit of direction in the corner. Instead of having that double apex, he moved and had a single apex through the turn as well.
Yeah, I think this is the guy that we need to keep our eye on. Obviously, for his driving, he's won the Mint 400 before in the past in two-wheel drive, and he's been very fast all the time in four-wheel drive, but now we're going to see Jim.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, what is his history in qualifying? Because I don't believe I've seen Justin actually qualify in a first position before.
No, I haven't seen that either, but I have watched him just drive so dynamically when it comes to racing in the Mint 400. He's smooth, fast, and aggressive all at the same time.
Well, it seems like, too, we've got drivers that are good qualifiers, and then you've got good race drivers, and I don't mean that they're mutually exclusive. There's some guys traditionally do really well in qualifying, and there's other guys that do really well in the race. And Lofton, he's always in the top 10 in qualifying, but I think at the end of the day, he's always there competing for victories.
Yep, as we're watching Tracy Poole as he takes off, getting ready for his lap.
But you could also say the same about Rob Mack. Particularly in the last few years, he's not been the fastest qualifier, but you'd never bet against him in any race.
No.
Well, I think both of those bring up a good point, both Jims, is that Jim Beaver, you said that it takes you a little while to get warmed up, right? Like getting going. That's the way I was in short course as well. But qualifying is so important for this weekend's race.
Well, yeah.
Where did Rob Mack qualify last year? I think he was top 5, wasn't he?
Yeah, I thought he was top 3, but I mean, he was still somewhere up towards the top. I think we only have one driver left to qualify, and that's BJ Baldwin.
It is BJ, Mr. Ballistic himself.
BJ fresh off a win, so he's got some momentum on his side, and if we take a look, he's got a slightly different tire underneath that vehicle.
Yeah, made a big switch from this year back to BFGoodrich.
Yep. So what's funny is Fishistic put that out, says, hey, can anybody see the difference on this truck? And I'm like, well, it looks like he's got BFGs on it. So another method-equipped vehicle. Ballistic BJ Baldwin, local boy, knows this desert like anybody. And Kyle Kraft, I want to throw a shout out, not really a shout out, but my condolences to his dad, Mike Kraft, lost his father, and also Kyle's grandfather. So our thoughts and our condolences are with you, Big Mike. Hope you and the family are hanging in there, buddy.
Total silence as we watch BJ.
I just want to watch for a while.
No, that's it. Sometimes you hear the engine. That's what I was listening for, to hear when he was getting on the gas and getting off of it. And I mean, like I said, BJ, there's nobody that's going to doubt his driving ability. He's had a rough couple of years. He's coming back. He's on a high note. He's got Black Rifle Coffee involved. They're doing a lot for motorsports behind the scenes. It's just his program, I feel like, is in the best position it's been in quite some time.
Well, and he's gone through some major changes in his life. I love the fact that, nothing against Monster, but I think it's very cool to see the Black Rifle guys supporting him and bringing in another non-endemic sponsor. And BJ's, I think, is one of the most dynamic drivers we've ever seen. The stuff, the unleashed stuff that he's done, gotten
outside of the ruts,
a little loose there, but still always great to watch BJ. You don't have a name like Ballistic without being a badass.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this is the guy that won back-to-back Baja 1000s and Ironman them both.
Yes. Ironman them, yeah. That's the key.
He didn't just win one. One, people say it's a fluke. He did 2 back-to-back, won them. I mean, this guy, he's a player.
Interesting to hear his conversation with Tiffany, though, and the way that he was describing how he feels, because it doesn't look like that's how he feels when he's driving right now. He looks like he's very aggressive.
Look at that. I mean, he's in attack mode right now.
Yeah, I think you drive very differently on qualifying to how you'll drive during the actual race.
Well, looks like we got another Herbst entry. Tim Herbst. So generally when we see a reboot of a driver, that means there was something that happened out on course and they got checked up and they got a chance to go and do it again and play it back, I guess.
Yeah.
The 19 truck starting again.
We saw that last year, I think, with Rob Mack, actually.
So Tim, something must have happened and he decided he wanted another go.
As we're
Well, he's had
watching BJ go through, I just got a little report from Todd LeDuc. He said he was driving for Kerry Christman, so he qualified first in the unlimited truck spec.
That would explain a few things.
Exactly. So once again, nothing against Christman, but that was Todd LeDuc, the monster truck ace out there, and he qualified first. So congratulations to him.
It's always good to have friends in high places.
Or low places. It's a shame that they have your number and they can text you in the middle of a telecast.
It's great though, right? We've all been getting updates all day long.
No, I'm getting yelled at by everybody I know that I'm saying the wrong thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I already made a couple bad calls too, but you know.
Hey. Okay, now look at this. This is unbelievable. In first place, it is that man, Justin Lofton. In second place is Kevin Thompson, aka Harley Lettner. In third is Ryan Arciero. And then in fourth, it's Rob Mack.
So the four-wheel drive, man, look at that. 2 seconds ahead. Well, just under 2 seconds ahead. You called it, Ricky.
Yeah, but that's not that big of an advantage. You know, obviously you look at how much faster, you know, how hard those guys were driving. So my hat's off to all the two-wheel drives, Arciero, Thompson, and also Mack and Dondell. You know, Dale Dondell hasn't been in a truck in a long time. And for him to go out and build that new truck and put it up in the top 5 is unbelievable. So once again, we have Justin Lofton, Kevin Thompson, Ryan Arciero, Rob McCachran, and Dale Dondell. That is your top 5 in unlimited trophy truck at this point, but we still have trucks on the course.
You know, look, I mean, all the way back to Rob Mack, you know, in that older Geyser two-wheel drive, he's only 6 seconds back.
Right.
That's an impressive run for Rob Mack.
100%. And that qualifying course lent itself pretty good to some technical things.
Yeah, but it did. But I don't think it favored the going to the buggies, Jim Marsden.
Now, this is interesting. We were talking about Class 1 earlier, but it was that man, James Dean, with a 410. In second was Cole Bradberry with a 411. In third was Adam Lunn. Now, who was driving for Adam?
R.J. Anderson.
Thank you very much. It was a 412. In fourth, it was Lauren Healy. Now, that was an interesting one. So, yeah, so he was a full 8 seconds down on the first place. Then in fifth, it was Nicholas Caroline. Then in sixth, it was Ronnie Wilson. In seventh, it was Robert Archibald. And then in eighth, it was Doug Mittag. Now, that's very interesting. So that was a 410 there in our Class 1s. And what we're going to do is switch across and have a look at our unlimited results, which are just coming up now. And look at that. Justin Lofton, he broke the 4 minute.
He was the only one to break it, but only 2 seconds behind him was Kevin Thompson, a.k.a. Harley Lettner. So those guys, this is going to be one heck of a race. And what I like is that the wind is working with us, and also there is some moisture in there where we're seeing the guys where they're beating down some of the other parts in the desert. We're seeing some of that water come up. So that's going to be, I think we're going to have perfect racing conditions for tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic qualifying session here at the Method Race Wheels qualifying at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Now, Jim, George.
RJ.
That was I was coming to you in a minute. Don't you worry about that, my friend. We're going to fly out to a quick commercial break now, and we'll be back and we'll pick up some more news and some reaction on the scores that we have just seen. We'll see you very shortly back here for the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
I've always kind of been drawn to bugs. I've always wanted a bug, and the first bug I ever got was actually a shell. That sparked the OG bug, and since then, I guess I've never really strayed away from the bug platform, the look, the vibe, the feel. It's just something, I guess, from being from San Diego has always kind of hooked me since day one, and I don't think there's no turning back.
Many people preach that growth happens when you reach the edge of your comfort zone. We disagree. We think growth happens much further out than that. Introducing BFGoodrich On Trail. an app that integrates exploration into everyday living. It features continuously updated trail data from a network of other off-roaders that includes missions, rewards, and more. Find trails you never knew existed and discover a community you never thought you'd meet. All by seizing the opportunity to see what lies beyond the next bend. Because the only true way to test yourself is to push the map past its furthest edge. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, we know how important it is for your car to look sharp and run well. And we're here to make that as simple as possible. Get all the parts, accessories, and tools you'll need for your next project delivered right to your doorstep. Just place your order online and leave the rest to us. You'll have everything you need at your door with free shipping the very next day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
As I sat there trying to wrap my head around the fact that I was racing the Mint 400, I texted the guys at Method to thank them for the opportunity. They also asked me if I wanted to give away this helmet to one of you guys. And I said, I'm down.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2022 BF Goodrich Mint 400. We're here live in Prim, Las Vegas, Nevada, and it's been an awesome day of racing and of qualifying here. Ricky.
Whew, I'm telling you, some of the results we want to look at. We saw that Todd LeDuc, Chrisman, was actually the limited class up in front, so great job for him out there. But we're going to take a look at some of the other people in the Method Race Wheels qualifying as we're looking out. This is actually the finish line where the guys want to see. Jim Beaver, when you're out there and you're starting your third lap and you know you have 2 more to go, and you're thinking, holy crap. Like, I don't know. Am I half full or am I half empty?
Yeah, third lap's actually the key. It's interesting you bring that up because, the first one goes by quick. It always flies when you're having good results. But, you get to lap 3 and you really have to get yourself together. Lap 4 is easy because you got the the home stretch in front. But get a look here at the Unlimited Truck qualifying. Was Justin Lofton on top, as we'd mentioned earlier. Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner in the second spot. Arciero, McCachran, and Dondell are top 5.
And then we got, as we see further down, we got right now the 16, 17, 18 is Wiley, Poole, Wacker, Harsh, and then also Adler, which is Trophy Truck Legend. So those guys are in a good spot as well.
Now that's interesting. In 6th position, it's that man, Carl Jurgensen. Just behind him, BJ Baldwin in 7th position. And then in 8th, we see him take a second bite at the cherry. It was Tim Herbst.
And then rounding it off was Bernard Steinman. So a lot of
there's a lot of big horsepower in that top 10.
Right, but also what I like is that it just shows you the different, we have 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, we have different motor manufacturers, all the different stuff, some big block, some small block, and they're all within the top 10. And what I like to see is that BJ Baldwin has himself up there. With Kyle Kraft is an unbelievable co-driver, very good at keeping BJ calm, but also keeping him motivated and in the game.
Absolutely. It's worth also, we have to note, that Blake Wilkie in 15th position in the Trophy Bug.
Yep.
That's some result, I think.
That is awesome. Also, some of the guys that we see, you see Wilkie, you see Ledesma, and then also Olegas, Potts. And these guys were on kill. I mean, they're running hard. Who hurt their truck? We saw that at the King of the Hammers. A bunch of vehicles went out. They qualified so hard. They ended up getting hurt because after the vehicle cooled down, we saw an issue with Bryce Menzies. We saw an issue with Luke McMillan as well. So did anybody mess up their stuff?
Well, this is true. It's all part of the racing. So now they're going to get these cars back to the pits. They'll have their cruise dive on them, and they'll start getting their race prep ready. Now, we saw Justin Lofton. He's running the Fox live valve suspension. So he's going to come back. He's not going to be doing any changes to his suspension. But are some of the other guys, are they going to have dialed up a little bit more compression? Are they going to have made changes for their suspension for the qualifying?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to take that stance, and I'll see what Jim and George have to say. I'm going to say no because here's why. If you change it, your body has to react. You're reacting to a change. And I think the driver that has driven his truck a lot knows exactly what it's going to do.
Well,
Alrighty, as we're going to be watching this little nice little vignette that we got going on that's going to show a lot of the highlights from our qualifying session. So sit back, turn up the volume, and enjoy.
I've always kind of been drawn to bugs. I've always wanted a bug, and the first bug I ever got was actually a shell. That sparked the OG bug, and since then, I guess I've never really strayed away from the bug platform, the look, the vibe, the feel. It's just something, I guess, from being from San Diego has always kind of hooked me since day one, and I don't think there's no turning back.
Alrighty, as we see Unlimited Truck qualifying, we have number 1. First off, I want to welcome you back to the 2022 Mint 400. This is the Method Race Wheels qualifying order. This is the Unlimited Truck. Jim Beaver, anything that you see in there that surprises you?
Nothing real surprise. Well, I guess the only surprise would be how fast the two-wheel drive trucks were compared to Justin Lofton. Obviously, Justin on the pole, but you got Thompson, McCachran, Arciero, those guys, right in the mix. Impressive results, I think, for all these guys. I mean, they were pushing hard.
The only surprise that I would say before I get to George is Dale Dondell. He hasn't been in a truck. It's not a surprise that he's up front, but he hasn't been driving in a long time. This is a new vehicle that he's designed. What is it, Big Booty Judy, I think they called it, or something like that. Got the spare tires down low in the back, but that's really the only surprise that I see. George?
I see the splits. It's only 10 seconds to the top 9, and then just another, 12 seconds, 13, 14 seconds to the top 10. Man, it's insane.
Well, yeah. So I got to give it also in the top 10 is Bernard Steinman. Once again, he's only been racing a couple years, jumped right into the big trucks, and been doing a great job so far. So a lot of times people thought, oh, was that somebody else in there, Ryan Mellon or something like that? And nope, that's Bernard. He's out there running with his buddy.
What's the plan now when you go back after qualifying?
Just look at everything. I mean, the good news at Hammers, they went from qualifying. The cars cooled down, and they went right into the race. We saw some issues. Now the guys get to kind of go down, take the bodies off, look around, check anything. They're also going to go a couple hard G-outs. We hit a couple hard there, landed a little bit hard on one side or the other. Just give everything a once-over and get ready to go.
And to toot our own horn, do you think any of those guys are going to watch the live feed and see how the limited vehicles are and get a lay of the land?
Well, we saw Kevin Thompson was out there racing around, so he knows the course, and he's also been marking it for Harley. So those guys as teammates, what they do is they share notes, they talk about everything like that. So Harley's going to go into somebody that was just on the racetrack before, and I guarantee you, everybody has somebody out there marking or doing different things, because in the past when I raced for Clyde Stacy, we went out and we ran a limited race, and we went out and did a lap, and then we got out of the way, but we wanted to mark the course and then see what was out there.
It's still insane to me to see the preparation that all these guys do.
Well, and that's the thing about off-road. It's these professional teams at the highest level, guys like McCachran, guys like Lofton, the Herps, they run an operation every bit as professional as IndyCar and NASCAR teams. But because they're in off-road, sometimes it's I don't want to say major mainstream turns a blind eye to it, but I mean they're putting in the preparation. They're spending every last dollar they can into these programs to make sure that they can run at an elite level.
Well, and these are the best drivers in the world at this form. We've seen guys come over from Dakar, and they can't stack up with the Rob Max and them, just because this is a unique way of driving. And as you can see, as these side-by-sides
look like
back in there, because we don't want to take anything away from them. We want to pretty much kind of wrap up with the Method Race Wheels qualifying session. Here we're seeing some of the vintage cars as they're out racing around. We have a little bit of everything here at the Mint 400, but as I said, to finish that thought is, these are the best in the world at this, and so when you have the different guys that come over here to try to compete, they get schooled at first.
I don't know. I think Nasser Al-Attiyah and Toby Price might have a word to say about that.
Well, they didn't win, did
no,
they?
they didn't win. They did come second, though.
So there you go. But Toby Price has been here for years doing this over and over, racing for Jesse. And that,
devil's advocate.
I love disagreeing. I'm totally fine with it. But Nasser came in and was like, wow, I can't believe what we got here. And he actually rolled the truck out doing a warm-up when they were shaking the truck down. So he actually rolled the truck right before the race. But and not taking anything away from Nasser, that guy is one of the top talents around the world, but his preparation is second to none. But back to your point, Jim, is that you can't look at this as a backyard sport anymore.
No.
These guys with the level of commitment with their pit stops, their pit strategy, their driving ability, and everything, these guys are world class.
And that's exactly what I meant, Ricky. As we saw Caden Wells, you saw him bouncing around a little bit right there, and then Sierra Romo just rolled by on her UTV as well.
Well, and notice the pace is a little different. Car's a little more tired.
Well, even Sierra Romo there, Sierra pushes. We saw her in that first lap. She was absolutely on the pipe. And, and this lap, as things have kind of wound down, shocks are a little warm, brakes are a little warm. Car's not reacting, quite like it did on lap one. We're seeing those times fall off a little bit.
Well, and also and this is the Chevrolet that's done this race after race after race, and the Hall boys have such a great pace that they know exactly what that vehicle can take, and I think they have 100% finishing rate with that vehicle. But one of the things that a lot of people aren't taking into consideration is the driver, how bad they're getting beat up lap after lap. And if they're not staying hydrated, whether using like a Fluid Logic or making sure that they're drinking and getting hydrated at the pit, every lap or every pit stop, you're going to start to see them balking. Now here we see the GMV 1.1. This is the Hummer replacement. This is the Flyer. The two military vehicles working together as they should. So
do we know what those two holes are on the front?
Those are just radio antennas.
Super cool to see.
No, that's for tuna fishing. No, they do a lot of things, and they have a lot of stuff in there, but they do not tuna fish. But no, it's great to see those vehicles out there running around. They're doing a great job.
My favorite part about it is that they're running what they would use. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they absolutely. And what's funny is that they have what they have now, but they put to the back. They built this. They call it a Baja rack for a quick spare change.
Oh, somebody got into the back of this Class 11. It looks like, which is. That is actually illegal. You're not allowed to hit these things. But look at that rear bumper torn off.
Well, what if it's another bug?
Well, then it's bug on bug crime is okay.
Wow, you said it. That was good.
But bug on bug crime is okay as long as you're not mixing anything else in.
And the Grabowski kid trimmed his mullet. That's the problem. That's a cape for a superhero. Is that mullet?
This is Rowan McGrath. It looks like. Rowan and Jeremy McGrath there in the Kawasaki KRX 1000.
Now the rally class, are they doing 2 or 3 laps?
I know they're not doing the full distance.
No, I know they're not doing 4.
3. I think it's 3.
So she's probably working her way, on the 3rd, and now they got another vehicle coming up behind her. And she's like, okay, Jeremy's like, get out of the way now, scoot to the right. Doing a great job, and so that's awesome for Rowan. She'll remember this for the rest of her life.
In talking with him yesterday, she goes, "We're learning today. We just want to get to the finish line."
Yes. Well, but what I love though is that she's either going to love this or hate it. What do you think, George?
I was just going to ask Jim how old she is.
Rowan, I think she's 16 maybe?
She's 16 yet. I thought she's about 14 or 15. But
yeah, in that ballpark. I don't know exactly.
Probably doesn't even have her license yet. That's fantastic that she's out here cruising.
No, but then the thing is that when you do this, right, probably it's like the last half of her last lap, she's going to think, I'm never going to do this again. This was the most ridiculous thing I ever thought of doing. But next week, she's going to go, you know what, Dad? That was kind of fun. Can we sign up for the next race and the next race and the next race? And that's the way it is. So here we're seeing Troy Grabowski. Once again, trim the mullet. Troy, grow that thing back, and then you won't have a problem with breaking those things. But his brother, also, both the Grabowski kids, unbelievably fast and drive unbelievably aggressive.
Okay, I've got some news. It looks like our physical race leader, Brandon Sims, is currently in main pit, stopped.
So that means one lap to go, and
one lap
Sims
to go.
is in the pit.
Yep. And Dustin Jones is still hard on his heels. So we've got a race coming up here, ladies and gentlemen.
The key here is Sims is behind on time, but he's physically leading. So he's got a slight advantage. Well, if Dustin Jones gets around Sims, and it's all over for Brandon.
It's over, yeah, absolutely. But we're going to have to wait and see on adjusted time. So we're going to have a look in a moment. When they actually cross the line, we'll be able to see what the split times are and see what kind of lead Brandon has, if he has a lead at all. Well, and there's good news for the Matlock fans as well. We can see now that Kristen.
Oh.
Good grief, I've done it again. Sorry, Kristen. We can see that she's
call
now
Larry Ross or Larry Ragland 5 times like I did. so I think we're doing okay.
Hey, I'm covering you. It's good. It's all good. Kristen is back up on track, and she's running again, so that's great news.
So they are coming up on the end of their 3rd lap, so we are starting to wind down, and we've seen a lot of the limited cars have already changed. Louis Franco is in for Davy Jones. Lucas Cassidy and Luke Johnson are continuing. He's going to Ironman the whole race, which I can't wait to see how tired that kid is at the end of this in a normally aspirated car. But as you're going through the map, notice how scattered it is. I mean, there's not that many cars out there running on some really, really big gaps.
And, that's what gets tough. When things start getting gapped out, the drivers up front, they know how close they are. But when you start getting gapped out and you've got 5-10 miles in between entries, it's tough as a driver to judge your pace because you can't see the dust of the car in front of you.
Yeah, you wonder, am I leading? Am I in first? Am I in last? You don't know. But here's where we're seeing some of the trophy licenses. They start to work their way through. And those things, as I said, you watch the finishing rate of those vehicles is typically the highest of anybody out there.
Here's Trey Gibbs. Look at Trey Gibbs coming by. Driver's going to be chasing the sun now, trying to get that last lap in before it gets dark.
All right, so going through the list that we have available to us, it looks like you guys said Brandon Sims, Dustin Jones battling it out. Ronnie Anderson or RJ, whoever's in the driver's seat now, is looks like they're running third. Man, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Joe Torreira, looks like he's fallen back a little bit, but we're just going to have to keep an eye on this because this is all changing right now. It's going to work itself out as they cross the line to start that fourth lap.
Bruce Binquist, 6th. 7th, Cody Bradberry and Corbin Leverton in that Can-Am. It looks like they're having some good luck with that. Randy Romo, Mike Caffro, and Braden Baker round out the top 10.
Yeah.
Definitely, a lot of stories heading into this last lap.
There's a good story right here with Brooke Jensen. She is I would say she calls herself a Lyme disease survivor.
Wow.
Really, really cool girl. It's awesome to see her out there, man.
Yeah, I've had Lyme disease, no joke, man. It's tough.
Yeah, I would not want to play with that.
But she's out there doing it, man, and she loves racing.
Well, and we were talking about Kyle Jurgensen and the different vehicles and also the Brenthel stuff, is that I said Gen 6, and I was out of line when I said that with Brenthel. Richard Armstrong from Canada reached out to me and said, no, it is Gen 3.
Gen 3, okay.
For the Brenthel. But as we go back, watching the side-by-sides as they start to work their way through.
Hold the high treader and the X-Travel machine.
Yep. And then back to the trophy lights.
Here, shift down a gear, grab a gear there.
Grab a little RPM. And that was who sent it off on the start. That was Johnson when he sent it off on the first jump, but it definitely can take that beating.
Here you go. Got an old Ford here.
That's super cool to see. You think those? He's taking the wide line right there.
No, I think he's got a problem.
Yeah, he's got a
he's got
shredded
a
tire.
Oh,
we're gonna get to see some action here. See how quick they decide to jump out of the truck.
Like get off the track would be a good
yeah.
idea.
Hopefully they can get out of the off the track first.
Oops. Always remember, disconnect your helmet,
Yeah.
disconnect your
How many times have you hung yourself, Ricky? I'm guilty of it like half the time I get out of the truck.
I jump out and I feel like someone grabbed me by the back of the hair and pulled me on the ground. So no, we've all done it. Yeah. I'm not casting any stones. I'm just seeing what
it's a rite of passage, I think. Right?
Yep. I got to be in a hurry. Not that big of a hurry.
So Robin Tulliners, this is a name from the past. I mean, Tulliners. We're talking Class 8 in the 80s, early 90s. So this is vintage, but definitely a name that's been around the sport for a long time. See that open face helmets and full windshield.
There we go.
Okay, as the action still continues here, and we watch Robin trying to get the flat repaired on his vehicle. We're heading out for a short commercial break, and we will be back very soon for the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. The 2022 Mint 400 live stream is brought to you by Dirt Design, clothing design for the off-road enthusiast. Dirt Design is focused on helping the sport grow and prosper. Toyota, uncompromising quality, reliability, comfort and safety. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel provider for the Mint 400. VP Racing Fuels has been the world leader in racing fuel for over 45 years. King Shocks. King Shocks is a manufacturer and servicer of custom-made adjustable and readable automotive shock absorbers and performance racing products for utility vehicles, OME replacement and professional racing use. Vision Wheels, since 1976, one of the nation's leading providers of custom wheels for cars, trucks, and of course one of the first manufacturers of custom wheels and tyres for ATVs, UTVs and golf cars. And welcome back to the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We're here today for the O'Reilly Auto Parts limited race. And what a day of racing it's been so far. We've seen changes in the lead right the way across the board as the cars head out now onto their fourth lap. I've got George Hamill and Jim Beaver joining me in the booth. as we watch some more vintage action right here, right now. Now, George, we've been watching the trackers out there, and it looks like we've got a change in the lead once again. It looks like Brandon Sims has managed to push out a lead ahead of Dustin Jones.
Yeah, I've been getting updates from in the cockpit of Brandon Sims' car, and it seems like they're running a pretty good race if they could actually text message while they're racing. So I still think that they have radio communication issues inside the vehicle. Skylar was saying that they're doing hand signals. So pretty cool to see that the drivers are able to work through those issues.
Yeah, very cool indeed. But there's literally nothing between these vehicles. Brandon Sims crossed the line to start his 4th lap in a 5 hours, 53 and 38 seconds. And Dustin Jones crossed over with 5:54.41. So literally a minute between them.
And these guys, when we were talking to them on the podium last year, it was kind of crazy because they have such a great battle and a great camaraderie at the same time, right? They both want to win so bad. And Dustin obviously came out on the victorious side last year. Yeah, so it looks like Sims, Jones, Anderson, like we were talking about, Jim, and Torreira and Diaz.
So where's Diaz come? Yeah.
Diaz is in a different vehicle. It's a 14 car. But, yeah. So, man, they're still in a pretty tight battle.
They are indeed. But we've got time checks all around in 2 different places on the course, as well as our start-finish line. And you're able to go across to the www.themint400.com and be able to follow the live scoring there, as well as the tracker as well. But there's still a lot of racing to do here yet, Jim.
Oh, still a lot of racing. You know, this last lap, sun's starting to set, course is beat up, cars are beat up. You know, it's going to be really interesting to see the way this thing plans out. You know, 1 minute separating first and second, that's not a lot of time. That's one flat tire, that's one belt, that's, you know, any numerous small issues. And, you know, this is definitely hasn't been decided.
So they've been racing for 6 hours, and there is 1 minute dividing them. It's really quite incredible how close this racing is.
Yeah, you know, and Dustin and Brandon, they've had a great battle going back to lap number 1. They've just been completely in sync with each other, you know, back and forth, back and forth. This is going to be really exciting to watch this thing play out.
I really like the way that the dust is still giving them, or excuse me, the wind is still giving them a little bit of visibility with the dust, Jim Beaver.
Yeah, you can definitely, there's still a little breeze. You can see those little American flags there, you know, over that finish line jump kind of blowing. So it's definitely helping them out. You know, had good conditions all day, and I think that's what's leading to these wicked quick lap times.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been absolutely perfect race conditions, isn't it? There is no dust. There is just the perfect amount of wind to make it absolutely perfect. If Matt Martelli's had a word with the big man upstairs, it certainly paid off.
Yeah, I think the only way this could have been any bit better was if it rained yesterday.
You can keep the rain. I have enough of that back home.
Well, not today, but yesterday. Racers like it the day before the race.
More vehicles crossing the line start their next lap as they continue on their way on the O'Reilly Auto Parts 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
So what's the move then? Last year it was really like the last lap was just going to be balls to the wall basically and run it wide open. Do you think that's the same urgency this year?
I think with Sims and, you know, and Dustin Jones is going to be, you know, who's ever leading might have a little bit to say about it with the pace, but I think one of the two, and maybe not the whole 100 miles, but at least the last 50, you're going to see him completely drop the hammer.
I've got a feeling that Dustin Jones has a slight advantage here. Because he's chasing, he'll be able to see that dust. A minute behind, you'll be going to have clear dust there.
And he doesn't have to get around Brandon Sims.
He doesn't. It's adjusted time. Now, lap traffic. That has a massive part to play in all of this.
Yeah,
and just little tiny bits of luck. What happens if one of them catches that limousine going through one of the tight gullies? You know, what if they come across somebody with a flat tire in the middle of the track? All of these little things have their part to play in the race.
Yeah, and how quick can you get around that traffic? And when you get around it, do you clip a rock and cut your own tire? There's so many things that can play out here on lap 4.
And what's the gap back to third? I mean,
Well, we're still waiting for him to cross the line, so that tells you everything you need to know.
Man, that's crazy to think about. And who knows if the leader, in this case, I would probably rather be the chaser than the chasee.
Yeah,
but you know, if Sims, maybe he's got some left in the tank. Maybe he's on cruise control right now.
Well, Sims is an incredibly experienced racer. I mean, he's won a lot of races. He's been doing this a very long time. The car's well shaken down. He's got a great crew man sat next to him, and we've seen his team on the pit stops. They're absolutely first rate. So it's all to play for.
That's a cool view of the trophy light right there, where you see the bumper coming out front. So you can see, like Jim said earlier, when you take their clothes off.
Yeah.
That's really cool to see because it shows what those chassis are built like.
Yeah, this is that's 6080. That was Dylan Jensen. Sounds like they just purchased this truck. It's Dylan's very first race in Trophy Light.
And that was Dustin Jones we saw just powering through there in his Can-Am, and he is not lifting. But it sounds like we might have some an exciting interview down in the pits. I believe Tiffany Stone is down there with our pole setter, Justin Lofton. Tiffany, what have you got for us?
Congratulations to you and, of course, Mike over here. I had a chance to talk right after the sight lap, and you're like, Tiffany, we're ready for this. Walk me through how you feel about getting that top spot and getting clean air tomorrow.
Yeah, to win the Mint 400, it starts right here at qualifying, and we've already accomplished step one, starting here on the podium, and hey, we're looking forward to it. Glad the truck held together. We sure put it through a beating for those last 5 miles there, but I think it's in good shape. Mike and I got our refresher course before tomorrow, and hope to set sail and come home first place after 400 miles.
And talking about that, Mike, you and Justin together, especially with this Fox method, everything Yokohama together. Walk me through how it was for the qualifying lap for you.
We went into the qualifying lap. I actually came up with a program for the live valve that would help us with the light fuel and the missing tire in the back. Obviously we try to lighten up the truck a little bit for qualifying. And so that worked out the way I thought it would work out. And the truck worked really good. And we're on top of the box.
And one more thing, Justin, you and I talked yesterday at the Off-Road Festival. What do you think it's going to take, besides top position now, to get a 4-peat here at the Mint 400?
The Prim Jean desert here is some of the toughest desert you'll face, and so it's going to take some patience. It's going to take a lot of communication with the crew to know where everyone's at. There's some really fast guys behind us, but we get to control the race. So the big thing is staying out front, minimizing any problems that we can have, and just having a clean, smooth day. The truck will take care of the rest for us.
Well, you guys heard it here. Clean, smooth day for Justin Lofton, taking P1 here at the Mint 400. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Tiffany. Wow, Justin Lofton, he just looks super cool, doesn't he? And let's just have a quick look at this. 3:59 for Justin Lofton to take the pole setting. From second place, Kevin Thompson there with a 4:01. And in third, it was Ryan Arciero. We're going to have an amazing day of racing tomorrow. But we're just going to pop out to a short commercial break, then we'll be back, and we've got a special guest joining us in the booth. So we'll see you very, very soon for more action at the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
Many people preach that growth happens when you reach the edge of your comfort zone. We disagree. We think growth happens much further out than that. Introducing BFGoodrich On Trail, an app that integrates exploration into everyday living. It features continuously updated trail data from a network of other off-roaders that includes missions, rewards, and more. Find trails you never knew existed and discover a community you never thought you'd meet. All by seizing the opportunity to see what lies beyond the next bend. Because the only true way to test yourself is to push the map past its furthest edge. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, we know how important it is for your car to look sharp and run well. And we're here to make that as simple as possible. Get all the parts, accessories, and tools you'll need for your next project delivered right to your doorstep. Just place your order online and leave the rest to us. You'll have everything you need at your door with free shipping the very next day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
And welcome back to the 2021 BFGoodrich Mint 400. And we can see on stage now there, it's our pole setter for tomorrow. It's Justin Lofton. And next to him is Mike Kim. Just look at that car. Just how good does that look? Anyway, we're back on into the booth now. And joining me next to me is George Hamill. Next to him is Jim Beaver. And Jim, you've got a guest with you.
Hey, we do have a guest, Brian Nunez with Losi RC. Welcome to the booth, man. Welcome to the Mint 400.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about what we're looking at, because my mind is blown right now. We've got a 1/10 scale Losi RC truck, and then right here we got this bad boy. This is a 1/6 scale. This is massive, but I'm looking at these. These look like miniature unlimited trucks.
Oh, they're literally miniature trucks. I mean, we can set caster, camber, anti-squat. We can adjust the shocks, differentials, you name it.
It's crazy because I've kind of owned RCs throughout the years, things like that, and I look back at, the stuff I used to have, even from Losi as a kid, because I was a Losi fan, and I look at this now and how this has evolved. This is just crazy to me, the progression you guys have seen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and it's kind of funny because it kind of goes full circle. The first Losi car was a JRX2, which was a trailing arm setup, which is what you kind of see on the UTVs nowadays, right? So it's hilarious to us to kind of see the cycles of off-road, RC, and the full-scale stuff.
They're so realistic, Jim.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
even they got the drivers for the kids inside, and then to see the like Marsden was showing, to see the underneath, the belly of it.
Look at that. I mean, with the drive shaft and the rear end. I mean, I'm looking at like even the brakes and the wheels. Like this is insane.
Do you know how scary this is? Because if my kid's watching at home, he's just going to be texting me in a moment, going, "Dad, can you bring one home with me?" That's these are absolute works of art. I was actually watching them earlier on being used out in the lot out the back. They don't hang around, do they? And the way they jump is just ridiculous.
Yeah, we were just out there doing a fun little demo with our 5th scales, our 6th scales, and this one here, and we were launching them 15, 20 feet, flat landing them sometimes. Sometimes the boys, the wind gets them, they whip coming out, and they don't land it, but they take a beating. It was a blast out there, being behind the mic and getting the people to sign up.
Well, one of the interesting things that I'm noticing, we kind of talked off air a little bit about it, but, obviously you can adjust everything. Full adjustability on these, just like they are on a real truck. And you were saying, kids that are getting into racing, things like that, they're learning some of the science behind suspension and setups and alignments and things like that they could actually use later on in life if they get into racing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what you're seeing here, especially for the young ones, this is the fundamentals. I mean, even from tire compounds, we get that nitty-gritty. We have different tire compounds for different surfaces. But, yeah, I mean, whether it's painting a body, understanding how a bead lock works, all that stuff is all fundamentals from the basic, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. That's why I'm here. I mean, I'm working on a full-scale car now, so when I'm looking at building stuff, now at least I know what anti-squat
Well, somebody
does.
that you can talk to is Carson Wernemont. Carson Wernemont, big RC guy.
Big time.
Now he's out driving his Terex in normally aspirated class and doing very, very well.
Oh, yeah.
Super cool to see, man. I love these things so much. I've been such a fan of the short course or desert body trucks for such a long time. What are the differences between the 10 scale and the 6 scale truck?
Besides the obvious size, you're really looking just at, if we can literally smash a button that goes supersize, that's what you're looking at. Underneath, they're pretty much identical. Obviously, everything's beefier to handle the bigger power and all whatnot. But, we have full independent cars. We have, on-road cars. We do it all. I mean, we obviously brought the trophy trucks here because that's what we're doing. We got the trick trucks going. But yeah, they're pretty much identical.
They even have little
size.
light bars and stuff.
Yeah,
you see those things?
It's so authentic. It's pretty crazy, to be honest with you. All that being said, what do we have? I know because a lot of RC cars there for a while went gas, things like that. You were saying both of these are electric, though.
Correct. Yeah, so nitro was really back, pre-2000s. And if you've been into RC, you know that, once you get them running, they're beautiful. But, you got go plugs to go to some tuning. These electrics, they're more plug and play. Charge it up, especially, our smart chargers. You don't have to do any of the settings. You literally plug in the battery. It's like a drill for your, a battery. Just plug it in, and you're ready to rock and roll. Plug it into these, and you're going to have minutes of fun. Get about average of 15 minutes of runtime on a charge. Typically, people have 2. And they'll just create a cycle and keep having fun in the desert.
So what are we talking about speed-wise, like with the 6 scale and with the 10 scale?
So they're actually both pretty close in speed. You're looking at about a top speed of that 50 miles an hour stock.
Woo.
Yep, and that's with the 3S battery. We do have a smaller battery, still gets you about 35, 40. This bad boy on 8S, you're touching 60. You're pretty close to 60, and it could take it. And what's cool about both of these, most of our vehicles have what we call AVC. So it's literally advanced vehicle control. Your steering is actually inputting for you and your throttle input. So it's almost like traction control for RC cars. And it has heading hold. So if you literally point this thing down a ramp, it's going to do anything to get you back on that straight edge to hit that ramp. And you can dial that in through your transmitter. So it's technology-based, too.
We've been having a discussion about 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive on the show, and it looks like these are just 4-wheel drive, man.
Oh, yeah. 4-wheel drive is definitely the way to go, at least for RC, right? You get, obviously, double the traction. It's going to be way funner to drive. A 2-wheel drive definitely takes a little bit more finesse. But 2-wheel drives are still popular, especially in the
some of those wishbones and the way the tie rods and everything are, even flat underarms and stuff.
I'm just looking at these.
So crazy,
my mind's
man.
blown how authentic they are and what you guys have been able to accomplish. It's I'm telling you, 60 miles an hour. Watch your ankles, Jim Marsden.
Oh yeah,
I am very much so.
Super cool. Yeah, and I know that I learned a lot actually. So before I became a professional off-road racer, I did a lot of RC car stuff, and I learned a ton about tuning, like what Jim Beaver was saying.
Yep. Tuning your line, etiquette's the same thing, whether you're on an RC car track or a full-scale track, right? So it's really just a miniature version of what you guys are seeing, back there, out there.
They've come so far. It's awesome.
I mean, back in the 80s, we were getting 4 minutes of runtime for the best battery, right? These Sanyo cells, they were so crazy. But, yeah, the technology and everything's evolved a lot.
Well, I think one of the things, too, is these, correct me if I'm wrong, but these come ready to run, right? I mean, back then in the 80s, 90s, it was kits. You had to
exactly.
You'd get it, and it came in a box, and then it'd take you a couple of days to put it all together. These come right out of the box, charge the batteries. You can go out and have some fun.
Exactly. So when we say RTR, everything's in the box besides your battery and charger. We do that because most people have batteries and chargers already, so that we do that to kind of keep the cost down. But yeah, I mean, we still offer rollers and kits for those that really want to get into it. But yeah, majority of our product is ready to run.
Well, man, these kids are going to have so much fun with all this. We got to get back to some racing. So where can the kids go to check these things out?
So definitely check out your local hobby shop or horizonhobby.com. What you're looking at there is a limited edition truck. You can get yours exclusively through Dirtco or through your local hobby shop. These just went up for pre-order yesterday, and they're selling out fast. That's one of 1,000 right there.
These things are awesome, Brian. Thank you very much for coming in and hanging out.
Oh, thanks, guys. Appreciate your guys' time.
Thank you very much, Brian. I love these things. Everything about off-road racing is just so cool, whether it's the RC cars or the big stuff out there on the track. So we're going to be back now for a bit more. Oh, look at this. We're seeing action out here on the track now at the O'Reilly Parts Limited race here.
Should we call these the normal scale cars?
I don't know, it is, isn't it? It's absolutely wonderful. I love this. Right, let's have a quick look at the board. Our current physical leader is Brandon Sims, followed by Dustin Jones, and then it's the Anderson brothers, then Terriana and Diaz. But we're going to be back for more action very, very soon at the O'Reilly Parts Limited race for the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. The 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400 live stream is brought to you by JL Audio, subwoofers, amps, home theatre, and a pioneer of the car audio industry. Raceline Wheels, a market leader in the design and manufacture of off-road racing wheels. Jimco, the best in racing and fabrication parts for the off-road race vehicles. Craft House, the official craft beer of the Mint 400. Assault Industries, the official trophy manufacturer of the Mint 400. Okay, and welcome back to the O'Reilly Parts 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. It's been an incredible day of action here, and it's still going on. We're looking at our current leader right now. That's Brandon Sims. He's in that little orange box, and just behind him is Dustin Jones.
Yeah, just.
It is just. Let's just talk about this very quickly, George. Now, they've just crossed the line to go out onto their fourth lap. Brandon Sims has crossed the line with a 5 hours 53.38 in second position. Just behind him with 5 hours 54 and 41 is Dustin Jones. And just behind them with 5 hours and 57 minutes and 48 is Ronnie Anderson.
Yeah, and another notable is fourth place, Cody Bradberry. So Cody Bradberry and Corbin Leverton, I don't know who's behind the wheel now, have been making their way through the pack, man, because they started pretty far back.
Yeah, so we've got 6 vehicles that have now started their fourth lap, with Randy Romo and Joe Torreira finishing out the top 6. But coming back to the real live action right now. So we were talking about this before. Your Brandon Sims and your Dustin Jones. How are you going to play this? What are you going to do?
I don't know, man. I mean, Dustin only has to make up 60 seconds. Well, I guess only is a crucial word there, right? But he has to make up 60 seconds, like you guys said, on corrected time. It's one lap.
I've got a feeling this is Dustin Jones' race to lose right now.
One lap, I feel like he's got to really turn it up. I mean, 60 seconds is a lot.
He's going to be hunting. We got another glimpse here of Rowan McGrath and Jeremy McGrath, the co-driver. Trying to get this thing to the finish.
This is a really cool story to follow, though, man. Such a young girl with a championship-winning motocross father, supercross father. It's such a cool thing. I mean, she's learning so much.
She's going so smooth right there. And honestly, the way this thing plays out, I don't know what they're probably doing pretty good position-wise in the rally class. Looks like they just continue to click off miles.
We'll have to check. Oh, man, look at that fantastic drone shot with the propellers in there. Getting the shot of our Class 11 cruising by.
Class 5.
Oh, it's Class 5? Is that what that is?
I'm amazed by drone pilots. I've tried to fly one before. It didn't end well.
Thank God you weren't sitting in there.
Was this Dan Henderson coming through?
No, this is a Class 16.
Oh, okay.
1600.
Yeah.
This is, I just like you, Ricky. I love this class. Maybe it's the old school in me, but it was a few years ago. They've had some shootouts with these cars, here and there, and you get 60 of them show up. And I love seeing guys like Rob McCachran, Bruce Fraley, some of these old legends jump into a 1600 car and just absolutely send it.
So now we're looking at the results right now. Not results. I'm saying as we're on there, we saw Sims out in front. But there's still a lot of racing to go. So we're going to have the top 6. Sims, Jones, Anderson, Bradberry, Romo, and Torreira. But anything can happen. But only Jones Sims has extended his lead a little bit because now we see it up over a minute.
Well, he was, let's not forget, when he started lap 3, he was actually behind Dustin Jones on adjusted
corrected time. Right. So we've seen that he has stretched that out, and we were, you were talking about you wanted to be up front, and that's where he's at. So he has to push the pace, and Jones has to realize and he's not close enough to see him. So he's got to push harder. He's got to push harder to bridge that gap.
One of the things I'm looking at here, knowing UTVs, and I'm sure George will chime in on this also, but this is 400 miles, and most of us are racing and you don't do a belt change the entire race. Used to be about midway of the long races you'd swap a belt in. We don't do that anymore because for the sake of time. But you drive a car at the speeds that Dustin Jones and Brandon Sims have all race long. You get into that 300 to 400 mile stretch. The heat, the temp's been building. You've had all these heat cycles on the belts, things like that. You've had, some of these runs where you're running it at 100 miles an hour. One belt problem here on the last lap, that's at a minimum 2.5 minutes to do a belt change. So that could be the difference maker. And I'm looking at both these top guys going, they've been on it really hard all day.
Well, and Jim Larson, you were talking about either some of them are running tire balls, not tire blocks.
That's correct.
So we're not exactly sure that it could be, but some of them are running something to support that.
I've been getting some messages coming backwards and forth from Mark Harris at Tire Ball, so thank you very much. And it looks like Brandon Sims and Dustin Jones are both running tire balls. Now, these are inflatable, literally inflatable footballs that go inside the tire. So instead of like a mousse, which is a solid block, these are individual balls. They usually have about 20 per wheel. They're individually inflated. So you're basically you're inflating the tire before you build the wheel.
It's like having 10 10 mini inner tubes.
Yeah.
So if you pop one, the other one takes up
Absolutely.
the space. So they outlawed that in King of the Hammers a few years back. We saw Shannon Campbell chasing Whalen, and they were coming down to the last thing. He hit it and it shot balls.
Yeah, it was an explosion of balls.
So one thing that we wanted to mention is Rowan is actually in 6th place in the rally class, doing really good.
Awesome.
But yeah, so to go along with what you were saying, Jim Beaver, about the longevity of some of the CVT stuff and what their strategies are in the race, I think for the past probably, I don't know, 6 UTV races, large UTV races that we've seen, most of those guys will push the limit of the belt, but we have seen a lot of drama unfold in the later portions of the race. And usually I mean within the last half hour, 45 minutes of the race, meaning that they push it and they just stop.
Well, and the thing is the technology. So now they have the sensors that read and give you a highlight.
Right.
Okay, your belt's getting hot and coming down. The other thing that they're doing, what we did in the double axe, that Speed put a gigantic fan in there, an exhaust fan. So it's pulling heat out. It's not trying to shove air in. It's pulling the heat out, and then it's pulling the new air from the back side of the belt. So that a lot of, once again, technology is helping the drivers stay consistent.
So the UTV Rally Class, it looks like we got Rosberg, Anderson, Lovell, Gutierrez, McGrath, Edgar, Wolfkale, Blue, Fitza, and Lynch.
I'm inside of my truck.
So yeah, I think
I'm parked in the
I don't know if there's going to be a good answer, but I think that this lends itself to being a good position anywhere behind the leader. I think Brandon Sims is so educated and such a good driver that he's probably going to be able to come home no problem. But I think that there's also some mix-ups that can happen if somebody does push it too hard. Ronnie Anderson or the Anderson bros have a really good chance to move up a little bit more. 4th and 5th, the same thing. Just depends. I mean, if I was 4th and 5th, I'd probably nurse it a little bit more.
Did you just say bros?
Anderson bros, yep. That's what they go by on
Do
YouTube.
they got high socks on and
It's got to be bros
Taylors?
with a period, though. It's Anderson bros, period.
Period, bro.
And they've been making fun because they're always up on the new social media stuff, and they've been what they call peacocking. So that's where you show your feathers, right?
Uh-oh.
I'm not going to make the sound on air. Yeah. But, yeah, so the race can turn any way, Jim.
Yeah, I think, 1 minute, I'm not going to make a call yet. I think this is going to be, it's going to go down to the wire here. But we do have quite a few races happening here. I've been looking at Bradberry. Bradberry's moved up into the 4th spot now, pushing hard.
Very impressive. That's what I was saying about Bradberry and Anderson is all those guys have the ability to move up.
And this is Lucas Cassidy and Luke Johnson. Luke Johnson built that car basically from the ground up, started as a speed chassis. Oop, went away.
Oh,
here it is. The limo's back.
Big shout out to the Motul guys. Thank you very much for the jacket that I'm wearing today as well. It's cool to see that they're still trucking, right? How many laps did we bet that they were going to do, Ricky?
Well, I think they're still on the first one.
Yeah, I think he's still on the first one. I think if they can get to the finish of the first lap, we'll consider that a finish. 1 lap in the middle.
Did he pick anybody up?
Now, if this is the limo that I think it is, you see the exhaust coming off the side there. They used to have flamers coming off of that at King of the Hammers, which would be quite funny. But going back to that Cody Bradberry story, he actually started in 32nd position today.
Yep.
So great drive there from Cody.
These guys are really experienced UTV drivers. Did a lot of moto when they were younger. It's really cool to see those guys getting up there.
Yeah, look at that, just a scenic shot with that UTV coming across this just, barren landscape.
But the
there.
gaps, the attrition once again. Look at the gaps in drivers. Like, we're barely seeing anybody in dust anymore. Yeah. And most of them still have another lap to go.
We did hear, though, that there was a lot of lap traffic out there. I heard a couple of people complaining that there was too much lap traffic. It was pretty gnarly. Does that mean that they were hitting the lap traffic on single track where they weren't able to pass?
I think the big thing here is you got the top UTVs. You got like Dustin Jones, Brandon Sims, those guys, and then you've got the slowest sportsman vehicles. And, that's a big difference. These guys are hitting stuff at 70 miles an hour when those guys are hitting it at 25. Yeah. So I think when they start getting into some of those limited classes, the stock Jeeps, things like that.
Or the limo.
Yeah, or the limo. Certainly excited they didn't run that tomorrow.
I wonder
Very
how
good
they would
call.
have done in qualifying.
Very good call from Adamy to put in there. Holden Hightrider, doing that X-Travel stuff that we were talking about before. Cool to see. You can see how the front end is really settled and really easy to control. Young kid too, man.
Now with that, George, can you put that system on other side-by-sides or just
yes.
that?
No, you can put it on other side-by-sides. They've been making it for Can-Ams now. They got a RS1 kit, different vehicles, but
I know Guthrie was running it at King of the Hammers. Casey Curry's run it before.
That's Dustin.
There's no, that's not Dustin
that's
Jones,
not.
but all the Can-Am guys, man, we were complaining about it in Texas last week, and I feel like they need to offer a little bit of a different color for the guys.
Yep.
Oh man,
this is the 1984.
Adrian Orellana.
Oh, is that Adrian?
Yeah, that's Adrian. Yeah.
Adrian's such a good guy. You know,
oh my gosh,
he's
man.
always up there up front. He's dedicated himself to NA class. I talked with him and I said, "You ever going to move up to turbo?" Because I just love the naturally aspirated class. You know, his program is run completely on point. I mean, very professional. He's always there at the finish, competing for wins. Tough break for Adrian.
Yeah, fast driver too, man. And like you said, he's just a good dude all around.
Well, we had a situation when I was racing with Robbie Pierce and Trophy Truck Legends. We got way behind, and so we're going up around through Mike's and El Coyote and stuff, and Adrian was tipped on his side, and so I had to do a little recovery, pull him back over, let him out of the way. But the good thing is the guys from Assault said, well, if you ever need anything for your side-by-side, just give us a buzz. You hooked up our driver. So
looks like Caden Wells again. Yeah, I don't think it's brother. Yeah, that Caden Wells. So, oh, wow, look at that.
I'm wondering, you know, honestly, and I'm watching this car, and obviously we know it works, but all that weight up high, and then you see it start getting a little loose in the whoops. I'm wondering if all that weight so high up in the rear is actually affecting the suspension a little bit.
Well, it's the yaw side to side.
Yeah.
As that starts to go, it feels like somebody's pulling you by your shirt collar and tipping you over to the left or to the right. That's where you see a lot of the guys, especially Dale Dondell's new truck, with those tires low as possible.
Well, we know that they were trying some new stuff, so it's cool to see them out here trying it during the races too.
All right, we will be right back to the O'Reilly's Auto Parts Mint 400 limited race, and you are watching the BF Goodrich Mint 400. We're just going to run some billboards. We'll be right back.
The 2022 BF Goodrich Mint 400 live stream is brought to you by Weird Water. It's weird, but fortunately for you, it's amazing. Refreshing spring water. Get weird now. PCI, the original communications company, manufacturing and trackside support of intercoms, radios, headsets, GPS, navigation, helmets, race air and safety. Republic Services. Find waste and recycling services for you and your small business or residents. Serving small businesses and committed to serve. KMC Wheels. Individually styled and unmistakably bold wheels. Find your perfect KMC wheel today. KC Highlights, makers of lights, light bars, rock lights and adventure products. For Jeeps, Toyotas, trucks, SUVs, UTVs and ATVs. Adventure further and explore off-road with KC Highlights.
All right, welcome back to the O'Reilly's Auto Parts Mint 400 limited race. This is Ricky Johnson. As we're watching some of the drivers as they work their way around, majority of them, Jim, which I'm going to say whichever Jim wants to jump on this. We have two Jims here, but most everybody is on the third lap. We've obviously seen some of the drivers. The limo is not. It is probably on lap one, but we have quite an assortment, Jim Beaver, of vehicles, and this is we're watching one of the trophy lights.
Yeah, watching one of the trophy lights. This is 6009. Trying to think that was 6009, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look here at my notes and see who exactly that is, but don't have that.
6016.
That is Jeff K. and Jeff Wilson. It's their first race with trophy lights since purchasing this truck. So looks like Brandon Sims on his last lap. Get a glimpse there at the map. He's cleared. Looks like he has cleared Beer Bottle Pass and the Joshua Tree Highway. Dustin Jones right on his bumper. Man, this thing's going to go down to the wire. We're pressure's on now. It's kind of one of those we're playing. You know, we've been playing cat and mouse with these guys, and at some point somebody's going to wrap it. Somebody's going to wrap it. Somebody's going to drop the hammer, and then the other person's going to have to fall in sync. And I think they've been playing this game.
by the look, it looks like Justin Jones is starting to pick up the pace. He had fallen back to it, went under a minute back, and now once again we can't tell when they did that. So he could either be closer or further behind. We're not sure yet. We'll get that report to you as soon as possible. But I think now is when Justin Jones is starting to make his move. That's my calculated guess.
I would agree 100% that he's going to make the first move. All Brandon Sims though has to do is just be intuitive to what those moves are. I guarantee they have some guys looking.
They've got people all around the course giving them information, things like that. And I think that's the big thing we got to remember. Dustin Jones started way back in the field compared to Brandon Sims. So Dustin Jones gets around Brandon Sims. That's a big problem for Brandon because not only does Brandon have to get back around Dustin Jones, he has to gap Dustin.
But that also, he had to push the car harder too. So to get to that point. What about the, like last year we talked a lot about the dust and the vision right now. I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue for the rest of this race.
No, I don't. I think this race is 100 times better when it comes to dust.
Kristen Matlock.
Kristen Matlock, because she works way in the R class. So we did not see where Wayne was.
It'd be interesting to see what Kristen's position is on course.
I'm on it.
Well, and also, we'll put Jim on that. Also, I'm looking forward to this. Looks like Justin Jones, am I right?
No.
No, Ron.
Kristen Matlock is currently on lap 3, and in fact, she's not far off of the leaders. So she's holding pace with the leaders currently. She is a lap down.
What I really like is the way that she's driving that vehicle. So a lot of the people that have driven that vehicle before have driven it similar to the way that they drive their 2-cylinder vehicles. It looks like she's got a little bit easier of a foot. She's driving it more like what a 10 car would normally be driven like, obviously without the sequential gearbox, but she's doing a really good job maintaining that vehicle.
Yeah, do we have any word on Carson Wernemont? He was leading NA, and he had a pretty big lead at one point.
Yeah, Carson, he hasn't actually crossed the line yet to say you, or has he? I'm just looking now. No, Carson was still leading his class.
Looks like
he's in 13th position, but we're going to have to wait for him to cross the line.
Yeah, what we're showing is 13th and still leading class.
Yeah. But we need him to cross the line to be able to get a clear clarification on that. But I'm expecting him to be crossing the line in the sort of next 10 minutes.
But it looked like it was a very similar battle to what we have in the Pro Turbo class, because Carson and then Caden Wells. Yeah, Caden Wells is still coming up pretty faster. That's probably why he was pushing it so hard going through the whoop section there.
Yeah, and then behind him was Adrian Orellana, but we've just seen him broken on course. So we're going to have to wait for them just to cross the start line just to see a true reflection of where they are in position.
If you guys want to check out the live timing and scoring too, you can go to the mint400.com and see a lot of the same information that we're looking at as well. Track your favorite driver and see how they're doing on course.
Absolutely. So at the moment, physical race leaders are the UTV Pro Turbo class. We've got 7 vehicles on their 4th lap. Currently in first position is Brandon Sims, followed by Justin Jones, Ronnie Anderson, Cody Bradberry, Randy Romo, Joe Torreira, and then Bruce Binquist.
Look at Blake Wilkie here.
And in fact, just as I say that, we've just had another 2 cross the line, Evan Striplin and Ryan Piplik.
So Piplik is still doing pretty good. Looks like he's running top 10 in the turbo class.
Yep, he's just inside the top 10. Around about 30 minutes behind our leaders currently.
It's so crazy to see these, like the balance of that car to be able to drive it. It looks like they're just, to me it reminds me of a unicycle just on the rear wheels, right? Like go down that whole section. Looks like Maddie Wedeking's doing pretty good in her turbo debut as well. Looks like she's bringing 12th.
Yeah, that's a great story too with her and her dad, and
right.
It's just such a great family that have done a lot for the sport of off-roads. You know, and her start, I mean, she got her start in some old 2-seat car, wasn't real fancy, and then they bought Sierra Romo's old car, turning it from a turbo to an NA car. She ran that last year, won a championship, won a race or 2. Now they reconverted it to a turbo car. She's running there, and you know, her dad's been instrumental in her career. He owned PRP seats and done a lot for the industry. Just a great
Speaking
family.
of Sierra Romo right here, she's still hauling the mail, man, riding the edge of the track right here. Yeah, and to go back with Maddie, one of the funniest things that I think about that whole program is her and her boyfriend are in the driver and co-driver seat. Could you imagine that?
He's a good driver himself,
Oh,
too.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. What kind of vehicle we got here, Jim Martin?
We've got ourselves a Jeep.
Thanks, bud.
Wow.
I'm all over that for you.
Pointing out the obvious.
Well, you know what they say. We'll soon find out. We'll just catch a number on that
This
one.
is the equivalent of every man, I think, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the car's cool, but this is exactly what you guys were talking about.
Vaughan Neville.
Okay.
Just making his way through.
Oh,
look at this, getting a little
here we go.
rowdy.
Flyer 22, man. They're pinning this thing. So cool to see. It would be interesting to know how all these guys in the military class will do. I know that last year we're going to have the motorcycle race, I think, tomorrow, right?
Yep.
And these warfighter guys, they have no quit whatsoever. One of them lost. He has a artificial limb on his leg. Lost his leg and kept going.
Yeah.
Just like, it was insane, man.
How many people can say that?
That's what I mean. He came across the finish line. It looks like Trey Gibbs coming through, another X-Travel vehicle. You can see how planted the front end is compared to the rear end in this vehicle. They might need to do some shock tuning to the rear end. These guys have been testing a lot as well.
But it's interesting with Trey because he showed up last year to Parker, and we were running in the same class, and I've known Trey for years. And I showed up, and I played a little games with him. I knew it was his first desert race, and, you know, he's kind of the rookie. And I played some mind games with him, but I got a chance to see, and I was like, this kid's pretty quick. He was off pace at Parker, but 2-3 races in, Trey's all of a sudden, he's up there with us competing for podiums. He's a quick study. He's a quick learner. He's accomplished a lot in short course. Seen him transition to desert. I mean, I told Trey at the end of last year, I said, you're going to get a breakthrough victory. I don't know when it's going to be, but it's going to be big. And this kid, I'm a believer in Trey Gibbs.
Yeah, 100%. Him and his co-driver, Trevor, they do a great job working together as well. They work together in the shop, and they work together in the vehicle.
Okay, got some news, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just looking at my tracker now. Now, we do have to take this as with a pinch of salt, but it's possible that Dustin Jones has overtaken Brandon Sims.
Ooh,
just looking on trackers and at the adjusted times. As is that Chad Hall coming through there?
Yes.
Or, yeah.
It's one of the Hall vehicles.
One of the Hall vehicles.
He's pushing that thing pretty good, man.
Yeah.
No, that's Sheen Berryman.
You know, for what that is
Sean
and how
Berryman.
big it is, it works pretty good, Ricky.
Yeah,
for a stock vehicle.
Yeah, that's the full size, not the Colorado size.
I love this truck.
This is one of your all-time favorites, isn't it?
It's just a good-looking truck.
Whoa, we're riding the wheelie too.
It's working pretty good.
Now, what did that truck start as, Jim? What was it originally? Do you know?
I have no idea at this point. It's got A-arms, though. It doesn't have I-beams.
Bit of classic vintage metal there.
Alrighty, here as we're watching the map, we might see that we have a new leader. So as we go back, we look at it, we see Dustin Jones, and then right behind him, we see Sims. So it looks like he has physically taken over the lead. So Brandon Jones is definitely.
Brandon Jones.
No, not Brandon Jones. I'm bringing them both together. I'm mixing and matching. So you got to stay sharp if you're going to follow my cast. There's Ronnie Jones. This comes from a guy. Wow. Okay, gloves are off up here, people. Anyhow. So Sims is moved back to second. Jones up front, and as we go back, we see Randy Romo is back, I think in fourth or fifth place, and then there's Cody Bradberry. So you see quite a big gap. So, but anything can happen. They're in a position if they do have to change a belt or they do have to do something like that. I think they have enough time. Those front two guys have everything to lose.
Just looking at that there, it looked like that Dustin Jones had around about a 1.5, maybe a 2-minute lead there over Brandon Sims. Now, how fast can they change a belt on these things? Because we know he's got tyre balls fitted, so it's not likely to be a flat unless, of course, he's had a tragic flat and torn the sidewall.
It depends on how bad the belt is shredded in there, but it's usually pretty quick, and those guys are pretty professional, and they understand when the belt is going to have an issue.
There's a 2 to 3 minute belt change, and then there's a 10-minute belt change.
Yeah. So it is possible that he looks like he's lost about 3 minutes there. So it is possible it is a belt.
Yeah, I would say if it's not a bad one, it's 2 to 3 minutes. Sometimes they get mangled in the clutches, and you've got to get a knife or you got to get a pair of dikes, and you got to cut all the shrapnel out, and it's all mangled in there. Those take a while.
Yeah.
But it's just a quick belt, or if they felt it slipping and knew, hey, we're not going to make it another 50 miles out this going. Let's be proactive. Let's do it, which I don't think Sims would do. I think at this point you just push it to the limit. If it goes, it goes.
I don't know. He's still got the best part of sort of 60 miles to go, isn't he?
Yeah, I think both of them have the same advantage on each other. I mean, like.
So okay, put it like this. Let's say Brandon has changed the belt. Does that now give him an advantage?
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
100%.
So we could see a race there. So let's surmise that this is a possibility.
If somehow Brandon Sims has a fresh belt in that car, foot is on the floor, he's not looking back.
Wide open.
All this wide open, he's 110% to the finish.
Fantastic. We could have a race on our hands if this is what's happening. Of course, it could be something completely different, but...
well, the thing you got to think about is that he has to catch Jones
and
pass him, and then pull away from him again. So, new belt or not, your shocks aren't brand new. Everything else isn't brand new. Driver's not brand new. So Sims has a lot of work to do if he thinks he's going to get up and get by him.
It's all or nothing.
Absolutely, but also we're just starting to see it now. As that sun starts to settle down, it cuts through the dust in a slightly different way, making the vision a lot more awkward.
Yes.
This is kind of what we were talking about earlier too, is a lot of these drivers have to limp their cars in because there's so much of a big difference in the way that they have their race strategy.
Yeah, this is going to be a long day for some of these drivers out here. Now, this is the vehicle we saw leave the line late on, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember his name. It's a great looking vehicle.
It's always interesting to me to see how these people set up their different cars. A lot of rebound in this car. The rear looks like it's quite a bit softer, like they lean on the back end of the car a lot more than the front end.
What I found
that's
with
Ryan Laidlaw.
What I found with a lot of cars is everybody is so afraid of getting bucked over the bars. What they do is they get the front stiffer, and what I find is that makes it even worse.
Right.
Because what happens is it doesn't absorb the front, shoots all the energy to the back takes the hit, and then takes you up and over.
Balance is key.
Exactly. So sometimes you need that balanced front to rear, but a lot of people just avoid that big hole, and with that kick, they don't want the back coming up, so they stiffen the front so much, but then the front overpowers the back.
These guys are cooking it pretty good in this. Well, as
that's
Jim
a Jeep.
Yeah, that's
just
a Jeep.
That's
Jim
a Jeep, right, Jim?
Covers everything. Covers everything.
It's a Jeep thing. Isn't that what they say?
It is indeed. Just empties every pocket.
Got it. Right.
Jeeps and boats?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
If it floats or flies.
What do you guys call this? The door bangers class?
Door
slammers class?
Yep.
Civilized, I believe, is the other word.
Oh, well, here we go. Now, so to see the difference in vehicles, right?
What's left of a trophy light? Well, actually, that's very unfair. It's just lost a little bit of its bodywork.
I really like to see that, though.
Dancing topless.
Yeah, it gives you a really good understanding of what the chassis are, especially for the people that may or may not have seen desert racing before.
So here we're rolling into the Fox Proving Ground, and what's crazy about this is the elevation up and down, and see the bedrock, how hard it is. I mean, there is no give. There's barely any soft dirt. As you watch, it is like literally just rugged, hard gravel rock. But then you got to go down, and you got the big G-outs at the bottom you see right here. Make sure you keep on the course, and then you're back up again. So the elevation change is what really screws the guys up, but driving it is completely different than if you're going across like the rockers where it's all the same level and you try to get up on top of them. There's no getting on top of that.
And there's a lot of tricky stuff with rocks and tires with that stuff too, right? Because you have
cut a tire really easy with that.
Yeah, because the rocks don't move, right?
Well, and you're coming down, all the energy's coming down. You're turning. You've got the tire flexed over, the sidewall's exposed, and boom, then you end up with a flat.
That could be Marsden's guy with the tire balls. That's where you fix it, right?
Absolutely. That's Razor Dobbs there picking his way through.
Razor Dobbs pushing below. Oh, we got a 5/1600 getting past.
I think that's Lucas Cassidy. I think that is.
One of the speed cars?
No, actually, one of the Luke Johnson cars he built.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
It started out as a speed car, not the new version, but the Arctic Wildcat XX. And then Luke completely did the front and the back. The other vehicle that Davy Jones was driving, unfortunately, pulled the rear trailing arm off the back. So they are out. Louis Franco did nothing wrong, but had a situation where they're broken. They're out of the race. They're in an unretrievable spot. So as we're watching the guys as they're rolling through here, we are going to break to a commercial. You're watching the O'Reilly Auto Parts Mint 400 Limited Race, and you are also watching the BFGoodrich Mint 400 2022. We will be right back.
Many people preach that growth happens when you reach the edge of your comfort zone. We disagree. We think growth happens much further out than that. Introducing BFGoodrich On Trail, an app that integrates exploration into everyday living. It features continuously updated trail data from a network of other off-roaders that includes missions, rewards, and more. Find trails you never knew existed and discover a community you never thought you'd meet. All by seizing the opportunity to see what lies beyond the next bend. Because the only true way to test yourself is to push the map past its furthest edge. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, we know how important it is for your car to look sharp and run well. And we're here to make that as simple as possible. Get all the parts, accessories, and tools you'll need for your next project delivered right to your doorstep. Just place your order online and leave the rest to us. You'll have everything you need at your door with free shipping the very next day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, for the
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Welcome back to the O'Reilly's Auto Parts Mint 400 Limited Race. This is Ricky Johnson. As I said, you're watching the BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are down to the last couple laps of the limited race. Some people are running 3 laps, some 2, but some are 4. We've had quite a race coming up, guys, going over and over. Some lead changes, but we got a man that's been out there running around out with all the people. How's it going out there?
TPQ, what's up? TPQ in the house, that's right. I have such a great time with all the folks down on the ground. I got to do a bunch of great interviews on a bunch of the drivers doing the running out for the qualifying. Got to see the spec trucks running, and then also got to see the unlimited trucks. Phenomenal, man. I mean, there's something you just can't do on TV. You have to be right next to it to feel the horsepower of those unlimited trucks just wide open going right by you, and huck those rollers and flatland it. And I tell you what, the second roller right in front of VIP booth, that's the butt pucker moment, because they'll throw it off a little too far, and it's right in the middle of a corner, and you got to square up to hit the road jump. And these guys are saying, well, I was talking to Harley Lettner, he said it feels like he's just going to take the whole door off. That's like how he's landing. Amazing. I mean, I love this stuff.
That's pretty much how Harley drives every corner.
Exactly.
Is that new?
Yeah, exactly. Surprise.
He held that top spot for quite a while. Yeah, he did, until Justin Lofton knocked him off the top. And Justin was telling me about how the track was so much different because it was really sandy over there, and he has that four-wheel drive truck, and how that thing he could point and shoot coming out of a corner, and the two-wheel drive trucks were just squirrely, trying to come out of the hole. And that was really, he said that was probably the definitive moment, but also he said if he had a two-wheel truck, it would be probably either one of those two guys.
Well, and also Ryan Sierra was really strong, but the vibe on the people out there, I mean, the VIP and all the live audience here is unreal, and you've been out with them all day.
That's right, I have been, and the place is like filling up. The weather's perfect. There's just a little breeze going here on the infield. Beautiful sunny weather. All the vendors and sponsors are all set up in full effect. I think bringing qualifying right here to the front of this is probably the biggest game changer and the best thing the Mint has done yet.
Yeah. So no surprises for you to see Lofton up front?
No surprises, absolutely. That truck was working flawless. Lofton did send that thing over dead sideways over the road jump, but he brought it back together. He was really talking about how that four-wheel drive would point and shoot and come out of the corners. But he also told me there's 400 miles of that coming up tomorrow. So I had a little conversation with him too about the big weak link up on the front end of those things are the CV joints. I mean, you put 1,000 horsepower to them, and then you move them 3 feet around. Something's got to give sometimes.
Well, I'm going to jump in right here. This is also Luke Johnson, Lucas Cassidy's. They're working their way in the Arctic Cat Double X. That is the Carson City Motorsports McDonald's livery. George?
This is the perfect example of what I was talking about a balanced car.
Well, they've done. We did quite a bit with Wayne Israelson and Alltech, dialing those things in, and they actually work really well. I want to also thank Todd Romano and Robbie Gordon, because they're the ones that started that platform, but I really think Luke has come in and has stepped that up, so that car's looking good. And now here we see
Travis Zollinger just made his way around Rowan McGrath and Jeremy McGrath. Super cool to see, and this is some of the stuff that we were talking about, the innovation that companies are doing. Zollinger Racing Products makes fantastic products for any UTV, and they go out here and they test it. Like, he's building basically he builds his own wheels, his whole UTV.
Some of their billet parts are insane. I mean, I run a lot of their parts on ours, their alternator kits, their hubs. Yep. I mean, it's truly works of art.
Even just the tie rods with the locking mechanisms and things like that, it's fantastic. But yeah, notable, Rowan McGrath still cruising.
Well, the question is, will Jeremy be back as a co-dog, or is he going to go, you know what, I love you, little girl, but I'm putting somebody else in there. I'm going to go back to the team manager spot.
Well, they do have, according to Jeremy, they do have that's his Hammers car, and they just brought it from King of the Hammers here. Okay. They do have a full desert car that they're building for Rowan currently, so at some point, we're going to see her full-time in the desert. Jeremy did say, he goes, I'm not a full-time co-driver. He goes, at some point, he goes, this is her first race. I wanted to be in there with her, but at some point, we're getting her a real co-driver that can wrench on the car and really knows what he's doing. He goes, that's not me.
Well, I mean, he would be fine, because he's cool as a cucumber in everything he does. So he's there watching, I imagine, navigating this and that. But mechanic-wise, guys that are 7-time Supercross champions aren't the best mechanics. They can get stuff done because his father owns McGrath, their garage and stuff like that. So he had to work on some stuff, but he's nothing like his dad when it comes to being a mechanic.
He's the first guy to lose a 10mm socket.
Exactly.
Hey, those guys over at Boxo Tools, they give you 2 10mm in the kits. So
I'm looking at this. Looks like that left front, driver's side front, looks like they got a little bit of problem going on.
She's sagging just a hair, so it looks like the upper arm might be buckled in a little bit, because you know what? They've been hitting everything at 10/10, so it's not a surprise.
I know you got to do, Jim Bieber, you got to do a great podcast on the off-road festival. I got to hit Jeremy McGrath and Rowan McGrath up for an interview in the street, which was really fun for me, talking about the daddy-daughter thing. He really has a lot of confidence in his daughter, and he said it's probably one of the neatest things to kind of hand over the flag, to have the experience and the calmness, as you said, Rick. He's cool as a cucumber. Yep. It's so hard to get that dude all riled up. Anyway, so him sitting in the passenger seat, he goes, I make a terrible passenger.
You know what's funny with the two, and I've got to know Jeremy pretty well. First time I've actually met Rowan was yesterday, but there's a mutual respect between Rowan and Jeremy that's quite interesting. I mean, they both respect the hell out of each other, and not only as a father and a daughter, but I think as racers.
Correct.
And so it's actually a really cool dynamic to see.
Well, and that's the thing, is that you have to have respect for each other. As I said, I've ridden with Luke, and Luke has ridden with me, and we both have authority. When you're in that co-dog seat, you have to respect your co-driver because they're watching what's coming up and all the different stuff. And so I've gotten heated at Luke, like it's L2, 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 L2. It's like, I heard you. I'm like, then why aren't you slowing down? And vice versa. When I'm out there, he's like, okay, calm down, breathe, soft hands, look ahead, blah, blah. He walks me through it because we've also both spotted for each other in short course, so that kind of helps. But when you're also over there and you don't have control of the steering wheel, you have to just submit to whatever will be, and let your words take care of it. So with Rowan having that respect for her father at this age, to go, you know what, my dad says go, go. My dad says hold back, I'll hold back. That kind of respect is really hard to find.
Truly is.
So, guys, I was just got some information, and I'm not sure if this information is 100% correct, but it says that Brandon Sims lost the throttle body from his father was the one that gave us that information. But we'll have to see if that actually holds true. Live timing and scoring doesn't actually show that information, so we'll see how it progresses.
So as we look back at the map, we're going to zoom here, look at the different drivers, look up there. There we see Brandon Sims, that he is down there, and then up ahead of him.
Yeah, the 978 is Dustin Jones.
Dustin Jones is quite a ways in front of him, so Dustin Jones can relax at this point. But Ronnie Anderson, still, if he wants to get in the game, he's going to have to make up some ground this last lap. And there we see Randy Romo, who's working hard, but still quite a ways back from Dustin Jones. And there we see Joe Torreira.
Yeah, Dustin Jones at this point, he knows he's got a big gap, a big lead, especially with the way he came through the field. I would think he's probably going to check up just a hair, knowing he's only got about a half a lap left to go.
Yeah, and being the guy from Louisiana, he sure does do good at the Mint 400.
Unbelievable. He's a mud bogger, for crap's sake. I mean, that's really his thing. I mean, it's like rattlesnakes and Coors Light is his thing, and he's out here kicking butt in the desert.
Did you say for crap's sake?
I did. I kept it PG-13.
One thing I just noticed, Jim Beaver, is there's about 100 different lines going through that corner. On the inside, on the outside. I mean, where do you even start by choosing a line through there?
Well, I know coming the other direction, the far right line is the best line. Going this direction, I can't tell you. But I can tell you when you find the line there, you know you're golden, and you got 4 laps to find it. So you find it on the first lap, and you go, oh, man, all right, I'm running that all 4 laps. But if you get in one of the bad ones and somebody goes by you, then you're in that line. If that one doesn't work, lap 3, you're switching to another one.
As we're rolling through the Fox Proving Ground, we see the Baja Beef Jerky Class 11 as he works his way through. And you notice he's not taking as far as a preferred line. He's going wherever there is no bumps. So the distance, how they look, a trophy truck would be looking all the way down in the corner. He's micromanaging every 20 feet in front of him.
He's right in front of the front bumper is where he's looking. Yeah, boy, that thing, it's got to be a rough ride. How many inches of travel do the...
We were talking about that. I think, 5, 6 is what we determined?
Yeah, probably 5 up. If you do everything right, you got about a 1 or 2 down travel. So everything you got to set up.
Rally driver coming through. The difference in vehicles is quite drastic when you look at the like a Dustin Jones compared to that rally car. But those guys are just, it's so cool that they can get out there and have fun.
So pay attention to this car. Watch the front. It absorbs everything, but then it pushes the energy back.
Right.
So they've got it to where everyone wants it to be proud because they don't want to get bucked up out over the bars. But we went away from that shot. So notice how this is pretty much square up and down. The front is working quite a bit. And so I like the looks of that versus the other car where the front is supporting everything and then everything is taken in the back where all the weight of the car is.
And if we were given constructive criticism of those guys, we would probably increase the compression in the back, maybe lower the front a little bit, slow down the rebound, and even the car out.
Yeah, exactly. I would probably soften up the ride height in the front. I'd probably increase the ride height in the rear just for spring, for balance. And then what I would do is start adjusting tubes, just like you said, George.
There you go. Another great shot of all those different lines on course. It would be cool to see which line is the fastest if you sent out 4 drivers with the same car and cruise through there.
Well, and the difference between this versus the unlimited trucks for tomorrow, they want the straightest line.
Yeah.
Because we did a lot of step down with Neil Mason when we were running with Team C, trying different lines off to the left and to the right through San Felipe through the real big rockers. We found that if you go soft and straight down the middle, it's faster than getting off to the side because it slows you down too much.
So in overall, it looks like we're about a little over 7 hours into the race for everybody. How do you feel about your body while you're in the race car?
Well, and that's the thing. What did they do? Like, there's a lot of people that were doing IVs yesterday.
Yeah,
that's great.
I saw that.
Which that'll give you a little extra, especially if you like what they call a Myers cocktail, has the B vitamins and all the different stuff, the full spectrum. So it gives you a little bit more because you can only drink so much. If you are going to race, I really recommend staying away from alcohol because that dehydrates you as well.
Yeah, hydration.
And then what happens is all of a sudden when you get dehydrated, it's too late.
Right.
You're basically falling off the cliff, and you're going to take the beating until you're done. And if you do, yeah, we've all been there.
So when we were doing, I was training for triathlons and stuff. They say always eat before you're hungry and drink before you're thirsty.
Yep. You got to keep that. You got to keep that tank going. But adrenaline before the race, you feel like you got to go to the bathroom. You're not hungry. It's hard to eat. Like the hardest meal for me to eat was always the breakfast on race day. Like I would eat like a third of it, and I'm like, And normally I'm just a pig and I mow it all down.
Jim Beaver, if I'm just going to enter my first Mint 400, do I bring snacks in the car? Do I bring the Fluid Logic, like what Ricky was talking about earlier? Like, what's the main thing that I need to make sure I'm prepared with?
Well, I think the interesting thing is as a driver, I don't know how Ricky feels about this, but I don't feel like I ever have a chance to drink anything. If I pull into a pit, maybe if I'm in like a transit section with a speed limit, I can get a drink out of the drinker, but generally you're not drinking a whole lot. So I think the key is really, if you want to do things right, you need to start hydrating probably 10 days before the race. Yeah. Because if you start a day or two before the race, it's too late.
Well, and I don't mean to shut you off there, Jim, but what they found, they did the research with Fluid Logic and stuff, and that's where it gives you short blasts of water. You open your mouth, you hit the button, and it gives you a little bit, is that you can carry less water, but you're taking more frequent drinks, and then it doesn't fill your bladder up, and then you're not evacuating as much.
So your body's utilizing it at the rate it needs to.
It's small bursts of water, and you can set it up on how hot it is, because obviously if it's hotter and you're sweating more, you need more, or whatever the case may be, but you don't want to get behind the curve. And then I always pack like something's going to happen, because so many times when I've been out there and I can't light a fire and I don't have anything to eat, because you realize how hungry you are when your car breaks and you're stuck out there. So I always have snacks.
And a race like this, different than, say, the Baja 1000. Right. I go race at Baja, we're packing a lot in the truck.
Yep.
You race in here, hey, I'm probably not spending the night out in the desert. Somebody's going to come get me at some point. So you may have a little bit there, but not a whole lot.
The reason that I was asking those questions is we see so much diversity in all the vehicles, but this is one thing that every single driver can do to help themselves out aside from the vehicles.
Well, what I used to do is after pre-running, I would have a thing, and on my lead nav I would have drink, or snack, because you had them down in Baja. You have
on your GPS.
The speed zones, to remind me, because I got this time. If I'm, if I didn't have Fluid Logic, I could put the hose in my mouth or do whatever I need to do. As we're watching Dustin Jones as he's going through. Nice, smooth, controlled pace, looking great as he's going through the shooting range. So he does not have that far to go to get to the finish, but there's a lot of rough sections. He still has to go to the Fox Proving Ground. He has quite a bit to go through. But right now, our last year's champion is leading this race with quite a commanding lead.
Yeah, and he's not pushing it like Dustin Jones would push it right here. And thank you very much for the pro tip, Ricky. I appreciate it.
Dustin Jones is probably one of the greatest characters out in the field, amongst the public. He probably has one of the best attitudes and the best followings. He is the most humble cat. I mean, reminds me a lot of Travis Pastrana, and that whole big era, whole aura he's built up around him. Tons of people gravitate towards him. He's always promoting other people and so forth, and very humble guy. and just a phenomenal racer. Obviously, he's proven time and time again. Every time I catch it, I try to catch him out in the street with a microphone, and he's like, catch me anytime. I'll do an interview with you anytime. So it's just a great
fantastic representative for off-road in general.
So you do this in your spare time too? You just run around interviewing people?
Oh yeah, through the mall, through the DMV.
Shopping center. Hey, it's like so.
Anywhere.
So how long you been a checkout girl? How do you like this job?
What do you think of the grapes out here today? Oh yeah. Oh, here's a sticker. Here's a TPQ sticker. Oh yeah.
There we go.
So we just had John Lewis from Desert Squadron, who offers first aid kits and stuff like that for off-road racers. He just commented in and said, in the rule book, it says that you have to bring survival stuff, which I'm assuming is water and food and stuff like that in your vehicle.
Yeah, you have to bring also a triangle, and obviously you have your fire extinguisher stuff, things like that. So if something happens, you can look out for help each other out and just be safe.
So if it is my first race, I need to make sure I read the rule book and have everything in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and you'll forget because half of it, and then because they don't make you put stuff like food in your car or water in your car. Some guys, I'll carry a bottle of water. It's like, no,
that's not enough.
Get your helmet ready, get everything ready so that you can easily do it. Because so many times people are like trying to stuff a bottle of water down the front
through the visor hole.
Yeah, and that doesn't work. So now we can see the shadows are starting to get a little bit long. This is, we're not quite at what I feel is the worst time of day to drive. It's once the sun has cleared the mountains and the sky is light and the ground is dark. That's when because lights don't help you, and that to me is the most frustrating time for you, Jim.
Yeah, you love the daytime, and I don't mind racing at night, but it's that in between, and especially certain corners you go around, and then all of a sudden the sun's right in your face, as it goes down. And it gets to be tough. This is the toughest time of the day to race, just because of like you said, the shadows, things you can't see. It plays games. Do I want to have my amber face shield on? Do I want a clear one?
Right.
There's so many things that go into play.
And running the track backwards, you have those different edges as well in the shadows, right?
Right. The square edges change their shapes.
Yeah.
Well, but one of the things that I like is, remember last year how bad the dust was hanging. Here we see with these guys up this close, it's got a consistent breeze pulling the dust off to the side, and I think there is some moisture down in the dirt, so it's nowhere near as silty and dusty as it was last year.
There's definitely some moisture that we've seen kind of come to the surface. I think the wind we had yesterday probably drew, the top and dried it out, but as soon as we got underneath, we've seen some of that darker brown, start coming up.
I've had this situation racing a 10 car trying to pass a Class 8. I'm like, how do I hit this guy without ripping my car apart?
So the electricity was great, all down on the ground. You guys are doing a phenomenal job here in live stream. I kind of get to reap the benefits of the the people on the ground and so forth. I get to see eyeballs and so forth. But I just have to let you guys know you're doing a phenomenal job here in live stream. And of course, we have TVs and speakers all around with your guys. Your guys' broadcasts all throughout the whole infield here, all the VIP section, and of course all the general admission.
So it's looking like you're going to be interviewing our winner in probably about, I'm going to say an hour, a little over an hour.
Yes, sir, and I'm all prepped up for it. So
get your socks high and tight, brother.
Hey, got them going.
We got pink unicorns and swordfish.
I had a quick costume change. A good friend of mine, Brandon, brought a brand new set out. I pulled the tags off of them and put them on. So I am all set to go.
I think one other thing we should talk about again is Motorsport Safety Solutions. Those guys have been doing a fantastic job. They are all over the race course, and they don't just help drivers that need it for their bodies. They help cars get off track, everything, man. They're out there doing one-stop shop stuff.
So now this is a situation just like you were talking about. See, the co-driver's got his hand up because he's trying to read the screen, and he's trying to.
We got a little guy in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but he also has his shade down so he can help. But the co-driver, you can see he's got his arm up trying to block so he can watch the GPS at this time.
Yeah, this is Dustin Robbins out of Alabama. He does a lot of Ultra 4 stuff. I think this may be his first Mint 400 possibly.
Well, and that's the thing. All you have to do, if you're ever a desert racer and you're complaining about any sections like Beer Bottle Pass or anything like that, do one King of the Hammers event. You're like, I'm never complaining about Batomi Wash or anything ever again. Never, ever, ever. Once again, there goes the Hall Boys through Fox Proving Ground, as we said there. That is a brutal section. The elevation change, the how rough and hard the dirt is the guy's got to go. And here we see one of the Hondas.
Yeah, Ethan Ebert. Actually, his mom is who brought us snacks, so thank you very much to Kelly Ebert. But Ethan, this is his first Mint 400. He's got Joe Whining sitting in the passenger seat with him, who is also been known to sit with Jesse Jones, with Toby Price. So it's cool to have that experience and to be able to teach Ethan the ways of the desert racing world.
Yep.
Ethan is an accomplished short course racer in trophy carts and stuff as well.
Now let me ask you, gentlemen. Well, that's a big boulder that popped up in the middle of that corner. That's going to bite a sidewall on somebody. Let me ask you guys. So now this one's got a centrifugal clutch in it. Paddles up on the steering wheel.
No centrifugal clutch.
Yeah, no centrifugal
I'm not
clutch.
a centrifugal clutch. I mean it has the shifters.
Yeah.
Up on
shaft drive.
So is there advantage, a disadvantage to either setup as far as the transmissions go, shifting or having the rubber band belt?
I like the shifting because then I can put the RPMs where I want and the different stuff. I don't think the performance is quite where the Can-Ams are. I think the Can-Ams and Polaris have been doing this a lot longer, and so they've got the performance where they want, and they run that belt to where it runs right in that sweet spot of the RPM where that horsepower and torque meet, and so that they can be a little bit quicker, and it's just plug and play. It's just two pedals, hit the gas and go. Where the Honda, you have to work yourself around. You can leave it in auto, but it typically short shifts a little bit quick, and it brings it further down. So if I'm cruising or pre-running, I'll put it in automatic, let it shift for me. But if I'm trying to be performance, I put it in manual, sport mode, and I can downshift, and that'll help. I can drift the car in some of the fast roads and stuff like that. So I think it's a very fun vehicle to drive. The Honda Talon has been a blast.
And these guys here, this is Zach Seislov, and he's got it in automatic mode right here. So one of the notable things that we just saw on screen was that Ethan is actually running second in class. I think Carson Wernemont is actually still leading the NA class. So kudos to Ethan for being second place in his first Mint 400.
That's great. And that's the thing, though. When they get going down these long straightaways across the dry lake bed, they can just upshift and bring those RPMs down.
Yeah.
That softens everything out. That's not as hard on the CVs, not as hard on the no. You're not foaming the oil and the motor. You're not stressing it as hard. But Can-Am and everybody has done such a good job dialing that in.
Yeah, and Ricky's talking about it a lot from the motocross background that he's had. Right, when you ease up on the RPMs, it really lets the bike do or the vehicle do what it needs to do. It makes a big difference.
Well, especially when you're in a longer race, you want to try to save your equipment. You don't want to run that thing to the rev limiter all the time. I mean, obviously that's really hard on engine parts, and so being able to do that, so upshift and run a lower RPM, a little bit lower RPM, let the torque pull, and not be so tough on parts.
All right, let's go through the
got a race going on.
Yeah, let's go through the Pro NA. We got Caden Wells, Zach Seislov, Ethan Ebert.
Look at Carson Wernemont there in the fourth spot.
Which we thought he would be further up than that.
Yeah, so there's been a little bit of a shakeup there.
Well, he was leading at one point, I know.
And once again, folks, the timing is not hitting all at the exact time. And so when we're reporting this, we're giving you the information as we have. You guys can go back and forth and watch this when you go to mint400.com and go to live tracking as we're watching some of the 01 cars. They start to work their way around the bugs. But yeah, we're giving you the information as quick as we can, but please don't shoot the messenger.
One of those cars we had Dan Henderson in.
Yeah, and Ryan Bader, which both those guys complete savages when it comes to being in the ring and for everything from UFC.
Tim Hall from the Warfighter Mid Group. Tim Hall is a double-leg amputee, still going out there and kicking butt, man.
I tell you what, Timmy, every time I see him, I go out there and I grab him and I interview him. Probably one of the biggest inspirations you could ever meet. He's always got a smile on his face, and he's always like ready to go, raring. And the dude's got a handshake that would just squeeze your hand flat. Now, mind you, he's doing nothing but hand controls through this whole thing.
Well, you know what? You just said something, George. You said he was still kicking butt. So I want to make him a shirt as busy as a no-legged man in an ass-kicking contest and have a picture of him in that side-by-side vehicle.
The dude is amazing, though. He can give it, take it, and give it out too. Those Warfighter guys, man, you have to have thick skin when you walk in that shop.
Oh yeah, my always thing with Timmy is that I'll go up and catch him and say, hey, look, check out my brand new set of socks. Don't you wish you could have some? And he's like, don't make me get up. and just laugh.
Ooh. Thanks, Jim. Now, it was just said we got a race going on.
Appreciate it, buddy.
We got side-by-sides, we got door slammers, we got bugs, we got class 11s, and we still, some of these guys still have another lap to go. So, okay.
It's going to be a long night for some of these drivers.
Coffee's good out tonight.
Yeah, it is. Coffee is strong. Thank you, Jim. But no, as we said, all the desert and everything going. It's like the end of Dust to Glory when those two guys got in track with each other and a race broke out. So, and right now with this kind of dust, Jim, that makes it very, very difficult for the drivers.
Yeah, and I'm watching, looking at most of these drivers. I mean, we're seeing the pace drastically drop off in this fourth lap. And even Dustin Jones, obviously he's out front, but he was running a lot slower. This course is beat up. I mean, these guys have been through a war, and these lady drivers, they've been through an absolute war out here, and they're just trying to survive, trying to get the finish line. Guys like Dustin Jones, he's seeing that finish line in sight. He's like, all right, I'm already there, almost there. A lot of these drivers are going and they're getting the green flag, going, oh, I got another lap to do.
Come on.
Oh, can I be done with out of this misery? The funny thing is I say that, and they're in the car cussing, they're ready to be done, and then you know what? About an hour after the finish, they'll wake up tomorrow morning and be like, all right, I want to do it again.
I want to do it again. Or catch them on the finish line.
Well, we could have done better. We should have done this. They start strategizing immediately.
You're in the car going, I'm never doing this again, and tomorrow morning, okay, when's the next one?
Thanks so much to our great timing and scoring and our whole finish line thing. We get to get them off the racetrack and over the finish line pretty daggone quick compared to days of the past. So I get them up on stage and they're just now getting out of the car for the first time, or sitting and looking out of the side window, and the look of despair on their face after doing all this, but they're like, this was fantastic, I love it, I'm gonna go turn around and sign back up.
The amount of I would love to be a fly on the wall on like 90% of the after parties at the in the pits, just because the stories that get created during these races are insanely cool. Whether you win, lose, don't finish, it's just so interesting to hear all these people.
Look at the whoop scissors on this one. Here's the I-beams we were talking about there, Ricky.
Watch that steer. The wheels go in and out. They don't just go up and down. They go in. They toe in, toe out, toe in, toe out.
That would make it a little difficult to steer, wouldn't it? A little bit of a handful.
Yeah.
I've driven some of those. When I grew up in some of the stock class old Fords, things like that. Like my dad said, he goes, if you can drive this, you can drive anything. And he wasn't lying. you can control an I-beam truck at speed. You got some car control.
Are you sawing at the wheel quite a bit?
Well, when you watch somebody, and this is Jack Oligas, now remember, his buddy was in there, and he ran, rolled on the start. That was not Jack, but now we see Jack picking up the pace a little bit, carrying it. That looks like a bag on a rock out there, so good for him. But Jack is one of those little drivers that we are going to see in a limited truck here shortly, and I can't wait for him to push his dad out of the trophy truck seat to get in there. So it's awesome. Once again, this is Team Ford back, guys, with Jack and Steve Oligas out there. Steve Oligas qualified very well today, but Jack out there putting it down after his buddy rolled in the first corner.
So let's talk a little bit about the infield track. How cool the track crew did on building this track. You see how the line formed around that rock? Yep. It went from inside to outside. Everybody's finishing the corner on the outside. The hip jump right here in the middle of the corner. What a cool aspect, because even if you leave at the very inside of that turn, you get pushed all the way to the outside. That's where that whole thing leads. And that's what I was talking to a lot of the unlimited truck drivers, like right in front of the VIP, is that jump is very similar. So they're going to have to check up to get the wheels back on the ground to get the left-hand turn in.
You know what I just learned? TPQ's been around a skate park a time or two.
Yeah, totally.
Hip jump. When you threw out the hip jump, I'm like, all right, my boy TPQ.
I was waiting for a rail slide.
A rail slide.
So it looked like Doug McLachlan just came through. He was running fourth in class. This looks like Elias Hanna in his Honda program. Big shout out to the skateboards. I know that Jim Beaver's got a little bit of a skateboard collection over here too, man.
Skateboards and bikes, too many of them.
Yeah, I tell you what, I try to introduce a lot of that into some of the off-road track building that I did in the past. I try to integrate some of that because it came down into, not just full suspension stuff. That it was a lot of driver, because you had to have a lot of car controlled or bike control or ATV control, in that matter, to check up and drop in.
So Ricky, we were talking about guys just nursing into the finish. This trophy light is not doing that.
No. He's on tear. And here's what I'm going to bet is that the person in front of the guy who just drove, like he.
Whoa! Look at that! Hey, I got to avoid this rock. I'm just going to whip it around.
Dead inside.
So what happened is he's been sitting and waiting, and now he's in the truck, and he's going to set the world on fire. He's going to show everybody, and he's going for the overall.
This is Clayton Sullivan. So it looks like he jumped into this class just last year. So it's a former championship-winning truck, but he's out there. He's sending it today. He's trying to, I guess, become a mid-400 legend.
After that hip jump, you see all the chatter, acceleration bumps. All that dirt's been pushed around, and it's all brand new and fresh, right? So there's no compaction on it. It won't hold its shape for very long. So you're going to get all kinds of, all the lines you saw right up in the takeoff of that, and then all the exit chatter. That's got to be tough to set up a car because you want to set up for hard G-out spots, but that'll, take your kidneys out. But also you want to take all the chatter out too, because that just wears you out, doesn't it?
A lot of these guys running the cushion out there, or running the crown molding, as Jeff Hemming would call it. But yeah, it's crazy to see how much they're using the edges of the track, Ricky.
Well, and the reason is we teach this in the military side. If you can get two wheels in the smooth, then only half of the weight is going up and down. And it doesn't matter. If you can put the passenger side over in the smooth, it's easier on you. But when you get the whole weight of the vehicle going up and down, it bounces the springs that much. So you get that much more compression and that much more rebound. So if you can get, let's just throw a number out there. It's a 2,000-pound vehicle, just for argument's sake. If you can get 1,000 pound in a smooth line, only 1,000 pounds is bouncing up and down, and it's going to be a much softer ride, a smoother ride.
100%. What did you call it when the scissors in the front?
Whoop scissors.
Whoop scissors.
Whoop scissors.
I'm getting an education on words. I still want to know what a crumpet is. I think it's a fancy cookie.
Yeah, I know.
we gotta get Jim back in here.
Jim has promised he's going to bring us some crumpets, but nobody's got it right. We said cracker, we said cookies. Like no.
I'm going to bet my wife is going to make some unbelievable chocolate chip cookies, and they're going to kick the
You guys must have been hungry all day, because I got messages coming in saying that you guys were having a coffee and tea debate as well.
Oh, we are. And even though I'm drinking tea, amongst other things.
Oh, man.
James Hayford, as he rolls around the class 2000,
currently 4th in class.
But you look at how stiff it is, and it's all bump travel and stuff like that. This is what's awesome. If you couldn't go buy a truck, you can come race it.
Absolutely.
You can't do that at Daytona. You can't do that at Indy. You can't do any of that. If you want to just take 10 years to build a car in your garage, if it passes tech and is safe, you can bring it out here and race. And that's what we used to have back in the day.
100%. Give a shout out to these UTV drivers as well, because the Mint 400 has been something that has, I want to say, demolished UTVs in the past. I mean, it has just terrorized the UTV class. And to be able to see these UTVs coming through, the attrition rate has increased phenomenally in the last 4 years.
Totally true. I mean, we're seeing more and more come across the finish line, as was before. I mean, there would be, 30% finishers out of, when you start?
Well, I want to throw a shout out to Lucas Cassidy. He's only raced 4 times, and so Luke Johnson, kid I know very well, my son, is in the right seat. They're starting their 4th lap, and Lucas built that car. So imagine you've built it, you've prepped it, you've done all this different stuff. Now you're sitting in the right seat, listening to every little agreement, and you have 100 miles left in the Mint 400, and you've done it 3 times with a young driver. So I'm really, really proud of them. I know I sound like a boasting dad, and I'm not supposed to do that, but I'm very, very proud of Lucas Cassidy and my son Luke Johnson. They are starting their 4th lap on the Mint 400. That is awesome.
Yeah, super cool. Man, the battle for the NA class is just insane right now. I feel like it's closer than the guys in the Pro Turbo class. Getting word that it looks like 2 of the top 3 cars are actually who we were talking about before, the Honda Talent. So very impressive for those guys going through. Not sure, as Matty Wedeking comes through, I'm not sure if the Polaris in front is wounded, but it looked like they were catching up.
Well, it's pretty tight because we just saw the Hondas come through, and now we saw Lucas Cassidy in another NA car that started back. So one hiccup, and it's going to change. And that looks like we have the top 5 that are all starting their last lap, and they all know they've been running it 3 times already, and they got to run it again. And that just also goes to show you.
She hit the rock there.
No, that's a bag of trash. I'm gonna.
I don't know what it is, because it looks like a bag, but I saw the way her tire hit.
I saw both wheels go up pretty far when she went over it.
There's
All
some
right,
pretty
let's have
good
a
ruts
bet.
in that corner.
Let's have a bet.
I think it's a
Here's our
rock
guy
with a bag over it.
Here's our guy in the trophy light. Isn't this the guy that came out firing on the last lap?
He's still coming out firing.
But he's missing fenders.
No, look at the roof strapped down.
Whoa.
They've got a strap over the roof.
I'm pretty sure that he took it end over end and took off the front and the back of the car, but that also shows you how tough these vehicles are. So more than likely he rolled it. They're like, we got to keep the cab on somehow. Let's throw a ratchet strap on there.
Done and fixed and still back out and going. I tell you what, you want to bet on that rock? I bet you a pair of socks. See if you'll rock it for the whole day.
TBK's place. So here this is Brandon. This is Dustin Jones. And this is our leader as we're watching him. He doesn't look like he's cruising.
Now look at him.
We just talked about him kind of putting it on cruise control. This is definitely not that.
Well, but he's in a zone where he knows the vehicles. We're watching Dustin Jones. He's the defending champion. He is out in front. But as you're watching him, as he's going through thumpers, he's got a smooth pace. He's on the gas, off the gas, smooth, and he's not diving the nose. Jim?
Well, and I was going to say, you can probably chime into this, Ricky, but I know, my unlimited truck, my current UTV, certain sections like in the whoops, you can't take it easy because they don't work correctly.
Right.
You have to be at 100% to skip and make them work right. If you check up, now all of a sudden instead of going over the top, you're going through them, and it's actually worse.
Exactly. Right. I can't agree with you more because then you let off a little bit. Now you're all the way in the bottom. Instead of hitting 2/3 of it, you're hitting 100% of it. Now you're going up and down that much more. So that's what I love about when somebody like Dustin Jones knows that vehicle so well. He can run at a pace where he's comfortable. George?
So for the Pro NA class, as we watch Dustin Jones, he's just tearing it up.
He's doing what he's doing.
The balance is insane. The Pro NA class, it looks like we still have Caden Wells out front. Not sure if he has any issues with his vehicle. Zach Seislov in second. Ethan Ebert in third. Doug McLachlan, I think he's pronounced, in fourth. And it looks like Carson Warnemont has unfortunately dropped down into 8th place now. So maybe some issues for him. Lucas Cassidy 7th and Wes Ritchie in 6th. Man,
Right.
This is a fantastic shot of Dustin going through this. This is exactly
That
what
car's
we were
working. Look at it.
This is exactly what we were talking about, boys, is the balance that he has. And this isn't just the car. This is the way that he's manipulating the car with his feet.
Well,
And
his car looks like an unlimited truck or an unlimited Class 1 going through here. I mean,
Right.
it's just...
Well, and we talked about that. The front's not overpowering the back. If you notice, it's very balanced front and rear. And to expand on George's comment about his feet, all right, he's off, dragging a little brake here when needs to. So
Right.
when it wants to back up, he can defuse that, kind of like a trampoline bounce. So when it wants to come up, he can drag a little bit of brake to keep that nose down, and that is a form of the Bubba scrub
Right.
when it comes to this. So when the car wants to come up, he can just give it a slight touch of gas or slight touch of brake to get it back down. It's not just a matter of hammering the gas all the time.
And
George.
one of the things that I always liken it to is if you're not familiar with off-road racing and you need to get your bicycle up a curb, you lift the front wheel and then you lift the rear wheel and you get it over the curb. It's really simple, right? But it's insanely hard to do what Dustin Jones is doing, going, let's just say 55 miles an hour over 3-foot loops.
Well, and the thing is that when I got off a motorcycle, I would get out. I'd be so tired from trying to pull the wheels up. I'd damn near bend the steering wheel so many times because I would try to pull the steering, pull. I'm like, what are you doing? Just sit back and relax and then do what you got to do, throttle and brake. But that's the beauty of a Dustin Jones, and knows exactly. He wears that thing like a tight shoe. He knows exactly what it's going to do all the time because he drives it everywhere.
Right.
So comfortable with that vehicle.
So the dust is moving a little bit less. It looks like there's a little bit less wind than there was this morning, but it's not that bad.
No.
If you're
They're gapped out enough now where the dust does come into play when you get into lap traffic and that. But yeah, when they were all bunched up, it was nice to have the breeze. Now it's died down. I think they're all right.
Now talking about lap traffic, Jim, do you think that's going to play a role in some of the Pro Turbo stuff?
For Dustin Jones with the lead he's got, I think he's got the opportunity to kind of sit back and pick his way around the lap traffic. It's not like it's quite as pressing as it was earlier. Some of the other guys maybe still competing for podiums that are back there and they're really tight. Within a minute or so of each other, I think lap traffic definitely could come into play.
I'm just kind of sitting back and being a fan. I know I'm supposed to be an announcer right now, but I'm really appreciating and enjoying watching Dustin Jones as he drives. These heli shots are unbelievable. Watch the balance of the vehicle. There's no hard slam on the brakes. Obviously, at this speed, you're not going to get a big, if you're on the gas, you're on the belt very hard right now. But the way he's projecting the car in and out of the bumps and everything, he is doing everything absolutely right. He is showing why he's the defending champion.
Yeah, and we can't speak to this 100%, but I think he's probably at about a 90% speed right now. I don't think he's going 100%. He's still smoking fast.
Yep, absolutely.
Bruce Binquist coming through.
So this is where it starts to get tough, right? So now you have the sun setting. Oh, we got a dead player out there.
Go ahead,
truck out in the weeds.
Sun setting.
So talk about sunsetting. So the sun setting into the dust. So that creates a tough spot to try to see, especially when the sun's beating directly through it. It basically makes a brownout, right?
Well, what it does from a driver's point is, you're absolutely right, is that your eyes dilate to the bright sun, but the shadows in the holes, you can't see the bottom of it anymore. So sometimes there's some sharp rocks and stuff that you could normally see. Now with those shadows in your eyes, your pupils, dilating in, so it makes it harder for you to see those small rocks that can cut your tires. But once again, we are back with Dustin Jones, the Pro UTV, our leader overall, Jim Beaver. You've been in this position. You have about 25 miles to go. You got everything to lose. Where's your head?
Well, I think he's, Dustin's in the mindset, it's not over till it's over. And you and I both know, Ricky, there's a time when you're having such a good race, you get in the zone and just, you don't even think. And my mind goes blank. And I'm just so in sync with what my co-driver's saying and with what's in front of me in the race car. Your mind just checks out, but in the best possible way.
Well, and these guys, so now we're watching the military class with the GMV 1.1. The guys in those
I'm just going to say a convoy.
Right. Well,
right.
They better back off, or the guy's going to pull out the 50 cal and blow in front of that car off. So you guys might want to be careful on hitting a car that has a curb weight of 8,000 pounds. It's not going to move much, but it's awesome. It's so great to see our troops out here driving and racing and having a good time. And that is a vehicle that is in battle, that our war fighters are using, and they're getting knowledge out of this. George?
Perfect timing. Looks like Ryan Piplik, I think, is coming through.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Ryan Piplik.
So Ryan has still been running a fantastic race. So like you said, Jim Beaver, is one of the OGs of the sport. I'd like to give a shout out to both Ronnie Anderson, Cody Bradberry, and Randy Romo. They have a pretty decently close battle going on. Randy Romo is only about 60 seconds behind. Yep.
Look at that line. That's
a
Rowan,
creative
huh?
one.
Is that Rowan McGrath trying to come through?
Got the siren
you think Dad's saying we got to go?
So back to Ryan Piplik. Ryan Piplik, actually, I got to meet him when he was 18 years old.
So you guys go way back.
Yeah, racing ATVs, and we raced pro ATVs for quite some time together.
Now here's the situation. Dustin Jones is coming up on a truck. He is so much lighter than him, and he's trying to let him know he's got the siren on. He's like, but you don't want to take too much of a chance off.
You got to be real careful.
Yeah, his race could end real easy right there, and look at that. He waited. He was patient.
He did the perfect thing by coming up the side. A lot of these guys can't actually see out the back of their vehicles. They got a cooler back there. They got a solid windshield or a solid rear mounted window. They can't see. Dustin came up to the side, and finally the driver saw him.
I've done it many times pre-running. I'm driving. I'm not even looking back there. One time I had Bryce Menzies come up when he was in one of his all-wheel drive pre-runner trucks, give me a tap on the back. I'm like, what the hell was that? All of a sudden, I'm like, oh, that was nice and sensitive.
So one of the things that I was noticing about some of these shots is you have two vehicles at speed. You got a helicopter at speed, you have the Can-Am at speed, but you can really gauge a lot of the speed of the vehicle by the way that the bushes are moving next to it. So what do you think these guys are running down this section of the race course, Jim? Because I've never been on that portion of the race course.
Through here, I mean, Dustin's got to be probably 75 miles an hour.
I was going to say 75, 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's right in that ballpark there.
Because some of these are slightly downhill, so he can really carry his momentum. And because it's smoother and it's slightly downhill because there's no square edge bumps from them digging in. If you see more square chuck holes, that means they're digging in. This he's heading down.
Yeah, so he's going to go down there, and he's going to go almost to the railroad tracks. He's going to make a hard hairpin left. Then he's going to come up through that massive whoop section that's like 50 yards wide with about 10 different lanes.
Yeah, they're probably not going to be too stoked on that. It looks like he's cruising pretty good, though. And like we were saying before, this is not as fast as that vehicle can go. I think Dustin's probably, I said 90 and 95. It looks more like, I bet you he's going about 85% right now. I don't think he's pushing it that hard. I think he understands where position he's in and what he has to do to get to the checker flag.
Well, he's in a good spot. He's past the gravel pit. He's past the shooting range, and now he's just running along I-5. We should be seeing him here shortly because he's not that far away from getting to the finish line. So I'm predicting, I'm gonna throw it out there, probably around 5:15.
Yeah, we should about 30 minutes out.
Yeah, about 30 minutes out.
So, gentlemen, that means I need to kind of bug out and get my whole finish line all prepped.
Got to get your life sorted on TVQ.
I do. I got to get my stickers all stacked up in my pockets. I got to pull my socks up, and I got to deliver to the crowd. Gentlemen, you've been an absolute blast. Thank you so much for letting me come in and stink up the place. Truly appreciate it.
No problem. Go change those socks.
TBQ.
Don't earn your paycheck, buddy.
Yep, so this is the transitionary section down into the section you guys were talking about, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So he's down in the soft section, and then he's gonna break out and come by the Fox Proving Ground where it's nice and hard. But you can see how he's trying to get a couple wheels off to one side or the other and trying to avoid really getting down to the deep stuff. So they'll jump to one side, jump to the other, using the bumps to kind of clear back and forth.
Very movable on the track.
And we come back into the Fox Proving Ground, and as you can see the highway 15 over there in the far side. So we're actually looking northwest at this point as they come down to the Fox Proving Ground. You see one of the old door banger trucks, and here we see some of the side-by-sides. You can see the difference in the speed as they come through. Dustin Jones working his way past the Chevy. Unbelievable pace that he's got rolling right there.
This looks like Randy Romo. Randy Romo's still running in the 5th position. Randy Romo's always fast. I like how he's supporting his daughter too, Sierra, on the side of his car. I think actually the reason that the Sierra Romo stickers are on there is because he let her borrow the car at one of the last races.
So I take
man.
So I take that back. So Dustin has passed the Fox grounds already, and now he's in the sandy section as he's heading back towards the finish line.
And when I was saying 85%, that's not 85% anymore. He's going for it.
Well, this is a man who wants to win a race.
100%. He wants to double win the race. He's going to try to see if he can back it up from last year. So very cool to see. And look how low input he's putting on the steering wheel.
Yeah.
That's when you know you've got a car that's dialed in and set up right. When you can drive with just 2 fingers, on each side. Just, finesse. And Dustin's car, I mean, that thing is working.
And Jim, this is what you were talking about, how everybody used to go to the 4-seaters, but the Can-Am 4-seaters production is huge.
Oh, it's a limousine.
It's massively long. Not quite like the limo that we saw out there, but it's pretty dang close. And now you're saying with the Polaris, and that it's more of a hybrid. It's a longer wheelbase, and so that the drivers can drive it much harder in the whoops, because the old short wheelbase was a little bit of a handful.
Yeah, the old school short wheelbase really a handful. These hybrid cars, the new the Pro R, the Turbo R, the Pro XP from Polaris, the KRX 1000 from Kawasaki. Like I said, they're a hybrid 2-seater, so a little bit stretched. Definitely a lot more planted. Great for desert racing. You don't fully need to go to the full 4-seat chassis now.
Now that little bit of wind, look at that. He can catch all the way up right within like 2 seconds of him without being in the dust, so we can see. Now he's going to cheat off to the left a little bit, carry that speed around the outside onto the dry lake bed and just carry it on by and never miss a beat. Last year, this was a complete whiteout. You couldn't see anything. We had Cole Potts as he rolls through, and watch this. That's a trophy light versus the Can-Am Turbo side-by-side.
I'm telling you guys right now, not even joking, this is giving me the chills seeing that. Like, it is so cool to see. But the speed that he's going, I bet you he's probably in the neighborhood of 100 to 110 miles an hour right there.
Well, and right now he's playing the game though, because he's watching that belt temp gauge and he's feathering the throttle. So we let it breathe. You let it, and you can watch that temperature climb as you're on the floor. So you get to a certain point, then you back out. You let it breathe. You back out for 5 seconds. It'll bring the temps down a few degrees. back into the gas, back out. So he's playing, we call it the belt game.
Yep.
He's playing the belt game right now. He's managing the temps. He knows he's got a thing. Last thing he wants to do is pop the belt. So he's playing the game.
Well, he's got to be sub 100 mile an hour because the helicopter's staying with him.
But one of the things that I learned when working with Chris from KWI is that I found that you get wide open, and when I would get to like 9,500 RPM, I'd come off to about 60%, then back to about 90%, and then play the game exactly like you're saying, back and forth, but I'd never go back to full wide open throttle because I'm just spinning.
So this was back in December. It's kind of the same shot, right? And did I just see Dustin take a microfiber and wipe his lens going through there?
Probably. He's probably just like chilling and talking and relaxing. Knowing him, he's just such a chill guy. But notice the difference of how the dust was hanging back in December versus that. And this is where the driver to the left is like, I got to stay out of there.
Yeah.
But look at how the dust was filling up. And if you're a driver that's like most, as we're looking at the Fox Proving Grounds, you will go to the far right, so when it blows the dust to the left, it screws everybody behind you.
We should probably thank everybody for watching on Facebook and YouTube. We've got a lot of people that have commented in. Thank you guys, everybody, for chiming in. You guys have been fantastic watching us all day. Hopefully we're providing you guys good coverage. If there is anything that you guys want to comment on that's constructive criticism, by the way, please do and let us know what we can do better.
And I'll give you George's personal number if you don't like anything that we're saying. You can yell at him. But I want to throw a shout out to my other son, Jake Johnson, who's up watching in Colorado as we're watching our current leader, Dustin Jones, as he's just flying in the UTV Pro Turbo. Justin has had a race. He settled back for a little bit, lost a little bit of time to Sims, but I just think he was saving the car that third lap.
Yeah, it could be. It's all different race strategies, right? It looks like one of the... oh, no, that's Dustin Jones right there still.
Yep.
Still following Dustin.
Well, he's going to zigzag back and forth before he comes back into Prim into the finish line.
Yeah, he's got, I would say, probably about, 10 miles left? We're getting word he's going 91 miles an hour across the lake bed.
Yeah, so a little slower than I thought. Wow, look at all those different ruts and the different lines that you can pick.
It's been pushing way out.
Bring yourself back onto the hard road and then hammer down.
It still amazes me. Seeing some of these shots just blows my mind how good these UTVs are in 2022.
The industry has definitely come a long way, that's for sure.
Well, and we've seen so much that the Can-Ams have done so well recently. I mean, they've really stepped their game up with, the different people that, just the engineering of the car, how well they survive, and the prep, and what I'm talking to a lot of the different Phil Blurton and stuff, they use a lot of the stock parts.
Yes.
They don't have a lot of aftermarket.
So one thing, as Dustin approaches is that a 511 or
No, that's
just
just
11?
11.
So whoa, he came really close. But you could see when he went into that corner down that long straightaway, that right-hander, that he was really relying on his navigator, Dustin Henderson, there, because Dustin Jones, the driver, was still going at a very fast rate. You could see him listen to the co-driver and then hit that corner with ease and very smooth.
And he's tasting it now. He knows we're only a couple miles away. Keep it together. Right now, he's smelling every smell and he's hearing every noise. You know how that is.
You
right
hear
here.
a knock, you have a flat, is the belt going away?
With this awesome helicopter shot here, what are we passing right here?
Solar field.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? The terrain differences that they see and all the things that they
He's
pass
going to make
here.
a hard right here, and he's going to hit a speed zone. He's going to drop it down to about 25 miles an hour, and he's going to have to go through a speed zone, I believe, across the bridge, and then it'll open back up towards the finish.
So this is when he can take a deep breath, get some water, maybe even if he wanted to get a snack like you were talking about.
Yeah, a lot of the guys, you'll get like 300 calories per the little goo packs. You can just rip a thing off, fill your mouth up and then go. But this is a section where they obviously cannot run because the course is going back and forth. You see the other drivers going the other direction. But he'll come off here, he'll hang it right, and he'll start that final loop back to the finish line.
Yeah, this is an area where you do what we call housekeeping. So you'll just be cleaning your lenses, making sure that everything's okay, checking all your temperatures, cleaning your gauges, settling yourself down, but he knows he's only a few short miles away from the finish now.
Yeah, checking the co-driver. You got that sponsor list? You remember that? We're going to have to do an interview here shortly.
But that's what I always try to tell people. Don't start counting your money.
No,
I've
never.
done this. I'm like, okay, so I'm going to thank them, and I'm going to thank them, and I'm going to do this with this money, and then all of a sudden I cartwheel right before the finish. I'm like, damn it.
Force your eyes wide open. Look further ahead than you did before.
Yeah, this is brutal for him because he's sitting here going 25 miles an hour after he's just going 90. Just, trying to get it there. Knows he's only a few miles away.
But right now he's got radio contact with everybody, so he knows what his back door is. He knows what there's nobody in front of him, so he's physically leading, and there's nobody that's even close. So he just has to keep that vehicle moving. But as you said, you hear every bump, scratch, grind, and CV boot and everything. So
it looks So it looks like we've still got the same running order. Wow, actually no, we don't. We have. Looks like Dustin Jones, Ronnie Anderson. Looks like he's in second.
Speak of the devil. Nope, no, that's another
Can-Am. And then Cody Bradberry and Corbin Leverton. Looks like they're moving their way up to maybe a podium position here.
No, I'm going to disagree with you there. I think Cody Bradberry's dropped back. I think in third place is Randy Romo.
Wow, okay. So we might have a mix-up in the podium.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon Sims, our race leader for some time. It looks like he's dropped way back. Cody Bradberry looks like he's also had a problem. And it looks like our physical third at the moment is Randy Romo, followed by Joe Terriana.
And the great thing about these asphalt sections is you can really hear if there's anything going wrong. Like
a click in a CV.
Exactly. The click in the CV, is everything right? You can check your belt back and forth, but obviously you can't get up to speed, but you can really feel what the vehicle's doing. And now does it go, okay, do I need to nurse it in, or do screw it? I'm trying to crush these guys, I'm going to run in hard. The way we've been watching him go, the speed control zone, as we said, they can only go 25 miles an hour because you can see the cones. Their guys going both directions. There's no overtaking of the other drivers.
And there's absolutely penalties if you don't.
Yeah, they're watching the trackers, the breadcrumbs, things like that. So
Looks like maybe Joe Terriana coming through. Joe's actually impressed me a lot lately. Is that Joe? I don't know if it is or not. But anyways, Joe has really impressed me a lot lately with his performances. Whatever they did with that, maybe they talked to Dustin Jones and got a little bit of information from him to be able to improve their program. But he's been doing very well. Very, very well. Limited class is vintage class.
That is a vintage class vehicle.
That is a long race because bumps weren't this big back when they used to race those cars.
It's got something drags it, like an overflow tube or something, maybe that dropped down.
So look how much looser the co-driver's seatbelts are in this one. He just tightened those bad boys up a little bit. You see the movement in his shoulders and stuff. Crazy to see.
But if you notice how he's off to one side or to the other, he's trying to stay away from the middle where the holes are very, very deep. And now we're watching Dustin Jones, the leader, as he's back up to speed, obviously not cruising.
How much of the course do they have left, boys?
I'm going to say he's got about 10 miles left to go. So he's getting really close to the finish. So we should be seeing him here within about 10, 15 minutes.
Less than that, I think about 4.
Wow, okay, so he's coming close. And, well, you timed it pretty good because it's coming around to be 5 o'clock.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got a few miles left. Well, look at that, sending it.
He must feel pretty confident in the vehicle to be able to do that. He must have not heard any clicks or anything when he was going through the pavement, right?
Yeah, but when you're in the zone and you've been driving stuff like that, you're, as Jim said, you're better off to run at a very, very comfortable pace. And a comfortable pace for Dustin Jones is not slow.
Yeah, and just like you guys used to do, or we used to do in motocross, you never back it down that much. You run at the pace that you think you're comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, if there's something normally when you're pushing, you would take a chance on. You don't take that chance in this position. You check up. You know what I mean? You don't send it over a big hole that you normally would if you were pushing. But, you know, to me, it's he's still running 95% of the pace he normally would. But like Ricky and I were talking, the car just doesn't work right if you don't.
Absolutely. Yeah, because then you fall all the way down on the bottom of the bumps, and that's going to bite you. So that's what shows you with that sun and the dust.
Oh,
is
look
that,
at that.
That a Class 11 car, they can't get by in that other. Oh.
Yeah, looks like he made himself a little bit of room there. One thing that I was going to ask earlier is the amount of width in the travel, the width in the suspension. Like that car, you can see had a very wide stance.
Yeah, that was Joe Bolton making his way through there, but that.
Do you guys have a preference on that?
What's that, on the width of the car?
Yeah, I know that a lot of guys in short course, they'll run a 64 instead of a 72, or excuse me, whatever it is, 64 instead of a 74, whatever it is. Like, is it always... Yeah, is it always Wider the better.
I think for desert, just for the wheel travel, most of us are running 72s for the most part. I don't know.
And some of the work stuff, because it gets very rutted, very narrow, and they're also not looking for a lot of wheel travel. They run the vehicle much lower, and so there's not a lot of up travel because they want to corner so hard.
Man, look at the lean of the tires coming into that corner for him.
All right, now we are looking like he is going to be coming onto the short course very, very soon. So, so we're looking at as he rolls through the last pit, as he is. So we should be seeing our leader here very shortly. Once again, this is another controlled speed zone because we don't want people running in and running out. There is no overtaking unless a vehicle is basically stopped. And there you see Dustin Jones as he squeaks by that other driver as they're getting ready to start the third lap. Dustin is not going to be stopping. He's going to be rolling through and getting to the finish.
One of the things that you guys will see as the guys were standing out on course is he's going to be leaning on the right side of the pit so that they can do a visual check on the vehicle so that he can pass through because he's not going to stop. He's so close to the finish.
Yep. And you were saying the fuel range on this, they could go how far?
Depending on his fuel load, I mean, my car, we can comfortably do 160, 170 miles.
Okay, so you could just two and a half stop this race.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a long time, man. That's a good amount of fuel.
Yeah, because we've got, you know, like a 35, 36 gallon cell, something like that, and it's, you know, and I think we're 5 to 6 miles a gallon, so.
At today's fuel prices, that's an expensive race.
Kidding.
So we're going to talk about it tomorrow when we do the unlimited truck race, but man, can you imagine that budget just for fuel a little bit?
Yeah.
More of the UTV drivers coming through. You can see the pace is a lot slower than it was at the beginning.
Well,
I think.
But I know myself. With myself, you know, I ended up running the majority of the Baja 400 last year, and I was only supposed to do half of it. And if you're not mentally ready, I got a little bit fatigued, and I wasn't as aggressive. And here we go.
There we go.
There
Dustin
we go.
Jones.
That's it.
Bringing home the unofficial win.
So there is Dustin Jones crossing the line at the O'Reilly Auto Parts 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and he is our unofficial winner.
And Dustin Jones, I apologize for the most unspectacular announcing of the finish that I've ever seen. You surprised us, but Dustin Jones, awesome job. Jim Beaver, your thoughts on that?
That was a great run. I mean, he, you know, he let the race come to him. He was comfortable. You know, he sat there and he was right in the mix all day long. He watched both the Matlocks fall out. You know what I mean? He watched Brandon Sims fall out. He had to push through some of the traffic. I mean, he put on a clinic today. That's all you can say. Dustin Jones, it was his race.
George,
do we dare make it sound like do we dare say that he made it look easy?
You dare, because it looked like he had it handled. I think he lost some time to Sims. Now, was that something? And then all of a sudden we saw Sims disappear, which could have been a belt, which could have related in something else along the way.
Throttle body.
He had the throttle body, so he had his hands full with Brandon Sims. So it was easy because Sims fell out. I don't think it would have been easy if Sims would have been there. But guess what? If my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle, as I say. So it doesn't matter. Coulda, shoulda, and woulda doesn't do you anything. Big
shout out to those KMC Forge wheels too. Man, he didn't have any problems with the wheels, tires, anything. I mean, he still got the spare on there. Didn't even have to do anything. Him and his co-driver will probably tell you that they had a pretty easy day.
Okay, I've got some news for you. Out on track at the moment, I'm showing Ronnie Anderson at 0 mile an hour.
Oh no.
Ronnie and RJ had a great run too. Let's hope that's something minor, possibly a flat tire, belt, something like that. They can get back going.
So that mixes it up a little bit and probably puts Randy Romo and potentially, I don't know if Cody Bradberry is still going and Corbin Leverton, but maybe they're going to be able to finish it up on the podium.
Well, it's looking at the moment like I've got Randy Romo and he's being followed by Brandon Sims.
Oh, really? So Brandon's back?
Yeah, Brandon looks like he might be moving again, and I'm also showing Joe Torreira has also stopped on course. But he is close to a pit at that point, so he might actually be pitting. So I'll keep an eye on that, and I'll come back to you.
Got a message from Pleasant Cook's mom. She wants to say that they got it back going again, but unfortunately they actually had a tip over, so they got it back going and they're back on course. So it's cool to see because she's learning the desert racing stuff, and it's nice to see that she's able to get out there and get it back to potentially a finish. It'll be awesome.
Yeah, Joe Torreira is definitely back up and running again now. The trackers have just pipped, and it does actually show him, just check the times, 0, 2, 3. Yeah, it does actually show Joe ahead of Brandon Sims.
There's the man.
And Randy Romo has definitely passed Ronnie Anderson.
That mullet looks like it needs a little cream rinse. That thing is stiff. It looks like horns.
Oh man, look, so
legs are a little bit gone.
That's one thing that we were talking about, man, is the physical preparation before you get in the vehicles. Like, this stuff is no joke, man. He made it look easy, but it's not.
Well, but when you, Jim, you can. So you can attest to this, Jim, but what it does to your legs and stuff like that. But right now we have Tiffany Stone down there with our unofficial champion, Dustin Jones. Tiff?
Dustin Jones, we're back again a few months later doing the same exact thing, except last time I didn't help you out of the car. No. We're still waiting for official results, but of course, let me just talk to you about your Mint 400. How was that? You said it was about an 8-hour fist fight.
That's what it feels like. You know, it was a long time in the car. The track was rougher than any year I can imagine or that I remember. And we were in dust all day. So I think we started like 8th or 10th off the line. And we pushed real hard in the beginning to try to get out of the dust. But, man, you just couldn't. The track was freaking rough. There were so many people out there. It was a tough race.
And talking about that, like we said, we were just here in December. A few months later, we're here. What did you learn? What did you change to this Can-Am?
Absolutely nothing. I pretty well just held it on the floor the whole time again. So I don't know how it turned out, but I just try to drive as fast as I can every time I get in the car. And then whatever happens after that, I'm like, whatever, we'll take it.
Well, I'm going to do this to him, but other Dustin, come over here, other Dustin. Or you can stay right there. I'm going to push in. You're going to come out or you want to stay in, Dustin? Dustin's coming out. Well, I'll come back to you real quick, Dustin, other Dustin. I'm just losing over here. It's so good to talk to you. Obviously, you got a good co-dog over there. You and Dustin work very, very well together. How was the dynamic today, though?
You know, we kind of call it the double D deal. You know what I mean? And we just, D kills the game in the car. It's crazy. He's a great driver, too, so it makes it really good. But he understands me. Like, he gives me no instructions as far as driving, like speed up, slow down, don't hit it so hard. He just tells me which direction to go. And so, man, it works so good. Like, I know when I'm getting too rowdy in the car most of the time, you know. And so he just says left or right. And then, man, he keeps his head down. And I'll tell you right now, we get sketched out a lot in the car. When you ride with me, it gets wild. And he never says a word. Sometimes this will be like, oh, dang, that was close. Left turn, right turn.
Well, you've done it here. Congratulations. Dustin Henderson, hop on down. Obviously, it's so good to talk to you for another time, and we always talk, you know, about the drivers and the effort that they put in, but as a co-driver, you put in a lot of effort as well. Mint 400, unofficial again, but we're waiting to see that. But really, how are you feeling right now?
Couldn't feel better, honestly, to be up here. You know, for us, it's 2 years in a row. There's a lot of work that goes into performing well at these races, so couldn't be happier to be standing up here. And thankful to everybody that came to help us out. You know, all our friends, Dom, AJ, all our pit guys. Man, we had a good day today. It's great for S3. Hopefully it's number 3. Hopefully it's 2 in a row. So DJ did an awesome job today. No mistakes. The car did awesome, and just so happy right now.
All right, well, I will give you guys a chance. Sorry for pulling you out right away. So good to see you two. Those smiles say everything. Back up to you guys.
Unbelievable. Dustin Jones, the double D's, as they said, and just you can see, you know, big hug from the guys around him, from his team. There's Bob Bauer, man that has done everything in off-road racing, but to make it to the finish, you could see how physically worn out he was, Jim.
Oh, he totally was, you know, and you know, you talk about hydration. We talked about that earlier.
Yep.
You know, I remember one race, and you know, it was a score race in Vegas here, and we ran it middle of July. It was Henderson's terrible 250. It was 125 degrees that day, and I did the entire 250 miles. Got out of the car, lost 14 pounds over the course of the race. Got out, collapsed.
Yeah, and and that's the thing. Once you lose it, you're not getting it back till tomorrow. That's if you start doing the right hydration. So I want to thank the guys that are doing the IVs to help people out, keeping these drivers in the seat, as well as the crew and stuff like that, as we're watching some more of these cars. But notice how long the shadows are getting and how shiny that dust is. So this makes it very, very tough. So we are going to take a break, and we will be right back to the O'Reilly's Auto Parts Mint 400 limited race. We'll be right back.
Many people preach that growth happens when you reach the edge of your comfort zone. We disagree. We think growth happens much further out than that. Introducing BFGoodrich On Trail, an app that integrates exploration into everyday living. It features continuously updated trail data from a network of other off-roaders that includes missions, rewards, and more. Find trails you never knew existed and discover a community you never thought you'd meet. All by seizing the opportunity to see what lies beyond the next bend. Because the only true way to test yourself is to push the map past its furthest edge. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, we know how important it is for your car to look sharp and run well. And we're here to make that as simple as possible. Get all the parts, accessories, and tools you'll need for your next project delivered right to your doorstep. Just place your order online and leave the rest to us. You'll have everything you need at your door with free shipping the very next day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, for the
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. It is the O'Reilly Parts Limited race, and what a race it's been so far. And we're watching now our current physical second place vehicle, Randy Romo, coming on through the speed zone. We've just seen Dustin Jones cross the line. This race just keeps on giving, doesn't it?
Yeah, massive. It's cool to see Randy, though. Randy's been putting in a lot of work in his program. Jim Beaver knows this firsthand, but he's been putting a lot of work in his program. It's good to see him get some results.
Yeah, Randy, and I talked about Sierra having a breakthrough race. Randy, I feel like deserves a breakthrough race as well. I mean, what they've been doing, their results have been phenomenal. They just haven't got to that top step of the box yet. But they are running an absolute professional, polished program. It's good to see him with another podium. I know Randy, would love to be on that top step, but Randy and Sierra both, this Romo family, they've been around the sport for a long time. They do a lot. They give back, in a bunch of different ways, and help other teams out, things like that. So great result for Randy.
As we watch Randy coming on through the speed control, there's another Class 11. These guys have still got a long day ahead of them yet.
Are they are they on their third lap, or is this only lap 2?
I'm going to say that they're still on lap 2. No, they wouldn't be a complete lap behind. I'm going to say they're on lap 3.
So they'll be coming into the finish to finish, because I believe they only do 3 or 4, correct?
Yeah, they still have quite a ways to get back to us, but they are on lap 3.
It's so cool. I mean, we talked about it last year. To see these shots, like, with the sun coming down, I mean, it gives you such a good perspective as to what the drivers are seeing. I mean, clearly it's different when you're out on course, but gosh, man, it'd be so hard to drive in those conditions, seeing like that.
Those live beam axles at the front there, all I think is the steering wheel being trying to wrenched out your hand the whole time.
Yeah, Torreira out here, I think he's going to be in 3rd spot now?
Yeah, Torreira is actually running in 3rd. Now, it's all going to be about adjusted time. Now, Joe Torreira started in 8th position. And just trying to see...
Worked his way up to the top 3 pretty quickly.
In fact, yeah, Randy Romo started in 7th and Joe Torreira started in 8th. So they actually left the line together, would you believe?
Joe has been putting in some pretty phenomenal drives over the past, I would say 3 or 6 months. Like he's been doing very well. So, like Vito Renulio is not here this weekend, but it's cool to see that there's some new talent.
Definitely some new names popping up in UTV racing. Solid result. They can get that to the finish line and put it on the podium.
And that's the race is won Monday through Thursday. How much preparation you do and stuff like that, because you could be the greatest driver ever. Talk to Parnelli Jones, Robbie Gordon, a lot of these guys that were just always blistering fast, but both of those guys had unbelievable success. But I'm just saying those are the two of the guys that push the limit, just like a Mickey Thompson in that. But it's the preparation now and the equipment and how much better they are, and CVs and axles and transmissions and belts, and it goes on down the line, then how much better these vehicles are and how much better prepared they are.
100%. Like our Moto guy Adam Fitza said when Tiffany was interviewing him earlier, the race starts in the garage.
Yep.
Well, I think, too, you see these top-level teams, I don't think people realize what it takes to run top 5, top 10, in a UTV desert race. And I know our program about a year or two ago, I went out and got a new car, but I looked and I said, all right, no expense spared. We're going to go out. We're going to compete for podiums. And when you take that approach, you can go to that next level. But it's not cheap. It's not inexpensive. That's why we have so many different divisions of UTV racing, because there are those classes, that are more affordable and people can get in and stuff like that. But to do what we saw Dustin Jones do, what Randy Romo's doing.
We still got the guys sitting 3 wide in the convoy, man.
As you're watching, the guy sitting in the center, that's where the driver is. And the other 2 guys are just back behind him. So the way they design that vehicle is so that if they need to shoot, as we're watching Randy Romo back up to speed, heading towards the line, this is unofficially our 2nd place driver. Right now, everything is looking good for him, but he still has to make it to the finish line.
And so to go about like what you were saying, Jim Beaver, is like we're not discounting anybody. Everybody works hard on their programs, right? And the amount of work that they do in the shop is phenomenal. I'll just put it out there, like when we were doing a short course program, not a desert program because that's 10 times as much work, but the short course program, we would work roughly 80 hours to get 15 minutes of drive time.
Yeah. Most expensive drug out there?
I tell you what, man.
That's what they say. What do they say? To be a millionaire in off-road spin 2?
Yeah. Start with 3.
Start with 3 and you'll end up with 1.
Yeah.
But I will definitely say, and I know you guys will agree with this, Randy definitely deserves a podium.
Oh, absolutely. Randy, he puts in the work. Great talent. they bounced around. I know came from the Work Series and some of that stuff, and then migrated over the desert. But yeah, just Randy. I know he kind of lets Sierra be kind of the front on social media and that. This guy can wheel.
Yeah. Well, no, speaking of Sierra, I mean, how do you think this is going to go at dinner?
Bragging rights, and you know what they do. It's quite funny to watch them. They're each other's biggest fans, but at the end of the day, they also poke the bear a little bit.
Yeah, really good dynamic though, right?
Yeah. So I always laugh too, because what people don't realize is Mom can drive.
Whoa.
Yeah, no, she's done some works racing. So Mom can drive, and she's kind of taking a back seat. She goes, I just make sandwiches, and then I'm like, no. I'm like, Mom can drive. So there's 3 Romos that can wheel.
The family that drives together stays together.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and you got a Can-Am driver. I'm not sure what number that is. That's the one we thought was Dustin Jones earlier. Those guys are still going pretty good, man. A lot of these guys are still pushing it pretty hard. As Randy actually is trying to avoid some of the dust. See how far he's getting out there on the line. He's cooking it though, man.
Be interesting to see what his top speed on the dry lake is.
Well, I was way off last time because I thought Dustin was going to be over 100, and they were saying he was just above
91.
90. Yeah.
91.
So
it looks like Randy's going to be having lap traffic as he just comes around into the finish zone now.
Yep, he's got to go through the pit area. He's got to keep it down. We'll see if that truck pulls in for any kind of assistance. But so what you do is try not to speed, but creep up as quick as you can. So as soon as it goes back to green, you pass him as fast as possible. So as you can see, he's just going to try to get rid of that lead as much as possible so that the truck doesn't shoot up a bunch of dust as soon as he goes green.
yeah, just leapfrog right over him.
Yep. Up, he's going in, so that's perfect.
Yeah. Good for Randy, that's for sure.
Randy's going, thank you. Going for your pit, going for your pit, go for your pit.
And a guy like Randy, he's a really happy-go-lucky guy. He's got a good attitude. How do you think he's feeling in the seat, Jim?
Well, I mean, I think he's going to be stoked with second, but I think at the end of the day, too, as Ricky knows, there's a little bit of what if as a driver going, yeah, I got second, but man, that first spot would have been a whole lot nicer.
Well, that's the thing. Is like second place, I think, is harder when you have the potential of winning than getting fifth, because you're like, it was just right there. I could have, I could have, should have, would have. There's so many things that you would have looked at.
Well, it's like 3 of my last 5 races we've got second in. And I'm going, are you kidding me? Is there, it's just one of those, like, how could we have turned that into a win? What did we do wrong? In some races
yeah.
Other ones you don't.
Yeah, I think the guy who's going to be saying that the most today is going to be Brandon Sims.
Oh, poor Brandon. He's had, he had a phenomenal race. And he's one of the absolute best UTV racers in the world, hands down, and just a heartbreaker for him.
And if it was a throttle body too, that's not a thing that can be won or lost in the garage via preparation. That's just a faulty piece of equipment.
That's a fluke deal. That's unfortunate because you never want to lose a race like that.
Okay, and in unofficial second place, Randy Romo crosses the line at the O'Reilly Auto Parts 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. What a drive.
That is a great drive, man. And there's been so many races that we've been sad for Randy because unfortunately he had issues, but he's just a wheel man. He can get that car faster than most people, man. It's super cool to see.
He's not done. He's going for another lap. He's like, screw it. I'm going to keep going.
Yeah.
Prove a point.
I'm going to show you all. Nah, but when you finish all the different, I always say that your life that you just spent over the past 8 hours flashes in front of you. The emotion sometimes hits you like, damn, I can't believe it's all coming together. Right now he's lost. He doesn't know how to get to the podium.
At least they gave us a good shot of our O'Reilly Parts official partner for the 2022 Mint 400, right? That was good.
Well, he obviously does not want to go backwards on the course because there might be another car coming. But little victory lap. Randy, find your way to the podium.
Wave at the crowd, buddy.
That's right. But congratulations to them. I mean, it'll be interesting to hear what problems he had or any kind of difficulties and stuff like that. Right now, the vehicle looks great and running a great pace and not that far off of Dustin Jones, but it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say.
I think a few of the stories that I would like to hear after the races are done, I would like to speak with the Matlocks and understand what happened with their races. I'd like to talk with Brandon Sims a little bit. Just to kind of get an understanding of what their game plan was. If they pushed the cars too hard themselves, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Well, Carson Warnemont, he was snuck into the top 10 at one point and then dropped down, and I don't know if he's still running or not. But, you know, and that's another thing. We still have the NA class, the unlimited class to decide here, so we got a lot of racing left.
So, Jim, can you let us know what's happening in the NA class?
I'm on it right now. I'm just having a quick look and I'll come back to you. But I can tell you that Justin Jones finished the course in 7 hours, 54 minutes and 22 seconds. And second place, unofficially of course, Randy Romo across the line in 8 hours, 15 minutes and 43 seconds. So Dustin Jones there with a 26-minute lead.
I'm sure we can get some data on it, but that average speed, phenomenal.
Yeah, and it looks like our third place vehicle has also just crossed the line while we've been watching Randy Romo there, and it's Joe Terriana crossing the line with an 8:17. Now, let's not forget that Joe and Randy actually started this race side by side.
Yep.
And they finished this race literally minutes apart.
It was a great race for Joe.
Yeah.
You know, it was a solid race. He was there all day, ran a great pace, and you know, they got to be really excited about that podium. You know, third overall in the UTVs at the Mint 400, man, that's an accomplishment.
It is indeed, and not far off them now is going to be Brandon Sims crossing the line. We hope.
Yeah, we're going to keep our fingers crossed that he can cross the line.
Yeah, and I know the way Brandon thinks. He's going to be upset. He's going to have that thing back to Prescott Valley tonight, and tomorrow you're going to get pictures on Instagram of the car all the way down at the frame already.
Dude, yeah.
He's an animal.
The dude works. His hustle is strong, that's for sure.
Well, that's how it's won. And he was doing everything, the setup, the speed, he had everything for Dustin Jones, but just, as you said, that throttle body, explain more, because it's not like a throttle cable.
Right.
It's a throttle body. So George, you want to dive into that to explain?
Well, it's a mechanical piece and a computerized piece on these fuel-injected vehicles. It's kind of crazy because it controls so much, and the computer takes over so much of it. There's a lot of limitations that they can have on those throttle bodies where the computer can take it over, put it in limp mode if it's not functioning properly, if they have low voltage. We don't know exactly what happened to Brandon, but there's a million variables that can happen with those pieces of equipment.
Well, that's the thing with the new vehicles. There's so much. I mean, I hate this. You can turn them off and turn them back on,
right.
and they work. You know, it goes into limp mode. It was a phantom limp mode or whatever the case may be. But it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say now. If they had to change the whole body, or if they had to reflash.
Yeah,
the
there's
car,
no way they could change if he's coming across in fourth, they can't change it. So, in my opinion, it was probably something with an electrical issue, and they, reset it or whatever they did. If it was a plug, maybe the plug.
I was going to say it could have been a plug or a wire that came loose.
Yeah.
You know, something very simple. Like George said earlier, that's not a prep issue. It was
Right.
just something fluke happened, and those are the heartbreakers.
Yeah, and we know there's at zero way that it was a prep issue on Brandon's part. I mean, that dude goes through every single inch of that car.
Well, and so here's the unofficial results at this point. Dustin Jones first, Randy Romo, and then Torreira second. And when we will step away for just a moment, we come back, we'll have Tiffany with Romo and Torreira. So we'll see you in just a moment at the O'Reilly Auto Parts Mint 400 Limited Race. We'll be right back.
(2022) BFGoodrich Mint 400 live stream is brought to you by 01, the official Arrive and Drive partner. It's Las Vegas tours led by professional guides, more actual ATV ride time in the latest off-road vehicles. Heatwave Visual, the official sunglasses of the Mint 400. Makers of fully customizable and highly visual sunglasses, designed and built in California. Get your pair at dirtcoat.com today. Golden Nugget Las Vegas Hotel and Casino, the official host hotel of the Mint 400. Tread lightly, promoting responsible recreation through stewardship, education, and communication. Orba, the Off-Road Business Association. United, we are stronger. Sight Solar, sustainable innovation powered by the sun. Get power and light instantly, wherever you need it.
It looks like.
Welcome back to the O'Reilly's Auto Parts Mint 400 Limited Race. I'm Ricky Johnson. You are watching the BF Goodrich Mint 400, and now we are bringing the champion of 2022, the BF Goodrich Mint 400, Dustin Jones, up to the finish line.
Finisher on our Pro Turbo class, we're talking about Dustin Battler Jones coming in hot. You fools get out of this car. Oh, this is awesome. How's that for good right there? Come on out of that car, you guys. Go ahead and put those medals on. I'm sure you are. It was only about a little over 7 hours in that car. Not so bad. Not so bad. Coming off of a win just a couple weeks ago. Let's put this on you right here. I'll put it on you. I'm the ugliest trophy girl you've ever seen. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about coming off a big win off another race just not too far from here, talking about King of the Hammers. This is your third time winning the freaking Mint 400, Dustin Jones. Like, dude, you got your stuff figured out, right? We were watching you on live stream, man. That car was just and it looked like you had like your finger in your mouth, you had a tee up, a Monster Energy, just like drinking away.
You always got to make sure you make time to wave at the crowd. You know what I mean? When the helicopter comes by, the rock fingers go out every time. So I was semi out of control most of the time, but I always make time to wave.
That's awesome. Dustin, out there, I know the track was going away, and you guys were going the opposite direction this year, and so it was kind of hard reading how the track was starting to shape up, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. They truly make this one of the roughest off-road races that we run all year, and it was crazy square edges running backwards on some of the course. But man, it was a fun course. It was a rough course. We had a little wind in the morning, so we were able to make up some good time, and we had a strategy, and we stuck to it, and somehow it ended up working out.
Coming from the deep south in the east, no desert, absolutely zero desert. I mean, the only desert you get around there is called dessert, and that's apple pie, and that's the closest you get to desert. But coming out here and running this hard, man, it is truly a showing of how great of a team you have, a great co-dog, and a great driver, everything put together.
Yeah, we do get to test a little bit back in Louisiana. We got some levees down there, and we'll run down the side of the swamps, and we'll stack up logs and pretend like that's woo. So we get a little bit of testing down there, but man,
maybe an alligator or two.
We'll definitely jump an alligator for sure. But man, it was it really boils down to the pit crew and Dustin keeping me going, keeping me calm. Because there's a bunch of times I felt like we're not running a fast enough pace, we're not running good enough, and he said, "Dude, I'm telling you, we're moving, we're passing cars. Just keep the car rolling, keep it together, and let's get to the finish line."
And that you did, man. We were watching you towards the tail end. Looked like you kind of brought it back just a little bit. You weren't hammering, and then we saw you in another section. You were flat out. It was like you were trying to pick your spots to go hard and so forth, and it freaking worked out, man. This car, it looks like you just wash it and line it up and do it again.
I'm going to tell you right now, the bad boy's pretty clapped out. It might look decent, but on the inside, she's tore up. But I'll be honest with you, we came out a week early, which we've never got to do, and we tested with KWI clutching to help us get the car to where we could just hammer down on it. But, man, the biggest thing, I told Vince from over at Fox, man, the Fox guys took time with me, dumb country boy from Louisiana, me and Dustin, and got our car dialed in. And the way we kind of set the car up is we knew the track was going to go away. We knew it was going to get rougher later in the day. And I said, Vin, like, everybody's going to be able to run fast in the beginning. Let's set this thing up to where we can keep it held down. And, man, so we did towards the end. And then when you get the helicopter on you, dude, you just can't freaking help yourself. Well, you got to touch the plastic, you know what I mean? We're kind of putting dents in the floor. And, man, surprisingly, car held together under my foot, and we made it in here.
Unbelievable. Probably one of the greatest things that have ever happened to off-road racing coming up in just the last few years, of course, is Dustin Jones and his team. It is truly humbling for me to be able to catch him out in public, put a microphone in his face, and he's got nothing but great things to say. I tell you what, keep an eye on this cat. This is I'll give you a 55-year run. How's that?
I'll take anything I can get. I'll be honest with you, I don't have 55 more years on me. I doubt I'll make it to 70 years old, but I'm going to go out guns blazing when I go.
Dustin, who helped you get here, man? Because it is a huge royal effort to get this whole thing here.
I know usually the MC doesn't hand over the mic, but you can trust me.
I always trust you with the microphone. I'm going to walk away and let you do your thing.
Oh, man, thank you very much. First of all, I got to thank my Savior, Lord Jesus Christ, baby Jesus, because without him, I wouldn't get to do what I love. I'm so thankful for that. Second to that is Dustin, my co-driver. My man sacrifices so much, endless hours getting the lead nav prepped, taking a beating in the car, running with us, and he just never says anything but like, let's get it, let's freaking get it. Next is our pit crew, man. Cord, Chris, all the guys at the shop that sacrifice and work so hard just so the car will stay together under me. And I'm so proud of our little company out of Louisiana, S3 Power Sports, and we build these chassis and bring them out west and race them. Now, the other people that keep us going, let's thank Maxxis. They kept us rolling today, and we definitely put them through some things. KMC Forged Wheels and bad boys hold up, and I promise you I'm not easy on them. Fox Shocks, I already hollered at you guys because you kept us riding good. KWI clutching, we were able to run fast with that. Monster Energy, we keep our camelbacks full with that. Can-Am for keeping us in a good car. Baja Designs lights, we didn't have to use them tonight, but they definitely was on the car. VP Fuels, they met us last night in the middle of the night to give us a little bit of fuel. Rugged radios, I think we could hear on the other side of the earth. We actually were picking up somebody else's radio somehow. PRP seats, somehow ended with a TPQ sticker on here, so I'm going to thank that sponsor. Just send me the check to S3 Racing, I'll take that. And so, man, if I've missed anybody, I am so sorry, but thank you guys so much for supporting us and letting us race.
Give it up, everybody, Dustin Jones! You want to hop on top of that car, that's next. You want to hop on top of that car, shoot off that champagne? If you hop up there, I'll hand them up to you. I already got you. Yep. Bite that thing off there. Make sure you make a stink eye in this GoPro we got right here. Hand that one over to Dustin right there. And then that one's yours, Dustin, and I'm going to run off. Give it up for it right there, S3 Power Sports, Dustin Jones!
Alrighty, that's the thrill of victory right there. Everything, you could see the emotion on them when the two Dustins hugged each other. I mean, they just knew that they went through war together, they battled together, and I mean, he's a great, colorful, funny guy. But you can just see how much that meant to him when he embraced him and he hugged his co-dog, because they were, as I said, they were in a war together.
He is one of very few people in the world that have ever been able to win Mint 400s back-to-back. That's incredibly special. And I guess that there probably won't be anybody who'll do that for probably many years to come.
Well, and he's got the right formula. Like you said, he doesn't want to go out, he doesn't want to do it for 70 more or 20 more years, which I don't think anybody would want to take that kind of beating. But the fact that he's got the formula and he's got the right balance of everything, because you can see how tired he was when he first got out of the car. But Jim, give us what the rest of the results. I'll get back and finish that. But right now we have a little bit of change in the running order.
Indeed we do at the O'Reilly Auto Parts Limited Race. First across the line, and officially our winner is Dustin Jones. Second place, and unofficial at the moment, is Randy Romo. And then look at this, sneaking on up into third position is Binquist. Now, where did he come from? That's why we always say these results are unofficial until we get them come through. Then in fourth place is Joe Terriana, less than a minute behind Binquist. And then in fifth place, it was our long-time race leader, Brandon Sims.
Well, and Sims has to be proud of himself. I mean, I know you're bummed, but to have the, problem and then work your way back. So it was really, he's got to be really proud of himself. So we're going to step off to a billboard real quick, and we'll be back shortly at the BF Goodrich Mint 400. We'll see you in a minute.
The 2022 Mint 400 live stream is brought to you by Dirt Design, clothing design for the off-road enthusiast. Dirt Design is focused on helping the sport grow and prosper. Toyota, uncompromising quality, reliability, comfort and safety. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel provider for the Mint 400. VP Racing Fuels has been the world leader in racing fuel for over 45 years. King Shocks. King Shocks is a manufacturer and servicer of custom-made adjustable and readable automotive shock absorbers and performance racing products for utility vehicles, OME replacement and professional racing use. Vision Wheels, since 1976, one of the nation's leading providers of custom wheels for cars, trucks, and of course, one of the first manufacturers of custom wheels and tyres for ATVs, UTVs, and golf cars. Okay, and welcome back to the 2022 BFGoodrich Mint 400. There's more cars crossing the line now, but I've got George with me. And George, you got some news.
Man, I am so pumped. So we have the Flyer 22, as you can see in your picture there, of the Warfighter guys. The military challenge that they have here at the Mint 400 is fantastic. We've been talking about those guys all day. Robert actually helps out all of these guys with the Warfighter organization to get these guys what they call adrenaline therapy. He has them in the shop working on vehicles. He does so much for the veteran community and for himself, and he just came across the line as the winner in Flyer 22 for the military class. It's so cool to see. So congratulations to those guys. I'm so proud of them.
Well, and to add on that, what he's talking about is adrenaline therapy, because naturally, racers, we put ourselves in the habit of wanting more adrenaline. We push the throttle a little harder, we drive a little bit deeper, but we're asking for that adrenaline. When these guys go over, they tax their body so much because they're getting unwanted adrenaline. They have people shooting at them, bombs going off, having to jump out of planes. The stress level that these warfighters have to go through. So what you want to do is reintroduce adrenaline to them in a good way. And by them working on the cars, driving, co-driving, doing all the different stuff, being excited, bringing that teamwork back, just like they have when they're in theater. It brings them back to being a normal human being and not just a robot and just reacting to every bad thing that happens. So I am so stoked because I've made so many friends in the community, and for them to get an opportunity to come out and share our world, that there's nothing better.
The amount of positive that the race community brings back to them is just phenomenal. As we see Travis Zollinger, he's looks like he's probably limping his Can-Am to the finish line, but he's going to be able to finish. Got the lights on there to bring it home as the sun sets a little bit here.
Yeah, and the light is now starting to change as that sun disappears over the top of the mountains.
I think
those
that's
shadows
Rowan.
lengthen.
Is it? Yeah.
That's Rowan and Jay MC as they're working their way through.
Keep pushing. Look at that.
Alrighty, we are going to bring a couple people up. I'm going to surrender my mic because we have two superstars. We have actually more than two, but we're going to bring up Matt Martelli and
Come on out, guys.
Again, the winner. After this interview, we're going to watch Chad Hall as he does his interview with the GM truck. But we are going to let the champion let us know what it was all about. So I'm going to surrender my mic to Matt Martelli, and I'll be right back.
This man right here has added another notch, another victory. Chad, what a race you guys had this afternoon. What was it like for you?
Well, it was a lot rougher than the December race for sure. The course was badass, but the Colorado was a little bit more badass. I think we broke a bunch of rocks, a few other things out there. Sorry about that desert. But anyways, we had a great race. Colorado ran perfect, no issues. I want to thank Lacoste for keeping me on the straight and narrow. Obviously, Chevrolet Performance, BFGoodrich Tires, Mobile One, Multimatic, all the sponsors that make this truck go round and round and round. I believe this is the 35th race and the 35th consecutive finish. This truck got one more race on it, and we can retire it with something a little bit faster and better.
Well, I'm looking at a whole lot of black sweatshirts out there with your name on it, and it's more than a small army you have working for you. What's it like with all these guys behind you?
The good news is I always know what I'm going to do because someone's telling me what to do. So that's great. A lot of bosses.
Congratulations, man. Another championship under your belt. Nice job.
Thank you. Appreciate everybody out there. Thank you.
Okay, we just saw Chad Hall there crossing the line, but we also just saw this guy here crossing the line.
My man.
It is only Dustin Battleaxe Jones. Dustin, how's it feel to be up here, my friend?
Man, it's mind-blowing. You know, we just talked in December. We just won this race, and so it never even entered my mind that we could potentially win it back-to-back like this. There's just – everybody's so competitive, and you guys follow UTVs, especially the Pro Turbo. These guys are monsters out here. So going into this race, this was one that, you know, we're just like, man, let's just have fun. We're coming off the win just a few months ago. Like, there's no pressure for us. So it never entered my mind that there was potential for us to even come out on top again.
Now, we saw you at the first part of the race, and we saw the Matlocks take off into the distance. Did you have a game plan?
We did. We did have a game plan that was a real struggle for me, but we truly stuck to it. I knew on the first lap I really wanted to stay with the front pack and kind of push hard. Second and third lap, we took it super easy on the car and just kind of leaned on the few guys in front of us to try to get them to break. And then going into the fourth lap, I told my guys, I have to know who's leading and I have to know how far out front they are. And so we came in, and I know Sims was on a tear today, and he was out front of us a little bit on time. And so I said, man, let's just freaking lay it down, dude. Like, we literally came out here to lay it all on line, and we were here to win or wreck.
I mean, look at these shots of you racing, Dustin. I mean, you were on the skinny pedal here. And that car, like I was saying earlier, is working phenomenally well. So props to your guys that set up the car. And I mean, come on, look at that.
Yeah, man, realistically, dude, whenever the helicopter gets around, that's when you see me get on the skinny pedal. So I think we're running right at 100 right there across the lake, man. Jim, you've been in cars. You cannot help yourself. When you see the helicopter, that's when you go for it.
No, and there's actually truth to that. Like, even if you're going at 100%, you can find an extra 1 or 2% when the helicopter's there, right?
Every time. But I have to say thank you to Fox for taking time with us. We came here from Louisiana. They tested for us for like a week, man, to try to get us dialed in, and just the car was dialed today.
Yeah, I will say we're getting shots of you there. You have the best sponsor plugs on the podium that I think I've ever seen.
Oh, man. That's the people that keep us going. So I'm like, man, let me let my hair down for a minute and let everybody know.
So did TPQ tell you how big the check is he's sending you?
Yeah, that's what I saw, the sticker on the side of my car on the Mint podium. I said, dog, that costs big money to be right there. That's prime real estate.
I'll just send you his check.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
No, awesome drive today. I mean, you know, what was going through your head today, you know, like lap 2, lap 3, where things were starting to seemingly gel for you?
Yes. So I really get into my own head whenever I'm racing, especially a long race like you guys run out here where you make 4 100-mile loops. So second and third lap, I kept telling Dustin Henderson, my co-driver, like, dude, we're not running fast enough. We are not going to do good or win this race at the pace we're running. And he said, this is our game plan. This is what we came here to do. We're going to do that and see how it shakes out. And so we just kept the car together, kept moving. But the whole time I was thinking, I'm never going to win at this pace.
Now, how much telemetry do you have in the car? How much detail can you get from your engines? Are you looking at belt temperatures? Is this all stuff that you're playing with at all times?
Yeah, I take a big wide piece of black duct tape and I tape it over all of my gauges when I race so I don't see anything. So if the check engine light's on, I don't want to see it. If the temperature's high, I don't want to see it. I just run it.
So you and Brandon, I mean, you guys had a great battle. We're watching, and as this thing played out, you were ahead on time.
Yeah.
Brandon was ahead on time. You were ahead on time. I mean, you guys were playing a game of cat and mouse like I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, so Brandon has also won the Mint 400 2 times, so I knew he's a really seasoned racer out here, especially in this area. He knows how to keep a car together out here, but I knew if we kept leaning on him and pushing him, you know, those couple of guys that always run up front, they always want to know where is the leader or who's chasing me down. And I knew if I could stay within striking distance, it would push him to try to get him to tear his car up. And it just so happened. I don't know what trouble he had.
It was a throttle body, so something completely fluke.
Yeah, and so it just so happened we passed and saw him on the side of the track and just, man, I about lost it then.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. You know, do you want to qualify? Where do you want to be on the starting order? Now, for you today, this has worked out perfectly because you were able to chase down Brandon. And I think that is actually an advantage, particularly when you're coming into lap 4. But, you know, just watching this whole race unfold, I mean, it did actually look for one moment like the Matlocks were going to walk away with this big time. And we were going to see a new generation of UTV taking the things. So see the pro UTVs, particularly the Can-Am, suddenly working so strong. You must be very proud of your team.
Man, I'm so thankful to be racing a Can-Am. And those guys really came in on strong in the past several years and built a good car. And so I'm just proud to represent a manufacturer like that. And it never entered my mind whenever we got into racing that we'd ever have the opportunity to represent a manufacturer. And everybody's great out there, and they're making great cars, and everything is so competitive, and it pushes everybody to be better. And I'm just thankful to be a part of that. But, man, Can-Am, I couldn't be happier with the car and how the beating that it takes. You know?
I mean, clearly the cars are working really well. I mean, I'm still amazed. You know, we were talking out there earlier. The Mint course isn't always exactly the same, but we've run this loop before, and you just set a new track record, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, kudos to, you know, you for the drive, your prep guys, Fox, Max's tires, I think, right?
Yes.
So, you know, amazing drive. You know, it was fun for me just to watch the battle unfold all day.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, there was 2 points in the race that was really tough for me. It's when we passed Brandon. When we got around him, I knew he was the only UTV in front of us, and that's when your heart starts racing, and you really have to work to calm yourself, because we still had another 70 miles after we got by him of like, all right, we still got to get to finish. And then coming in on the lake bed. The lake bed is kind of the you come out of the last rough, long whoop section that you saw on the helicopter footage there. And that lake bed run, that's when you're like, all right, it's not over yet. We have to run the infield. But you kind of are able to exhale a little bit, and you know everybody can run fast that last section coming in. So if you're up on corrected time, as long as you can hold your pace, you can do it. So that was 2 really tough spots for me to stay composed, and I think I teared up rolling through the pits because you've got it set up to where we roll through the pits. You get to see your pit crew right before you cross the finish line, and for sure I teared up coming through that.
Good. That's my hey, I got to give credit to my genius, my mad genius brother. That was his design, and yeah, it worked really well. Man, congratulations. What a drive.
Thank you.
3 times.
Yeah.
3-time winner. This is incredible, man. You join a very elite group of people who've won this race 3 times. You know, we're talking about people like Justin Lofton, Ivan Stewart, on and on, right? So there's quite a few that have won it in class. But, man, what a great drive. I believe we have the top 5 already that
we do.
We can go over and go from there.
Yeah, would you like to know who get the top 5?
I would love to, man.
Okay, let's start then with, in second place, it was Randy Romo. Then here we go. So here we go. Who's that guy in first? It was Dustin Jones, of course. In second place, it was Randy Romo. Then it's Binquist coming across in third. Now, that was a great drive there from Binquist. Came right the way back from 20th position to secure the third. Then in fourth, it was Torreira. And then, of course, Brandon Sims rounding out the top 5.
Awesome. Stacked field and some new names there. Tirana's a new name, you know, and obviously Benquist is fast. I mean, he's been terrorizing for a while. A little bit of mechanical issues, but I think he's got it figured out now.
Yeah, dude, and these cars are getting so dialed, man, and the technology is starting to catch up to the side-by-sides to where you can put these crazy shocks on and you can start really getting them tuned out. Like, I couldn't believe the difference that tuning with Fox made on our car, and when you make those little changes and the clutch testing with KWI, and then you're like, oh, man, my car can do this, and so you get to take another step forward. You can run the car a little bit harder, and it still stay together. And that's kind of what's happening with the UTVs, man. The technology is catching up to what the cars can take.
Well, I know Can-Am has an answer to the Pro R coming. I don't think that's a secret anymore.
Are you asking me, or are you just saying?
No, I'm just saying. You don't have to break any rules. So I'm excited to see that. You know, I'm excited to see that evolution. So, you know, we had a big day today. Congratulations again. I know we have a big day tomorrow. We're going to go over that. And congratulations.
Man, thank you guys. I'm so happy to be in here in the booth with you guys and sit down and talk to y'all again. You can't imagine. It's not because you guys are pretty, I promise you that. But I am sure happy to see all 3 of y'all.
Absolutely. And you got back before it got dark, of course, which is a major thing at this race.
That may be the first. I guess with the 4-lap race, that's the first time we've made it in before dark.
Yeah, because
you guys are flying today. I mean, it was a fast pace.
Yeah.
Yeah, we started a little bit earlier today, so.
And we came sub 8 hours, like you said. I don't think a UTV's ever done sub 8 hours on 4.
It's a new record, for sure.
Yeah, that's crazy. But to come in with the sun up, man, it's a
good feeling.
Yeah, it's a good thing to celebrate for sure.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you, guys.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dustin. I'm sure you've got some celebrating to do. We're going to have a look at tomorrow's schedule, but thank you so much for entertaining us today. Go and enjoy yourself. Go party hard, and we look forward to seeing you again very soon.
Thank you. It was great talking to you guys.
So it's Dustin Jones, the winner of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Mint 400 race here today. Let's look at tomorrow's schedule. At 8 a.m. it all starts with the motorcycle race. Then at 9 a.m. it's the 3rd annual Mint 400 Unlimited Grid Walk. That's something not to be missed and something I thoroughly enjoy. At 10 a.m. it's the Unlimited Car Truck Race start, and I can't wait for that. And at 5 p.m. we're expecting our sort of leaders to be crossing the line. Now, Matt and also Jim, what a day of racing. How good has this been?
I mean, we had a lot of lead changes. You know what I mean? Obviously, we had the Matlocks, we had Sims, we had Dustin Jones. That's what you like to see is a Mint 400 decided on the final lap, and that's what we saw today. You can't write a better better script.
Absolutely. But let's not forget we had 31 classes out there racing today. There's so much action, so many drama, so many people that are crossing the line as Mint champions. Now, Ricky, it's been fantastic to see you here today as well, helping. You're obviously looking forward to tomorrow, but what was your highlight today?
Is seeing Dustin Jones repeat. I mean, he did it. He drove the perfect race. He said he needed to stay with everybody on the first lap, so he pushed hard to stay with that front group. And messing with those new Polarises, you have to stay on pace. So he kept on pace. Then the second, third lap, he calmed down a little bit, but then he realized we have to pick up the pace. We talked to his co-dog, Dustin, pushed it, and then everything. As we said, the preparation of the car was perfect. His driving was right. His hydration, his nutrition, everything. He deserves to be a 3-time champion because some people don't like to see people dominate. They want to see the underdog go back and forth. I really appreciate a guy that really puts in the hard work and came back and win it again. So the highlight is watching Dustin Jones repeat and then also being a 3-time champion.
Absolutely. Matt, your final comment here before we disappear. You've got to be so proud of the race that we've seen today and looking forward to tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's been amazing racing all day in all the classes, but, really in this top class that we're racing today, the Pro Turbos, amazing, and the level of talent and even new names that are entering into that top level, just the bar keeps getting raised. I'm super stoked. I really, it's funny because I'm totally happy with today. I'm like, oh, but we have a whole nother day of racing tomorrow, so it's going to be awesome. I'm excited.
Okay, right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been an absolutely wonderful day here at the O'Reilly Auto Parts 2022 Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. It's been absolutely incredible. We're going to be back here tomorrow. The live action starts at 8:30 Pacific time, and we're going to be back right then with all of the action from the big unlimited trucks. It's gonna be incredible, it's gonna be insane, but whatever you do, make sure that you are here to join us. Thank you very much, Ricky. Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you very much, Matt, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for even more action here at the 2022 BF Goodrich